Hansen saw smoke rising near the ocean side, which told him Queen had already gathered some fish and was most likely cooking it. When he reached down to grab the silver fox, it bolted out of the way as if it didn't want to leave. It then sat down, unmoving. Even if you want to wait until it is ripe, it could take a while. No one is fighting for it, so let's go eat some food and come back. Hansen comforted the silver fox and tried to grab him again. But again, the silver fox refused to budge. He had no intention of leaving the lotus and seemed resolute in his decision to guard the plant. With nothing he could do about it, Hansen decided to walk back to the ocean side. As he made his way back, he thought to himself, that lotus must be some good stuff. Otherwise, why would he be so stubborn and stay there? He is rather picky when it comes to food. No, I can't let the silver fox take it all for himself. I bet he is waiting for the lotus seeds. Otherwise, he'd have munched it all at first sight. What other reason could there be for him to stay there and wait? But how can I take them away from the silver fox? If the silver fox decides to fight me, how can I expect to look after it in the future? Many different thoughts and questions now plagued Hansen's mind, and he wasn't entirely sure what to do. The silver fox was refusing to leave that spot, and it was going to wait until the seeds were ripe. When Hansen returned to the ocean side, Queen was using her sword to skewer and cook fish meat. Although the fire was only fueled by vines and sticks, it seemed decent enough to last. The slices of fish were gold, and the oil sizzled on them in a tantalizingly. Hansen had to ask, is this for me? What do you mean, are they for you? I am planning to eat them once they are all done, Queen responded. Can I have some? Hansen asked politely. If you want, suit yourself. Queen did not look at Hansen once, and continued to stare at the meat in her hand. Hansen smiled. He picked up some meat and took a bite. Unfortunately, he should have waited, for his mouth burnt with the heat. Still, this fresh fish tasted divine compared to the raw fish they had been eating previously. Where is your fox? Queen watched Hansen eat like a madman and, feeling more relaxed, posed the question. I took it back. Hansen blinked as he told her. Really? Queen looked at Hansen, not believing him. Summon him so we can all eat together. There's no need. It is just a pet, ignore the creature. Hansen thought Queen had learnt something else about the silver fox when it healed her, but he wasn't willing to admit it. Okay. Queen didn't inquire any further and simply continued cooking her meat. Hansen ate 8 slices of meat. With a bloated belly, he fell backwards into the sand. After a large exhale of content, he called out, awesome. Queen ate a few, too. But when she was done, she returned her beast soul sword and started walking off towards the hills. What are you doing? Hansen sat up and asked, worrying over whether or not Queen would find out about the silver fox and lotus. I'm just going for a walk, Queen replied, already walking off to the hills. I'll come with you. Hansen jumped up with a fright and thought to himself, I really can't hide the silver fox's reason for not coming back. It wouldn't be difficult for Queen to discover where the lotus and the silver fox were. After ascending a small hill, she caught sight of them both from afar. She turned around and looked at Hansen. With a cocky smile, she turned back and began walking towards the fox. What is that? Queen pointed towards the lotus as she neared the silver fox. I don't know, but the silver fox refused to leave after finding it, Hansen explained. Queen took a closer look at the lotus and began to rest near it without responding. What have? It is a pet. You want to fight for food with a pet. Hansen's heart was saying no and he was only pretending. If he eats it, I don't want it anymore. If you take it, I will accept half, Queen said. Why would I want it? This is for the silver fox. I am not a pet. I don't need it, Hansen told her, sharply. He was starting to feel a little annoyed. Queen didn't say much, and she remained near the silver fox, guarding the lotus. The silver fox was guarding it, which made me think I had a chance. But now there are 2 people guarding it. Hansen thought to himself. He was also starting to believe that the silver fox was a girl. Otherwise, why would it be behaving like Queen was? That was the only explanation for how selfish it was being. Hansen never thought about the possibility that he was more selfish than the silver fox and Queen combined. They stayed on the island for 4 days. The snow-white flowers started to wilt, but they did so slowly. Only 2 petals fell off a day. Heaven only knew how long it would take for the entire thing to wilt. The lotus seeds on the inside were growing bigger as well. They looked like blood crystals, and they continued to grow fuller. They emitted a pleasant fragrance, and smelling it brought comfort and relaxation to their minds. That must be some good stuff, but how can I take all the seeds without Queen and the silver fox noticing? Hansen watched the lotus intently each day, all the while fostering a plan to take it from the others. Half a month later, the petals had all come off. Hansen had yet to come up with an idea that would allow him to claim ownership of the seeds, but all of a sudden, he heard the shriek of a bird. he saw a green and bluish colored bird that didn't look too far removed from a peacock. With no idea where it had come from, Han-sen saw it fly madly around the sky, cawing as loudly as it could. It also seemed to be afraid of the three of them, which stayed its desire to come down. The silver fox now looked nervous. It stood up and looked at the peacock in the sky as if it were an enemy. Han-sen and Queen were shocked. They understood that it was most likely a super creature, seeing as it paid little heed to the silver fox's presence. This made their faces bleak. The peacock continued to circle them in the sky, refusing to leave. But neither did it want to come down. It seemed as if it was waiting for the seeds to ripen, just like they were. Where did that bird come from? Why would it be out here at sea? Han-sen thought only the silver fox and Queen were competing with him for the seeds. If things had remained that way, at least he had a fair chance of obtaining a few of them. But now with a super creature in the vicinity, who knew what might happen? Perhaps even the combination of Han-sen and the silver fox wouldn't be enough to fight the super creature. While Han-sen was feeling depressed amidst these thoughts, suddenly heard a sound at the seashore. Looking out to the ocean, he watched the waters boil. A lobster with a purple shell that was 12 meters long emerged. It remained afloat for a brief while, summoning up tall waves. It then moved on to circle the island, without getting too close. Crap, another one. How many creatures want these seeds? Han-sen felt frustrated. He didn't know when and where another super creature might arise, but fortunately, no more decided to make an appearance. Aside from the peacock and lobster, there was no sign of another one coming to vie for their seeds. With one of them taking the sea and one of them taking the sky, it would be impossible for him to escape now. Let's fall back. If we get surrounded, there is nothing we can do to fight them, Queen calmly said. Silver Fox, come. Han-sen shouted at the silver fox with a tone of gravity. He was afraid if the silver fox stayed here to guard, he would quickly be overwhelmed by the two super creatures. Even though it was a super creature itself, its strength had limits. Luckily, the silver fox wasn't too stubborn. Despite its craving for the seeds, it still leapt into Han-sen's arms when called. Han-sen took a long sigh, and with Queen ran off. They didn't draw near to the sea either, so they tucked themselves into a hidden spot near the base of the hills. Shortly after they left, the peacock-looking bird swooped down to where they had been. The lobster also came ashore, madly snapping its pincers as it rapidly scuttled inland and up to the hill where the lotus resided. The war for the lotus had begun. After observing the lotus seeds, it seemed even the peacock acknowledged the fact that they weren't yet ripe. So, instead of waiting, the bird turned around and screamed at the lobster. The lobster, with its claws snapping, skittered towards the bird. Its large body and shell didn't seem to slow it down in the least. The peacock opened its wings and took off into the sky. It broadened its feather train like a fan in a display of hostility. Beneath its green plumage was a collage of impeccable eye spots that emitted a blue light. When Han-sen looked into the eye spots that decorated the peacock, he felt dizzy. He almost felt as if he was going to faint. Don't look at its blue lights, Queen said, already having closed her eyes. Her purple light was swirling around inside her, signifying she had already activated her gene lock. Han-sen did what she bid and also used his hands to cover the eyes of the silver fox, but still, the blue light somehow managed to pierce his eyelids. He quickly turned around and moved to hide behind a rock, which brought him instant relief. Queen hid behind a rock, as well, with neither of them opting to open their eyes for a second. For now, they could only rely on their ears. Han-sen used Jadeskin to activate his gene lock, as it didn't require him to have his eyes open. With it, he could survey the entire area and reconstruct the entire scene without looking. The giant lobster looked drunk as it rampaged to the left and right in response to the peacock's blue light. With its foe affected so badly, the peacock found an opening for its attack. The lobster's shell was unbelievably sturdy. When the peacock feistily pecked it, the only damage it sustained was a white scratch mark. Han-sen watched their combat in awe. While the lobster may have seemed to be at a great disadvantage, its shell proved to be a most hardy defense for it. The peacock couldn't do anything to hurt it. The blue light from the eye spots across the peacock's plumage continued to make the lobster dizzy, however. Without being able to deal damage, they both seemed to be at a stalemate. But still, they had both come here for the lotus seeds. If the peacock could keep the lobster suppressed long enough for the plant to fully mature, it could quickly grab the seeds, gobble them up, and fly away. All while the lobster continued flailing around as if it were blind. What should we do? Han-sen asked himself. There is nothing we can do. The peacock's blue light makes others dizzy. Even if we closed our eyes and rushed in, our eyelids aren't strong enough to block out the light entirely. And how are we supposed to fight two super creatures with our eyes shut? We'd be stabbing in the dark, Queen replied. Han-sen did not respond. He suddenly smelled something quite pleasant, and noticed it was coming from the lotus seeds. The lotus was starting to emit a red light, and a red fog crept out of it, masking the area in a red haze. As ominous as it looked, its scent was delightful, and strong enough to be smelled from every corner of the island. The seeds are about to mature. Hansen continued observing the fight between the peacock and lobster, still of a mind to get the seeds before anyone else could. He couldn't wait until some time after they had matured because the monsters would be upon them, swallowing them all in one nibble. Compared to the size of the peacock and lobster, the seeds weren't even big enough to get stuck in their teeth. While Hansen was wondering whether or not he should rush over there, an ill feeling swept over him. A noise came from the sea. Even more super creatures are coming. Using his seventh sense, he quickly surveyed the seaside. What he saw frightened him a great deal. All around the island, a vast host of different creatures had come, all of the mind to grab the lotus seeds for themselves. There were giant fish, giant shrimps, and even monstrous clams. There were many more that Hansen could not even describe. A large group of creatures marched their way inland in the direction of the lotus. Holy smokes, what are these lotus seeds? The pleasant smell even makes them ignore the silver fox's presence. Disregarding the existence of the super creatures on the island, they all seem intent on taking the lotus seeds for themselves. Hansen was more than surprised. It was difficult to wrap his mind around what sort of substance would actually incite so many ordinary creatures to muster the sort of courage required to go up against super creatures. In the sky, many more sea birds and flying creatures appeared. Without fear, they swooped down for the lotus seeds, ignoring the presence of the super creatures that were locked in combat. But when they entered the zone that was bathed in the peacock's blue light, they all crashed to the ground. It seemed as if ordinary creatures could not withstand the light at all. More and more creatures arrived at the hill, only to die upon their immediate arrival. Some were killed by the light, others fell victim to the violent thrashing of the lobster and peacock. It wasn't long before a vast number of bodies had collected to build a hill of their own, one that was dyed red. "Let's fall back. It's too dangerous here," Queen said, as she started to retreat from the scene. Hansen noticed the rapid advancement of the seed's maturity, and didn't want to fall back empty-handed. After mulling over what to do for a good while, he passed the silver fox to Queen. "Take him out of here, I will go and try for the seeds." But the silver fox jumped away, not wanting to leave either. His body was unable to even stand straight in the light, almost as intoxicated as the lobster. Although the light could not deal the silver fox damage, it would have been difficult for it to exert the strength needed to go up, get the seeds, and get out. "You get out of here. Don't worry, I'll give you some of the seeds after I collect them," Hansen told the silver fox. The silver fox either did not hear him or was too stubborn to leave. It wanted to grab the lotus seeds despite its incapacitation. Hansen grabbed the silver fox and forced it back. It was behaving like almost any other creature, giving up everything it could to take the lotus seeds. The peacock and the lobster were still sealed in turbulent conflict with one another. If any other creature tried to ascend the hill, they would be killed in the midst of their battle. Winning the lotus seeds would be a most difficult prize. All of a sudden, from inside the lotus, a bright light burst forth. It was red, and it beamed into the sky, widening like the bloom of a flower itself. The pleasant scent carried across the entire sea, urging even more creatures to come and battle for it. The lotus was ripe. The creatures on the island were no longer intent on fighting each other. They each exerted all the strength they had in running up the hill to grab the seeds before the others could. The peacock was the closest, and with its boon of flight, spared no time in soaring there. Although Hansen really wanted to grab the lotus, he was slowed down by his need to prevent the silver fox from going out on its own. He missed his chance and was too late. As the peacock was about to peck and gobble the lotus plant, one blood crystal lotus seed appeared to crack open. More accurately, it looked as if the blood crystals were beginning to sprout two translucent wings, as thin as a cicada's. The wings started to flap, and they began flying away from the lotus cup. The flying lotus seed suddenly smacked into the peacock's face, making the giant beast fall back, screaming in pain. After the slight hit, giant red blisters scorched its face. It continued to retreat, crying in agony as it did. Then it took off into the skies, flew away, and did not return. The lobster seemed to ignore what had happened to the peacock, and instead vied to take its place and eat the lotus. But in the next second, blood crystals went airborne once again. They rushed into the lobster's shell. The lobster roared deafeningly. After sustaining the hit, even the lobster decided to retreat. In an instant, it raced off, skittering back to the sea. Hansen was frozen in place, seeing that the red crystal-looking things were not actually lotus seeds. They were red wasps, shaped like little ruby gemstones. The end of each wasp had a lethal stinger. Hansen saw the wasps pierce the lobster's shell and peacock's feathers as if it were nothing. The massive blister that had emerged upon the peacock's face indicated how poisonous it was. To see super creatures like the peacock and lobster run off in fright sent a chill coursing down Han Sen's spine. Now, he was glad he hadn't been able to get there before the other creatures. If he had been struck by one of those wasps, he'd have been in far worse shape. Many blood crystal wasps were now flying out from the lotus. Han Sen wasn't sure if the plant itself that birthed the blood crystals, or if a mother wasp had recently planted the eggs. But no matter their origin, it was clearly a vicious trap, and it would yield him no benefit. 18 wasps now shot out of the lotus, carried by their delicate wings. The toxicity of their venom was as dangerous to an ordinary creature as it was to a super creature. The consequences of being stung were horrid. At first, a giant blister would form. Then, bones would turn to liquid. And finally, the body itself would inflate, growing larger and larger until it burst like a reservoir of pus and blood. When creatures were splashed with excess venom, although the effect it had on them was not as lethal as a straight-up sting, their bodies and faces were still left scorched with massive blisters. Run! Han Sen grabbed the silver fox and ran off down to the beach. The blood crystal wasps were frighteningly quick, and Han Sen had no idea whether or not his body could withstand their sting. Without the light of the peacock, the silver fox and queen were both able to open their eyes. The previously pleasant fragrance had grown lighter, and it seemed to snap all the creatures out of their prior daze. In fear, everything now fled the vile trap of the wasps. With so many creatures strewn about dead and bloodied, the island looked like a snippet of hell itself. Han Sen felt like a fool. When he turned around to take a look at what was going on behind him, his jaw hit the ground. One of the wasps was headed in their direction. Like a red, blazing meteor, it was coming their way at a terrifying speed. When people are unlucky, they tend to choke when they drink water. With so many other creatures that are free for you to take, why the hell have you come for us? Han Sen's heart was now stripped of all hope. Han Sen's body steeled itself, blazing with all the power and might he had. His heart thumped like rhythmic thunder. As his seventh sense kicked itself onto a whole new level, his blood began to boil. Queen noticed Han Sen was not any slower than she was, which surprised her. If Han Sen hadn't unlocked his gene lock, there was no way he would have been able to keep up with her. But now was not the time to stop and question him over his deception. So she gritted her teeth and kept running as fast as she could. As they continued to run, she noticed Han Sen was actually gaining speed. Soon, he had overtaken her. After a while, he was far ahead, she couldn't keep up with him. Han Sen was also just noticing that his speed must have grown exponentially since he opened the gene lock. Although Jadeskin did not grant him the power to manipulate and wield ice, the amount of power he had gained seemed greater than what most people received after opening their gene lock. But his joy drained as he noticed the red wasp drawing nearer and nearer. "We should split up," Han Sen yelled at Queen before going off in another direction. As he suspected, the wasp turned just as he did. Its target was indeed Han Sen. Fudge, it really is coming for me and the silver fox. Despite having expected it, Han Sen couldn't but feel compelled to swear. The wasps were way too fast. Despite his breakneck speed, the wasp had now caught up to Han Sen. The wasp made its first attack. With all his power, Han Sen dodged it while still maintaining his speed. The blood crystal wasp was so small, it was difficult to keep track of it at the speed they were both going. If it wasn't for Han Sen's incredible seventh sense, he'd have been an oversized blister already. Although he was having difficulty following the wasp with his eyes, he cast the Dongshuan Sutra and used his feelings to determine when and where the wasp would strike next. He successfully dodged each attempted sting. The silver fox, who was still nestled in Han Sen's chest, was quite alert. Thunder sparked in the wells of its eyes, but try as it might, the wasp was too quick for it to thunder shock. Han Sen was not sure how much longer he could go on. All he could do was keep dodging on his way to the beach. He had to get into the sea, no matter what. If other wasps decided to join the chase, it would all be over. It wouldn't matter how proficient he was at sensing their locations. Dodging any more would prove too difficult. Queen had already reached the ocean side when she saw Han Sen in the distance, having trouble with the wasp. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a throwing knife and threw it in his direction. But being unable to track the dizzyingly quick wasp, it was impossible to hit it. Han Sen wanted to jump into the sea, but the blood crystal wasp prevented him from getting close enough. He had to dodge in according to the wasp's attacks, so he wasn't able to go where he wanted to. It did not matter what skills Han Sen used or how wickedly fast they were. The wasp only had to flap its wings to destroy any plan Han Sen devised. Han Sen hadn't been stung yet, despite how long the wasp had been nipping at his heels. This surprised Queen. Queen, putting herself in his boots, believed she would have been stung a long time ago. Queen didn't think it was only his skills that let him dodge the attacks. It was more like Han Sen had the ability to predict whatever his enemies were planning. Before the blood crystal wasp showed any indication of where and when it would strike, Han Sen was already moving to dodge it. If he was being purely reactionary, he wouldn't have had the time to dodge no matter how quick he was. Instead, it was more like he had incredible foresight. Queen was aiming her throwing knife from afar and had been doing so for quite some time. Similarly to the silver fox, she just couldn't find the right opportunity to attack. She gritted her teeth, summoned a sacred blood shield, and went towards Han Sen. "Don't come." Han Sen noticed Queen approaching, which surprised him. Although her heavenly go was a tremendous thing, it would still be futile against the speed of these wasps. Queen did not heed his command, and instead continued her approach. After a while, she threw the shield out of her hand and yelled, "Run." Han Sen saw where the shield was headed, and that it was on a collision course with exactly where the wasp was attacking. He was taken aback at the realization of how well she could predict the movement of the wasp. "You really are a queen." Han Sen's heart was glad. He used the opening Queen and her shield had provided and dove into the sea. Dong! But the wasp's attacks were like bullets, and it pierced right through the shield. Despite the sturdiness of her metal aegis, the wasp had not lost any momentum, and it still had Han Sen in its sights. At that moment, Queen's other hand let fly a throwing knife. It smacked against the wasp's head. The throwing knife shattered into little more than cold, hard glitter. The strike had taken the wasp in the exact center of its head. But again, it did not slow down. It avoided the belt of shiny knife shards and continued its pursuit of Han Sen. Using the time Queen had bought him, Han Sen ran 10 meters. But as he marked his 10th, the wasp had already caught up again. Han Sen noticed something, though. Although the wasp could spike itself through the shield, and was somehow unaffected by a throwing knife to its head, it did seem keen on avoiding the airborne remnants of the knife. That didn't mean it was afraid of those shards. Some pieces did hit the creature, and they did not harm it. But there were some pieces it avoided. That suggested the wasp had some sort of weakness. Even though Han Sen was not facing the wasp, he could analyze every last detail of what occurred behind him through the power of his senses. Han Sen saw that it only avoided the splinters around its waist. It was the area that connected the abdomen with the thorax. It was like a woman's waist where it was slimmest. When the shattered pieces neared that point, the wasp carefully swerved out of the way. Under the buffs imparted by Snow Lady, his body started to release an air that purified Han Sen's mind, clearing it like a virgin crystal. With the absence of human emotions, he had become fearless. All of a sudden, Han Sen stopped moving and looked at the wasp that hunted him. "What are you doing?" Queen was surprised. The wasp was frighteningly powerful, and it looked like Han Sen was preparing to fight it. Did he have a death wish? But what happened next made Queen's pupils shrink. The wasp flashed in front of Han Sen. Queen didn't see where it tried to sting, but Han Sen's hand was moving. It was unbelievable. His hand moved like a blade, with the speed of lightning. Han Sen swung his hand horizontally, slicing the wasp's waist as it came for him. Her one-time used sacred blood weapon did not faze the wasp in the slightest, but the wasp swerved to dodge Han Sen's attack. Han Sen missed his strike, but it confirmed that the wasp's waist must indeed have been its weak spot. There was no need for him to dodge and be afraid anymore. While Han Sen was falling back, he kept trying to stop the wasp. The maniacal little creature did its best to keep dodging Han Sen's flurry of attacks, but so quick and fast did they come, it was never provided the opportunity to counter them. Han Sen had given himself the chance to breathe, and he continued his retreat towards the sea. Queen was already in the water, however. She only kept her head above the surface to watch Han Sen, who was still engaged with the wasp. The speed of Han Sen's attacks couldn't quite match the speed of the wasp, but Queen was still fascinated by the spectacle. As Queen watched the battle between Han Sen and the wasp, she felt something in her heart. She couldn't quite put her finger on what it was, but it felt like an itch. Han Sen was finally able to jump into the sea. The wasp was more afraid of the water than the white tiger had been, and without similar abilities, it couldn't do anything to Han Sen once he was under the surface. Not wanting to follow Han Sen in, it flew around the shore in circles for a brief while, and then buzzed on back to the deeper recesses of the island, chasing after creatures that hadn't returned to the sea yet. "You hit it well." After they escaped their dangerous predicament, Queen confronted Han Sen with frosty eyes. "Oh, I only just unlocked the gene lock. I was forced to use it, due to it being a life or death moment. Desperate times call for desperate measures." Han Sen laughed after his explanation, realizing that he couldn't hide his unlocked gene lock from Queen any longer. Queen rolled her eyes, unable to muster the strength needed to argue with him. She summoned her whale and climbed aboard. "Thanks." Han Sen thanked her with sincerity, jumping onto the whale with the silver fox in hand. If it wasn't for Queen's attack, which revealed the wasp's weak spot, he didn't think he'd be where he was right now. This blood scale armor is mine, okay, now we are even. Queen frowned, looking back at the island. There was no more screaming or squealing to be heard, and with the rest of the creatures having either escaped or been killed, the island was quiet. It still looked like hell, though. Bodies and blood were everywhere, and just looking at it made their skin crawl. Do you think you might be able to take down those wasps? Queen asked Han Sen. Han Sen knew what she meant, but he shook his head and told her, my speed is still a little too slow to go up against those wasps. I may know its weak spot, but what's the point if I cannot hit it? Besides what? Queen looked at Han Sen. There is no guarantee I can kill it, even if I hit there. For all I know, I might only inflict a minor amount of damage. Han Sen did not overestimate his talents. When he fought Golden Growler, he couldn't even break its eyes. The wasp's waist may have been its weak spot, but it couldn't be weaker than those eyes. A weak spot was just a place on a monster that was weaker, but the overall fitness of a super creature was just too high, and so the fact that it had a weak spot didn't mean much for Han Sen. Queen sighed. She understood how he was feeling. There were 18 of those wasps, and they had a lot of trouble escaping just one. It would be impossible to survive an encounter with any more, not to mention if all 18 came after them. The island was dead. They watched it for a while but knew that there was no hope of returning there. They readied themselves to leave and take to the seas on the whale again. But then the silver fox jumped out of Han Sen's arms. It became a silver light and ran back to the island. Silver fox, what are you doing? Han Sen was startled. It hadn't been easy to escape the island, so why was the fox now deciding to return? Stop. The 18 wasps must be together by now. If we get in trouble with all of them, we'll never make it out again, Queen said. You wait here. I'll go back and get him. Han Sen rushed back ashore without hesitation. He wasn't planning to risk his life for the silver fox, but he understood the silver fox well. He knew that it wouldn't want to risk its own life, either. Otherwise, when Han Sen was battling the wasps, the silver fox wouldn't have jumped into his arms to escape. It wouldn't have waited this long to come back, if it had no regard for its life. Something must have changed on the island, then. Han Sen chased after the silver fox, and noticed he was being led back to the lotus. Still, he did not hesitate and quickly continued his pursuit. Han Sen, using his senses, noticed there were no longer any wasps on the island. Did those wasps leave the island? Han Sen asked himself, looking puzzled. But Han Sen was still curious. If the wasps had left the island, then that meant the lotus plant was nothing special, and it had just been used to host a number of wasp eggs. If there was nothing extraordinary about the plant, why were they returning? Is there something the silver fox wants from the body of a deceased creature? Han Sen wondered, having now reached the lotus hill with the silver fox. Without a moment's pause, the silver fox ran up to it and munched it all down in one bite. The crystal-clear lotus cup was chewed to pieces by the fox. Save me some. Han Sen grabbed the silver fox as he tried to pry open its mouth. Alas, the silver fox had already swallowed it all. Damn it, you mutt. You are too cruel. I just saved your life earlier. You little selfish bastard, you didn't even save me a bite. Han Sen yelled at the silver fox. The silver fox, however, ignored its master. Elegantly, it sniffed around on the ground, and after a while of doing so, began digging into the rocky ground with its two front paws. The rock surface was like tofu under the power of its paws and claws, and it wasn't long before it had managed to dig a 2-meter deep hole. Is there something down there? Han Sen quelled his rage, and his eyes lit up with inquisitiveness. He saw that there was something connected with the stalk of the lotus plant. As the silver fox continued to dig, Han Sen noticed the unearthing of something white in color. Whatever it is, you've done your bit. You've earned yourself a rest, let me take over. Han Sen quickly jumped into the hole and placed the silver fox on his shoulder. He rapidly started digging with his own 2 hands. He was afraid the silver fox would dig out some more food and gobble it all up without giving him a chance to even look at it. He didn't want a repeat of what had just happened. Han Sen did not dig for long because he had soon excavated 3 lotus roots. They were like the arms of a baby, and they were each about a dozen centimeters long. Although they were underground, they still shone like white crystals. It was as if they were made from virgin snow. They smelled very good, too. Han Sen picked up the 3 lotus roots to take a closer look, but before he could, the silver fox on his shoulder jumped down and grabbed one of the 3. Immediately, it began to ravenously chew the root. How could I forget about this guy? This thing is a sneaky manipulator. I really do keep forgetting. Han Sen's heart was bleeding. He didn't even know what treasure he had unearthed, and a third of it was already munched on by the silver fox. What's left is mine. You've already had your fill. Seeing the silver fox stare at the lotus roots intently, Han Sen clutched the remaining two tightly. The silver fox went near Han Sen's foot and began rubbing its head against him. Don't even bother trying to act cute. This thing is mine, end of story. Han Sen quickly put away the lotus roots and picked the silver fox back up. Queen had now come ashore and was nearing the hill. Han Sen quickly ran back down to meet her, with the silver fox in hand. He didn't want her to learn anything about what he had just found. I don't know where the wasps went, but it looks like they have all gone, Han Sen said, as he stood in front of Queen. What did it find? Queen asked, seeing right through Han Sen's deception. It was the lotus cup. But, by the time I caught up to the fiend, it had already eaten everything. He didn't save me any, so I have no idea what benefits it could have provided us. His selfishness hurts. Han Sen hoped to squeeze out a few tears, but he couldn't. Queen's eyes were untrusting, but she didn't voice her concern. Shortly after, they returned to the ocean side. The two people and the fox began their journey once more. They hoped they'd soon be able to find land, but after another 5 days' travel, they had yet to see anything. There weren't even any islands around. Suddenly, a strange sound could be heard in the distance. Han Sen and Queen were familiar with the sound, and so their faces changed. Han Sen recognized the sound as belonging to the peacock they encountered earlier, which had received a nasty sting on its face. It flew far away after that, and they didn't think they'd run into it again so soon. Its screams are ones of pain and suffering. Is it because of the poison? Queen asked, looking in the direction the squeals were coming from. If it really was due to the poison, it would be the perfect opportunity for humans to take down a super creature. The first in history. Let's go find out. Han Sen's face was vibrant with excitement, and he looked genuinely happy at the prospect. Queen commanded the big whale to start sailing in the direction of the screeching peacock. The peacock was standing on the reef with a rotten face. It was red with infected blisters, and pus and blood oozed from its wounds. It must really be the poison still working its wretched magic, Han Sen said, aghast. He was happy that the peacock was in such a condition, obviously still struggling against the poison that blighted it. But he was concerned over whether or not he could eat the meat, seeing how effective and long-lasting the poison was. Queen commanded the whale to stop a good distance from the bird. She didn't want to go in blindly, and even though the super creature was in significant pain, it was still a super creature. It can still scream a good deal. It is most likely still quite energized. Perhaps we should wait here for a few days and see how it goes, Han Sen suggested. The longer they waited, the weaker the bird would become. If they were going to risk their lives in an attempt to bring down a poisoned super creature, it would be better to do it later rather than sooner. But right after Han Sen said that, the sea near the reef began spitting waves that were a few dozen meters tall. A giant purple creature with metal pincers came out from beneath the murky waves. Its target was most definitely the peacock. The giant purple lobster was back. Not having received any benefits from the island earlier, it seemed to want to exact vengeance on the wounded peacock that had bullied it previously. The peacock was poisoned right in the face, and it looked like the toxins had affected its brain. It didn't seem as smart or reactive as it had before. Already, the lobster managed to clamp down on one of its wings. It was impossible for the peacock to free itself from the lobster's grip. It opened its feather train to reveal its blue eye spots and doused the area in its intoxicating blue light. Just like before, the lobster was made to appear drunk. It seemed as if the lobster knew this was coming, though, so it continued to maintain its grip on the peacock's wing. No matter how fiercely the peacock tried to repel its attacker, the lobster would not be loosened. The lobster's shell was too hard, as well. There was nothing the peacock could do. Eventually, its clutched wing began to bleed, and plumes of feathers danced in the air around it, cushioning the harsh sea. While both of these monsters fought, Queen closed her eyes and turned around to avoid the effects of the blue light. Although it was a good distance from them, the light was powerful and it spread far. Looking at it for 1 second could make them feel dizzy, and out at sea, there was the chance Queen could fall overboard and drown. Han Sen appeared to be doing the same thing, but he activated his gene lock. With his senses, he didn't even have to face their direction to observe everything that was happening. The peacock may be an extremely powerful foe, but under the effects of that poisonous sting and the lobster's pummeling, it must assuredly be close to death, Han Sen thought. He then proceeded to wonder how he might benefit from this situation. The reef was unable to sustain the weight of the monsters and it began to crumble. The lobster's shell was obscenely sturdy, and the lobster tried to drag the peacock down into the briny depths with its pincers. All the peacock could do was continue to peck at the shell, to no avail. Although the peacock was resisting, a collapse of the reef meant a guaranteed watery grave for it. How come that lobster didn't get poisoned, too? Han Sen thought to himself. But seeing what was occurring, it was a good thing they did not rush into attack as they initially thought to. If they hadn't stayed back, they might have been killed by the lobster's incursion. Queen turned around and looked into the sea. She saw the faint glimmer of blue light in a sea that was made mad with the peacock's wild thrashing. Han Sen watched the restless waves with greedy eyes. They may not have been able to kill the poisoned peacock, but it had been attacked by the lobster and dragged deep down into the sea. It was going to die no matter what. Perhaps this was his opportunity for an easy kill. But still, Han Sen did not dare try to steal the lobster's prey directly. He lacked the strength and he knew it. But if he did it quickly, there was a chance he could receive the beast's soul. "What are you doing?" Queen frowned as she looked at Han Sen. "Wait here, okay." After speaking, Han Sen quickly dove into the sea. The silver fox was still on Han Sen's shoulder. It used its paws to grab a hold of his neck, and it dove in with him. Han Sen pursued the lobster, which had reached a depth of over 1,000 meters. The blue light of the peacock continued to grow dimmer and dimmer, a sure sign that it was dying. Its wings had been broken by the lobster's pincers. Blood seeped into the ocean from the torn flesh, coloring the area in a red haze. Han Sen could only see the peacock when its blue lights flickered. The peacock's face was rotten. Its flesh had been stripped and melted away, which exposed parts of its skull. All across its body, its once pleasant mane of graceful feathers had been shredded to tatters. Its train in the back had been mangled by the cruel ferocity of the lobster. The peacock that had looked fine and proud back on the island was now uglier than a skinned chicken. It looks like having a high defense is a worthier investment. It seemed to pay off for the lobster in beating this week's nemesis, Han Sen thought to himself. Seeing that the peacock was dying, Han Sen dove in after it. The murky blood that tainted the waters helped to mask his chase. Han Sen was now about 10 meters away from them. The lobster was happily toying with the peacock's near lifeless body, unaware that it was being watched. The peacock lacked the strength to fight back. Its eyes were white and it was starting to drown. It only reacted when the lobster made another cruel dig into its flesh. Han Sen summoned his mascot beast sword and held it tight. This was a berserk sacred blood beast soul sword. If he could inflict one mighty blow upon the peacock's weakest point, he might be able to end its life for good. Han Sen continued to watch. If he wanted to slay the peacock in one fell swoop, the most viable location he could strike would be the wound left by the wasp. The peacock's face was a rotten mess. Blood plasma leaked from its eyes, indicating that its brain had been ravaged by the poison. Han Sen carefully avoided the plasma that merged with the sea. He had managed to get up close to the peacock's side without the lobster noticing. If he wanted to attack the peacock's eyes, he'd have trouble. The lobster was facing that direction, so he'd definitely be seen. Han Sen stuck close to the peacock's body for a while, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He swam straight to the peacock's head like a torpedo, sword in hand and ready to strike. The moment Han Sen made his move, the lobster became aware. The pincers that were working on dismembering the peacock's battered body now turned their attention to Han Sen. The lobster's pincers were too quick. He knew if he continued his attack on the peacock he would be unable to dodge its claws. If Han Sen ran away now, however, he wouldn't be given a second chance to kill the peacock. His eyes looked different. The ancient mascot beast sword plunged itself into the peacock's eye repeatedly, and at the same time, he summoned his golden armor and the gargoyle glyph. With his other hand, he attempted to stop the pincer. The mascot beast's sword was driven deep into the peacock's eye, all 4 feet of its blade. There was no resistance, but at the same time, the big purple pincer of the lobster came bearing down on Han Sen. Han Sen's hand was knocked back into his own chest. Coughing blood, he was launched like a cannonball a few dozen meters in the sea. Han Sen's palm was not yin force and yang force. If it was, he'd have been shaken to death by the lobster's horrible power. Master discharge. Han Sen had learned this skill to discharge power. He didn't employ any anti-seismic techniques, but instead borrowed the strength of the lobster to go flying a few dozen meters through the sea. Super creature hunted, Deadeye Peacock. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. But now was not the time for Han Sen to admire his deed and celebrate his acquisition of a super beast soul. He held onto the pain in his chest and swam upwards. If he reached the surface, he would live. Although the lobster was massive, it was a sea creature. Han Sen could fly, so if he managed to get airborne, there was nothing the lobster could do. Han Sen had made the lobster furious. In an instant, it had almost caught up. Silver Fox, if you don't do anything, we're both going to die here. Han Sen's heart was screaming with alarm as he patted the Silver Fox's head to show some anxiety. The Silver Fox looked confused, But then, a silver lightning flickered in its eyes, and it jumped away from Han Sen's shoulder. It swam between its master and the rampaging lobster and unleashed a scary silver light. In a moment, the silver light had expanded and weaved its way across the entire area like a net. Han Sen screamed. The silver fox didn't just attack the lobster, it attacked Han Sen, too. The silver lightning spread through the water, as if it did not care who was friend or foe. Han Sen's hair stood up with the shock and more blood oozed from his mouth. Now Han Sen knew why the silver fox hadn't already used his silver lightning. The first thing it would kill wasn't the lobster, but Han Sen himself. The lobster received a shock from the lightning, which just angered it further. With rage, it turned its attention to attack the silver fox. But before it could be nabbed, the silver critter turned to swim away and sped off quickly. Its swimming speed was greater than Han Sen's. Seeing that the lobster was attracted to the silver fox gave Han Sen some relief, but it worried him as well. He feared that if the lobster caught up, it could very well kill the silver fox. The silver fox was still young, so there was no way its strength would be greater than the lobster's. The silver lightning that it cast only subdued the lobster for a few brief seconds. Its effect wasn't as strong as the blue light from the peacock had been. In the blink of an eye, the pursuer jumped forward, almost as if it teleported, in front of the silver fox. Boom! The silver fox's silver lightning was unleashed once again, which painted the sea like a canvas of countless thunderbolts. It shocked the lobster directly in front of him. In the time it was shocked and made immobile, the silver fox managed to get ahead once again and gain some distance from the lobster. The power of the lightning was not enough to damage the lobster, but it was enough to stun it for a brief while. And now, it had already caught up again. The silver fox repeated his previous move of unleashing silver lightning, but this time, its intensity wasn't nearly as high. It was because of this, the lobster wasn't stunned nearly as effectively. When the lobster caught up to the silver fox the third time, the lightning could not stun it. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and summoned his golden rock worm king and its berserk super pet armor. He threw the worm king in front of the silver fox as the lobster raced forward to finish it off. Peng, the golden rock worm king, wearing the berserk super pet armor, lasted a mere 3 seconds after it found itself between the crushing force of the lobster's pincers. Being unable to fight back, it was cut in half and cast away, destroying the beast's soul forever. But with the time its sacrifice bought, the silver fox managed to claw its way another few dozen meters in a bid to reach the surface. Han Sen swam as quickly as he could, too. He may have been able to use the golden rock worm king and pet armor to save the silver fox this time. But now that it was gone, there wouldn't be a second opportunity. My poor golden rock worm king in super pet armor. You have been with me for the longest time, surviving so many battles. I can't believe you were killed by this damn lobster. Do not worry, for I will avenge your death. One day, I will slay this lobster and cook it for a grand feast in your honor. I'll leave some upon your grave, too. Han Sen was as angry as he was upset, and so he tried to console himself. There was still a chance they could escape, however. But now the lobster had caught up with the silver fox again. Han Sen wasn't sure whether or not it was the silver fox's lightning that attracted the lobster's aggro, or if just wanted to hunt another super creature instead of a human. Seeing the lobster right on the silver fox's heels again made Han Sen worry. Even if he tried to help, whatever efforts he made would be futile. There was nothing he could do, nor was there anything he could use to block the lobster for a short while. All of a sudden, the silver fox flashed with silver light again. There was even lightning coursing through his fur. It looked as if an extra powerful thunderbolt had been cooking inside his body. The lobster was directly in front of the silver fox again, its pincers raised as if ready to cut another victim in half. Silver lightning erupted from the silver fox like a barrage of rockets. Its little body accelerated with the sheer force of the attack, and it was sent shooting out of the sea, freeing itself from the lobster's aggression. It was sent a whole 600 meters. Holy smokes, Han Sen froze, not having expected the silver fox to possess that ability. But now that the silver fox was gone, that made Han Sen the lobster's target once more. Han Sen did not say anything more and instead focused on trying to save himself by swimming as fast as he could. Fortunately, the silver fox had already drawn the lobster a good distance away, which gave him a head start. What the heck? If I knew it was planning that, I would have gone much earlier. Han Sen's heart soured, only being able to flee for his life. He prayed he'd be able to escape the sea before the lobster caught up. Han Sen wished he could grow a few extra arms and legs so he could swim with greater speed. With the lobster swimming a few dozen meters every second, it may as well have possessed the ability to teleport. It made Han Sen bitter. Come on, just a little quicker and I'll be out of here. Han Sen saw the light above grow brighter and brighter. But as he did, the lobster was getting closer and closer. The possibility of the lobster getting to him before he could escape was still all too real. Han-sen summoned his bird, 2 meters tall and with 4 wings, in front of him. The sacred blood class 4-winged thunderbird was crushed into pieces by the lobster's pincers. Han-sen used this time to reach the surface, summon his wings, and fly off into the sky. Flying 40 meters high, he suddenly heard a great splashing sound. The giant lobster leapt out of the sea and was now soaring through the air in a final bid to grab Han-sen. The speed of the berserk sacred blood wings was not faster than the airborne lobster, and it was sure to catch Han-sen as he flew. So, Han-sen's legs erupted with an incredible power. He borrowed the strength of the air and dashed 2 meters to the side. The pincer only just missed him. The lobster fell back down, triggering a tsunami of a wave like a meteor crashing into the sea. Without hesitating, Han-sen continued to fly higher and higher. The lobster swam around for a while, eyeing him, but after realizing it could no longer capture its intruder, it grabbed the peacock's body and returned to the deep sea. The silver fox didn't seem to be doing so well and looked incredibly weak. When Han-sen returned to them, it leapt onto his shoulder and stayed there, unmoving. Han-sen opened his mouth and coughed up blood. His organs had been damaged badly, and he feared it would take a long time to recover after this. Go. Han-sen gritted his teeth as he held his chest, which pounded with an unbearable pain. He left the area with Queen, and when they were clear, she summoned the whale so that Han-sen could lie down and rest. The silver fox dug its head into Han-sen's arms. He didn't know what it was doing at first, but it wasn't long before the silver fox pulled out his lotus roots. Immediately, the silver fox started chewing one up. Silver fox, you are heartless. I have been grievously wounded, and yet you rob me blind. Han-sen was disheartened, but he couldn't muster the strength to yell at the silver fox. The next second, Han-sen was frozen. After the silver fox chewed the lotus root, he did not swallow it for himself. Rather, he fed it to Han-sen. Han-sen was surprised to see him not eat it for himself. He was feeding Han-sen, and it touched him deeply. But he did feel uncomfortable eating food that had been chewed up by his pet. He almost thought of rejecting it. But the lotus root had been ground into juice and it dribbled into Han-sen's mouth. Han-sen knew he had risked his life to retrieve the lotus roots, so he thought it'd be a waste to spit it out. Without thinking about it too much, he accepted it all. After consuming it, he felt a refreshing and rejuvenating aura emanate from deep inside his body. The burning pain in his chest felt better and his pounding heart relaxed. Han-sen quickly ran his Dongshuan Sutra. He absorbed this new, refreshing power. Dongshuan Sutra had an amazing effect whilst you breathed, wherein the metabolism of cells ran quicker. Now, the damaged parts of his body were being renewed, and newborn cells replaced the old, harmed ones. Queen noticed the 2 lotus roots and immediately acknowledged where they came from. But seeing the silver fox feed Han-sen made her observe him with a greater curiosity. Earlier, Han-sen was heavily injured. His face looked ill and his skin was pale. But now, not long after, his face was looking better. The color of his complexion returned and his skin seemed to radiate. It was silky smooth, too. Your face is white, but it looks a little red. It's quite special. Seeing Han-sen, Queen couldn't help but say something cheesy. When she looked at Han-sen, she thought this new image suited him. Queen felt a little jealous since she wasn't a person who cared much about her appearance. This must be the effect of a hyper-geno art. Or is it an effect of the lotus root? Queen thought to herself. All of a sudden, a pleasant fragrance tickled Queen's nose. It made her feel as if she had eaten live fruit. The pores across her body all opened. What's going on? Queen looked at Han-sen with a puzzled expression. After she smelled the pleasant scent, the heavenly go in her body activated. It then seemed to be absorbing the fragrance. Queen felt incredible. She had never guessed there was a smell that could trigger heavenly go. If she hadn't been experiencing it at that moment, even if others told her, she would not have believed it to be true. The scariest thing with that smell, however, was how it seemed to be improving her heavenly go. It had been a long time since she made progress with the ability, yet now she was, entirely passively. Although she did not know what was going on, she did not let this opportunity pass her by. She quickly sat down by Han-sen's side and started absorbing as much of the smell as she could, to take her heavenly go even further. The purple light in her body continued to glow, absorbing the fragrance that was all around. Eventually, even her purple light seemed to smell good. The way Queen presented herself often made her seem cold, but now she became prettier to look at. She resembled a fairy, minus all the glitter. She looked stunning, like someone no one could ever dare dream of hurting. The lotus roots must have been extremely beneficial to women, and they possessed a rather cold trait. Although men benefited from them, women would benefit more. The 2 lotus roots were most certainly not something ordinary. Their medical properties were incredibly strong. Han Sen absorbed them through his Dongshuan Sutra, and it helped his training a considerable amount. Queen, although not as strongly, was smelling just like he did. As Han Sen watched her, a strange feeling developed. He felt as if he could see the flow of Queen's body and witness the changes going on inside her at a granular level. But that was impossible. She was still wearing her blood-scale armor, and it wasn't as if Han Sen had X-ray vision. He could examine every little thing and observe every tiny detail. There was nothing hidden and nothing more secret. Han Sen was taken aback. With this skill, even if he did not know it fully, he could follow what he was seeing and eventually learn the Kaigong that she was in the midst of practicing. Han Sen was lost in deep thought. When he came to, it was only then that he noticed he was not observing Queen's flow with his eyes. Smell. It must be her smell. Han Sen was surprised. It was the smell that was tracing Queen's Kaigong. Han Sen could smell that fragrance all around, and through that, he was able to follow the flow inside Queen's body. Han Sen gave Queen a complicated look. That meant the heavenly go that was meant to be so secretive no longer was. He could observe every last detail of it. Before Han Sen could finish thinking, though, he felt his body's Dongshuan Sutra running. It was treading a different path to that which it normally did, and it drifted to accompany Queen's flow. It was only then that he noticed it was copying Heavenly Go. When he returned from his daydream, it was to the realization that he had obtained a super beast soul. It was his first in the second God's Sanctuary. Super creature beast soul, Deadeye Peacock Bow type. While Queen was looking away, Han Sen summoned the Deadeye Peacock beast soul. A peacock-like bird appeared in front of Han Sen, flapping its wings. It was roughly 2 feet long. Looking closer, he realized that it wasn't a living creature, but a blue-colored metal crossbow. It was shaped to resemble a peacock, with its wings composing the bow of the weapon. With the body as its stock, the mouth of the peacock was where the tips of the bolts were lodged, and the top of the head itself was the sightline with which its user would aim. It was a beautiful piece of equipment. Han Sen looked inside its accompanying quiver and saw that there was enough space for 8 bolts to be stored. This was a fine amount, particularly for a weapon that could be used as efficiently as a pistol. If he used Beast Soul bolts, he'd have an infinite supply of ammo, too, provided the bolts weren't broken. Han Sen examined the peacock crossbow with an open jaw. It was a remarkable weapon to have in his possession. But without the appropriate bolts, it was little more than a sturdy stick to beat stuff over the head with. This is great, but you could at least provide me with some bolts. You didn't even give me a single one. Now I have to go find some myself. Han Sen didn't know whether he should be happy or sad right now. The peacock crossbow looked incredibly powerful, but his visual perception was all that he could use to get to know it. He had no way of giving it a proper test run. They continued to sail for another 10 days before Han Sen caught sight of land. It wasn't just any parcel of land, either. It was a human shelter, one that operated on the coast. Han Sen, upon arriving, made sure to teleport back to the Alliance. He had been gone for some time, following his misadventure with the White Tiger. He was afraid Jai Yanran had become gravely concerned over his welfare and whereabouts, so he made sure to check in on her. He wanted to comfort her and make some bolts for his new crossbow. Jai Yanran really did worry over him. When she saw him return, she was delightfully surprised, and she did her best to shelve how upset she was. Han Sen comforted her for a while, and her mood genuinely brightened. Jai Yanran had been upset not because he had been gone for so long, but because she did not know whether or not he was okay. If I cannot buy the bolts I need, I'll just have to hunt down the creatures myself. Han Sen scoured the ice field, Golden Beach, and Whitestone Beach for information, hoping to find out where sacred blood beast soul bolts could drop. After a good while of searching, he came across a creature that was known to drop sacred blood beast soul bolts near Whitestone Beach. It was a creature known as Sky Falcon. As he was finishing up his browser session, his communicator rang. It was Zhu Ting calling. He had asked for his number a while back, but this was the first time he had called him. Han Sen wondered what he wanted at this time. "Boss, this is not good," Zhu Ting said, hastily. "What's not good?" Han Sen frowned. "Mystery Island. There is a mystery island on the ice field. Where are you? Come back. If you don't, others will seek to claim the benefits." Zhu Ting's face looked panicky. Han Sen was frozen for a bit, knowing why Zhu Ting was in such a rush. The mystery island here was different than the one in the first God's Sanctuary. The mystery island must have had a royal-class spirit shelter situated on it. If it did, the likelihood of something good being there was extremely high. After speaking with Zhu Ting, Yang Manli also called. He talked to her for a while and expressed his desire for her to remain available and prepared for what was to come. There was nothing Han Sen could do right now since he was near Whitestone Beach. Returning to the ice field on such short notice would prove difficult. Even returning within a month would be a remarkable achievement. After finishing his discussion with Yang Manli, Han Sen called up Fu Pinking. He wanted to purchase a map from her, one that would guide him back to the ice field. You are on Whitestone Beach. You really are on Whitestone Beach. Fu Pinking seemed quite surprised. Is it such a surprise that I'm here at Whitestone Beach? Han Sen looked at her strangely. You should be near the White Sands shelter, then. You are, aren't you? Fu Pinking skipped a direct response and inquired. Yes. Han Sen's eyes opened wide. You can't be here too, can you? Yes, I'm here. Wait for me in the White Sands shelter for 2 days and I'll come see you. She hung up. Han Sen was taken aback and felt a little insulted. He said to himself, you didn't have to hang up so quickly. You didn't even provide me the opportunity to tell you that Queen is with me. On the second day, Fu Pinking arrived just as she said she would. Seeing Han Sen with Queen, her beautiful eyes opened wide and her mouth did not close. Why are you two together? Fu Pinking asked with a puzzled expression. I want to invite Han Sen to join my team, Queen responded. You're inviting him into your team. Fu Pinking thought her ears were being faulty for a moment. Queen inviting someone into her team personally was a rare thing. And Han Sen had only been in the second god's sanctuary for over a year. She really did not understand why Queen would want to invite Han Sen into her team. He rejected, Queen said, stoutly. This came as a big shock to Fu Pinking. She was speechless, and all she could do was stare at Han Sen with wide eyes. Queen had invited Han Sen to join her team, but Han Sen rejected her. This was like a fairy tale, a strain for anyone to believe. If it wasn't for Queen telling her this, she wouldn't believe the news. Han Sen merely laughed and said, Queen is only joking around. It's not that I do not wish to join. It's just that there is someone on the team who does not desire my presence. If you are willing to join the group, then I will propose your membership once more. If you are rejected again, then I will quit the group and follow you. At that moment, Fu Pinking was petrified as if she had seen something ghastly. All she could do was stare at Han Sen and Queen. She thought her brain was too small to handle the complexities of their situation, and she had no idea what was going on anymore. It was hard to imagine that Queen, of all people, would say something like this. In the White Sands Shelters market, Fu Pinking walked alongside Han Sen, often turning to observe him. I know I am handsome. If you like my appearance that much, why don't we book a room together so you can inspect me in all my splendor? Han Sen asked her. He felt awkward, getting stared at by her. Fu Pinking merely fluttered her eyelashes and said, sure. Do you want to go right now? Han Sen did not say anything, but his eyes were suggesting enough. They couldn't keep away from Fu Pinking's inflated chest. Similar to Queen, her breasts were the best of the best. Fu Pinking blushed and asked, what are you looking at these for? Aren't you afraid Jai Yanran might suddenly appear and cut your penis off? Feel free to book a room if you've got the balls to do it, though. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen knew Fu Pinking was willing to say anything that came to mind. But if he actually stepped up to book a room, she'd chicken out. You really can't tell. I'm serious. You can go book us that room right now. I must say, though, I can't believe someone like Queen was willing to say she'd follow you. Be honest with me. What mind trick have you used to put her under your spell? Fu Pinking giggled and looked at Han Sen. You know that's not what she meant. Han Sen opened his arms to express his disbelief. I know that's not what she meant, but it's still strange for her to be willing to give up her team for you. What have you done? Fu Pinking's curiosity had reached the pitch point. She couldn't fathom what Han Sen might have done to make Queen feel this way. I have no idea. Maybe she thinks I'm incredibly handsome, too, and won't be able to keep her eyes off me. Hence her desire to follow. Han Sen expressed, with off-putting cockiness. Whatever. Fu Pinking rolled her eyes towards Han Sen. Han Sen laughed and turned to look at the beast soul shop they had just arrived at. Before climbing the mountain, he wanted to buy one type of beast soul bolt first. If he couldn't get a sacred blood class bolt, he'd at least want to grab a mutant class bolt. After all, bringing a Z-steel arrow with him wasn't ideal, and a mutant class bolt was guaranteed to be far more efficient. But bolts, as he had previously seen, were still too unpopular. Han Sen and Fu Pinking walked around the markets for some time without finding a single one. They did, however, see a wide variety of arrows, but arrows were too long for the peacock crossbow, and they wouldn't load in. The peacock crossbow was medium-sized, which required short bolts. Han Sen at last found a mutant class bolt in a beast soul shop that wasn't looking too popular. It was a black bolt, formerly referred to as an ice snake bolt, and its tip was coated with a paralyzing substance. Han Sen was surprised to see that the bolt was 30% cheaper than any other mutant class beast soul. It really did seem like crossbows were unpopular, and few people were willing to buy their beast souls. On the fourth day, Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat arrived. Seeing Han Sen present, Tyrant sternly frowned. Tyrant did not heed Han Sen's presence and was wholly uncaring. He approached Queen with haste, asking, "Are you okay?" Fu Pinking gave him a spiteful glance, showing a clear distaste for what Tyrant had just asked. It was clear to see that Queen was okay and his question was unnecessary. "I'm fine," Queen answered. She then looked at the three and said, "You all saw what Han Sen was capable of last time. I am hoping that he can join our team, and I'd like to hear your opinions." Tyrant furrowed his eyebrows again and said, "Big sis, has this not already been a subject of discussion?" Queen explained, "Last time, Shang King was still here. Now we are low on members. I think Han Sen would be a great fit, for he has been of tremendous service to me. Someone who does not follow the rules is a liability to the team. This is why I am vehemently against his membership on our team. I really can't persuade you." Queen frowned. "I stand by my decision for the benefit of our team, no matter how cruel it may sound," Tyrant said. "Okay, I see. If things are like that, then I quit." Queen stated her resignation without a moment of hesitation. Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat were shaken. None of them expected her to quit the team on Han Sen's behalf. "Big sis, we can talk about this. We can talk about this. There is no need to be like that," Lazy Cat said, doing her best to fix the situation and ease tensions. "Yeah, bis sis." Tyrant did not mean what he said. "If you think Han Sen is the sort of person this team needs, then we can talk about it," Sky Jealousy chimed in. Tyrant's face looked bleak. Still, he gritted his teeth to hiss, "Big sis, we have been through much together over the years. Are you really going to throw it all away on the behalf of some outsider?" Queen calmly said, "I have not spoken recklessly. This is not a knee-jerk response. I am not mad at any of you, either. Have you each forgotten why we formed this team in the first place? It was to slay super creatures," Tyrant said. Queen nodded and then said, "This is indeed a team to slay super creatures. But over the years, we have not managed to kill a single one." Tyrant looked ill, and so he pleaded, "But we have been doing better and better in recent times. The opportunity will soon arise. Even when Shang King was still here, we could not kill a super creature. With the others gone, and our team being considerably weakened, do you still think we have a chance?" Queen said it straight. "You seem to suggest that we don't. Are you telling me we would stand a chance with this person's inclusion?" Tyrant bit his teeth and asked painfully. Queen nodded and said, "Yes, I do believe so." After that, not only could Tyrant say nothing further, but even Sky Jealousy and Lazy Cat were too shocked to say anything. They had never seen Queen respect someone as much as she did Han Sen. Everyone looked upon Han Sen, unable to determine which aspect of him made him so desirable and beneficial to the team. They did their best to figure out what was so special about him, that Queen was willing to quit the group for him. "I only have one aim and duty, to kill a super creature, and I will do anything to achieve that goal. If Han Sen cannot join the team, then there is no reason for me to stay with this team anymore." Queen explained it all calmly, but her certainty and absolute manner of speech made the others speechless. "Sometimes, even I cannot understand how she works," Fu Pinking sighed. "She must have had a reason to say what she did. Can you think of anything?" Han Sen inquired with a bewildered look. Queen was raised by the Fu family, so it was only natural for him to expect Fu Pinking would know something. With a wry smile, she just shook her head and said, "Not me." In the Ares Martial Hall, there are only two people who are close enough with her to ask such personal questions. Han Sen nodded, acknowledging that she was referring to Fu Cheng and his wife. "I'm going to the mountain. Since they won't be tagging along, it'll be too difficult for me to protect you. You should return to the shelter," Han Sen said. This time, she did not object. She merely nodded. After splitting up with Fu Pinking, Han Sen rode Golden Growler to the Sky Pillar Mountain. He was unconcerned with what others thought, and his plan wasn't going to change on account of some drama. Han Sen left White Sand Shelter and ventured off into the mountainous regions. Before long, his passage was suddenly blocked by three people. These three were Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat. "Out of us three, I want you to pick one." Tyrant coldly looked at Han Sen. "Pick one for what?" Han Sen asked. "Combat. If you beat one of us, I will allow you to join," Tyrant answered, with a proud tone of voice. Han Sen laughed. "Sorry, I don't even want to join your team. I'm not interested in humiliating you in combat, either." The three of them were no ordinary evolvers. They were strong and they were the most elite there were. But despite their accomplishments, Han Sen thought there was still no point in joining their team, for despite their unity, they still lacked the ability to slay a super creature. After that, Han Sen wished to walk past them and continue his venture. Lazy Cat was enraged. She summoned a dagger and attacked Han Sen in her fury, yelling, "You only say this now, do you? You have deliberately tried to sabotage our group. I am going to kill you, you asshole." Lazy Cat was incredibly quick, and streams of wind were visible as she ran. Although she was not as strong as the White Tiger, her speed surpassed any evolver Han Sen had ever seen. Dong! Han Sen did not even need to turn around. The ancient sword that was in his right hand swooped around his back and stopped Lazy Cat's killing dagger in its tracks. Lazy Cat shouted and spun like a tornado to Han Sen's other side, with her dagger now aiming for his neck. Han Sen's body did not move, but his sword did. Effortlessly, it swung around and put an end to the course her dagger followed. Lazy Cat's small body had a wild, primitive energy. Her right hand summoned another dagger, which targeted Han Sen's waist. Han Sen lowered the ancient sword in his hand, using the hilt to deflect her attack. Like a hurricane, Lazy Cat started spinning around Han Sen. Her two daggers were thrusting and slashing from every angle at ridiculous speed. But Han Sen was still standing, seemingly unfazed. With just one sword and one hand, he moved them around, deflecting every single strike with the precision of a machine. "Cat, fall back." Sky Jealousy pulled out his soft sword, which reached out for Han Sen like snow. "He's mine. Leave him to me." Lazy Cat's fury for Han Sen ruining her relationship with Queen showed no sign of going away anytime soon. Han Sen's mascot sword continued to block and deflect every single one of Lazy Cat's attacks, but with the approach of Sky Jealousy, Han Sen had to summon his silver snake sword. Despite going up against two people, Han Sen was still not at a disadvantage. He didn't even fight back. All he did was remain where he was, deflecting attacks and being as defensive as possible. Tyrant's face displayed a mixture of emotions as he witnessed the battle. He had previously looked down on Han Sen, believing him to be worthless. He had never guessed Han Sen possessed such power. To fight two people simultaneously and not sweat, with no obvious depletion of power, was an impressive feat. But still, Han Sen was not fighting back. Tyrant gritted his teeth and his body shone with the color of gold. He summoned his black lance and, like a toxic dragon, he lunged towards Han Sen. Dong! Han Sen's ancient sword clashed against the black lance. They were both pushed back, which gave neither of them an advantage. Tyrant joined in the fight. All three of them fought Han Sen, with no winner yet looking likely to be determined. It was a frightening sight to see, and their inability to overcome one solo battler left the three attackers with conflicted emotions. Han Sen's speed was on par with Lazy Cat. His strength was no worse than the strength-excelling Tyrant, and Sky Jealousy's frost air had no effect on him. This was the first time they had ever come across such a powerful human, and he seemed stronger than Queen herself. He was indestructible. Under the barrage of attacks from three people, the swords in Han Sen's arms danced with alarming speed, accuracy, and efficiency. As time went by, the realization they could not beat him began to sink in. Their unified push was slowly starting to become a unified retreat. A lance fell, a sword dropped, and a dagger broke. Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat were robbed of their weapons. With pale faces, they now looked at the motionless Han Sen with eyes of resentful surprise. Despite their combined effort, they lost the battle. Han Sen's fitness was so strong he was barely human, they thought. His dexterity and proficiency in every aspect of combat was at the pinnacle of what they believed a person could achieve. Lazy Cat's eyes looked lost and devoid of hope, realizing now why Queen so desperately wanted Han Sen to join. His power was terrifying and none of them were a match. Sky Jealousy's eyes were bewildered. He believed that a person like Han Sen was out of their league, and they were foolish to attempt competing with him. But still, he could not accept that Queen was abandoning them for someone who was practically a stranger. "Let's go." Tyrant did not say any more before turning around to abandon the fight he instigated. Watching the three of them leave, Han Sen sheathed his sword. Then, he turned around to look at a thicket of trees. He called out, "You can come out now." Queen's slender shadow appeared from behind an ancient tree. She approached Han Sen to whisper, "Thank you." "For what?" Han Sen asked with a smile. Of course, he already knew. She was thanking him for sparing the lives of his attackers. Queen did not reply. She just looked in the direction her three former compatriots had left and sighed. It was rare for Han Sen to see this woman in such a downtrodden mood. The likelihood of seeing her in such a state was far less than seeing her smile. Han Sen thought there was nothing in this world that would even prompt her to frown. But there she was, actually sighing. Sky Pillar Mountain. Let's go. Queen's emotions frosted over once more. Is it really okay for you to just leave them hanging like that? Han Sen really wanted to understand what Queen was thinking. I only require people who are useful to my cause. If one day I find out you are of no use to me, I will leave you without hesitation. Queen started walking ahead and said without looking back, the same applies to you. If I am of no use to you, please be rid of me. What plagues this woman's heart? Seeing Queen's silhouette step forward, aloof, Han Sen could not help but sigh. Han Sen had many questions weighing on his heart and mind, but he chose not to ask them. It was just like Queen said, she needed his power and he needed hers. That had to be enough. Killing a super creature solo would be too difficult. Sky Pillar Mountain was almost like a spire in its structure and formation. It was difficult to recognize as a mountain from afar, as it resembled some sacred pillar that tethered the world and sky. This semblance had become its namesake. When they reached the mountain's foot, Queen looked at Han Sen with concern and said, "This Sky Pillar Mountain belongs to the Chen family. If you encounter anyone from the Chen family, be wary of Chen Ran in particular. Is he powerful?" Han Sen had met two people from the Chen family before, Chen Zai Chen and Zhu Ting. Han Sen had always desired to learn the Chen family's special 7 twists skill, but he never had. Even though Zhu Ting had learnt it, being a bastard son of the family, he was tight-lipped about its practice. 80 years ago, Chen Ran unlocked his gene lock, Queen said, and then did not say any more. Han Sen knew how frightening Chen Ran was, merely from hearing his name. The history of this world only went back 100 years. If he unlocked his gene lock 80 years ago, he had to be an old elite. To have been able to train with his open gene lock for 80 years, who could fathom what mighty powers he might have learnt? Even if he hadn't totally unlocked the first gene lock, the amount he had opened it must certainly be more than any other evolver. For Queen to warn him about this person was a testament to his abilities. Han Sen thought Sky Pillar Mountain was huge, and it was nearly impossible to determine an optimal path up. Therefore, he picked a trail at random and began hiking. He also believed their presence would go unnoticed if they climbed the mountain in such a manner. He was wrong, for shortly after they began their trek, a group of people approached them. The leader of the group had gray hair, but his face put him in his 40s. There weren't any wrinkles Han Sen could see, and his body looked toned and well-trained. "You there, who has selected to ascend this glorious Sky Pillar Mountain. Tell me, why have you not made your presence known to us? Our hospitality knows no shortage." Chen Ran stopped before Queen, leading an entourage of 100 in his wake. "We have only come here to hunt a few sky falcons. It was not in our interest to trouble you," Queen politely said in response. "You speak as if you were unknown to us. The Chen family and the Huangfu family have borne a relationship extending back many generations. You are half of the Huangfu family, which makes you a relative of mine, whether you wish it or not. There is no trouble, I assure you." Chen Ran smiled and said, "The sky falcons of your pilgrimage reside at the top of this mountain, and it is a trying campaign to reach them. I beseech you to allow me and my fellow elderly men to escort you." "Sure," Queen agreed. Chen Ran commanded many of his followers to remain at the foot of the mountain. He rallied 10 others to his side, and with them, Queen and Han Sen resumed their ascent. Han Sen knew that it was not for their own safety that Chen Ran was willing to escort them. He was afraid they would seek to kill the super creatures that resided there. That was okay, however. Han Sen did not wish to slay the super creatures, so he was not against the company. With them leading the way, it would be a much safer journey to the peak. Han Sen came here to hunt, and thus he could not bring the silver fox. He left it in White Sand's shelter, in a room he had rented for it to wait in. Sky Pillar Mountain was easily 3,000 meters high. And now, they noticed they were walking through a garden of bones. They weren't ordinary bones, as they were grand in size. They were easily a few dozen meters long, each. The legends say that these bones belong to the creature that once guarded this mountain. When it reigned supreme over this place, no one dared approach for 1,000 meters, Chen Ran explained. A few 100-meter-long bones lay strewn across the mountainside, and much of the area was wreathed with vines. Strangely, they were all shriveled and withered, and many had knitted their way across the bones that were scattered about. Han Sen curiously observed the bones. They had a diffuse, ancient aura of power, one that was dormant, as if it were slumbering. This power seemed to ward away creatures from coming anywhere near them, too. It was not normal for mere bones to be so oppressive. It made Han Sen question whether they were the bones of a long-dead super creature. "I wonder if I can cook some soup with the bones. Perhaps I can nab a few super geno points by doing that." Han Sen wondered, but after looking at those sinister bones again, he gave up the idea. Still, he walked nearer them to get a better view. Chen Ran called a man named Zhu Dongjin to come forward. He summoned a beast soul sword and struck the bone with it. A great sound rang out across the valleys and mountains of the region, but upon inspecting the bone that was hit, there was not a single mark on it. These bones are incredibly hard. Even with a sacred blood weapon, they cannot be damaged. Zhu Dongjin sheathed his sword as he explained their strength. This was almost confirmation for Han Sen that these were indeed the remains of a super creature. If they weren't, Zhu Dongjin's mighty strike was sure to leave a hefty cut. But it was a puzzling conundrum. Why would a super creature simply die here without a struggle, with its bones cast across the mountainside? Shenran's people discussed various topics with Queen while Han Sen walked along the spine of the creature on their ascent. The further he walked, the more vines seemed to strangle the bones. It made Han Sen wonder how long it took for the creature to decay, and for the vines to tangle and course their way up and down what remained. When he reached the skull of the creature, it seemed to resemble the skull of a dog. The teeth were terrifying, and picturing how they might have one day gnashed at helpless victims made a chill run down his spine. Han Sen sighed in his heart, saying to himself, "It is a shame only the bones remain. Heaven knows how long these bones have been lying here. They are useless now." When he prepared to leave the bones, he caught sight of a nut hanging from the vines that smothered the skull. It looked dried up, yellowish like the vines it clung to. Han Sen went to take a closer look. It was in fact a gourd. It was small, too, and could easily be picked up in one hand. It seemed to have sprouted as the vines themselves withered. Ordinary people did not care much for plants or botany, but it was a subject of great interest to Han Sen. With so many vines blanketing the skull, he wondered if that soul gourd was special in some way. Han Sen put his hands around the gourd and tried to pry it from the vines. Despite exerting all his strength, he was unable to remove it. With great surprise, he had to ask aloud, "Why is this gourd so stubborn?" "Give it up, friend. Try as you might, that thing won't ever come off. That dead gourd is as tough as the bones it is attached to. Even if you use a weapon, it'll be to no avail. You aren't the first to inquire about that little thing. Many people have come to try their luck and remove it, and many more with fire. Nothing ever seemed to work." Zhu Dongjin chuckled as he walked. Hearing him say this, Han Sen only became more inquisitive. He summoned his mascot sword and said, "If it is indeed as you say, I cannot help but try it out for myself." Han Sen slashed the gourd with all his might. It felt like he was striking rubber, and with nary a budge, his sword smacked it like a stone and bounced off. "What did I say, eh?" Zhu Dongjin resumed his laughter. "You are right. That thing is tough." Han Sen's curiosity only increased, thinking the gourd had to be something quite special. For a gourd vine to be that strong was abnormal. By no right should it have been that difficult to remove. Han Sen put away his sword and grabbed the gourd with his hands while he secretly activated his gene lock. Just as he prepared to pull with all his strength, the gourd fell off into his hands. This was quite the shock for him. Zhu Dongjin was even more surprised. He couldn't not believe the gourd was now in Han Sen's hand. And all he could ask was, "How did you do that?" For countless years, the vines had wreathed those bones. Countless people had come and gone, each trying their luck at removing the gourd, all with no success. But now, Han Sen had just come along and removed it with a casual pull. This bewildered Zhu Dongjin. "I have no idea what I did. I only gave it a little pull and poof, it fell off." Han Sen was almost disappointed to have removed the gourd with such little effort. Zhu Dongjin watched Han Sen pull the gourd off the vine with little to no strength, and the surprise he felt was immeasurable. So immeasurable, it bore repeating. "What has transpired here?" Shenran brought Queen and the remainder of the followers over to see what the commotion was about. Our new friend, Brother Han, pulled the gourd off the vine with his hand. Zhu Dongjin simply recounted the story to Shenran. Shenran and the rest of the people weren't sure what to think, but they didn't dwell on the issue. They still believed it to be an ordinary gourd and nothing more. "Brother Han, you look to me like a man of good fortune. Heaven knows how many years this gourd has clung to the withered vines that birthed it, despite the insistence of its removal by others. Now, with you coming along, it seems to have accepted you as its bearer," Shenran said with a smile. He continued, "Would you allow me to take a look at the thing in its entirety?" Of course. Without hesitation, Han Sen passed the gourd to Shenran. Shenran inspected it for a good while but could not see anything out of the ordinary. He then gave it to Zhu Dongjin to look at, who came to the same conclusion. Zhu Dongjin then passed it back to Han Sen. If this was meant to be, Han Sen should hold on to it. "Perhaps it is a treasure of some kind, one whose true value is unknown to us," Zhu Dongjin said. "It is only a dead gourd, Zhu Dongjin. It's not some treasure, trophy or souvenir." Han Sen then placed the gourd in his chest pocket. Everyone resumed their trek to the top of the mountain. With Shenran's guidance, they managed to avoid many dangerous areas that were prone to the visits of fierce monsters. Because of this, their progress was good and hindrances were practically non-existent. As he walked, Han Sen began to feel as if something was wrong. However, the gourd against his chest began to beat as if it possessed a heart. Han Sen was shocked. He secretly fingered the gourd, trying to get a better feel of what was in there. A faint pulsing sensation came from the gourd, as if it really did possess a heartbeat. But because it was so weak, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to tell it had won without his seventh sense. Han Sen was so disturbed by the minor revelation that he almost wished to throw the gourd away. Ever since he saw the lotus bear 18 blood crystal wasps, he had grown a slight fear of meddling with curious plants. When Han Sen tried to feel it again, the pulse had vanished. No matter how Han Sen held it in his hand, he could no longer feel what he previously had. Strange, I just felt it. Why has it gone? Han Sen frowned. He didn't dare place the gourd back in his chest pocket, so he continued to just hold it in his hand. What is this thing, I wonder? Han Sen wanted to toss it away and be rid of anything malicious it might harbor inside. But then, his thoughts returned to the possibility of it being some sort of treasure, in which case throwing it away would be a profound loss. Han Sen regretted that he did not bring the silver fox with him. Unlike Han Sen, who was stumped to figure out what the gourd was, the fox would probably know what to do with it. Once he picked it up, a selfish person like Han Sen would not throw it away. He continued holding onto it, planning to give it to the silver fox later. Every now and again, they encountered a few creatures on the path. Many populated the mountain, and they came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, so it was impossible to avoid a skirmish or two along the way. Without a spirit shelter nearby, however, they did not have to worry about there being large quantities of monsters. They made sure to avoid the hot spots and dangerous zones as marked by Chen Ran and his people, and any monster that ventured near, they quickly ran through. There was no chance for Han Sen and Queen to put in a strike or two, which robbed them of the opportunity to collect some loot along the way. But it did not concern them too much because Han Sen was only there for the sky falcons atop the mountain. All of a sudden, the neighing of a horse sounded from somewhere ahead. The faces of Chen Ran and his people drained of their color. Quick, we must hide. Chen Ran went ahead to look for a spot to hide and noticed a narrow crevice in the cliffside they followed. Whatever was headed their way was obviously a creature of some notoriety for the people of the mountain, something wielding a most heinous power. Without hesitating, they followed Chen Ran and his people into the crevice. Not long after, the sounds of a neighing horse came closer and closer. Soon after, something that looked like a horse or donkey riding a red cloud passed by their hiding place. Han Sen snuck a peek at it with a strange look on his face. Before he came to the mountain, he read reports of a horse-like creature riding a red cloud up and down the mountain. This had to be what the reports were referencing. But this creature looked more like a mule. Its hair was shaggy, but shone red and looked good. Its most striking aspect was the red cloud that surrounded it. The mule looked like a holy deity of some sort, and it seemed to be riding down the mountainside carefree and happily. What it was excited about, Han Sen couldn't guess. After hovering around for a minute, the mule soon disappeared. That creature is extremely powerful. Many travelers who have desired passage to the peak have died, trampled beneath its murderous hooves. We have taken you along a trail that bypasses the areas it most commonly traverses, so it was a surprise for us to encounter it here. After waiting until the creature was out of earshot, Chen Ran explained the situation. Queen and Han Sen looked at each other without saying anything. The reason why Chen Ran took a detour was to avoid bumping into this super creature, since he did not want them to know of it. Let us depart, and let us pray we do not encounter it again on our return journey, Zhu Dongjin said. Everyone in the group had a profound desire to run into that creature again, so their pace up the mountain hastened a considerable amount. Although this mountain was host to many strange phenomena and dangerous creatures, it was fortunate they had not found themselves in any particular danger. After 6 days of hiking, they had almost reached the top. Han Sen took a moment to look down and observe the length of what he had traversed, and he was surprised to see very little. The clouds blanketed the lands below like a sea of white foam. It was as if he had reached heaven or entered a world only fairies lived in. Atop the peak rested a large ancient tree that sprouted branches outward in various directions, resembling a mushroom. The branches were so thick, entwined and long, that they sheltered the entire peak like an umbrella. It was a mighty tree. Han Sen looked at it from afar. Although he had read about the tree's existence before, seeing it in person was a different story. Its magnificence was mesmerizing to behold. There are thousands of creatures living up there in that tree. There are over 1,000 big bird species, too. The sky falcon you desire is amongst the largest in size, and our last count tallied their number at over 1,000. Sacred blood varieties exist amongst them, as well, Zhu Dongjin explained. Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows. It was hard to believe so many creatures resided among and beneath the boughs of such a humongous tree. If they approached, they wouldn't only be doing battle with the sky falcons, it would seem. Every nest and chirping bird would be startled, most likely, and that would put them in a lot of trouble. When Queen and Han Sen didn't say a word, Chen Ran smiled and said, "Although the sacred tree has many creatures, fear not." Strangely, each species has its own set of rules and spot inside the tree to live in. The sky falcon, however, lives at the very top of the tree. They will be tricky to hunt, I must confess. Chen Ran and his people showed no interest in helping Han Sen and Queen complete the task that led them there, so they stood back and waited to see how they would perform. When Queen said she had come here to hunt a sky falcon, Chen Ran did not actually believe she could do it. There were many creatures on the tree, and it would be difficult to reach the top. Plus, at the speed the sky falcons flew, strength would not matter if they were unable to hit one. Chen Ran believed Queen had come with a secret desire to search for a super creature, and that the desire to hunt a sky falcon was merely a dishonest excuse. "You guys stay here, I'll go get the sky falcon myself." Before Han Sen arrived, he had already conducted a lot of research, and he knew Chen Ran wasn't lying. But he didn't come here without a plan up his sleeve. Chen Ran was surprised that Han Sen stepped forward to hunt the sky falcons, not the Queen. Zhu Dongjin and the rest looked at Han Sen as if they were getting comfy for an unsuccessful, albeit hilarious, spectacle. The Queen's heavenly go was infamous, however, and they thought if the Queen were the one to go, she might have been able to run up the tree, kill the bird she sought, and make it back in one piece. None of them had heard of Han Sen's name before, and when he proclaimed his intent of hunting a sky falcon solo, they thought it was a foolish notion. They believed the deed to be impossible for him and that he'd only cause them grief. The Queen nodded, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Unexpectedly for Zhu Dongjin, the Queen agreed instead of preventing Han Sen from going alone. Han Sen summoned his wings and took off into the skies. He circled the tree and then went up to the top. Watching Han Sen fly straight to the top to slay a sky falcon, Chen Ran shook his head and confessed, "This brother Han lacks patience. To rush in like that is a fool's errand, and I fear he will be killed before he even reaches the top." Chen Ran observed the silhouette of Han Sen. Even though he was from the Chen family, and a learner of 7 twists, even he would not dare provoke a flock of such hazardous birds. To him, Han Sen looked like someone with a death wish. When Han Sen was 100 meters from the top, the birds on the tree noticed him. All sorts of birds flew out from the tree, all targeting Han Sen. It was a terrifying sight to witness. There were so many birds that the skies became black, blotting out the sun and shrouding the area in darkness. It was riveting to watch due to the size of the birds, as well. They were each quite small and the biggest was roughly the size of a white crane. Most of them were only the size of ravens or sparrows, but size did not matter, and the sight was ugly all the same. No matter how hard they might try, a person with arms and legs could do little to deflect such swarming creatures. Although he was expecting this sort of situation, it was still a shock for Zhu Dongjin to witness a man be assaulted by so many angry birds. According to the information he had obtained, sky falcons looked like owls, just a little slimmer. They were greenish-blue in color and flew incredibly fast. Han Sen knew where the sky falcons lived, and so he continued to observe the top of the tree as he went through the air, so he'd be able to see them the moment they emerged. Just like the information he had obtained suggested, the sky falcons were faster than any other bird. All of a sudden, they came speeding out to the head of the crowd of birds coming for Han Sen. But in the group of sky falcons that came for him, Han Sen could not catch a glimpse of the extra-large sky falcon king in their midst. This puzzled him. This man is incredibly brave. Seeing Han Sen go up against the birds with equal aggression, Zhu Dongjin could not refrain from commenting. These words were not complimenting Han Sen. The words were spoken to put emphasis on his recklessness. But in the next second, Zhu Dongjin and his people abandoned their thoughts and dropped their jaws to the rocky ground. They witnessed Han Sen emerging from the other side of the blackbird veil of the sky, with a few dead sky falcons exploding in plumes of red feathers. Han Sen then stretched his wings and escaped the crowd of birds that were now unable to catch up with him. "How can this person possibly be so fast?" Zhu Dongjin said in absolute shock. Han Sen was like lightning, zipping backwards and forwards in the air. He was much quicker than the birds that attempted to surround him. Every time he killed a few sky falcons, he'd zip away and gain some distance from the crowd. Even the sacred blood creatures that chased after him could not catch him. Berserk sacred blood wings. Chen Ran squinted his eyes as he suddenly shouted in excitement. After Zhu Dongjin and his people heard it, they understood. But in this new understanding, they were shocked even more. It was rare to see a berserk sacred blood creature, let alone a beast soul. This was a flying type berserk sacred blood beast soul. To purchase such wings would put many young evolvers out of business and bankrupt many shopkeepers. Han Sen was twirling around the skies, killing what he wished with little to no effort. Unable to catch up with Han Sen, the birds couldn't do anything. Across the sea of clouds, Han Sen weaved his way around, killing and dodging every foe he chose to. Cut feathers were beginning to mask the skies as blood painted the ground below. While Han Sen was enjoying his time, a sudden green and blue light flashed. A blue kingfisher appeared, about the same size as someone's palm. Flapping its wings madly, it shot out of the tree. Its speed was no less than Han Sen's berserk sacred blood wings, and it may even have been faster. Although the blue kingfisher was small, it was no less intimidating, and its face looked as if it had murder on its mind. It darted towards Han Sen like a hawk, trying its best to peck him. Is this the Sky Falcon King? Han Sen looked at the kingfisher's face and noticed it appeared similar to a sky falcon, just smaller. No matter what, Han Sen wanted to kill this new challenger. He unsheathed his silver snake sword and took aim at the kingfisher like a bolt of silver lightning. But at that moment, the kingfisher barrel rolled to the side and dodged Han Sen's strike. The birds circled around and came back for Han Sen. Han Sen saw the flock of birds coming his way, and not wanting to fight them, he flapped his wings and tried to avoid them. The kingfisher was too fast, however, and before Han Sen could gain some distance, it caught up with him. Han Sen cast his dual skill and attempted to kill the kingfisher again. But this foe was much too fast for his berserk sacred blood wings, and far more agile, too. Han Sen's sword could not hit it due to his inability to focus. But he couldn't remain still, because he'd be ravaged by the flock of birds if he did. The situation was quickly going pear-shaped. Your partner is talented. He is so talented, he has managed to draw the ire of the Sky Falcon King. Shenran squinted at Han Sen, telling himself he would do well to get better acquainted with the young man when he returned. He did not know someone such as that accompanied the queen. With a power so impressive, he would be worth keeping an eye on. Although Zhu Ting used to send information to the Chen family, not very often would his news garner any attention. Thus, very few people were even familiar with his name. Han Sen continued to fight as he fell back, bit by bit. The prospect of winning against the Falcon King of the Sea of Clouds seemed unlikely. Zhu Dongjin and the rest leaned forward to watch the battle with greater intensity, still caught up in the admiration of his berserk sacred blood wings. It's no good for him to continue like this. If he exhausts his strength, he'll be in danger, Zhu Dongjin commented, as he watched Han Sen zip around the sky. Continuing to talk, he said, "Queen, ought we provide him aid?" Zhu Dongjin's offer to support Han Sen was not out of the kindness of his heart. He saw that Han Sen had attracted the attention of countless murderous birds, and with the majority preoccupied in the pursuit of Han Sen, he and Queen would be free to bag plenty of easy kills. While he was happy to sit and watch, the suggestion of going over there and getting free kills was incredibly self-centered. That was why he extended his offer to Queen. "There is no need. Within 30 strikes, the Sky Falcon King will be no more," Queen responded coldly. To the eyes of those who watched, Han Sen was a free-spirited bird himself. He soared the skies with no formation, diving and rising on a whim. Queen was the only one who did not see things like that, however. She could see that Han Sen was calculating each movement, and every time he swerved, turned, or twirled, it was at a destination he had planned. Within 30 strikes, the formation would be complete, and the Sky Falcon King would be slain. 30 strikes. That doesn't seem likely. Zhu Dongjin continued to watch Han Sen getting chased by the flock of birds. He thought he was doing okay, provided they did not catch him. Shenran remained quiet and motionless. He stood off to the side, watching in silent contemplation. An old man like him, unlike Zhu Dongjin, was able to understand such intricate situations a lot more. That was why he was so surprised at what he was witnessing. How does this kid know how to perform Heavenly Go? Did the Huangfu family teach another? That is impossible. Huangfu Xingcheng took a vow, so how could someone else I have no knowledge of or relation with know how to perform Heavenly Go? A few of the evolvers that watched were counting how many strikes Han Sen had performed, not putting much stock into Queen's claim of him being able to do it in 30 or less. After the count of 24, Han Sen shouted. Without any prior indication, Han Sen performed a brutal counter-attack on the Sky Falcon King. The Sky Falcon King was flying at incredible speed, flapping its wings with a new tenacity in an attempt to dodge Han Sen's incoming strike. It managed to dodge the first sword, but upon doing so, found itself caught up in the pursuing crowd of birds. At that precise moment, Han Sen's second sword came down on it. The silver snake sword was imbued with incredible power and brought down on the Sky Falcon King with a mighty thrust. The Sky Falcon King's greatest asset was speed, But that came at the sacrifice of strength. Its body was weak. When it was hit, its entire backside was sliced open to expose its organs. A hit such as that was guaranteed to ensure its death. Zhu Dongjin and the others could not move. Han Sen had performed 24 strikes to slay the Sky Falcon King. Now, Han Sen swerved to dodge the next assault of the flock of birds. He made a quick turn and went after the falling Sky Falcon King. He hadn't yet heard the notification tone, confirming his slaying of the beast, so it had to still be alive to some degree. The Sky Falcon King descended directly into the crown of the tree. When Han Sen raced there, the branch that the Sky Falcon King landed upon rebounded. Han Sen reached out his hands to grab the near-lifeless body of the Sky Falcon King and used his yin force to throttle it. After a vigorous squeeze, the notification finally played. Sacred blood creature hunted, Sky Falcon King. The beast's soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen's inability to claim the beast's soul did not come as a surprise. The probability of obtaining one was incredibly low, so it would have been highly unlikely to get it on his first kill. Han Sen was prepared for this, so he wasn't disappointed. With the Sky Falcon King's flesh, he was sure to gain at least 8 sacred geno points, and 8 sacred geno points from a single meal was a generous amount. Han Sen circled the crown of the tree while avoiding the flock of birds that continued to pursue him. He caught a glimpse of what lay beneath the foliage, and when he saw what was there, his pupils shrank in shock. Beyond the dense dressing of leaves, Han Sen saw a bird nest that had been built from branches. The nest itself was not remarkable, but inside the nest, he saw a bird that looked like a raven. It was in Kai black and all it did was stare coldly back at Han Sen. Han Sen looked into its eyes and felt a chill. He figured if the raven decided to move and come after him, he'd be gutted alive in no time at all. But the raven did not do anything. It remained where it was, comfy in its nest, watching Han Sen fly past. Han Sen was soaked in cold sweat. He only looked into its eyes, but with his highly attuned senses, he was able to determine how powerful it was. It brimmed with energy, and Han Sen just knew that it had to be a super creature. Han Sen believed he should immediately remove himself from the area and start praying to the gods above for a blessing. He had been so close to the super creature, yet it had done nothing at all. It was a miracle. The more Han Sen mulled over the situation, though, the more he felt something wasn't quite right. The raven super creature was only a few meters away from him, so there was no chance it had not seen him. But if it had indeed watched Han Sen, why would it choose to ignore a free meal? Unless the raven cannot move. This thought flashed through his mind. If the raven is laying eggs, is that why it did not choose to kill me? Aside from that, Han Sen could not think of any other reasons he would be allowed to escape from the raven. But that did not matter to him right now. What was most important was his need to leave the area and return to safety. If the raven did decide to leave its nest, he would be in trouble. Han Sen soared off in the direction of Queen, shouting, "Leave. There is a terrifying creature atop the tree. You have to leave." After that, he swooped down to hit the ground running and return his wings. Queen, without hesitating, joined Han Sen in his hurried departure. "Pa, surely you jest. If there is indeed a terrifying creature aloft in the tree, explain to me how you have returned with nary a wound upon your person." Zhu Dongjin did not believe Han Sen's words. Chen Ran only frowned, wondering whether or not he should leave and follow Han Sen's unnerving warning. But then, a deafening screech pierced his ears. It was the frightening cry of a raven. Caw, caw. After sounding, a pitch-black raven emerged from the crown of the tree. When it flew out, the rest of the birds that were still airborne, panicking, calmed down and retreated into the tree. The raven creature spread its wings and flew down with its beady eyes peering at them. "Go." Chen Ran felt a chill run down his spine and issued his command without hesitation. He was the first to start running. Zhu Dongjin and his people did not dare loiter any longer, and they took off behind Chen Ran. The raven casually glided down towards them, in no apparent rush. It coldly watched Han Sen and the others flee for their lives, its eyes viewing them all like a joke. Its eyes were sullen voids, and after it took off into the air, the mountain descended into an oppressive silence. Han Sen looked back and spotted the shadow of the black raven overhead. Although it was not a particularly large creature, it scared Han Sen as any other super creature would. The raven glided casually through the air, not even exerting the effort to flap its wings. It made no difference, however, for no matter how quickly they ran, it still followed them closely. They had run less than a kilometer when the raven cruelly looked upon its prey and let out another heart-stopping screech. Caw! The sharp noise echoed across the land. In the next second, the crow reached a speed that suggested it was teleporting and flew down behind the last evolver in their party. The Inkai wings looked as if they were able to absorb light and, in a flash, brought it down across the evolver's neck. The raven's speed did not allow the evolver a chance to react, and all it took was one quick slash. With the raven's speed, it could have easily avoided the blood that gushed from the severed head and exposed throat. But it didn't. It allowed itself to be showered in the blood, its eyes squinting in pleasure. It extended its wretched tongue to taste the blood rain that descended from its gruesome kill, and it looked delighted. The people in front watched it happen, and it made their skins crawl and their hair stand on end. No one dared to slow down, and they continued their rapid descent. In this moment of fright, Han Sen was shaken by the sight of Chen Ran running past both him and Queen. The talents of the Chen family are not understated. Han Sen gritted his teeth to push on and keep running. He tried the best he could, but he could not keep up with Chen Ran, who outpaced them all. Not long after, another screech sounded. It was like the tolling of Satan's own dinner bell. Upon hearing it, everyone clutched their chests in the hope it wasn't them who was next up for a deep six holiday. Han Sen was beginning to realize at the speed they were running, they were all going to be killed before they could even descend halfway down the mountain. The raven was playing with them. It seemed to take pleasure in killing them, and if it wanted them all dead, that was how things were going to go. If they were lucky, they'd only be alive for one more kilometer. Do you recall the creature riding a red cloud further down the mountain? Queen said. Are you suggesting an enemy of our enemy is our friend? I'm not sure that would work. For all we know, we'll simply end up getting sandwiched between the two. If that were to happen, a grisly death would surely await. Han Sen understood what Queen was suggesting. Well, we have to do something. If all we do is continue to run, we'll die no matter what, Queen objected. Han Sen reconsidered her suggestion, thinking she might indeed be onto something. To keep running would result in certain death, as they were getting picked off one by one. A simple escape was off the table. Even if we tried, the creature that roams these slopes is too far off. For all we know, we may be killed before reaching it. Queen's eyes went cold, and her signature purple light began to flow in and around her body. All of a sudden, a long scream sounded through the air. It was not the work of the raven, but something else. The sound was deafening, drowning out the noise of the mountains and surrounding landscapes. As Han Sen pondered Queen's reason for using her purple light, he suddenly heard the sound of a horse neighing from further down the mountain. Then he heard the stampede of hooves drawing nearer. Something scary was coming their way, and its speed could not be rivaled. Chen Ran was running as fast as his legs could carry him. All of a sudden, the sight of a red cloud appeared in the distance below. It was the creature that resembled a donkey or horse. Chen Ran stopped his flight, but the red cloud monster was already on its way up to strike him at an alarming speed. Chen Ran's long gray hair all stood up and a windstream began to form around his body, circling him. He jumped 10 meters into the air and dodged the incoming attack. He spun around like a pigeon in the air, jumped once more on the air itself, and landed 10 meters away from his foe. Then he started running once more. This entire scene played out over the course of a second. It was flawless, and it went without a hitch. The strength of the Chen family was impressive. The creature did not return its attention to Chen Ran, but instead turned to look at Queen. As it exhaled, red clouds emerged from its mouth. Streaks of a purple flame danced out of Queen's eyes and her body was cloaked in the same wreaths of purple light. She evaded the monster and proceeded to run downhill. The creature looked as if it recognized Queen. It traced her with its eyes and followed her on her descent without paying heed to anyone else. Han Sen could do little but frown. Their worst-case scenario was coming to life. He did not know what Queen did to elicit the creature's attention, but it was intently locked onto her, with no desire of chasing anyone else. The situation they were in had gone from bad to worse. Another scream erupted from behind, signifying another headless evolver. With more bodies dropping and 2 super creatures now targeting them, their hope of survival was quickly diminishing. All of a sudden, Han Sen saw Queen turn to flee in a different direction. Abandoning their route, it looked as if she desired to lead the creature away from the rest. The red cloud donkey was a scary foe, but at least you could watch its attacks and dodge them if the need arose. The same could not be said for the raven. But with Han Sen and Queen now preoccupied with the donkey, it was unlikely the raven would follow them. It would instead opt for the greater party that was fleeing in a straight line down the mountain. By trading one foe for a lesser foe, Han Sen and Queen had a chance of making it out alive. For Queen to come up with this idea in the midst of their current situation was impressive, and this ability to come up with such a strong strategy on the fly was an invaluable asset. As Queen continued to run, so too did the red cloud donkey. Han Sen was not far behind. It wasn't long before they were a fair distance from Chen Ran and his people, As Han Sen followed, he witnessed the clouds of the donkey begin to rise and mask itself. Its shape now started to resemble a horse built from puffy clouds. All of a sudden, it jumped a whole 10 meters and arrived behind Queen. Its sudden acceleration disrupted the rhythm of Queen's heavenly go. Although she was still able to avoid the donkey's attacks, the gap that had been closed meant she could no longer escape from it. The situation looked bad. Han Sen jumped on top of the red cloud donkey. While airborne, he summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded a Z-class bolt from his quiver. With great speed, he fired 3 bolts at the donkey. 3 Z-class bolts became 3 flashes of explosive wrath, striking the donkey in separate spots. Without sparing time to look at the results, he leapt off the donkey and resumed his run. The red cloud donkey squealed as the 3 bolts hit, and it screamed when the fire ravaged its body. They may not have torn its skin, but they were powerful enough to damage it. The red cloud donkey expelled air from its nostrils in anger and turned around to chase after Han Sen. The red clouds were terrifying, and in 3 steps, it had managed to get behind him. Han Sen's skills were not inferior to Queen's, but they weren't much stronger. Han Sen stopped running to handle the donkey. With the time Han Sen had bought her, Queen managed to gain a decent lead. She turned around and shouted towards the donkey. When it heard her voice, its eyes turned red again and it resumed its pursuit of her. Neither of the two could compete with the donkey, but with both of them drawing its attention back and forth, the donkey remained confused and distracted. It ran between them, growing increasingly angry. Further and further Han Sen and Queen went, with neither of them sustaining a single wound. But no matter what they did, they couldn't lose their tail. They could not harm it, either, for its skin was incredibly tough. Escaping it through speed alone was impossible. This isn't going too well. If the raven killed the rest and decides to make its way over to us, we're dead too. Han Sen shouted to Queen. There is no other option. Queen answered, not displaying a single flicker of emotion. Do you remember the bones of the guardian hound? Creatures never dare approach it within a kilometer. Perhaps we should attempt to reach there, Han Sen suggested. Sure, Queen answered without hesitation. She aligned her destination to the Garden of Bones they had visited on their ascent. Although they were unsure whether or not it could repel super creatures, it was worth a try. Their options were fairly limited, after all. They merely hoped that they were able to reach their proposed sanctuary before the raven had finished picking off the rest. Fortunately, the donkey continued to kick and scream the entire way, which frightened off any other creatures that might have dared to interrupt their baiting of the hellish mule. It saved them a lot of trouble, and luckily, their worst fear did not materialize. By the time they reached the remains of the guardian hound, the raven remained out of sight. But when Han Sen reached the kilometer radius of the bones, the donkey did not break off its pursuit. It still chased them with the same fervor it always had, which made Han Sen and Queen furrow their brows in unison. Han Sen and Queen continued on their current trajectory, silently praying the raven wouldn't show up. But when they reached the Garden of Bones, they noticed the donkey's reluctance to approach. That pleased them both, because they knew ordinary creatures weren't willing to go within a kilometer radius of the bones. It seemed that the radius was merely reduced for super creatures, and they would instead not dare to go within 10 meters of the bones. Han Sen and Queen jumped between the skeleton's ribs as the donkey remained outside, neighing in anger and turmoil. It seemed to be afraid of something. Han Sen breathed a long sigh of relief and rested up against a bone. He looked towards the nervous donkey, which wasn't daring to draw nearer, and said, I wonder what creature these bones belong to. It must have been a majestic thing to make super creatures fear its remains. Well, we can't stay here for long. After a brief rest, we must move on quickly. Queen sat down to rest with her eyes closed. Han Sen nodded. He knew they could only rest for a short while, despite the fact that their gene locks had been on for too long, sapping their bodies of energy. Had he not thought of coming here, though, they may not have had the chance to rest at all. They weren't sure whether or not the raven was planning to make an appearance. With its murderous intent, they knew for sure they'd be trapped between the bones for a long time if it did. But it wasn't long before they heard the sound of rapid footsteps. A flicker of shadows appeared, revealing the approach of Chen Ran and his people. When they saw Han Sen and Queen, they were a bit shocked. The red cloud donkey was frustrated after losing its target, but seeing Chen Ran and his people arrive, quickly looked delighted. Fortunately, they were all able to evade the manic mule and reach the ribcage. The faces of Han Sen and Queen dropped when they noticed the raven was still pursuing Chen Ran, who had now just let it near. It landed on a withered tree nearby and watched them coldly. If I'd known you'd be showing up, I would have kept running. Han Sen's heart sank into depression once again. He didn't expect to see Chen Ran and his people ever again, imagining they would have been killed by the raven long before they reached the Garden of Bones. Chen Ran and his people weren't looking well, but at least they had not sustained any injuries. Only 5 people remained, but it was better than what Queen and Han Sen had been projecting. If they had been able to make it here under the ravenous pursuit of the raven, something was not right. Something must have happened. Old Chen, I am surprised. How did you get here? Han Sen looked at Chen Ran and asked. It is difficult for me to explain, Chen Ran sighed, dismissing an explanation. Han Sen knew it would be useless to ask again, if Chen Ran wasn't willing to tell him what had happened. He looked outside the ribcage and saw the donkey wandering around in circles, letting out the occasional neigh. The raven made no sound. It remained perched on the tree it had landed on, and simply continued to watch. It is fortunate they won't attack us in here, but I don't see them letting us go anytime soon. I could imagine them waiting us out, watching as we starve to death or die of dehydration. Do you have any ideas, old man? Han Sen asked. There are 2 most wretched creatures out there. What do you think I can do? Let us remain here for some time, so we may see what becomes of them. For all we know, they'll become bored and eventually decide to move on, Chen Ran said. Han Sen did not ask anymore, so he returned to Queen's side, where she continued to rest with her eyes closed. Activating her gene lock for such an extended period of time was almost too much for Queen. She was not like Han Sen, who possessed Heresy Mantra and Jade Sun Force, and so her stamina and durability were not as great. It was fortunate she did not collapse during their escape. The group of 7 were now stuck between the bones. They waited an entire day and night, and still their wardens remained. The mule hovered about aimlessly while the raven sat on the tree in silence, watching them. Their faces looked incredibly glum. Han Sen did not know what to do. They knew whoever exited the shelter of the bones first would be killed by the combined force of 2 super creatures. There was no way around that. Leaning against the bones, Han Sen suddenly felt a pulsing sensation come from his chest pocket once more. He had almost forgotten about the gourd's existence, due to the situation they had found themselves in. When he took it out from his pocket, the beating stopped. As Han Sen fingered it and examined it, nothing out of the ordinary happened. What a strange gourd. Han Sen didn't return it to his chest pocket just yet, and so he continued to hold it. If anything happened this time, he'd be ready to inspect it. The Red Cloud Donkey and Raven were incredibly patient, refusing to abandon the prey they had chased here. A few more days passed and dehydration began to kick in. No one had any water left, and they couldn't leave the safety of the bones. If this continued, more people were going to die. Brother Han, it looks to me as if they're not leaving. We have to do something, soon. Chen Ran walked towards Han Sen, lowering his voice to talk with Han Sen. If you have an idea, then I'm all ears. Han Sen knew it was only a matter of time before Chen Ran would come talk to him again. We are famous evolvers. It'd be quite the gaffe if we were discovered to have died of thirst here, trapped between these bones. After that, Chen Ran continued to say, but these bones are scattered across many kilometers. If we split into 2 teams and run both ways, we may have a chance. What do you think? I suppose we could do that, but what will the teams be? Han Sen thought what Chen Ran was saying made sense. The donkey was nearer the tail of the guardian hound. People who ran that way would be at a big disadvantage. There was every possibility that both super creatures would attack that place too. This is my plan, and I won't needlessly put any of you at risk. I want you all to run out the front while I take the back. Chen Ran sighed. He then said, but I will do this under one condition. Please tell me. Han Sen was surprised Chen Ran was planning to do something so selfless. Zhu Dongjin and the others are my brothers. I am hoping you will take them with you. I am the strongest here, and I am willing to exit via the tailbone and provide you all with the time you need to flee this wretched place, Chen Ran said. Old Chen, Zhu Dongjin and the others were touched, trying to bring words to their mouths. There is no need for you to say anything. I have made my decision. You have followed me for a long time, and there is little more I can teach you. There is little more I can do for you, except this. Besides, I'm a small target. Perhaps by the time the day is through, I'll be the one owing you, Chen Ran smiled. Chen Ran insisted. Zhu Dongjin and the rest of the followers then went with Han Sen and Queen to the skull, while Chen Ran went alone to the tailbone. They both set a timer, and when the time came, both teams would run. The raven continued to watch them, as if it lacked the motivation to move. The Red Cloud Donkey now drifted over to Han Sen's side, which had more people, and neighed at them every now and again. Seeing the Red Cloud Donkey come closer, Zhu Dongjin felt at ease. If it was the raven that chose to come after them, the danger would be far worse. There was a chance of surviving the pursuit of the murder donkey, but not the raven. If it was the raven that chose to be upon them, there would be no hope of survival. Although they felt great remorse for the selfless deed Chen Ran had proposed, they each wanted to live, and it was because of this they were thankful in their hearts and gratefully relieved as well. When the timer reached 0, Chen Ran shouted, "Run!" Chen Ran bolted out from beneath the bones as fast as the morning light. Seeing Chen Ran run, Zhu Dongjin's vigor was reinstilled. He and his people left their end of the skeleton, too. The queen was about to leave with them, but Han Sen pulled her back. She turned to him with a bewildered look, not understanding why he did not want to run. But quickly, the queen realized what was happening. The raven had taken flight, but its target was not Chen Ran. It had flown towards the skull. Zhu Dongjin and his people had already made their departure, but the donkey was already on their heels. It prevented their return to the safety of the skeleton. With no way of turning back, they had no choice but to continue on their way down the mountain as they had planned. The queen turned back to look at Chen Ran and noticed he had already run a distance of 200 meters. It looks like the raven follows the larger crowd. The queen frowned at the thought. "Bollocks," Han Sen coldly said. "Chen Ran, that old bastard, he played us." The tail may have looked to be a more dangerous exit at first, but look closely. Would the skeleton of a creature this large only have a tail that was a few meters in length? It is broken off. The rest of the tailbone most likely resides below the soil, and that's why Chen Ran was happy to head in that direction. We may not have noticed it, but the creatures are most likely able to sense it. That's why they have favored chasing us. The queen was mortified. He led his own people to a slaughter. Now, the queen was beginning to understand the situation, as much as she would have liked not to. Chen Ran was willing to sacrifice his own followers for just a bit more time in his attempt to escape. That asshole. The queen couldn't help but swear. It would have been okay if Chen Ran tricked them alone, but it was a wretched thing to betray the people you have sworn to lead and nurture. He was insane, a man willing to do whatever it took to survive. Don't worry, though. The way he did this has given us a chance to survive, Han Sen said coldly, watching Chen Ran run off without stopping. I will count to 100. When I say 100, we run out together from the skull. This will be our only chance of escape. Han Sen started counting up. He unlocked his gene lock to keep track of where the raven and the donkey were. The fact they had gone off after the treacherous Chen Ran brought a modicum of gladness to their hearts. Once the monsters had gone far enough, Han Sen was prepared to make one last run for escape alongside the queen. When he counted to 100, he was no longer able to see where the raven and donkey were. Acknowledging they had to be a great distance away by now, Han Sen knew it was time. They both darted out from beneath the bones like arrows. A little while later, Han Sen's heart felt as if it was going to leap out of his chest. Tugging on the queen's hand, he yelled at her to go back. The queen looked around and did not espy any nearby danger, but she had come to trust Han Sen's judgment a lot. Without hesitation, she returned to the skull with him. As Han Sen retreated, he looked around himself to confirm whether or not there was any danger but could not see anything. Still, he trusted his instincts, and his instincts were telling him to turn back. There was a danger of some immediacy in the area, and it was something that could kill him. Running as fast as he could back to the bones, the feeling of danger began to choke him. It was getting stronger and stronger. With his gene lock at max capacity, the sense of impending doom was unbearable. In the next moment, a bright light flashed by Han Sen's neck. He didn't hear anything, but he jumped forward. That was when he saw the looming black shadow that had crept over him. Blood gushed like a bouquet of flowers. Han Sen felt as if his back was burning. He suspected a bone in his back had been broken. But the wound was the least of his concerns right now, as he rolled and climbed towards the bones of the ribcage once more. It was a life or death gambit, and what had seemed like a short distance to traverse now went on and on instead. The raven was furious at its inability to finish off Han Sen. It flapped its wings and disappeared once more. When it reappeared again, the wing blades of Han Sen's nemesis sliced against the back of Han Sen's neck. Han Sen's heart let out a cry, "It's over." But at that precise moment, when it appeared Han Sen was about to lose his head, the dried vines that strangled the bones came to life. They were each like toxic snakes, lashing out at the raven that had drawn too near to the ribcage. They trapped the beast, and though it pecked and swung its wings as hard as it could, the raven could not cut its way free. Han Sen felt a chill. The raven had wanted to kill Han Sen so much, and now its body was being dragged into the ribcage he had previously sought shelter in. The gourd vines were choking the life out of it as it struggled to get free. Han Sen froze. He had never expected the seemingly lifeless vines to have so much power enough to restrain a super creature such as that. Now Han Sen understood. The creatures weren't afraid of the bones, they were afraid of the vines that were wrapped around them. Having managed to remove the gourd from the vines earlier, Han Sen hoped the seemingly sentient vines did not think poorly of him. In Han Sen's chest pocket, the gourd began to pulsate once more. This time, it was stronger than ever. Bringing out the gourd to hold in his hands, he really did feel like it was a heartbeat. Han Sen now knew for sure that this was no trick of his mind. The weak pulse was like the heartbeat of a baby. It may have been faint, but it was life all the same. Are you okay? The queen looked at the wound on Han Sen's back in fright. From shoulder to waist, his back had been sliced entirely open. The gash was so deep, his spine was visible. On Han Sen's neck, there was another wound that oozed blood. Fortunately for him, it wasn't so deep as to touch the bone or windpipe. If the raven had been allowed to go any deeper, he'd most likely have been decapitated. I can hold it, Han Sen hissed from his gritted teeth. His back was in agony, and he knew he had a damaged spine. But fortunately, it wasn't too bad. Then, all of a sudden, a screech pierced the air. The black raven, tangled and restrained by the vines, didn't look so fearsome as it once did. The ends of the vines were spiked, and they drove themselves deep into the raven's body. The vines seemed alive, as if they had a thirst for the raven's blood. As they absorbed the scarlet, the vines themselves turned a deep shade of red. The dried-up vines writhed with renewed vigor, and they started to grow longer and larger than before. The black raven called out twice. Its body contorted and twisted as plumes of feathers puffed out to dress the air like snowfall. With great strength, the raven squirmed its way free from the clutch of the vines and took off into the air in fear. It was gone for good. Han Sen froze when he saw that. He did not expect the raven to be strong enough to escape the grasp of the vines. After the raven escaped, the gourd vines retreated, wrapping their way around the bones just as they were earlier. The vines that had turned red now became yellow like before, as well. His eyes drifted to the raven's feathers that now carpeted the ground. The black feathers of the raven were of its outer coat. It wasn't a great number that had fallen, but there were around 30. Each feather was about 1 foot long. He reached to grab one and his eyes lit up. The black feathers belonged to a super creature and did not look normal. Rather than enabling flight, they were more like weapons the raven could employ. Every feather was like steel, and it was frightening to simply hold. This cannot be the treasure the raven dropped. Han Sen told the queen to gather up all the black feathers for him. After an accurate count, there were 36 feathers. It was a number that could be evenly split. Han Sen's back was in terrible pain. He looked at the queen and said, "How about you try out the sturdiness of the feathers?" The queen nodded. She drew her sacred blood beast soul sword and chopped one of the feathers with a direct hit. Nothing, not a single scratch was left upon it. This really is some good stuff. Han Sen looked happy. If he managed to modify the feathers a certain way, he'd be able to craft a new type of bolt. If he used them alongside his peacock crossbow, he might be able to slay a super creature with them. How about we split them up evenly? 18 feathers each, Han Sen suggested to the queen. It is useless for me to own a bunch of silly feathers. You can have them all. The queen passed all of the feathers to Han Sen. Earlier, the queen took notice of the strange crossbow Han Sen had used to fire at the Red Cloud donkey. Strangely enough, it looked quite similar to the Deadeye peacock. The queen was starting to wonder if the crossbow was the peacock's beast soul. Han Sen was certainly not going to admit anything on such a subject, so the queen didn't ask. If Han Sen wanted those feathers, it'd be to make bolts. Such bolts and the crossbow would come in handy for the slaying of super creatures, so she preferred not saying anything and simply giving all of the feathers to Han Sen outright. We have to leave while the raven is gone. If the donkey returns, our escape will be difficult with you unable to run due to your injury. After the queen said this, she picked Han Sen up and supported him in his descent down the rest of the mountain. Han Sen was being carried on the queen's back. He felt incredibly privileged and cared for this was the first time anyone else had helped him in such a way. The fact that it was a woman made him feel odd, however. Luckily enough, no more dangers arose during their time on the road. They managed to descend the mountain without interruptions. The queen summoned an elephant ride and took Han Sen to the nearest shelter so he could return to the Alliance and recover. Han Sen loaded one up and fired a raven feather bolt. A black streak flew a distance of 3 kilometers, managing to pierce through a giant fir tree without slowing down. It took another 3 barrel-thick trees to slow it down enough to remain stuck. It's so strong. Han Sen was so happy, he almost jumped with joy. After loading up his quiver, Han Sen traveled to the base of a mountain cliff. He placed the gourd into a little nook along its rough surface and took aim with his peacock crossbow. He fired it at the gourd. Boom! The black feather had a direct hit on the gourd, which triggered a powerful explosion. A big hole was blown into the craggy surface of the cliff, in which the gourd still remained lodged, without harm. Holy smokes! What is with this gourd? Han Sen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Now that Han Sen thought about it some more, the raven was unable to bring harm to the gourd vines. It had to shed its own feathers to escape their grasp. Perhaps this was to be expected. Han Sen retrieved the gourd with a puzzled expression and a bewildered mind. Han Sen really could not shake the fear of toxic wasps one day emerging from the gourd to strike him in his sleep. Han Sen had heard the fable of the farmer and the viper many times, and the last thing he wanted was to become such a victim. When Han Sen dropped the gourd from a great height, the silver fox quickly grabbed it and spat it back out into Han Sen's hand. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Han Sen asked the fox, holding the saliva-covered gourd in his hand. Han Sen, not receiving a formal response, dropped the gourd once again. And again, the silver fox leapt down, grabbed it, and passed it back to Han Sen. At least he knew that the silver fox wanted him to keep the gourd. Han Sen observed the silver fox for a good while longer, but then turned around and left the area. If this was something the silver fox insisted that he keep, he didn't believe it to be of any genuine threat. Perhaps one day, it really could yield a mighty treasure of some sort. And at least when he held the gourd himself, he could not sense any danger. It was just his paranoia insisting that he be rid of it. The heartbeat of the gourd was what disturbed Han Sen the most. Whenever he held it in his hand, the movement inside concerned him a great deal. The curious pulsation hadn't stopped ever since his return from Sky Pillar Mountain. Han Sen rested for half a month. His body healed in that time and the mood of his mind improved, too. Now that he had the peacock crossbow and raven feather bolts, providing he didn't meet an obscenely powerful super creature like the raven, he might finally be able to hunt one down. But where would I find such a target? If it was a super creature like the donkey, I could give it a shot. Literally. And even if it did not die, I should be able to escape it without much trouble, Han Sen mulled to himself. But the Sky Pillar Mountain was still home to that wretched raven, and he didn't fancy going near that place for a good long while. "Who's there?" Han Sen frowned. "Brother Han, it is me." Han Sen was shocked, unable to believe the old bastard was still alive, and that he had actually dared to come see him. What could he possibly want? "Old Chen, I am surprised you have found the time to come visit me. Zhu Ting said you are a good friend of his. I heard from him that you are here, and so I have come to see you. Why didn't you say so before? If you had, perhaps our acquaintance and travel together would have been far more cordial." Chen Ran smiled. Han Sen thought to himself in his heart, it would be a great misfortune to be considered your family. Han Sen's relationship with the Chen family was fine. It wasn't particularly amicable, but there had been no strife between them, either. Had Chen Ran known about his connection with Zhu Ting, it wouldn't have made a difference. Chen Ran's actions that day were not spurred by anything other than his selfish desire to live, putting himself before anyone else. "Brother Han, this place is no good for you. How about you move into my shelter? I will prepare the best room for you, have the nicest food served to you, and have the prettiest girls wait on you. You'll have everything there." "Old Chen, thank you but no thank you. I will be returning to the ice fields in 2 days. If there is something you would like to tell me or get off your chest, I am standing right here," Han Sen said. "Since you are returning to the ice fields, would you aid me by delivering a few beast souls to Zhu Ting?" "How many beast souls?" Han Sen asked. "A few thousand." Before anything could be asked, Chen Ran continued, "Of course, this won't be for free. This card I have here has 50 million in it. This is the price I can pay you for their delivery." Han Sen observed the card Chen Ran pulled out but did not take it. He laughed on the inside and said to himself, "This old man is smart. There is a lack of beast souls in the ice fields, and now this man is having me transport a vast number there. He tells me he'll give me 50 million, but who knows how many billions he'll earn from their sale. Old Chen, you are well aware of the situation in the ice fields. I am a self-proclaimed leader, little more. The true managers of the ice field are Lai Xinglun and Kai Ziyuan. Here is 500 million. You have to take this money to help out Zhu Ting. This poor kid. He was born poorly, alone in the ice fields without family. It is my sole desire to help him. The ice fields do not belong to me alone. If you want to do business, I will accept 20% of the revenue generated from any sale of these both souls you wish for me to transport." Chen Ran's face was unexpectedly happy. He jovially said, "Sure, if you say so." Han Sen then proceeded to say, "But like I said, the ice fields do not belong to me alone. Aside from my goddess army, there is the Star Wheel faction, Black God faction, and Philip faction. This deal will not work if they aren't provided a benefit. If you really want me to help you, then you will have to provide them 20% of each sale as well. Young man, you cannot conduct business like this. Sometimes, a simple favor is better than any monetary gain. If you accept 50%, then perhaps I will have further business ventures for you in the future. Then I apologize. I must regretfully inform you once more that the ice fields do not belong to me alone. If I only accept 50%, I cannot report this to the others," Han Sen said. Han Sen thought it better to be without a favor from someone like Chen Ran. He was happy to allow Zhu Dongjin and his brothers, who followed him with an unwavering faith, to be unceremoniously sacrificed so he could escape. His favors were the sort of thing that could get you killed. Well, if things are indeed like that, I regret bothering you this day. Keep an eye on that one. As soon as he leaves the shelter, contact me. Accepting their appointed tasks, the people around Chen Ran got set up to spy on Han Sen. Huh? This is the son of Han Jingjai. No way that old man had a child. Chen Ran's eyes flashed with a sinister haze. Han Sen had received a map for returning to the ice fields from Huangfu Pingking, and with that in hand, he delayed no longer. He set out back to the ice fields. Not long after exiting the shelter, Han Sen was traveling through a mountainous region. It was a desolate and lonely place, devoid of any sign of human life. But then, Han Sen stayed his travel and said out loud, "Old Chen, since you're here, why not join me? Those are some strong senses you possess," Chen Ran said as he came out from behind a big tree. Another 20 people emerged from a thicket of trees to surround Han Sen. They were brandishing bows and the weaponry of assassins. As if they were prepared to attack, they all took aim at Han Sen. One signal from Chen Ran was all it would take to turn Han Sen into a hedgehog. "Old Chen, is this petty gathering all due to me refusing to transport your beast souls? Are you planning to kill me?" Han Sen was still a top golden roarer when he spoke, and the tone of his voice was as mellow as ever. Chen Ran smiled and said, "That was only a minor order of business. I would not harbor ill sentiments over your refusal of that request. You interest me a great deal, boy. As such, I am merely here to ask you a number of questions. If you answer them, I will bring you no harm. Then tell me, what is it you would like to know?" Han Sen did not move. Chen Ran's first question was straightforward. "You have only been in this second shelter for a year. How have you managed to unlock your gene lock and amass such a high number of geno points?" Chen Ran's eyes were fixated on Han Sen, and it was evident from his question that he had done a lot of research on him. He seemed to be in disgruntled shock at what he had learnt, as well. "I thought you were going to ask me a question of some importance. This is nothing, and there was no need for you to put on a show and build an audience for my answering." Han Sen laughed. "Then tell me." Chen Ran was not amused, nor in the mood for jests, so he coldly looked at Han Sen. "I have amassed so many geno points and have already unlocked my gene lock because of one simple reason," Han Sen said, with a heightened tone of gravitas in his voice. "What reason?" Chen Ran asked, with widened eyes. "It is because I am a genius." Han Sen laughed. Chen Ran's face dimmed. He coldly smiled and responded, "What a genius." After that, Chen Ran waved his hand, and the arrows of his followers loosed upon Han Sen like rain. Han Sen put away his golden roar and moved to dodge the hail. Not a single arrow hurt him. Chen Ran did not expect them to hurt Han Sen, either. Such a thing would only be possible if there were an additional 100 archers. The numbers he had with him were too few, so the most they could do was hinder his movement. Chen Ran gestured with his hand once more, and then a man with a sword ran towards Han Sen. He was incredibly fast, and in 3 steps, he was already in front of him. The greatsword he wielded was swung upwards, as if to tear the skies asunder. Chen Ran watched Han Sen intently, keen to observe the full extent of his powers. He used to have 3 others with him that had unlocked their gene lock, but 2 of them died on Sky Pillar Mountain. But the only remaining elite was, by all accounts, Chen Ran's strongest man. Even when fighting together, Zhu Dongjin and his other elite could not beat him. This person was called Huang Mayan. Although he did not belong to the Chen family, he was looked upon highly enough to become a successor of Kai Gong. But because the Huang family was not as popular as the Chen family, the Kai Gong was not as effective. Recently, Han Sen had come to learn many sword skills. Although he had not mastered it, his progress with the dual sword skill had come a long way. But seeing Huang Mayan's attack, Han Sen quickly learnt what a true sword skill was. That did not mean Han Sen thought the skill was powerful. However, it gave him the feeling that Huang Mayan was an extension of the blade he wielded and vice versa. The sword and the person were bound together like one. That was what was so profound. The ancient mascot sword effectively blocked Huang Mayan's sword. Han Sen had activated his gene lock, which allowed him to sense the strength delivered in Huang Mayan's attack. Chen Ran stood on the sidelines, watching them battle. He was shocked when observing Han Sen, as his speed and power were far exceeding his own lofty expectations. What amazed him the most were the sword skills he was employing. He was using 2 swords, yet despite that, he was able to cast separate sword skills from each hand. The power to have 2 minds like that was almost frightening. With such profound power, he suspected he chose the right opponent for Han Sen. If it was anybody else, they would have been crushed and annihilated within seconds. Han Sen really admired Huang Mayan. His power and speed may not have been on the same level as his own, and his sword skill wasn't as great as the dual sword skill Han Sen possessed. But still, he wasn't submitting as easily as Han Sen might have initially thought he would. Friend, this is between me and Chen Ran. There is no need for you to sacrifice your own life on his behalf. If you are not from the Chen family, you should leave now, Han Sen said. I accepted old Chen's money for his employment of my services. I have to see this through. Huang Mian kept moving his sword. Chen Ran wore a smile of disdain. He thought Han Sen could not last much longer, and that was why he resorted to talking Huang Mian out of fighting him. Assuming you don't mind, I'd like to see what happens next. Han Sen did not say anything more, but he found the idea of killing Huang Mian to be distasteful. It was just as Chen Ran thought, though Han Sen did want to use words to bring about an end to the fight and conserve his energy. He didn't want to reveal his secret weapon to Chen Ran by using it on Huang Mian first, either. Han Sen had come to learn a lot about Chen Ran. He was a smart, old fox. If Han Sen brought out his peacock crossbow to end the fight against Huang Mian now, he'd be running off before the corpse of his most ardent follower hit the ground. The skills of the Chen family were no joke, and they were amongst the best the alliance had. 1 hour later, Huang Mian's power was beginning to wind down. With constant fighting, the time one could keep their gene lock open was considerably shorter. This was happening to Huang Mian, and he was struggling to maintain his composure. Chen Ran noticed how Huang Mian was struggling to keep up, and he had seen enough. He knew all about the power of Han Sen's fighting abilities, so he did not hesitate to summon clouds to swirl around his body and bring out his answer sword. Then, he leapt into the fray to fight alongside Huang Mian. The skills of the Chen family were powerful. Compared to Chen Ran, Zhu Ting was just a rookie. Chen Ran was like some strange bird, swerving from left to right in an unpredictable manner. Han Sen's two swords now had to block Huang Mian and Chen Ran's attacks simultaneously, which made him clumsy. Chen Ran's movements were too strange, and he didn't even have to touch the floor. He was flying, more often than not, and the entire spectacle didn't even seem human. He made many unexpected moves. Dong! The silver snake sword clashed against the answer sword, and it was a strange sensation. Chen Ran's sword felt like a cloud, and Han Sen briefly thought his sword had hit a spring. After hitting it, his sword bounced back strongly, which forced him to take a few steps back. Han Sen, if you surrender now, I will spare your life. You are friends with Zhu Ting, after all. Chen Ran attacked as he tried to talk Han Sen into submitting and to extinguish his will to continue fighting. Old Chen, if you leave now, I will spare your life. You are related to Zhu Ting, after all. Han Sen was not mad. Instead, he smiled as he spoke. You are a stubborn boy. Chen Ran's eyes went cold and he applied more strength to the fury of his answer sword. Han Sen was battling two opponents at once, and despite the disadvantage, neither of them was able to deal any damage to him. Han Sen's body was unbelievably light and graceful, and it was startling to see him remain calm under the attacks of two elites at once. You really know Heavenly Go, don't you? Did the Queen teach you? How dare they break the oath that was sworn? It looks to me as if Huang Fuxing Cheng doesn't want to live, Chen Ran shouted. Even if the Queen did teach me Heavenly Go, what does it have to do with you? This skill is a legacy of the Huangfu family. They can teach whomever they please. There is no need for them to adhere to your petty, mistaken whims, Han Sen sternly rebutted. It seemed as if Heavenly Go had something to do with the Chen family. Otherwise, why would Chen Ran care so dearly? For this, Han Sen wanted to push it. Han Sen had always wondered why the Queen was the only who had been able to learn it. No matter how difficult the skill was to learn, there were many students in the Ares Martial Hall. It would be impossible for them not to select another student to learn Heavenly Go. Huangfu family is teaching Heavenly Go. If it still belonged to the Chen family, none would be able to dodge our 7 twist, Chen Ran said. Everyone knows Heavenly Go belongs to the Huangfu family. Since when did it become a skill of the Chen family? Come on, don't bullshit me, Han Sen said, in an attempt to further aggravate Chen Ran. An old fox like Chen Ran knew what Han Sen was trying to do, but he coldly said, you don't have to try to push me. After I capture you, I am going to ask Huang Fuxing Cheng himself. Then I can see what reason he has for not giving me back my Heavenly Go. After that, the clouds blazed out of Chen Ran wildly. The attacks of the answer sword came faster and faster. He wasn't aiming for Han Sen's weak spots either, he was going for his limbs in an attempt to disable him. Han Sen was able to deal with Huang Mian's attacks, but as for the old fox, he really was displaying the power of someone who had lived in the second shelter for over 100 years. His fitness was so powerful and the progress of his gene lock was incredible. Han Sen took a step back and summoned his peacock crossbow. He pulled a raven feather out of his quiver and loaded it as quick as he could. Chen Ran saw Han Sen pull out a crossbow and aim it at him. He disdainfully said, "I believed you to be the sort that would pack real heat. You know, the big guns, not a crossbow." Chen Ran had been in the second shelter for a long time, and he had seen many things in his time there. He had even seen a sacred blood crossbow used in conjunction with a sacred blood bolt. Against him, he thought a crossbow would be useless. If it was an ordinary bow, on the other hand, Chen Ran would have some trepidations. The power of a bow was derived from its wielder, and such weapons could be imbued with magical properties and other special powers. As such, he would be quick to try and avoid getting struck by one. But the power of a crossbow was always derived from how it was initially manufactured. There was a limit to the power they had. Even a sacred blood bolt against an elite like Chen Ran would be useless. Chen Ran continued to swing his answer sword with greater power and greater speed. Pang! Han Sen pulled the trigger and a black flash sparked from the crossbow's muzzle. The bolt was in front of Chen Ran's face. Chen Ran's face changed, not expecting a bolt to ever possess such horrifying speed. And since it was fired at such a close distance, it didn't look likely he'd be able to dodge it. But Chen Ran was a scary elder, and his reaction speeds had no equal. With the answer sword, he blocked the black feather bolt. The blade deflected the speeding bolt at great cost. The berserk sacred blood answer sword shattered in half, shards splintering off in an array of different directions. The force knocked Chen Ran's body backwards, cleaving the earth with 2 3-meter-long skid marks. Chen Ran's mouth spewed blood. With utter shock, his eyes locked on the crossbow in Han Sen's hand. He could not believe a crossbow could possess so much power. Han Sen quickly saw that his first bolt did not kill Chen Ran, so without hesitation, he loaded up another and fired again. The black streak beamed towards Chen Ran once more. Chen Ran shouted, as clouds streamed out around him, masking his entire body in white puffs of cotton. Then, he immediately began flying away to dodge the second bolt. The Chen family's 7 twist is powerful. Han Sen admired his hurried escape, but his hands did not stop moving. Again, he loaded and fired one bolt after another, not allowing Chen Ran to escape. Chen Ran believed after dodging the first bolt, he'd be able to escape without a problem. The bolts were too frightening. He didn't dare rival such a formidable weapon, not knowing what was wrong with Han Sen's crossbow, and how it possessed such a terrifying power. What was more, he didn't expect Han Sen's crossbow to fire so rapidly. It was almost like a pistol. After dodging 4 bolts, he could not dodge the ones that came after. The next second, a barrage of 4 bolts pierced his body. The bolts tore through the sacred blood armor he was wearing like hot knives through butter. The incredible power of the bolts sent him spiraling a few dozen meters away, pinning him to a nearby cliffside. Huang Mian shouted, and as he did, Han Sen turned to fire another bolt his way. Pang! The bolt shattered Huang Mian's greatsword into little more than glitter, and still, its speed was not impeded. It went on to pierce his right arm. Huang Mian did not react, as if he hadn't felt anything from the bolt that tore through his arm. Madly, he threw a fist towards Han Sen's face. "What benefit has Chen Ran provided you? Why do you so earnestly wish to give your life for him?" Han Sen took a step back and dodged Huang Mian's incoming fist. Huang Mian's punching skills were far inferior to his sword-fighting ability, and thus not a threat to Han Sen. "He saved my life, and as such, I must return the favor. Then I will allow you." Han Sen slapped Huang Mian's head, which caused him to fall down. The other people who had accompanied Chen Ran were already running to the hills at this point. A powerful character like Chen Ran had been defeated by a bolt, and fearing the same would happen to them, they wished they had an extra set of legs so they could skitter away at a greater pace. They could not imagine how such a wretched crossbow could have come to exist. It was just like a pistol, and with such fearsome power, it was more overpowered than it had any right to be. Han Sen could not be bothered to chase the yahoos that scampered away, and instead ventured to the cliffside Chen Ran had been pinned to. Chen Ran's body had 4 blood-stained bolts sticking out of him, but still he had not died yet. He attempted to pull the feathers out but couldn't. Going forward, the feathers were as soft as silk, but going backwards, they cut like a dozen razor blades. If he attempted to pull them out, the organs and bones inside him would be butchered. "Ah, Chen Ran, I hate to say it, but it's true, none of this had to happen." Han Sen smiled as he stood before Chen Ran's ruined body. Up and down, Han Sen's eyes lingered upon the near-lifeless defeated. "Han Sen, you dare kill me. The Chen family will have their revenge. A world of pain will be the only thing that can come from this." Chen Ran told Han Sen as he seethed with rage. But blood oozed from behind his lips, choking the words he wished to spit out at Han Sen. What might have been an unnerving warning was instead a pitiful sight. "If you want to live, tell me the secrets to learning 7 twists," Han Sen offered, smiling. Chen Ran's mouth was full of blood as he laughed. Kid, when I first wandered these lands, your father hadn't even been born yet. You dare give me such an ultimatum? Chen Ran spat blood out onto Han Sen's face. Then he gritted his teeth, which turned the blood in his mouth black. Then his pulse stopped. He was dead. Han Sen, to ensure the fact, examined his body. Han Sen looked at Chen Ran with shock. He did not expect this evil old fox would be so wild as to use poison to finish himself off. I really shouldn't underestimate prominent figures of such big families. Their loyalty to each other is almost scary. Han Sen thought about it for a while longer. Then he started a fire to burn Chen Ran's body. If anyone from the Chen family came after him, his disappearance might lend credence to whatever story Han Sen decided to concoct. Han Sen also believed burning his body would be considered a good deed in the eyes of any higher power that might have been watching. It wouldn't have been a very noble thing to leave his body to rot in the wild, after all. But before Han Sen lit the fire on Chen Ran's corpse, his lifeless body suddenly came to life. He jumped up and yelled, "No, no, no. Stop. We can talk about this. Did you say you would like to learn 7 twists? I can teach you, I can teach you." Han Sen's eyes opened wide and he stood motionless, looking at Chen Ran for a good long while. After some time, Han Sen quietly swore, "Freaking loyalty. I can't believe I was willing to believe this old man had any modicum of loyalty. That makes me mad. Brother Han, could you at least tend to my wounds? If I do not receive immediate aid, I might truly die. Death is fine, of course, but to meet my demise without passing on the knowledge of my 7 twists to someone as worthy as you would be a sorrowful crime." Chen Ran had been tied up against a big tree, with his wounds still exposed and seeping blood. His voice was a pitiable one, as if he was groveling a prayer before an ancient deity. "It's okay if you fail to finish teaching me this. You do, after all, have many other family members. If you pass during our trading, I will merely find someone else in your family to finish whatever you begin. Now, you better start reciting the manuscript to me. If your blood begins to dry, it'll be too late even if I wanted to save you." Han Sen was sitting opposite to the tree. His posture relaxed as he watched Chen Ran. "Do remember you have taught me 7 twists. Is this something your family is okay with me knowing?" Han Sen stroked the silver fox's head as he spoke. "Brother Han, why are you so stupid? I taught you 7 twists, which is an insult and criminal deed in the face of my family's honor and heritage. If I told someone about this, I would be the one at the end of their swords. They'd kill me first, for what I have done is a treacherous act. They'd slice me up like a sushi roll of 1,000 cuts. I don't want that, and that is why my lips will remain sealed." Chen Ran looked as if he was going to start crying. "Ah, I see. Give me a moment to think your plight over." Han Sen had his eyes closed, and it looked like he was practicing Kai Gong. "Don't practice it yet. Help me." When Chen Ran saw Han Sen start practicing Kai Gong, he started shouting in a panic. Han Sen merely ignored him and continued with his practice. Not long later, Chen Ran began to smell a pleasant fragrance. Not caring very much, he believed it to be the smell of Han Sen's pills. Seeing Han Sen continue to ignore him, Chen Ran ground his teeth against each other and started meditating to aid his own wounds. But after Chen Ran breathed in the pleasant scent, it followed along with his meditation as he breathed in more and more. Chen Ran's body started to produce woolly clouds, which wandered around him. The wound sealed up quite a bit and the bleeding slowed. After Han Sen completed a cycle of the Dongsu Sutra, he opened his eyes to take a look at Chen Ran. He watched his meditation intently. After a while, Han Sen's heart started laughing. He thought to himself, "This old fox really did give me a false 7 twists. 70% was genuine and 30% was nonsense. He altered the most integral components of the skill to try to trick me." Not long later, Chen Ran opened his eyes to the sight of Han Sen. He shouted, "Brother Han, I gave you everything. Please help me, lest I die here on this tree. It's better that you die, so you are not given the opportunity to harm innocent people in the future," Han Sen coldly told him, looking into Chen Ran's eyes. "You seek to break your promise." Chen Ran's face changed. "Not yet. Let me ask you something. Did Zhu Ting learn your 7 twists?" Han Sen asked. "Yes," Chen Ran answered. "Then why is Zhu Ting's 7 twists different than yours?" Han Sen squinted his eyes as he asked. Chen Ran's face changed, and he started yelling. "That traitor, that treacherous dog. How dare he tell an outsider? I knew I should never rely on a bastard. You aren't any better. You tried to fool me. And as a repercussion for your own mischief, I don't see the point of letting you go." Han Sen shrugged. No. Listen to me, I did not lie to you. Zhu Ting was just a bastard who was not qualified to receive the teachings of the genuine 7 twists. You must have learnt 3 twists from him." Chen Ran was speaking faster than a bullet. "Isn't 3 twists the first component of 7 twists itself? Is that wrong?" Han Sen asked. Of course it is wrong. 7 Twists has an exclusive Kai Gong, which is the one I just told you. Without it, you cannot learn 7 Twists. 3 Twists is just a lesser offspring of the original skill, and it pales in comparison. Chen Ran continued, you should know, Zhu Ting learnt Deadly Perfume. That isn't the exclusive Kai Gong for 7 Twists. I suppose it makes sense. How about you tell me about the relationship between Heavenly Go and 7 Twists? If you do that, I'll patch you up, Han Sen proposed. The reason Han Sen wanted 7 Twists wasn't because of its individual power, but it was because of something Chen Ran once said. He had said that if Heavenly Go was in the Chen family, their 7 Twists would be unstoppable. This must have been a lie, but there had to be some sort of relationship between the two. Otherwise, Chen Ran would have had no reason to say what he did. Chen Ran hesitated for a while, but then said, Heavenly Go and 7 Twists were birthed from a tome which belonged to my ancient ancestors. They are a pair. They are both used in conjunction with each other, combined to create what can only be defined as a god power. But that faithless Huangfu family is obscene. They stole Heavenly Go from us and altered it so it would no longer be compatible with 7 Twists. Heavenly Go has its own Kai Gong and 7 Twists has its own Kai Gong. How can they be combined together? Do you think I was born yesterday? Do you think you can fool me again? Han Sen coldly snapped. Brother Han, why would I lie to you? Heavenly Go is the first part of this combo. You need to learn Heavenly Go before you learn 7 Twists. Do that, and you will become the strongest person to tread this world. It is the mightiest skill across all recorded history. Without Heavenly Go, our family can only learn the second half. So, 7 Twists is only 70% complete. With the base of Heavenly Go, you would be shocking to all who crossed your path. Brother Han, I have already told you everything. Fix me, quick. Chen Ran begged. Old Chen, I really would like to fix you and set you free. But in addition to not telling me the truth, you are trying to kill me. Han Sen looked at Chen Ran's side. Chen Ran's face changed and he said, Brother Han, why would you say something like that? I am telling you the truth, there is no lie. And for me to be in such a position, how could I possibly try to kill you? After the entrance, I am supposed to go up 9 tiers, not down, Han Sen coldly said. Chen Ran's face changed, but he still insisted that he had told the truth. How come? I have always learnt by going down 9 tiers, ever since I was a kid. After the Jade Door, I should go left and then head up. The defense ballad should be 3, not 9. Should I go on? Han Sen squinted his eyes while looking at Chen Ran. Impossible. Impossible. Did that Zhu Ting? No, Zhu Ting shouldn't know the real 7 Twists. You. Chen Ran's face looked at Han Sen as if he had just seen a ghost. There weren't many people in the Chen family who knew how to perform 7 Twists. Those that did were afraid of outsiders learning the skill. That was why most students were only taught 3 Twists instead of the original, complete variant. In addition to 3 Twists, they were also given false, filler skills to change core components of the art. Even a master class person, had they not seen 7 Twists performed in its entirety, would not be able to tell the difference. If people were being taught the fake 7 Twists, the differences were so minor they'd believe it was indeed the real thing. But if you continued to practice it, you could become mildly paralyzed, and in extreme cases, end up dead. Chen Ran could not understand how Han Sen already knew the real 7 Twists. I have given you far more chances than you are worthy of, but still, you haven't said an honest word to me. Han Sen raised his peacock crossbow and took aim at Chen Ran. No, don't kill me. I can't die. I can't die. Pang! Chen Ran's eyes opened with a look of utter despair cast across his face. A bolt had blown a hole through his head. People like you, enemies of mine, I don't feel safe leaving you alive. Han Sen returned his peacock crossbow. He didn't want to let Chen Ran go in the first place. Han Sen burnt Chen Ran's corpse as he initially planned to, retrieved his bolts, and continued his journey back to the ice field. Although he already had 7 Twists, he would need Heavenly Go as a base. Otherwise, he'd have to start from scratch. Although Han Sen had stolen Heavenly Go from Queen, he'd have to learn it in its entirety from the source Kai Gong. And that would take a long time. Han Sen was already in the midst of learning Dongshuan Sutra and Jade Skin, so he didn't really have enough time to spare to practice another Kai Gong. I wonder if I can use the Dongshuan Sutra to replace Heavenly Go. After all, certain techniques of the Dongshuan Sutra aren't all that different to Heavenly Go. But I'm not sure if the Dongshuan Sutra can wholly replace Heavenly Go. Under the Silver Fox's protection, Han Sen's journey was almost too tame. That was why, with his thoughts free, he wondered if he could use Dongshuan Sutra for the base of 7 Twists. The results of his attempts were better than he thought. Han Sen had noticed, ever since he stole Heavenly Go from Queen, he could use Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the skill. He could even simulate 7 twists. But that did not mean Han Sen had really learned Heavenly Go and 7 twists in their original form. He was just simulating them through the Dongshuan Sutra, and that still meant he was, at his core, using Dongshuan Sutra. When Heavenly Go and 7 twists were combined together, Han Sen was able to fathom the terrible power such a combination could yield. The original 7 twists included, as the title suggested, 7 airborne twists. But combined with Heavenly Go, the move wasn't quite so simple. With both of these together, he would not need wings to soar the skies in flight. And this was something only a handful of surpassers were capable of. He could use Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the arrow flying skill, but it would only last 15 minutes. But even that was a scary thing, because it was entirely different than using a beast's soul. This was the true power of flight, and it would allow for the complete freedom of his body to do what it wished, just as efficiently as it could on the ground. Han Sen was so excited at the prospect, he continued to practice it on his way. Heavenly Go's formation was flat, but combined with 7 twists, it became a 3-dimensional formation with increased power. While this was quite the boon, it also required a user powerful enough to use it. With the Silver Fox protecting him on his way, and the map he had received from Huangfu Pinking, Han Sen arrived on the other side of the Devil's Mountain safely. Han Sen followed the path Thunder Devil once took, and it wasn't long before he caught sight of a giant floating island in the skies above the ice field. There were many flying creatures soaring to and fro around the mystery island, as if they were devils searching for their next hapless victims. Back at the royal shelter, Han Sen asked to see Young Manly for a report on recent happenings during his absence. Because very few people owned high-class wings, Young Manly was off having a quick look at the mystery island. They hadn't attacked the royal shelter there yet, due to their lack of the necessary strength. Right now, the humans that were too weak to fight were under curfew and prohibited from leaving the shelter. Elites who went out to hunt had to do so in large parties, in fear of being attacked by the rogue flying monsters. As for the royal shelter on the mystery island, not much was known. No one had dared to venture near it, so it was not known what the spirit inside looked like. Han Sen knew discussions were pointless. With the weakened forces of the ice fields, and the lack of evolvers that could fly, attacking the royal shelter would be futile no matter how many conversations were held. Although it was a bit of a waste, Han Sen could only bring the Silver Fox there with him. The greatest chance of conquering the place would be to fly up there by himself, fox in hand, venture to the spirit hall, and kill the spirit residing there. "Boss, did you kill Chen Ran?" After everyone left, Zhu Ting stayed and asked Han Sen with a low tone of voice and a droopy face. "I don't know." Han Sen did not admit it or deny it. There was no point in denying it. Even if Chen Ran's people had not run off, there were still many people who knew he was coming after Han Sen. The most likely conclusion of what transpired would have still been the same. But Han Sen was not willing to admit it, no matter what people thought. Besides, no one had seen Han Sen kill Chen Ran, and his body had already been cremated. Zhu Ting, with a conflicted expression, looked at Han Sen and said, "Chen Ran was one of the few elders in the Chen family. He was a scarily powerful evolver and evil of heart. His passing at your hands would be a great shock to the Chen family. They won't dare trouble you here, in the safety of a shelter's walls, but out there, in the wild, you should be wary. You are from the Chen family. Are you not afraid or upset that I killed Chen Ran?" Han Sen gave Zhu Ting a strange look. Zhu Ting wore a wry smile, and he said, "I am nobody to them. I am just a faceless bastard to a family who has plenty of children and grandchildren of their own to take care of. A bastard can never be treated on the same level. Do you know why I had to learn deadly perfume?" Han Sen watched Zhu Ting intently, allowing him to explain. The Chen family owned a country during a certain planet's era. It was ruled as a monarchy. Since time immemorial, kings have been subject to many assassination attempts. Many are killed by poison. That is why there are designated food testers. They taste the food to confirm there are no poisons within. Deadly perfume was taught to the people who performed that task. If what they consumed contained poison, their body would release a perfume. If the poison wasn't too strong, the tester could live due to the teachings of deadly perfume. If the poison was too much for the defense provided by deadly perfume, the tester would end up dead. Deadly perfume is quite powerful. Few poisons can breach its protection. Isn't that right? Han Sen asked. Zhu Ting shook his head and said, "Poisons used to kill kings are never so simple. The reason deadly perfume was so powerful is because of how often these incidents occurred. Every time a new poison was discovered, deadly perfume would be altered and improved to defend against it. Across the countless generations deadly perfume has existed. Heaven knows how many deaths were sustained to bring it to where it is today. Only the servants of the Chen family can learn deadly perfume, where only real members of the Chen family can learn the exclusive Kai Gong 7 twists. Do you still think I am considered a Chen? Chen Juling commanded me to find a way in which I might kill you. But I know there is no way for me to do that. I cannot return with my mission incomplete, and so I will never return to the Chen family. I can only remain hidden in this shelter, never again venturing beyond its walls. You stay here, then, as long as you are on the ice fields, and even if members of the Chen family do show up, they won't be able to lay a finger on one hair on your head. Han Sen sympathetically said, secretly unsure whether or not this was a ploy of Zhu Ting. Was he being truthful? Han Sen did not know. But having Zhu Ting on his side was more useful than not. For now, he could continue working for Han Sen while being comforted at the same time. After Zhu Ting left the room, Han Sen departed the shelter. He found a place where there was no one around, summoned his wings, and flew up towards the mystery island with the silver fox in hand. With the silver fox near, the flying creatures did not venture close, and his passage to the mystery island was unhindered. This mystery island was far larger than the one he saw in the first shelter. You could see from afar a black metal shelter in the middle of it, like some crouching Goliath. It was far smaller than the royal shelter that had belonged to Princess Hinyang, and swaths of horrific beasts circled the skies around it. He could tell this spirit shelter was far stronger than the previous one he had striven to conquer. But the creatures were merely set dressings to Han Sen right now. Holding the silver fox, Han Sen proceeded onwards as the hordes of creatures parted to provide a path. Upon reaching the front gate, he walked inside. Perhaps it was because this shelter was on a floating isle, but every creature that populated this island had the ability to fly. There were giant birds, tigers with wings, creatures with 4 wings, and even a giant snake that writhed its way across the rooftops had a pair. Han Sen entered the menacing metal shelter. All of a sudden, he saw a dark figure fly across the mystery island. He furrowed his brows and called aloud, I have already issued a command prohibiting access to the mystery island. Who has disobeyed my orders and come? Standing on the high wall of the metal shelter, Han Sen noticed it was the figure of a man that was nearing. He did not have a pet like the silver fox by his side, and he was being chased by a host of monsters. He was fighting his way through the hordes of creature, bones and blood paving his wake. No monster could hinder his approach, and he was coming directly for the metal shelter. Han Sen caught a glimpse of the man's face, which was unknown to him. He had black hair and black armor, his eyes were pretty, and a copper sword gleamed in his hand. His finesse with the sword was remarkable, and each swipe of the sword was intimidating to watch. Strange, how come I have never seen this man in the ice fields before? Han Sen was positive he had never seen this person on the ice fields before. With sword skills like that, he would have recognized him with ease. The man rushed near, and when he saw Han Sen standing atop the high wall, his expression was puzzled. Han Sen stood on the wall of the spirit shelter without a single creature around him. A silver fox rested gracefully on his shoulders. The two looked like a spirit themselves. And that's what the man believed Han Sen to be. Without prior warning, the man began swinging his sword towards Han Sen. Han Sen frowned, not sure what was wrong with the stranger. Without saying a word, he had cast a powerful skill and was attempting to assault him. Wind streams trailed behind the sword as it soared through the air with a frightening velocity. With such power, this man had most likely opened his gene lock. As Han Sen watched him come, he was positive this man had decided to steal the shelter away from him. He would not comply with his brutish introduction, and so Han Sen decided to engage the man in combat. Wang Yuheng was shocked as the fight began. He had been in the second shelter for over a decade and had sieged many royal shelters and battled many royal spirits in that time. After he managed to unlock his gene lock, he had never gone against an opponent that rivaled his own talent. Within 2 seconds, 2 long swords were coming down on him wildly, and he could not gain an advantage. He had never been in such a situation before, for he did not think royal spirits could become so powerful. Han Sen believed his opponent was quite powerful, too. He was using his dual sword skill to the best of his abilities, and while it may have suppressed his latest opponent for the time being, he'd need to do more if he sought victory. The opponent was not just dexterous with the sword, but also profoundly capable in a variety of ways. He looked like a genius who hailed from a big family. I have no quarrel with you, even if ownership of the royal shelter is your goal. Killing me is hardly necessary. Han Sen was preparing to use his peacock crossbow to kill his attacker. The last thing he wanted right now was entanglement with another fighter, so he decided to test his resolve through dialogue first. You aren't a spirit. When Wang Yuheng heard what Han Sen said, he was surprised. Quickly, he returned his weapons and looked upon Han Sen's face in disbelief. How could you mistake me for a spirit? Have you ever seen a spirit like this before? Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief, but he never expected his opponent to believe he was a spirit. Wang Yuheng observed Han Sen for a little while longer and then approached to hold his fists together and bow. He said, I apologize. I did not mean to offend you, my friend. I looked upon you as you stood atop the high wall. The creatures encircled you, not daring to approach in fear. With your gracious looks, you being the ruler of this place was a natural assumption of mine. Or so I thought. Looks can be deceiving. But again, I must apologize for the skipping of formalities, so perhaps we can start over. Might I know your name? Han Sen reviewed his explanation and thought that it made sense. With a wry smile he responded, I am Han Sen. Out here in the ice fields, I can only presume you have heard of me. You are Han Sen. Wang Yuheng looked even more surprised. With a look of greater disbelief, he had to ask, you are the Han Sen that graduated from Blackhawk Military Academy. Assuming Blackhawk Military Academy did not have a second Han Sen, then yes, that would be me, Han Sen jovially responded. My name is Wang Yuheng. I am Wang Mingmeng's uncle. Before I embarked upon the adventure that led me here to the ice fields, Wang Mingmeng recommended that I seek you out and see if there was aught you required assistance with. Now, clearly, do I see that there is not. You are Mingmeng's uncle. It was now Han Sen's turn to be surprised. I am her uncle, yes, 20 years her senior, as a matter of fact. Wang Yuheng smiled and continued to say, if you would prefer it, feel free to refer to me as little uncle just as she does. If uncle does not sound appropriate, then how about big brother Wang? Either of those will do. I will stick to little uncle. Else, I am unsure how I would tell Mingmeng about our meeting here today. Han Sen coughed. This man was 20 years older than her but still spoke as if he were young. What a man. Seeing as we are now formally acquainted with one another, I won't beat around the bush. We'll venture inside this place together. He who deals the final strike to a creature will get to keep the body, but no matter what, ownership of this shelter will be yours, Wang Yuheng said. Like usual, no creature dared to come close, and without any hindrances, they found their way into the spirit hall with little to no trouble. This amazed Wang Yuheng. A most powerful pet, indeed. Wang Yuheng was not interested in the spirit, and only continued to stare at the silver fox. It looked as if he really wanted one for himself. Han Sen gazed at the spirit in front of him, and this brought a great joy to his heart. It was a female spirit. She was clad in chiffon armor, which highlighted her pair of gorgeous legs. She had sharp ears and a pair of wings on her back, shaped like those of a butterfly. Her eyes were purple, like little amethysts. The spirit was beautiful like an elf. When Wang Yuheng turned to look at the elf-like spirit, he presented a wry smile and said, only now do I regret the opportunity that was given to try to tackle this place alone. Would I have beaten her, this stunning spirit might have been mine. If little uncle is interested in a little competition, how about we both go now and see who first achieves ownership of the spirit? Han Sen smiled. Nay, the Wang family does not disregard what they have already stated. This one is all you, little Han. Wang Yuheng waved his hand as he talked. Han Sen did not wait around. Immediately, he ran directly into the center of the spirit hall. The spirit watched Han Sen come at her and without any hesitation, rushed to meet him. The creatures had all fallen back, so it was just the spirit left, willing to fight to the bitter end. Han Sen preferred not tangling with her himself, so he summoned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He let them deal with the spirit while he went on, racing towards the spirit statue. Holy smokes, twin beauty spirits. When Wang Yuheng saw the Yin princess and Yang princess, his eyes went wider than those of a bull, and his mouth dropped open. The elf spirit wanted to go after Han Sen but found herself suitably suppressed by the twin spirit that had been loosed upon her. Quickly, Han Sen reached the spirit statue and snatched the spirit stone from its forehead. I, empty spirit, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. The elf-like spirit gave up the fight, knelt before Han Sen, and spoke her vow. Wang Yuheng froze up after witnessing it. He just stood there, watching Han Sen effortlessly place the spirit stone onto the empty spirit princess's forehead. In a blinding light burst from the stone, the empty spirit princess disappeared from sight. Little Han, nay, for I should say, brother Han. You are incredible. How did you accomplish that? I can only surmise there may be a thing or two you can teach me. I have been attempting to earn a sexy, princess-class spirit for myself and have never been able to. Wang Yuheng approached, placing his hand on Han Sen's shoulder. His face was beaming with happiness, and the look of a mature elder quickly dissipated. It's all down to luck, Han Sen said. Luck is a fickle mistress. I pray for good fortune every day, and especially before I assault a royal shelter. I'll even shower before that as well. But every spirit I have encountered so far has chosen to self-destruct when given the spirit stone. Wang Yuheng's face looked disheartened. Little uncle, I am regretfully unable to help you with that. Han Sen gave him a face that looked like he wanted to help, but due to the circumstances, could not. Then, perhaps you can teach me of a finer way I may ensure a capture. Or perhaps, if you were willing to sell one of your spirits, I would most certainly be willing to buy. Wang Yuheng almost had saliva drooling from the corners of his mouth as he made the suggestion. His eyes continued to drift towards Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He almost seemed obsessed with the need for one. And he continued his dialogue, saying, "You can sell me as many as you'd like. Money is of no concern to me. Little uncle, how about this? The next time you locate a spirit you would like, call me. I will help you get the spirit stone. With my luck, there is a 90% chance I will be able to obtain it for you." Han Sen then quickly returned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. Han Sen had spent a long time trying to defeat and obtain the twin spirit, so he would never contemplate selling them. Furthermore, he often called upon them both to massage his shoulders and make him feel good. Plus, with the Crystal Palace being so big, the services of Yin and Yang were of great help to the Snow Lady in keeping it operational. Han Sen felt it was undermanned as it was, so he didn't want to sell them even if he could. That works for me. In that case, my future happiness rests firmly upon your shoulders. Wang Yuheng licked his lips, and the way he held himself looked as if he was trying to hide his disappointment at not being able to purchase the twin spirit. This ill fortune has plagued my lifetime, extending all the way back to my school days, when we separated seats in our classrooms. There were 25 boys and 23 girls in my year. Traditionally, one boy and one girl would share a desk. But the two additional boys would have to sit together, and as luck would have had it, I was one of those boys. I never sat next to a girl once during my time growing up. And when we played games, I'd always be grouped with a boy. And my desk partner was frequently absent, too. Which meant I had to spend many days grouped with my teacher. You don't know my pain, brother. You don't know my pain. And after leaving school, growing up, I never once won the lottery. I have never won a card game. If I go to hunt small monsters, I can guarantee you I will somehow summon a stampede of vicious, hungry, big bloodthirsty monsters. When I kill creatures, I never receive their beast souls. When I get a spirit stone, services of the spirit are never offered. I previously accepted my fate for that which it was, until today. After meeting you, I know I have located my savior. Wang Yuheng was dribbling snot and tears as he vigorously stroked Han Sen's hand. It was like he had been single for 30 years and was now meeting a woman that was willing to give him the time of day. Little uncle, I just remembered I have some business that I must attend to. Away from here. How about we continue this discussion another time? Han Sen felt awkward. Wang Yuheng was a person who was super duper unlucky. Han Sen thought he should be as far removed from him as possible, lest his own luck be poisoned by his proximity. But Wang Yuheng was still tightly gripping his hand, as if he'd found a soulmate. He looked eager to relay to Han Sen his entire life story. Han Sen tugged and pulled his hand back a few times, but Wang Yuheng did not budge. Roar. All of a sudden, a loud roar shook the ground. Han Sen felt a buzzing noise in his head, and he almost fell over. Oh no. Han Sen's face changed. Not only he had sensed the danger, but the silver fox, too. It hissed and growled as it looked around in alarm. They both looked to the skies. What they saw petrified them. After Han Sen collected the spirit, the creatures of the island had all left. But one remained in the darkened sky. It broke through the clouds, heading directly to Mystery Island. The skies burned a fiery red, and the atmosphere of terror was enough to suffocate a person. A second later, the scary shadow crash landed in the metal shelter, shaking the entire island. 20 meters away from them, a monster with eyes of fire stared them down. The creature looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It had leathery red scales shielding its entire body, and 4 wings wreathed in fire. A spiral horn protruded from its head, and fire writhed out of its nose. Its eyes, as big as wagon wheels, had licks of flame inside the pupils, and it stared at Han Sen and Wang Yuheng. It breathed out smoke from its mouth, which looked like the gaping maw of a volcano. Split up. You go left, I go right, Han Sen quickly shouted, before dashing off. The creature was intimidatingly large. Han Sen thought to draw his crossbow and fire a bolt. But even if it pierced the fiend's thick scales, he feared it would only hit it with the power of a toothpick. Wang Yuheng heard what he was told and ran off to the left. He heard the creature roar, and a geyser of fire shot out from its mouth. It engulfed the spirit hall in fire, and the structure immediately began collapsing under the scorching heat. The creature that looked like a T-Rex immediately took off after Wang Yuheng. Not wanting to be dinosaur chow, Wang Yuheng ran as fast as his legs could carry him, yelling. He looked like a pitiable fellow, with a T-Rex gnashing at his heels. Han Sen was running like the wind, and he thought to himself, you really are unlucky. The monster picked you, even though I approached it first. I didn't mean for that to happen. As he was talking to himself, Han Sen managed to exit the metal shelter and had a clear shot of escaping the mystery island. But all he could hear were the repeated screams from Wang Yuheng, who was continuing to be pursued by the T-Rex. It didn't seem likely he was going to escape without Han Sen's intervention. I don't care. We only just met. I barely know the fellow, Han Sen's mind stated, while his legs stood firmly, refusing to depart. Although Wang Yuheng was unlucky, he was not a bad person by any means. Furthermore, he was Wang Mingmeng's uncle. Han Sen knew how guilty he might become if he were to leave him behind in such a heartless fashion. But he's so unlucky. Even if I do save his life, he'll probably end up dead due to a similar misfortune sometime in the future. Han Sen spoke this out, but immediately after, bit down on his teeth. He hissed, turned around, and ran back into the blazing inferno. If Wang Yuheng ran alongside him, bringing the monster with him, he wouldn't have had these second thoughts. Wang Yuheng was well aware of his own misfortune, but despite that, he heeded Han Sen's instruction to run in the opposite direction, pulling the monster with him. He was a good, honest man. Fine, I'll do my part, but I won't risk any more than I have to try to save him. He'll still have to put in the effort. Han Sen drew his peacock crossbow and loaded it with a raven feather bolt. Then, he began to approach the rampaging monster. The whole mystery island was ablaze, and the flames that the T-Rex breathed were enough to melt the sturdy metal structures that composed the shelter. It ran really fast, too. Wang Yuheng was unable to shake the creature, and his body had suffered a few bad burns. There were fiery holes in his clothes and his hair was singed. But Wang Yuheng, despite his unluckiness, was a powerful warrior. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, he had managed to outpace the lunatic T-Rex for a good while without suffering any injuries. He looked pitiable, sure, but they were minor wounds and nothing that could not be quickly remedied. Han Sen was not a reckless person, so he wanted to survey the area and approach the situation in as safely as possible. He didn't want to charge in like a buffoon, so he gauged the events from a good distance away. Observing the pursuit made Han Sen really take notice of how unlucky Wang Yuheng was. He didn't know how or why the T-Rex was so determined to catch him. It was as if it had been locked on, and nothing seemed to sway its desire to incinerate the running man. This guy excels at being a party tank. He pulls all the aggro with no effort. Han Sen continued to watch from afar inside. After a period of observation, Han Sen could not espy any weak spots on the creature. Its whole body was covered in red scales, and he could immediately tell how difficult it would be to penetrate them. As soon as he had a clear shot at the monster's eye, he would pull the trigger. Pang! Han Sen fired the raven bolt across a distance of 50 meters. His aim was impeccable, and it seemed to be a guaranteed hit on the T-Rex. But right before it skewered the monster's eyeball, the creature blinked to shield its eye. The bolt did go in, but the monster's eyelid was thick. The bolt remained lodged in it, not dealing damage to the actual eye itself. The T-Rex's eyelid did not have any scales, and it was evidently weaker than the rest of the body. The creature was knocked back. It roared in pain and looked at Han Sen from across the battlefield. Han Sen started running, and the T-Rex took off after him. He felt as if a giant flamethrower was pulling up behind his bottom, getting closer and closer. The air around him was getting hotter, and the soft fabric of his clothes looked ready to burst into flames. Brother Han, you are a remarkable example of a human being. Your charity is boundless. I almost knew it for a fact that you would not abandon me to the grisly maws of that ferocious monster. Wang Yuheng was touched by the gesture and sung his words of praise from across the battleground. I'm not a nice man, Han Sen responded. See if you can draw its attention once more. I need to see if I can get a few more hits on its eye. With some luck, my luck, we can bring an end to this wretched thing. It is my pleasure to be of aid. Wang Yuheng did not delay in his agreement to act. Han Sen expected Wang Yuheng to summon a bow, or at least a spear to throw at the monster to regain its attention. But randomly, Wang Yuheng merely scrambled to pick up a piece of metal from the smoldering metal shelter, and threw it at the monster. The metal piece plonked against the T-Rex's shiny red scales. The damage dealt equated to that of a tickle. But that was all it took to garner its attention and pull it away from Han Sen. The monster turned to look at Wang Yuheng and took off after him once more. This way, you dumb doggy. I'm over here. Chase me, I taste delightful. Wang Yuheng called at the T-Rex. He even turned around, bent over, and mooned the T-Rex, clobbering his own butt cheeks to get it to follow. He yelled, "Thick pork rind here, come get your free sample." Wang Yuheng's clothes were mostly in cinders, and Han Sen could see much of his posterior. He danced and slapped his own bottom like a pair of bongos, as Han Sen simply sighed, failing to comprehend the situation in which he found himself. Han Sen looked on hopelessly. He thought to himself, is this guy stupid? All he has to do is attract the T-Rex. Is any of that necessary? Can't he just hit it and run? The T-Rex was incredibly angry. However, it roared to the sky, then brought down a geyser of flames on Wang Yuheng. Half on fire, Wang Yuheng took off running like a lunatic, with the T-Rex back on his heels. Damn, at least it worked well. Han Sen watched with wide eyes, thinking Wang Yuheng had really turned his opinion on him around. "Brother Han, I beg that you hasten your move. I am being roasted alive." Wang Yuheng was running as fast as he could, as his hands tried to pat down the flames that were incinerating his bottom. "Hold on, little uncle." Han Sen raised his peacock crossbow and took aim at the T-Rex's eye once more. Peng! Han Sen fired the bolt at the T-Rex's eyelid once more, but again it blinked and the bolt couldn't pierce through it entirely. But exceeding Han Sen's expectations, Wang Yuheng immediately picked up more pieces of metal to lob at the monster, all the while shouting and screaming. The T-Rex only looked at Han Sen for 1 second before resuming its chase of Wang Yuheng. "Little uncle, that's right. You can do it. I have faith in you." Han Sen couldn't fathom the sordid deeds Wang Yuheng must have committed in a past life to be given such bad luck in this one. The aggro he could pull with such little effort was astonishing. And now, with Wang Yuheng subject to the T-Rex's pursuit once more, Han Sen got back to searching for the perfect chance of striking the T-Rex's eye. Although it wasn't quick on its feet, the reactions of this super creature weren't too slow. Even with Han Sen taking his best possible shot, the creature always caught the bolts with its eyelid. "Brother Han, I am reaching the end of my tether. If you are to slay this oversized doggy, I recommend doing it soon." When Han Sen reached for his quiver again, he was overwhelmed with dread to notice it was empty. They had all been fired, with no damage having been dealt to the beast that had assaulted them. Brave men must shoulder the greatest of deeds. "I'm going in." Han Sen knew the bolts were fairly well lodged in the monster's eyelids and thought this would be his only chance. So he took off running towards the monster. Killing the monster was not his priority right now. He wasn't doing this for himself. He knew if he let the monster claim this place for itself, it would only be a matter of time before it chose to wreak havoc on the ice fields far below. Homes and shelters would be burnt to ash, and people would undoubtedly be eaten whenever it fancied a snack. Han Sen didn't want to risk leaving the beast alive. He had exhausted one of his greatest chances of killing it already, so he wanted to push a little further. And even if he could not kill it, he'd at least deal as much damage as he could before retreat. With Wang Yuheng still stealing the spotlight of the T-Rex's attention, Han Sen was able to run beside the creature and effortlessly leap up onto it. With a window of opportunity now open for him, he went in and tried to kick the bolt-laden eyelid. The T-Rex, however, turned around and tried to evade the attack. But as this happened, Han Sen borrowed strength from the air to carry his kick and prepared to batter the eye with his legs 7 times. The T-Rex, failing to dodge the attacks, simply shut its eyelids, thinking it could shield its eyes. But this was exactly what Han Sen wanted. He walloped each of his 7 kicks firmly into the bolts planted on the monster's eyelid. Han Sen's legs were like steel sledgehammers. After 7 strikes, the bolts were malleted deep into the monster's squishy eyeball. The T-Rex blasted one last cry to the sky as blood gushed from its ruined eye. The raven feather bolts, following Han Sen's hits, had become implanted deep in the monster's eye. The T-Rex squirmed in pain as it tried to open its eye. But when it raised its eyelid, it dragged the bolts up with it, ruining its eye further. Now, more blood cascaded from the extra crevices that were cut into the eyeball. Taking advantage of another window of opportunity that had opened for him, Han Sen kicked the beast another 7 times. He was using the skill called 7 Kill, which, when combined with arrow, brought devastating damage upon the monster's other eye. Infuriated, the T-Rex began shooting geysers of flame in all directions. Han Sen could only fly away from it, to avoid being incinerated by the wild flames. "Brother Han, that was fine work." Wang Yuheng looked delighted. The T-Rex no longer had any vision, and it was in agony. Every time it tried to blink, it dealt itself even greater damage. The T-Rex's talons were so long and thick, it couldn't pull the bolts out of its eyelid, either. The longer it went on, the more the T-Rex panicked. It flapped its 4 flame-wreathed wings in a bid to escape. Han Sen used this time to pick up the bolts that were on the floor. Then he summoned his wings to chase after the T-Rex. This was the first time he had gotten so close to killing a super creature since coming to the second shelter. Unlike the last time with the Deadeye Peacock, which was basically a killsteal, The T-Rex flailed madly in the sky as it continued shooting fireballs from its mouth. The sky was dark, lit up only by its flames. It was a terrifying spectacle to behold. The people down on the ice fields were able to watch the scene unfold, and it frightened those who looked up. No one had ever seen such a scary monster in the ice fields before, so this sort of sight was new to them. "Look, someone is chasing after that horrible creature," someone shouted. Where? It's pretty far off. Of course you can't see it with your eyes. Use a pair of binoculars, old man." They watched as a man chased off a flying T-Rex that breathed fire in the sky. "Whoa, it's Leader Han. Holy smokes. He is too powerful." Did Leader Han claim ownership of the metal shelter up there, too, all by himself? "He's so handsome. He's so good." The people who watched Han Sen chase away the T-Rex all reeled in shock and admiration. They thought Han Sen was hunting it down. Although the T-Rex had been blinded, it seemed as if it could still distinguish things well. It was able to fly north, towards the ice sea that lay beyond the ice fields. Han Sen followed the T-Rex, thinking of a way he might bring it down for good. The damage inflicted to its eyes was grievous, but it wasn't enough to slay the beast. Still, the visual impairment boded well for Han Sen's battle, as the T-Rex was no longer the threat it once was. This thing's vitality is high. It is obviously well attuned with fire, which means it should be weak to other elements. It would be a difficult fight for a group to take on such a raging beast. But to one or two well-trained elites, it is not as threatening as the Raven. Han Sen thought to himself, observing the beast. The T-Rex resumed spewing fire, but after a few roars, the flames extinguished. Was it running out of fire, or was it just exhausted? Han Sen was happy to see this, so he unlocked his gene lock and used arrow to gain momentum and approach the T-Rex more efficiently. He waited for the monster to roar once more, and when it did, he fired another raven feather bolt into its open mouth. The hard light string of the crossbow flashed quickly, launching the bolt. The power of a super beast soul made the black feather appear as nothing more than a thin black laser. It was a direct hit in the T-Rex's mouth. The T-Rex opened its mouth again to roar, cascading blood as it did. The 10 bolts Han Sen fired into its mouth must have dealt a crippling amount of damage. The T-Rex started breathing fire once more, and a creepy mixture of blood and flame gushed out from its mouth, with the occasional black feather. Unfortunately, a few of the raven feathers inside were charred and broken. No longer could they be reused as bolts or converted into daggers. Suddenly, the T-Rex raised its talons and flailed in Han Sen's direction. They were so fast and big, it was as if the T-Rex had summoned all the remaining strength in its body for that one strike. It was already too late for Han Sen to dodge, and the talons that were coming his way gave him a shock. But with the gene lock open, he didn't let it affect him. He maintained his composure and without even thinking, he summoned his golden armor, gargoyle glyph, and peacock crossbow to block the blow. When the talons met the peacock crossbow, Han Sen was sent rocketing downwards, shattering a layer of ice on the icy sea. The splash his body created was massive. Han Sen exited the sea coughing blood and shaking from the pain. It felt as if all his organs had been flipped upside down. It's easy to forget how powerful a super creature can be. Such power is frightening. Han Sen's heart was shocked. When he opened his mouth, more blood dripped out. If he had not used the peacock crossbow to block the initial strike, he feared he would have been torn apart by the sudden blow. But after the strike, the T-Rex appeared to be even more injured than it had been. It spewed more and more blood down into the sea, coloring it in an inky, dark red haze. Han Sen watched the T-Rex come down and did not dare fight it face to face. He summoned his silver eel and tried to sail away from it. But the silver fox on Han Sen's shoulder suddenly roared with a great ferocity of its own. It seemed to have been infuriated by the damage that had just been dealt to Han Sen, and then it prickled and sparked with silver lightning, as the sound of rumbling thunder resonated from within it. Like a silver bolt of lightning, the silver fox launched itself into the air, striking the T-Rex that had sought to pursue them. The T-Rex cried out in pain as its body began to produce white smoke. It may have hurt, but the T-Rex was too strong for the silver fox to deal any lasting damage. The T-Rex then decided to halt its pursuit of Han Sen and focus on its nearer opponent, the silver fox. Breathing out more streams of fire, it tried its best to incinerate the silver fox into dust. The silver fox was still in the air, gliding backwards and forwards. It continued to cast bolts of silver lightning to attack the T-Rex. The T-Rex was still blind, so its reactions and abilities of perception were far weaker now. It had great difficulty trying to burn the silver fox, which was so small and possessed incredible speed. But still, the silver fox was a juvenile super creature, and its power was nowhere near that of the T-Rex. The effectiveness of the silver lightning wasn't high as a result, despite its constant strikes upon the T-Rex. Hansen continued to clutch his chest as he coughed up more blood. He summoned his berserk sacred blood wings and returned to the air. He was prepared to leave and let the T-Rex go due to his injury, but he hadn't expected the silver fox to fight on its own. This reinvigorated Hansen's hope for victory. The silver fox was not Hansen's real pet, and because Hansen had difficulty controlling it, he didn't treat it as a battle companion. But when the silver fox started fighting, it was far stronger than a person who had unlocked their gene lock. Even Hansen was willing to confess how much better the silver fox was than him. After all, the silver fox had a super creature's fitness. Even juvenile super creatures were stronger than most human evolvers. When the chance arrived, Hansen's heart jumped. Like some sort of god, he flew before the T-Rex in the blink of an eye and dealt one humongous kick to the fiend's left eye. After the kick, Hansen flew far away and dodged the attempted counterattack. The T-Rex's flame-wreathed wings began flapping with greater speed as it tried to escape again. Hansen continued to hold his chest and bear with the pain as he chased after it. This was his best chance of killing a super creature, and he would not let this opportunity pass him by, no matter what. If he missed this chance, he wouldn't know when such an opportunity would roll around again. They chased the T-Rex for another 8 days. On the 8th day, it was unable to keep going and collapsed into the sea. Its giant body dropped into the sea, producing massive waves. Super creature hunted, fire scale T-Rex. The beast's soul has been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen then watched as the huge, lifeless body of the T-Rex faded away. A fiery crystal dropped from its disintegrating corpse. The crystal was beautiful to look at and about the same size as a fist. Hansen quickly went to catch the crystal, but the flames that wreathed it burnt his hand. He brought back his hand and the crystal dropped into the sea. It was like a burning orb of metal dropping into the sea. Its entry into the water was followed by much steam, and the encompassing water began to boil. Holy smokes, how am I supposed to consume life geno essence that's spicy? Hansen was afraid that after the crystal fell into the sea, another strong creature might come along and eat it. He quickly summoned his peacock crossbow and used it to fish the crystal out of the sea. The life geno essence had not grown colder, despite being submerged in the sea. It was still just as hot. Hansen observed the fiery crystal delicately perched upon his peacock crossbow. He frowned and commented, "How am I supposed to eat this thing? If I lick it how I did back in the first shelter, I'll end up chewing a roasted tongue." The silver fox was in Hansen's arms. With its little paws, it attempted to grab the life geno essence. Hansen stopped it from doing so immediately, as he wanted to dine on the essence all by himself. It was a hard-fought victory, and he wanted to enjoy every morsel of the reward he had earned. But Hansen soon realized he was wrong. The silver fox was just curious about how the life geno essence looked. It didn't want to eat it. It was like a cat playing with a ball. It used its paws to touch the life geno essence, which then burnt them. After that, it hurriedly gave up its interest in the crystal. You don't want to eat it. Hansen put the life geno essence down near the silver fox. Its face looked disdainful and it turned around, refusing to even look at it. The greedy silver fox doesn't actually want to eat this good stuff. Hansen was quite shocked. Super creature beast soul, gem type. When Hansen saw the text, he turned to stone. He recalled seeing that title someplace else in the second shelter, but there weren't many out there. He remembered seeing it once on the news but had no clue what it could be used for. Hansen staggered a little and then summoned the fire-scale T-Rex beast soul. All that appeared in front of him was a fist-sized ruby-like gem. Inside the gem, Hansen could discern a faint image of the T-Rex he had seized the beast's soul from, as if a miniature variant had been encased within. As Hansen continued looking at it, he was unable to determine what this strange gem was actually capable of. Back in the ice fields, the mystery island had yet to return to the empty. This made Hansen breathe a sigh of relief. When Hansen returned to the lofty island, Wang Yuheng welcomed him there with great passion. "Brother Han, you are back. Did you kill the creature?" Wang Yuheng asked Hansen, with great enthusiasm in his voice. "I thought you'd be able to tell just by looking at my face. Had I killed it, I would have brought its flesh back, wouldn't I?" Hansen shrugged. "That's okay. I'm sure the opportunity to slay it will arise once more." Wang Yuheng didn't sound disappointed at all. He comforted Hansen with great concern. This made Hansen feel slight discomfort instead, as if it were unnatural. He wasn't the sort of person to be intimidated by bad people, but he was the sort to become afraid of nice people. Brother Han, I have come to believe you and I are meant to be. I have decided to group up with you, a proposition that was sealed, signed, and delivered by the Mistress of Destiny herself. With Team Wang Han reporting for duty, we are sure to produce a prosperous future for the second shelter. Wang Yuheng put his arm around Han Sen's shoulders, discussing a wild future birthed by his fantasies. In Wang Yuheng's eyes, they would one day become a legendary pair that could amass riches and fortunes with the greatest of ease. These childish dreams made Han Sen shudder. After a bit of silence, in which Han Sen was given a moment to think, he asked himself, when did I ever agree to cooperate with him? Having a partnership with this guy might result in a super creature assaulting my shelters every day. This entire time Han Sen had not said a word. But as Wang Yuheng went on and on about some glorious future in which they ruled the entirety of the second shelter, he felt bad about the idea of immediately shutting down the man's deluded visions. But reflecting on his battle with the T-Rex, he realized that Wang Yuheng had helped a good deal. If it wasn't for his impeccable abilities at gaining aggro, Han Sen would not have been able to fire his crossbow bolts into the monster's eye. Han Sen needed someone like Wang Yuheng. But seeing Wang Yuheng wax lyrical about his dreams, he felt as if his input had been wholly ignored or not even asked for. When the Mystery Island landed, the entirety of the ice fields shook. Han Sen had managed to take on and gain ownership over the royal shelter pretty much solo. Plus, people had seen him chase off the fire-scale T-Rex. His reputation across the ice fields increased even more. He had achieved near-legendary status, and people treated him like some sort of god. A lot of people in the ice fields tried to post the news on the Skynet, which was met with negative criticism and proclamations that such a feat was undoubtedly fake. Most simply didn't pay attention, so it didn't really cause that much of a scene in the grand scheme of things. A few days later, Han Sen was starting to regret his acceptance of Wang Yuheng's presence. Ever since he had appeared in his life, nothing had gone smoothly. His favorite chair, which he frequently sat on, suddenly broke. As he was out for a walk one day, a sinkhole suddenly appeared, which he almost fell into. The most far-fetched of accidents imaginable were now affecting Han Sen on a day-to-day basis. For as long as Wang Yuheng was around, the endless misfortune continued. Han Sen had yet to find a way in which he could eat the T-Rex's life geno essence. Eating it as it was would be no different than taking a suicide pill. Han Sen kept the essence in the Crystal Palace while he returned to the Alliance to browse for more information in the community. There was nothing about the life geno essence, so he was still unable to find a way to eat it. But he did find information on gem beast souls. Gem beast souls could be consumed by other beast souls to make the recipient beast souls evolve. Ordinarily, if a sacred blood gem beast soul was combined with a mutant class beast soul, the mutant class beast soul would evolve into a sacred blood beast soul. Does that mean I can use this gem beast soul to evolve any of my sacred blood beast souls into a super beast soul? Han Sen became extremely excited at this prospect. Even if it combined with a mutant class beast soul, it would have to be of a comparable type as well. Otherwise, it would still break. From what he could gather, there was no other way to increase his chance of success. But there were a few posts by experienced beast soul gem infusers that helped to clarify a few things. If it was a wolf element gem beast soul, combining it with a wolf beast soul would yield a much higher chance at success. Of course, this wasn't 100% certified information. And there were still many things humans did not yet know in regards to all this. As Han Sen browsed, he saw a post containing information that had leaked from the third shelter. It said that aside from the type of beast soul, the element mattered as well. If a fire gem beast soul combined with a fire element beast soul, the chance of success would be much higher. If this is how things are, I will need to find a fire element T-Rex beast soul first, Han Sen thought, stroking his jaw. When I went to fight the red scale dragon with Yi Dongmu, it looked just like a T-Rex. Perhaps it really is a T-Rex sacred blood beast soul. If I go kill it, maybe I could get a more useful beast soul. Han Sen browsed for a bit longer, and being unable to find what he ultimately wanted, realized his thoughts were drifting to the red scale dragon. Back in the shelter, Han Sen prepared himself to fight the red scale dragon and try to earn its beast soul. Han Sen left the silver fox behind in the Crystal Palace. If he brought it with him, the red scale dragon would smell it from a great distance away, and run off before it was even a speck on the horizon. He didn't dare return to the goddess shelter, either, as he was still afraid of having any contact with Wang Yuheng. If the man's bad luck happened to infect him, and he failed to obtain the beast soul he desired, Han Sen would be heartbroken. Unfortunately for Han Sen, it was a common occurrence that what he was most afraid of was exactly what he'd end up suffering. Han Sen began climbing the mountain, and his greatest fear was realized. Wang Yuheng was also there, killing monsters. When Wang Yuheng saw Han Sen, he was delightfully surprised. He finished off the creature he was engaged in combat with and enthusiastically ran towards Han Sen. He asked aloud, "Brother Han, have you come looking for me?" "Yeah, sure." Han Sen didn't really know how to respond, thinking of how unlucky, and how unlikely, he was to meet Wang Yuheng here, of all places. "Brother Han, have you heard of what's afoot in the alliance? It's major, from what I hear." Wang Yuheng's voice had dropped low, as if he was whispering a secret. "What big thing, little uncle?" Han Sen was never really concerned when it came to events in the alliance, but he asked anyway. "Only a few of the high-class alliance members know about this right now. It's currently on the down low, but I fear it's only a matter of time before it gets announced." Wang Yuheng paused for a bit, inched closer to Han Sen's ear, and said, "Someone has managed to slay that creature in the first shelter." "What creature?" Han Sen's body shook. "That creature that is above the class of a sacred blood creature. It turns out, they're actually called super creatures, and it has shaken the high-class members of the alliance to the very bone." Wang Yuheng spoke aloud, with envy. After Han Sen heard what he had to say, he felt some relief. Since there were more and more elites in the first shelter, it was only a matter of time before they could kill super creatures. The existence of super creatures becoming well known by humans would be a relief for Han Sen. "Who killed the super creature and how?" Han Sen asked Wang Yuheng. "It was a woman called Jai King from the Jai family. In a way, you are her brother-in-law, but she is not a daughter of Jai Ruozhen. She is only a cousin to your family, but she is far more talented than Jai Ruozhen's daughter. She has already been titled the first genius of the alliance and a star of hope for the future." Wang Yuheng trailed off for a second with a smile. Then, he shook his head and continued by saying, "But they didn't manage to kill a super creature merely because Jai Ruozhen was so strong. But members of the Wang, Lin, and Zhu families helped out, as well. They also hired many elites, 300, as a matter of fact. They were elites who have not yet evolved but have maxed out their genes. They aided in injuring the super creature for her, and many people are reported to have died. It is a shame such a feat is even more difficult to achieve in the second shelter. The second shelter excludes surpassers, so once we hit that level, we have to immediately leave this place. Otherwise, our bodies will be dealt irreversible damage. It's a shame none of these events take place in the second shelter. I know I'd join in, if such a thing were to happen." Han Sen looked confused and asked, "All those people gave their best to kill that super creature and many people gave their lives. Were there any goodies? Why does that Jai King hog all the glory? She was the one who found an injured super creature and she was the one who dealt the final blow. The others were just hired help, sellswords and the like, who were paid beforehand. Anyway, let's get back to business. Why have you come searching for me? I'm going into the mountains to hunt a berserk sacred blood creature. If you aren't busy, you can tag along." This was the only thing Han Sen could say, really. "Brilliant. Slaying berserk sacred blood creatures is my favorite pastime." Wang Yuheng was giddy like a child and looked genuinely ecstatic to be able to come. Before long, Han Sen safely arrived at the last place he had seen the red scale dragon. Surprisingly, it had been a journey free from any trouble. The red scale dragon had not vacated the area, and he spotted it resting in the valley. The red scale dragon looked slightly different than the first time he saw it. Its red scales were already crystallized. When watching it from afar, it looked like a giant statue encrusted with rubies. It was beautiful. "That is one big chap." Wang Yuheng saw the red scale dragon too and took a deep breath. Han Sen laughed. He looked at Wang Yuheng and told him, "Little uncle, I'm afraid I am going to have to request your assistance once more. If you would be so kind, I would like you to attract the fiend while I kill it. As payment, I'll let you keep half of its flesh." "Accepted." Wang Yuheng nodded, summoned a beast soul, and ran screaming towards the red dragon. He didn't run too far, however. He stopped a good distance from it, scrambled for some rocks beneath the snow, and lobbed them at the creature. The red scale dragon saw its harasser and quickly took off after him, seething with rage. Wang Yuheng led the red scale dragon up and down the slopes of the mountain. Han Sen summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded up his 7 remaining bolts. The red scale dragon was most certainly in berserk mode and a result. Its scales were currently much tougher than the scales of an average sacred blood creature. If he used the raven bolts to pierce the scales, Han Sen feared they wouldn't do much damage to the creature. It was of a monstrous size, after all. So, Han Sen prepared to repeat the tactic that had allowed him to bring down the T-Rex. He took aim at the red dragon's eye. Since the red dragon was not a super creature, unlike his previous foe, Han Sen believed firing his crossbow at its eye was sure to have pegged a bolt directly through its brain. Finding a sound location on the mountain's peak to take his shot, Han Sen waited for Wang Yuheng to draw the red dragon a little closer before he attacked. As the red dragon was led in a circle around the peak, Wang Yuheng reappeared yelling, "Run!" Wang Yuheng was screaming, flailing his arms like a madman towards Han Sen as he ran. Something was most certainly wrong. Han Sen's heart began to race as he pondered what might have gone awry. He thought to himself, what's happening? Surely nothing terrible has happened once again, has it? Behind the red scale dragon was another creature, a massive elephant composed of white bones. The already giant red scale dragon looked like a chew toy before the white bone elephant. The elephant's trunk ensnared the fleeing red scale dragon, lifted it up, and gobbled it up in one whole mouthful. The virgin snow was now splattered with blood. Holy smokes! Han Sen swore in his heart, turned around, and quickly started running. Wang Yuheng truly was born unlucky. Even out here, in the midst of a fight, he had managed to attract the attention of a monstrous super creature. Han Sen regretted the fact that he had not just decided to come alone, as taking on a berserk sacred blood red scale dragon solo was far better than any super creature alternative. Fortunately, the super creature was caught up munching on its draconic snack, which bought Han Sen and Wang Yuheng the enough time to get away. "Little uncle, I have a question I would like to ask you," Han Sen gasped out, after reaching a safe place, far from the dangers of the super creature. "What would that be?" Wang Yuheng was gasping as well. "How did you ever manage to hunt creatures by yourself?" Han Sen asked. Wang Yuheng seemed to be a magnet for the most wretched of creatures. To begin hunting a small creature, only to end up being run off by a larger creature seemed to be a regular occurrence, so it was strange to Han Sen that Wang Yuheng had managed to survive for so long. "Brother Han, I must confess to you that I am rarely ever able to slay monsters by myself. Even if I do manage to slay a creature, I almost never receive their loot. To get where I am today, I have mostly been carried." Wang Yuheng's face was red as he admitted his embarrassing truth. Han Sen was unsure of how to reply. Fortunately, Yuheng hailed from the Wang family. If he hadn't, he would have had great difficulty carving out an identity and some modicum of prominence for himself. It would have been worse than how Han Sen started out, and chances of survival would be low. For a big elite like Wang Yuheng to need others to help carry him was a pity. It was strange, though. Wang Yuheng was a talented warrior, and in terms of power, the peacock crossbow was the only thing that would give Han Sen an edge if they were ever to duel. Wang Yuheng was almost as good as the queen, and it was a shame he lacked the self-confidence he needed to drive him forward. "How about this then, little uncle? I have formed a team composed of elites dedicated to hunting super creatures. If you are interested, I will accept you amongst its ranks. However, if you are to join, you will have to sign a contract. This contract states that you are to adhere to my every command," Han Sen told Wang Yuheng, looking at him. Although Wang Yuheng was an unlucky person, Han Sen thought his uncanny ability to attract super creatures would be a valuable trait for such a team. Han Sen would just need really strong armor to keep Wang Yuheng alive, so he could kite and tank super creatures effectively in battle. "Brother Han." Wang Yuheng suddenly jumped in front of Han Sen's face. He grabbed Han Sen's hand, placed it on his own chest, and started to cry. He was so touched, he was unable to speak. "Little uncle, if you have something to say then say it." Han Sen quickly snatched back his hand, afraid Wang Yuheng's next question would be a proposition to sleep with him. But again, Wang Yuheng grabbed Han Sen's hand, not wanting to let go. He enthusiastically said, "Brother Han, you are a true brother of mine. You are one of the few people who are able to see the good that resides within me. You are the sun in my sky, scattering away the clouds of contempt. You light up my world, Han Sen." Wang Yuheng was genuinely touched. Han Sen pulled the contract out of his pocket and handed it over to Wang Yuheng. Han Sen formulated this contract a while ago while composing a team. This contract was originally designed for the queen, but because she had been so busy in recent times, she had not been able to return to the shelter and sign it. Now that Han Sen had deemed Wang Yuheng a suitable candidate for the team, he thought he might as well give it to him for the time being. Wang Yuheng looked it over and signed it without hesitation. The conditions were, just like Han Sen had said, harsh. It didn't inhibit his eagerness to sign, however, as the terms were still fair. Han Sen looked happy after this. He took back the contract, signed it himself, and provided Wang Yuheng with the copy. "Little uncle, you are hereby a part of my team." Han Sen smiled at him. Wang Yuheng, all excitement, asked, "Bossman, how many other elites do we have amongst our ranks?" "Oh, let me see. 2. Just 2. You and I." Han Sen thought it was better not to hide the truth. Finding other powerful people that were not already part of a faction or guild was difficult. He was lucky to have someone who did not already have obligations, and particularly so to have someone who had already unlocked their gene lock. Even though there were many elites who were alone, They were usually invited to big guilds and factions casually, regardless of their status. There, they could reap benefits and continue training. The chances of any random elite joining Hansen, a person without a particularly outstanding background, was quite slim. Wang Yuheng did not mind this at all. In fact, he was already thinking of a way in which he could aid Hansen's cause. He then told Hansen, "Bossman, I know someone who is really powerful. He is a friend of mine. Perhaps we can invite him to join the team." Who? Hansen was always intrigued by someone who was described as really powerful. It was too difficult to hunt super creatures in the second shelter solo, but now, people in the world were aware of the existence of super creatures. Although no one in the second shelter was able to kill them yet, hiring others for the cause wouldn't prove as tough anymore. His name is Lei Hengwu. He may not hail from a family of any particular notoriety or fame, but his family does possess a special skill of sorts. It is called Giant Thunderbolt Sacred Lance. I have seen it in action, and it is wickedly powerful. Hansen was unable to kill the red scale dragon as he had planned to, due to it being eaten by the white bone elephant. He still needed a T-Rex soul, so he was still determined to find one way or another. Luckily, Lei Hengwu was in a rather large human shelter. Hansen wanted to take the opportunity to browse the markets and see if he could snag a sacred blood T-Rex beast soul. Zero was clad in a white battlesuit, holding the silver fox. She looked really cute, and even Wang Yuheng said she was the most adorable girl he had ever laid his insatiable eyes upon. Hansen quickly pulled Wang Yuheng away from her. The last thing he wanted was his creepy uncle getting close with Zero. They had reached the other side of the mountain when Wang Yuheng took the lead, bringing them to Devil's Shelter. There, they met with Lei Hengwu, who had just arrived, himself. Old Lei. Wang Yuheng opened the door to the man's room and started waving to a burly old man who looked like a jaded tower built of steel. "Yuheng, why are you here?" The strong man, after seeing Wang Yuheng, changed his initial look of displeasure to one of forced happiness. "Old Lei, I have come here to look after you. I have recently become a member of a most talented team that is preparing to hunt down super creatures," Wang Yuheng explained, with great enthusiasm drenching every syllable. Lei Hengwu looked surprised. Not about the super creatures, though. He looked at Wang Yuheng with eyes of disbelief and asked, You joined a team that tasks itself with hunting super creatures." Everyone who had ever met Wang Yuheng quickly met the bad luck that followed him, as well. To hunt with Wang Yuheng was almost a guarantee of terrible things happening. "Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Bossman Hansen. He is incredible. He can slay super creatures all by himself. If the super creature we fought had not escaped, we would have been the first to slay one and rob Jai King of her snobbish thunder." Wang Yuheng did not bluff at all about this statement. Hansen. Lei Hengwu frowned as if he was straining his mind trying to recall if he had ever heard of this person. There is no need to think that hard. Jai Ruojin is Hansen's father-in-law. While Lei Hengwu hesitated, a knock came from outside the door. A soft and attractive voice sounded from behind it, saying, "Is Mr. Lei here?" "It is Lu Hui who has come to visit." Lei Hengwu was quite surprised. He offered them seats and went to answer the door. The person standing in the doorframe was of a gentle build and gave a relaxed smile. "Why is Leader Lu here?" The reason Lei Hengwu had actually come to the shelter was so he could join Lu Hui's team. Lu Hui was really powerful and famous amongst the Evolvers. He commanded many strong subordinates and had a background related to the Blue Blood Special Forces. His prestigious background and standing was why Lei Hengwu considered joining him first. "I hereby invite you to join my team. Do you accept?" Lei Hengwu was petrified. Although he had already guessed this was the reason he had shown up at his door, it was another thing altogether to hear such a request come from the man himself. "Hansen, I have heard of your name. I am Lu Hui." Lu Hui walked in front of Hansen and presented his hand to him, smiling. "You are the Blue Blood Devil leader. I have heard of you, also." Hansen reached out his hand to shake Lu Hui's and felt the strength of the man's fingers. "If it is possible, I would appreciate your presence in my team, as well. No matter the cost. Provided you are willing to join, I am willing to accept any of your own terms and conditions." Lu Hui asked with genuine sincerity, looking at Hansen. "I thank you for your invitation, but you took the words right out of my mouth." "I was about to tell you the same thing," Hansen said. They both eyed each suspiciously for a second and then looked away. Lu Hui smiled and responded, "Mr. Lei, whichever team you end up selecting will be a fine choice." "Leader Han, I must apologize. The reason I came to this shelter was in the hope of joining Leader Lu's team. He has also been gracious enough to offer me an abundance of benefits and gifts if I joined him." "That's okay." Hansen smiled. He stood up and prepared to leave with those who accompanied him. Wang Yuheng wanted to say something else to Lei Hengwu, but Hansen stopped him. Leader Han, I hope one day we will be able to work together, Lu Hui said with a serious tone when Han Sen walked past him. We will. Han Sen did not hate this man. It was a competition and he lost out, fair and square. They left Lei Hangwu's house, and with a depressed look and tone of voice, Wang Yuheng said, that old Lei is no good. He didn't show me any respect. Han Sen smiled and said, I think Lei Hangwu is afraid of you and that's why he didn't want to join our team. How can you blame me for this? It's all because our contractual benefits are worse. Wang Yuheng said this, but in his heart, he did truly fear that it was his own presence that made Lei Hangwu unwilling to join. It will be too difficult to pull people away from big factions, no matter what we do. How about we instead walk around the market? It didn't really matter to Han Sen that they were unable to enlist Lei Hangwu. The most important reason for him to be at this shelter was the potential purchase of a sacred blood T-Rex beast soul. From what Han Sen could see, although Lei Hangwu was strong, he was simply strong. That was it. There was nothing inherently special or unique about him, and so Han Sen did not consider him a primary choice. Anyway, even if he was a really useful person, Han Sen wasn't willing to treat any team member better than the others. He wanted everyone to be of equal importance. He walked around many beast soul stores and eventually found a suitable beast soul. The T-Rex beast soul was a rare type, too. It was a black T-Rex beast soul. Its name was Rex Spike. It was a heavy metal weapon that was about 2 meters long. From the booklet provided, the weapon looked like a giant umbrella that was folded. The end was sharp and it had a hilt at the bottom. It was a violent and visceral heavy metal weapon. It was 2 meters long and the handle was 50 centimeters long. The front was sharp and serrated, and from afar, one would guess it was a strange greatsword or medieval lance, but not quite. It was weird, yes, but it looked like a cruel and merciless weapon. God, Buddha, Goddess, Mary, Jesus, and Mohammed, bless me with your divinity. I only have this one super gem beast soul. Throughout the entirety of my life, this is the only one I have ever managed to get. So, please, help me. Han Sen's heart prayed intently to every god and religious deity he could think of. Inside the gem, he watched the image of the mini fire-scale T-Rex be attracted and absorbed into an image of a black T-Rex. Then, the black T-Rex roared to the sky as its body underwent a transformation of some kind. The black scales of the beast became dark red. The body began to smoke and the talons increased in sharpness and thickness. Rex Spike has successfully combined with Fire Scale T-Rex Gemstone. The evolution has provided you a flaming Rex Spike Super Beast Soul. Han Sen almost jumped up in happiness. He quickly summoned the flaming Rex Spike and immediately saw that it had increased in length. It was now certainly longer than 2 meters. It was colored a dark red and encircled in an aura of flame. The weapon now looked even more wretched and cruel, like some violent beast. Han Sen swung it twice. He randomly hit something, which spawned a beautiful array of sparks. Han Sen really liked it. It was a super heavy weapon and its presence was intimidating. In the future, he would have no problem tearing the bodies of smaller monsters apart. If I shoved this big guy up the asshole of a super creature, they'd feel awesome. Without hesitation, Han Sen fed a black crystal to the flaming Rex Spike. He wanted to make it as strong as possible and try to push it up to a berserk super beast soul. If he did that, it would be even easier for him to kill a super creature. After the flaming Rex swallowed the black crystal, a strange spirit exited its body and encompassed it. Han Sen had never evolved a super beast soul before, so he was not sure how long this process would take. Han Sen did not evolve the Deadeye Peacock yet because he had been using it often and he was not sure how long the evolution process would take. Therefore, he did not feed it a black crystal. Now he was willing to let the flaming Rex Spike evolve first, since he still had the peacock crossbow. Han Sen also wanted to find a Hyper Geno art that was suitable for his future use of the flaming Rex Spike, while it continued to evolve. The weapon could not be used as a sword or a lance, therefore, it was difficult to find a Hyper Geno art that suited it. Han Sen was overjoyed at the successful combination. He decided to walk around with Zero for a while longer, buying her some new clothes and snacks as they went. The silver fox was lying on Han Sen's shoulder while Zero cuddled the pet Meowth. The contrast of black and white pets side by side was a charming sight. Those pets are so beautiful. Honey, look. A woman with big boobs pointed at Han Sen in delightful surprise. I will buy it. The man near her was really calm, and when he softly spoke the sentence, the woman became ecstatic. Oh, honey, you are so good. The woman clutched the man's arms and kissed him on the cheek. Friend, how much for these pets? The man walked before Han Sen with a prideful stride. Which one are you buying? Han Sen asked, blinking. I would like them both. The man looked at the woman near him. He puffed his chest and spoke with a raised voice, as if to signify the wealth he possessed. Ordinarily, pet beast souls weren't very expensive. The expensive variants were the high-class pet beast souls that were able to do combat. He saw that Han Sen's pets were so small and cute, and naturally assumed they couldn't do combat. It was because of this that he didn't think they would cost much. If you want them both, I'll give you 30% off. At the low price of 7 billion, Han Sen was in a good mood, so he was willing to take the time to joke with the pompous fellow. A big place like the Devil Shelter sold sacred blood beast souls for 100 to 200 million. If it was just a sacred blood pet, it'd be much cheaper, around the dozen million range. 7 billion. You think that's a super pet or something? The man scoffed, and it was obvious he was aware of the existence of super beast souls. You're right, Han Sen said in his heart. But what his mouth actually said was, although this is not a super pet, it has been with me for a very long time. I like it a lot. Unless you cough up the 7 billion, I won't sell. The man madly pointed at Han Sen with his finger. He then said something that shocked Han Sen. Fine. I'll buy them for 7 billion. Han Sen looked at the man with uncertain eyes, not sure whether he was being serious or if he was merely joining in with the jest. 7 billion was not a small amount, and generally, even the richest of people never carried such money around with them. For that price, are you certain? Han Sen, still looking, asked the man. Of course I am, the man responded, with absolute confidence. Friend, might I have a word with you? The guy had a peculiar face as he approached. What? You don't want to buy them anymore? Han Sen was cracking up with laughter. No. Is that what you really think? I have a different proposition, that's all. How about if I give you 50 million, you lend me the pets for no more than 3 days. I will return them to you in 3 days, without a single hair on their furry coats having been brought harm. The man smiled. Friend, if you don't believe that I, Lin Mei, will take good care of it, then believe in Lin Feng. He is my little brother. We have a contract together, so fear not. Lin Mei patted his puffed-up chest. Lin Feng, who? Han Sen acted as if he didn't know the person, with a puzzled look. You really don't know who I am? Lin Mei was genuinely surprised, but after a while, he smiled and said, well, it's fine if you don't know me. Just know that I am a trustable fellow, okay? Do you know Tang Zhenliu? Han Sen had to ask, as the person before him really did look like Lin Feng. Of course I know him. He's my little brother's best buddy. They even wear identical, matching pants together. They're inseparable. Do you know him, too? Lin Mei asked in return. Then we aren't strangers. I am a good friend of Tang Zhenliu. In Han Sen's heart, however, he thought, I can't believe Lin Feng has a brother like this. I'm not sure if they're real brothers, though, or just cousins. Hey, that's not very fair. You said 2 for 7 billion. Now you're increasing the price even more. I am too fond of them to part with them so easily. If you're still determined to buy them, the black one can be bought for 7 billion. The little white fellow is not for sale. Well, that matters very little to me. Money runs like tap water for me. Very well, I will accept the black one for 7 billion. I will buy the white one for 7 billion as well. The only thing that concerns me is the happiness and contentment of my wife. I will spend as much as I must to keep her smiling. Oh, darling, you are so wonderful. The woman fawned and kissed Lin Mei. I already told you, only the black one is for sale. This little white ruffian is mine alone. Han Sen, in his little show, was adamant about only going for the sale of Meowth. Eventually, Lin Mei conceded and purchased it. The woman, while holding Meowth in her hands, was beaming with joy and didn't complain at all. Ever since, a yarn was spun from the Devil's Mountain. It was a tale that recited the desperate lengths a little man would go to please a woman. This sorry man was said to have bought a useless pet cat for the whopping sum of 7 billion. As they continued walking down the street, a commotion of some sort seemed to be occurring further down. Many evolvers were running down towards the gate of the shelter. Wang Yuheng quickly started asking about what was going on, to which someone responded a powerful creature had emerged from the Devil's Mountain and brought ruin to 3 different shelters. Now, it had come here. Lu Hui had issued a command, instigating his men to rally for combat and halt the advance of the creature. Quickly, many evolvers amassed and marched in unison beyond the walls of the shelter, out to the trail the monster rampaged along. Lu Hui had already gotten there with his own little regiment, but they hadn't started their attack yet. If Lu Hui takes this threat so seriously, surely it must be a super creature, Han Sen thought. Then, he turned to Wang Yuheng and told him, we should go check it out, too. They exited town, and when they reached the plains of battle, countless evolvers were gathering. There were also other people in their midst, who seemed to have arrived just so they could enjoy the coming spectacle and watch the battle with glee. After walking a dozen miles, they heard the trumpeting of a loud elephant. Han Sen said to himself, "Is that the white bone elephant from the Devil's Mountain?" The same thought coursed through Wang Yuheng's mind. They both turned to look at each other with a look fright on their faces. The white bone elephant was far too terrifying a foe, and in one mouthful, it had gobbled up a berserk sacred blood creature. It was undoubtedly a monster from the upper echelon of super creatures. Lu Hui was quickly realizing that the bone elephant was indestructible. He called for his archers to fire arrows at it from another direction, in an attempt to at least draw its attention away from its current course, so it could be led away from the devil's shelter it currently was galloping towards. If it reached the shelter would be destroyed. The mounted bowmen were directly under Lu Hui's command. They started provoking the bone elephant with a tidy formation that shifted and weaved its way to the accompaniment of a drumbeat. Near Lu Hui, bannermen often shouted and gave commands to precisely position the soldiers. Han Sen watched the battle unfold from a mountain peak. He sighed and said, "That is a real battle commander. I can effectively command around 10 people. But for a fight like this, with 20,000 soldiers hinged upon my fingertips and vocal cords, there is no way I could keep up." This Lu Hui is a remarkable character. Han Sen observed Lu Hui's command intently. No wonder he is the Blue Blood Special Forces leader. With his command power, he is by far the most talented. It is no wonder he is able to control the entire faction. Han Sen complimented Lu Hui. But Wang Yuheng, who was near Han Sen, then said, "If you want to expand the goddess army, Lu Hui and the person in the north will be your greatest enemies." You are right, and as powerful as Lu Hui is, I can only suspect that the person in the north is of comparable might. Expansion of my army might prove to be a controversial problem. Han Sen paused for a brief while, but then smiled and continued to say, "But we are separated by the Devil's Mountain. It's only a matter of time before this hurdle between shelters is conquered. But still, I suppose it is too soon to think about such matters." All of a sudden, the bone elephant trumpeted loudly. It took off, uncaring for the hard rain of arrows that tickled it. Now Lu Hui is in trouble. The bone elephant has taken off in the direction of Devil's Shelter. Wang Yuheng furrowed his brow. But Lu Hui did not panic. He was as composed as ever. He rallied his bannermen to his side and had them issue a few commands. Suddenly, a few evolvers lined up beside him. They ran towards the bone elephant, and with their speed, you could tell they were not ordinary evolvers. They had unlocked their gene locks, at the very least. "Oh golly, the elephant looks as if it's about to throw a tantrum." Wang Yuheng screamed in fear. Han Sen took a closer look and saw the bone elephant's eyes turning red. That color of red became a physical haze that swirled itself around the bones which, in turn, changed their color, too. Oh snap. This fight is about to get dirty. Han Sen was shocked, too. If the bone elephant was turning berserk, it would become a berserk super creature. With the increased speed and power it would earn, there would be no way for the riders down below to kite it as they previously had. They would be squished into jelly, forming a river of blood. Lu Hui took notice of this sudden, frightening change, as well. His face finally showed a flicker of emotion and a blue aura of light emerged from his body. He summoned a lance and threw it towards the bone elephant. Pang! With a flash of blue light, the lance struck one of the bone elephant's ears. It did not break anything, but the creature did feel pain. It trumpeted aloud in madness and charged at Lu Hui. Lu Hui was shouting at his army, commanding them to assist as he took supremacy in leading the bone elephant off into the wilds. The bone elephant only took a few steps before it gave up chasing Lu Hui. It turned around and fixed its gaze back on the Devil's Shelter. It was starting to look like something was attracting it there. Han Sen frowned. Although Devil's Shelter had nothing to do with him, the shelter was home to millions of people. Han Sen was a human and he didn't want to see his own kind slain mercilessly. Lu Hui's body was shining blue. He kept on attacking the bone elephant with the lance in his hand. But despite his attempts, the creature continued to ignore him and simply became more and more red. Lei Hangwu and his people did their best to attack it, just as Lu Hui did. It was all to no avail, however, as it now seemed that nothing could divert its attention away from the shelter. But that being said, such attacks really were like tickles, when accounting for the size and might of the beast. The bone elephant's speed had definitely increased now. The body was like a small mountain, running past on its own legs. The riders and their mounts that couldn't get out of the way in time were squashed beneath its feet. Puddles and streams of blood formed, and human allies were reduced to mush. "Evacuate the shelter. Have everyone exit there at once," Lu Hui calmly decreed. If they did not give up the shelter now, countless people would fall victim to the elephant, and the place would be lost. By having the place evacuated, at least the fatalities incurred would be far fewer upon the shelter's destruction. Anything that was in the elephant's path was stomped and crushed into dust. Even the ancient trees that were in its way were brought down with the littlest of difficulty. This behavior even applied to boulders and craggy outcrops that were in its way. The earth shook with each step of the berserk elephant. It did not slow down on its approach, and just as it had rampaged down the mountains, it seemed to be charging headlong into the walls. Big dumb elephant, I am the 13th general of the goddess army, Wang Yuhang. Your attempt to destroy this stronghold of prosperity will not succeed. As the tusks of the elephant almost shattered the gate, just as the final flicker of hope seemed to extinguish, a man appeared in the sky. He flapped his wings with great speed, shouting at the berserk bone elephant like a god. The unstoppable berserk elephant heard his voice and stopped dead in its tracks. Big dumb elephant, my bossman will not allow you to bring harm to the good civilians that populate this place. If your balls are as hardy as your bones, follow me to the goddess army so that we can bury you in the grave you have so happily dug for yourself. Wang Yuhang shouted at the bone elephant at the top of his lungs, then he flapped his wings and flew away. The berserk elephant trumpeted to the sky and followed Wang Yuhang. No one could believe what they had seen, and they weren't even sure what was happening anymore. The man seemed to be able to contact the fearsome creature, the same creature that had ignored every other human. The fact that it so effortlessly followed the man after his speech was unbelievable. Lu Hui and Lei Hengwu were surprised. They knew exactly what they had just seen, and they knew Wang Yuhang was taking advantage of his profound unluckiness. They knew such a thing was possible, but they were mostly surprised by the fact that he had chosen to put his life on the line in an attempt to save Devil's Shelter. Holy crap, this man is Opus. This goddess army must be some angelic force, it sounds so powerful. They are gods. They rock. The goddess army must be a supergiant army. If a general had that much power, I wonder what the leader of such an army must be like. Did you skip the part where he said he was only the 13th general? That means there are 12 others who are beyond him in power. The leader must be strong enough to tear the skies asunder. Then, Wang Yuhang, I will remember this man. The goddess shelter saved our lives. Han Sen lent his berserk sacred blood wings to Wang Yuhang so he could distract the berserk bone elephant and lead it away. He did not expect him to have so much flair, however, and his boisterous act in the skies above the shelter seemed so genuine. People who did not understand what was truly going on would believe the bone elephant actually listened to what he had to say. But the truth was that the berserk bone elephant was only chasing the man due to his terrible luck. Han Sen and Zero went ahead first, thinking that the berserk bone elephant wasn't actually heading for Devil's Shelter. The shelter just happened to be in its way. So, Han Sen made Wang Yuhang lead the bone elephant around Devil's Shelter. The beast could not fly, so there was no immediate danger, and as soon as Wang Yuhang was done, he could return to Han Sen and allow it to go where it would. The elephant followed Wang Yuhang away from Devil's Shelter for about 50 miles, then he took off further into the sky. The berserk bone elephant continued running forward, not paying any attention to Devil's Shelter. Bossman, your berserk sacred blood wings are wondrous. Would it be against your desire if I requested that you lend them to me for a few days? Wang Yuhang asked, with a big smile upon his face. Don't talk crap. Give me them back at once. And can I ask what kind of BS drivel you were spouting back there? Han Sen took back his sacred blood wings as he asked. I was raising awareness of the goddess shelter. A deed like this will garner us much renown, and you'll have people crawling over each other in a bid to be enlisted. Wang Yuan laughed. And what is up with the 13th general nonsense? Han Sen asked. Think about it. If people heard this, they'd assume we have swaths of elites in our ranks, enough so that we need at least 13 generals to manage them all. And if I was the 13th, then people would naturally assume there were 12 others who were even stronger than me. We would become the bee's knees, Wang Yuhang explained, with a proud and boisterous expression smeared across his face. Han Sen was not sure how to respond, but he ultimately believed it to be a good thing. If the goddess shelter were to become more well-known, then inviting elites into the ranks of its army would be considerably easier. Han Sen wanted to see where the berserk bone elephant was going, so he followed its shadow from a good distance. Little uncle, do you know which area lies ahead? Han Sen asked Wang Yuhang, as he watched the bone elephant go further and further in a direction he wasn't familiar with. Let me think. Wang Yuhang looked ahead and then, with a quick discoloration of his face, said, I think this leads to the haunted peach forest. What is the haunted peach forest? Han Sen asked. It is a peach forest. The peach trees there are massive, each one being at least 100 meters tall. You can barely see the tops of such trees, and humans who go there tend to get lost with the greatest of ease. Furthermore, countless frightening monsters lurk beneath its boughs and many who enter there do not return. After a while, Wang Yuheng lowered his head in thought. Then, he said, "Fortunately, this is the season of the peach flowers opening. It isn't the season of peach production, so it shouldn't be too dangerous." "Why is that?" Han Sen looked confused. "During the season for peaches, many powerful creatures visit there for a taste. That would also be the most dangerous time to even think about approaching the haunted peach forest," Wang Yuheng explained. "But now it is the flower opening season, correct? If the elephant was hungry for peaches, why would he be heading there now?" Han Sen furrowed his brows. The berserk bone elephant did not care for anything in its way, and it continued to beeline straight for the forests. As it approached the eaves of the tall boughs, however, it slowed down. It didn't blusterously stomp its way through the forest as it had on its way there. It tiptoed gently and lightly around the trees, venturing as quietly as it could, as if to avoid waking up a sleeping beauty. The berserk bone elephant's red hue started to rescind and go lighter, which surprised Han Sen and Wang Yuheng. Never before had they seen a creature revert back from a berserk state. "It looks like the bone elephant didn't truly become berserk. It must be some sort of ability that it possesses," Han Sen said, as he pondered the curious trait. "I suppose you are correct. Should we enter?" At the edge of the forest, Wang Yuheng looked in, but did not dare take a step forward. "How about this, little uncle? You return to the shelter and wait for us. We will take a look." Han Sen was worried something might happen if Wang Yuheng accompanied him. "Sure," Wang Yuheng quickly agreed. He turned and took off running to Devil's Shelter without looking back. Han Sen thought it odd, as he'd never seen him demonstrate such haste before. Having thought about it some more, Han Sen understood. Earlier, Wang Yuheng appeared before everyone in Devil's Shelter as a glorious savior of the people. Now, he was eager to finish the show. Han Sen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Mingmeng's little uncle was a legendarily strange man, with no equal in the entire world. "Do you want to go back and wait for me, too?" Han Sen looked at Zero, who didn't say much. She just stepped closer to Han Sen, signifying she was keen to continue. Han Sen, without saying anything more, walked into the peach forest with Zero by his side. Han Sen constantly looked around, but he only saw trees and flowers for as far as his sight could reach. There didn't seem to be anything inherently special about the peach forest, from what he could tell. They hadn't seen a single other creature on their way, either. Even with the silver fox by their side, they should have still been able to see some, or notice signs of them having been in the area. The entire time, since they first entered the forest, the elephant was the only creature they had found. Han Sen activated his gene lock every now and again, using his senses to assess the surroundings and analyze whether or not there were any dangers in the vicinity. Despite his best attempts, there was nothing. The silver fox could not discover anything, either. Quietly, it continued to lie in Zero's arms. The moon was in the sky, and under the moonlight, the ocean of peach flowers looked even more beautiful. When a breeze danced between the trees, it rustled the flowers as petals submitted themselves to the pull of the wind. As gorgeous as it was, the entire affair seemed somewhat surreal. Han Sen and Zero both sat upon Golden Roar. As she sat graciously between the rain of flowers and petals, Zero's pretty face graced the view as a mesmerizingly beautiful image. Han Sen could not help but pick up one of the flowers and place it in her hair. Now she was perfect. "Now you are even prettier." Han Sen looked at Zero, who almost seemed to be one with the flowers. He was not sure whether her beauty was accentuated by the flower, or if the beauty of the flowers were accentuated by her presence. Zero, who had always appeared emotionless, started to look red in the cheeks. This made her even prettier, like some fairy that lived amidst the peach flower trees. The bone elephant, by this point, had been wandering through the forest for a few days now. Just when Han Sen started to feel lost in the seemingly endless peach forest, he suddenly saw a giant peach tree up ahead. The trunk of the tree was bigger than the rest, leading upwards into the heavens. The flowers that graced and decorated its body spread out at the top like stars in the sky. The bone elephant seemed to be heading towards that tree. "What is this strangely big peach tree?" Han Sen observed the peach tree from afar and couldn't believe its size. He did not sense any danger, and neither did the silver fox. All the silver fox did was stare at the peach tree, and all Han Sen could do was wonder what it was thinking about. Since they were here already, Han Sen wanted to see what the elephant wanted. Han Sen followed the elephant but stayed a safe distance away from it, not daring to get too close. The giant bone elephant was heading straight for the perplexingly huge peach tree. As it approached, the massive elephant didn't look so big anymore. The elephant walked beneath the boughs of the tree gently and knelt. Then, it kowtowed before the tree, lowering its head as if it was praying before it. Han Sen was frozen. He did not believe that a super creature like this, a monstrous elephant no less, would pray in front of a tree. It was unbelievable. "What is this strange peach tree?" Does something more powerful than a super creature even exist? Why would the elephant adore the tree and show so much respect? Han Sen was puzzled. He watched the bone elephant kowtow before the tree for a very long time. But what happened next was even more unnerving. Under the moonlight, the bone elephant sat beside the tree in a human pose. With all the flowers flying around it, it appeared to be meditating. With the forest lit with the moonlight, and the flowers and petals continuing to skate the breeze, the bone elephant's body started to resemble the flowers from the peach tree. Then it started glowing. The gray and white bones now looked like jade crystals, which seemed to exude a holy light of some sort. Even the red eyes of the elephant seemed to fade away, and it didn't seem as if it wanted to kill anything anymore. The whole bone elephant was like a sacred Buddha beneath the peach tree, with a halo of divine light coming from it. What is going on here? The longer Han Sen watched, the more confused he became. The bone elephant continued to sit beneath the tree without moving. A while later, Han Sen heard a noise come from deeper within the peach forest, a sound that seemed to be coming their way. It wasn't long before it appeared. It was a small pink snake, slithering towards the giant peach tree. Quietly, it rested against the base of it. A blue tiger appeared from another direction and also sat down near the tree. Wings could be heard flapping in the sky, and looking up, a red-crowned crane was descending to the ground near the tree to join in with the other creatures. And soon after that, a black bear arrived, carrying a cub. It also sat down near the bottom of the tree. In a short amount of time, many creatures had gathered at the base of the tree. Han Sen was shocked at what he was seeing, particularly so due to how special and unique they all looked. He thought they might all have been super creatures. Han Sen did not know why they were there. Was something from the peach tree attracting them? During Han Sen's confusion, the silver fox jumped out of Zero's arms and trotted over to the big tree, too. Han Sen was perplexed. He thought that the peach tree might have been emitting a pheromone to attract the creatures towards it. After taking a few steps forward, the silver fox turned around and nodded its head to Han Sen. It looked as if it wanted him to follow. He was hesitant to comply, due to how many powerful creatures gathered up in one place and how dangerous it would be for him to go. Again, the silver fox flicked its head. Although the creatures were now undoubtedly aware of the silver fox's presence, they didn't bother doing anything about it. They hardly even looked its way. For the third time, the silver fox gestured for Han Sen to join it. With gritted teeth, Han Sen slowly withdrew from his shelter and tiptoed his way towards the peach tree. Han Sen went forward as cautiously as he could. The moment he noticed something was off, or if the creatures even looked at him wrong, he'd take off running in the other direction. Zero, to his surprise, was less fearful. With glee, she ran to catch up with the silver fox. They were out in plain sight before the creatures near the tree, but nothing happened. The creatures simply continued to sit where they were. With his heart playing hopscotch, Han Sen followed the silver fox to the tree. After choosing a spot, they sat down near it. Aside from the bone elephant and the two bears, they were closest in proximity to the actual bark of the tree. 2 meters away from Han Sen was the black bear. Although it was not as big as the bone elephant, it was at least 10 meters tall. Although it was kowtowing, it was like a giant truck, and its breathing was loud. This was the first time he had ever gotten so close with a creature outside of combat. It made Han Sen feel quite wonderful, as not a single creature showed any sign of wanting to attack him. All the creatures here had become animals, fond of peace. No matter the species or breed, they had all come together to kowtow before the tree. The silver fox was lying on the ground that had been dressed in loose flower petals. It closed its eyes and breathed calmly, with a mellow rhythm. It was something Han Sen had seen before. After practicing Dongsu Sutra, he would always see the silver fox in such a fashion for a brief while. The other creatures weren't too different. While they all lay down, they each breathed with a calm, unique rhythm. Does this strange peach tree provide boons and advancements to one's training? Han Sen wondered to himself. After a while, Han Sen decided to try to practice Dongsu Sutra. Han Sen began training and felt as if there was a special energy being absorbed into his body by the Dongsu Sutra. The pace of his Dongsu Sutra sped up, as if it was reacting to the strange energy. This really is something special. Han Sen continued practicing, and eventually his body began to produce a pleasant smell. The scent combined with the fragrance of the peaches and began to permeate the atmosphere. When Han Sen finished a cycle, he noticed that his Dongsu Sutra had improved far more than it usually did. This surprised him. But when Han Sen looked at the other creatures, he was surprised. Perhaps it was because the fragrance combined with the scent of the flowers, but when he saw the silver fox again, he could actually see the energy inside him. He could see the pleasant smell inside the silver fox that had not been refined yet. Han Sen looked at the other creatures and was even more surprised. Many creatures were in the area, and it seemed as if they had all absorbed the pleasant fragrance of the Dongsu Sutra. Strangely, they all seemed to have a different reaction to its absorption. The pleasant scent inside the pink snake, the blue beast, the red-crowned crane, and the big black bear was all blurry, being absorbed by their bodies. But in the cub and the bone elephant, Hansen saw that the energy was flowing inside them in a rhythmic beat. It looked like a human kai gong. That's not right. The black bear and the cub are of the same kind, so why the difference between the two? Hansen was shocked while looking at what was going on. Not long after, Hansen's pleasant fragrance had been refined by the cub and bone elephant. The crane and snake were continuing to refine it slowly, but Hansen could still sense it inside them. Creatures were usually birthed by their mothers, not their nests. The silver fox, the cub, and the gourd were spawned in their nests, whereas the others had been birthed by their mothers. That made Hansen think back on the golden roar. He wasn't sure about the big golden roar, but when the small one died, it left behind its life geno-essence and body. If the big golden roar and the elephant were birthed by a creature, does that mean the children of super creatures are different than the super creatures themselves? Hansen theorized. But this train of thought only led to more and more questions. Why did some super creatures only leave their life essence behind and not their actual bodies? If the second or third generation of super creatures could leave their bodies, then there must have been something special inside them. Just like the silver fox and the cub, they were the children of super creatures, and it looked like they had special abilities that were different than their mothers. The peach flowers were opened for 2 weeks. During that time, Hansen managed to record the energy flow of both the elephant and the cub. When the peach flowers on the trees began to wilt, the silver fox tugged at Hansen's pants and tried to pull him away from the area. Hansen felt something was wrong, as well. As the peach flowers began to wilt more and more, the creatures seemed to be getting more and more restless. Hansen noticed a slight reddish hue beginning to tint the eyes of the bone elephant. It looked as if it would soon resume its murderous rampage. He didn't dare stay any longer, and so he decided to depart with Zero before anything went awry. If the creatures started to go berserk, with his small body, there was no chance he'd be able to withstand an attack dealt by any of them. For the 2 weeks he had been there, Hansen constantly repeated his practice of the Dongshuan Sutra. His body had been hungry for it the entire time. If the open flowers of the tree have such a remarkable power, if it grew peaches and I ate one, I wonder what would happen. Hansen decided that when the mystic peach tree grew its harvest of peaches, he would return to this place and collect some, no matter what it took. But Hansen imagined that when the mystic peach tree did grow its peaches, there would undoubtedly be chaos. Nabbing a few peaches for himself would most likely prove difficult. Back in the Alliance, Hansen considered choosing a new hyper-geno art that would go well with his flaming Rex spike. Hansen conducted a lot of research, but found it difficult to select a skill that would suit his needs. The flaming Rex spike was neither greatsword nor lance, and he couldn't even use it like a club. No wonder the shopkeeper sold it to me so cheaply, with a quick cash trade agreement. In the end, Hansen went to look for Professor Bai Yishin in the Saint Hall. Hold on a second. Bai Yishin went peruse further information. Half an hour later, he returned to his communicator and told Hansen, "This weapon is very rare. But I do remember one fellow who created a weapon that operates similarly. It may look a little different, yes, but functionally it's the same. It is a single-handed weapon that is most suitable for jabbing or thrusting, and heavy swings. The man created a skill for it, but it wasn't anything exceptional. It was only ranked as a class skill here in the Saint Hall. It was called Toxic Dragon Drill. You should take a look at it if you're interested." "Thank you, Professor Bai." Hansen had no other choice. Being only a class, it was far worse than Hansen expected. Professor Bai himself had told him that there were no S-class hyper-geno arts that suited it. He suddenly felt the sea of soul shaking. The flaming T-Rex burst out, signifying the finishing of the flaming Rex Spike's evolution. He noticed the flaming T-Rex was living up to its name, as its whole body was wreathed in flame. It looked like a super T-Rex, but the body was blazing with red flames instead of gold flames. Hansen looked at the flaming T-Rex's introduction and saw the Berserk title. He summoned the flaming Rex Spike. The creepy, blood-red weapon was now blazing with a red flame. It looked very mighty. The fire of the weapon produced an incredibly intense heat. If it touched someone's body, Hansen imagined it wouldn't take much effort to instantly roast the skin and flesh. This is a scary weapon. Hansen gave it a swing and liked how it felt. It seemed as powerful as he had hoped it would be. Now that I have the weapon, I should find a super creature to test it on. Which one should I go for? Hansen wondered. It was not difficult to find a super creature, though most of them resided in the deepest, most secluded mountain ranges, gullies, or swamps. He'd encounter one in no time if he brought Wang Yuhang along. The primary concern, however, was whether or not he could truly kill such a creature. Han Sen's ideal target would be the red cloud donkey. It seemed as if it would be easier to kill since it didn't pose much of a significant risk. The biggest problem was the raven that lived near it. No matter how strong the flaming Rex spike was, it would not matter if Han Sen could not match the speed of such a foe and land a single hit. He was only afraid that before he even had a chance to raise his weapon, the raven would have already sliced his head clean off his shoulders. The target Han Sen wanted to hunt the most was something that was slow and did not have a weak body. Something like the big black bear would have been fine to fight as well. A big-bodied creature would be fine, as the flaming Rex spike was most certainly long enough to reach it. If Han Sen did go up against the bear and struck its head with all his might, he only imagined that the creature would be unable to withstand such a blow. But the peach forest was too creepy to return to, and he knew more than one super creature resided below its shadowed boughs. Han Sen did not dare risk returning there, and since he wanted to bring Wang Yuheng with him, he knew they'd be swarmed by super creatures the moment they stepped inside. Leader, Lu Hui is here to see you. Back in the goddess shelter, young Manly delivered Han Sen a surprise visitor. What is he doing here? There is no way he would come all the way out here to thank us for saving his shelter, would he? Han Sen frowned and invited his guests in to see him. I have come here to thank you for pulling the bone elephant away. There is also a deal I would like to strike with you, if you'd be so kind as to hear what I have to propose. Lu Hui smiled in return. There is no need to thank me, but I can always make room for more business ventures. Han Sen noticed Lu Hui had not brought any gifts with him and was quickly disappointed. We believe we have found a super creature, but our power alone is not enough to kill it. Therefore, I would like to cooperate with the goddess shelter and take on this monster together. Lu Hui did not beat around the bush. What kind of super creature is it? Han Sen's attention had been quickly snared. It is a wolf, Lu Hui answered. What kind of wolf? Han Sen frowned, thinking Lu Hui was being too vague. Lu Hui laughed and said, it is the king of a few 100,000 wolves. We have been unable to detect whether or not it has any elemental powers, but it is powerful, that much we do know. Its strength and speed are exceptional. A few 100,000 wolves. A little dangerous, no. Han Sen frowned again, thinking that was quite the pack for a wolf to lead. If he agreed to lend his aid, it would be no trivial fight. Plus, if he wanted to kill it in the midst of the wolf pack, it'd be much harder. Fighting a super creature that was solo would be a far easier task. It will be a difficult foe to overcome, I must confess. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be requesting your aid. But the Wolf King's body is very balanced. It doesn't seem to have any outstanding attributes. The pelt is not too sturdy, its speed is not too fast, and its strength is nothing obscene. How will we cooperate? Han Sen asked. I want you to help draw away the wolf pack. We can deal with the Wolf King. Afterwards, aside from the beast's soul, the loot will be shared. It was obvious what Lu Hui wanted, Wang Yuheng's ability. Lu Hui had been both shocked and impressed by Wang Yuheng's ability to attract creatures when he saved Devil's Shelter. Sorry, if things are like that then we cannot cooperate, Han Sen firmly rejected. Why? Lu Hui asked. If you want to cooperate with us, then we must be granted the final blow on the super creature. That's how it must be, Han Sen stated coldly. That is a shame. Maybe next time, eh? Lu Hui knew there was no point in pushing the subject further. Lu Hui did not think Han Sen had the ability to kill a super creature. He only wanted Wang Yuheng's ability to attract creatures, but Han Sen's ambitions were too big for him. Escort Lu Hui off the premises, Han Sen commanded Young Manly. Also, find out where he'll be fighting the Wolf King he speaks of. Han Sen happily ran across the northern fields. Before he went into battle, he wanted to test the power of the flaming Rex spike first. The wolf pack was enormous. After asking around, Han Sen knew where it was currently going. He went straight there, wanting to get to the king before Lu Hui and his people did. Han Sen raced there, running throughout the day and subsequent night. Finally, he arrived. They looked like ordinary gray wolves, but it was their numbers that made their presence so intimidating. To prevent the Wolf King from escaping, Han Sen ran straight to the center of the pack with the silver fox in hand. As expected, the wolves along the way parted and formed a path for Han Sen. None dared to get close. Han Sen walked 100 miles and finally found the Wolf King atop a small hill. It didn't look particularly striking, and it had no remarkable features. It looked almost like an ordinary gray wolf, save for being a bit larger and having a blue mark branding its forehead. There didn't seem to be any elemental attributes to its pelt, either. It's no wonder Lu Hui wants to kill this thing. It looks far too easy. Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike, a 2-meter-long lance-like weapon, which he held with one hand. The flames that blazed across it made it look frightening. But before Han Sen approached the Wolf King any closer, it stood up and howled to the sky. "My little gray thing, simmer down. No other wolf will come and save you, no matter how loud you howl." Han Sen looked at the Wolf King howling and laughed. The next second, Han Sen's smile froze in place. A chorus of howls joined in, coming from all around him. He could see the shadows of other wolves inching closer from every direction, and the glare of their hungry eyes watched him intently. Impossible. How can these gray wolves not be afraid of the silver fox's presence? Han Sen was shocked. There were now a few 100,000 wolves snarling at him. There were countless mutant-class wolves and a lot of sacred blood-class wolves. Even if Han Sen stood there, ready to kill them, there were too many and he'd run out of stamina and become too exhausted to continue before being able to slay them all. But Han Sen quickly understood as he looked at the blue symbol on the Wolf King's forehead. The eyes of the other wolves were all starting to turn a menacing shade of blue, and even their fur was beginning to adopt the tint. Rage, cruelty, violence. These words were apt to describe each and every wolf that snarled in Han Sen's direction. The Wolf King was still quietly standing on the hill as it peered down at Han Sen. Around it, a dozen sacred blood-gray wolves formed a circle. Han Sen, without hesitating, summoned his wings and tried to escape. He could kill sacred blood creatures, but his fitness was only a little bit better, which meant they could damage him. Plus, with the wretched number of wolves that were there in support of the Wolf King, even the Queen and little uncle wouldn't have been enough assistance, and the chance of victory would still have been slim to none. As Han Sen took off into the skies, the Wolf King began howling upwards, too. The blue light on its forehead shone even brighter, like a beacon. Its gray body began to shine blue now, too. All the wolves began jumping up as high as they could, trying to capture the intruder. These ordinary wolves, though they did not possess wings, could still glide through the air. The wolf pack was like a tsunami, howling as they surfed the air in pursuit of their prey. The flaming wreck spikes swept and sent a grand multitude of wolves flying away like shooting stars, alight with fire. Their bodies were burnt black in seconds. Some managed to stand back up and resume their pursuit, uncaring for the flames that continued to ravage their bodies. The gray wolves were like well-trained soldiers. They were using a formation to surround Han Sen, and their precision and cooperative cohesion made him unable to escape the higher-class variants of wolves. He continued for 300 miles. Han Sen thought he was going to drown under the waves of gray wolves when the horde finally began to thin out, and eventually retreated. Just as Han Sen thought he could be spared some respite and recovery, he heard a sound from not too far away. Across the fields in another direction, a stampede of horses came running towards him like the waves of the sea. Above them all, a handsome horse king commanded the skies, flapping its angelic wings as it surveyed the lands around it. Holy smokes, I escaped the territory of the wolves only to end up in the realm of horses. Han Sen was glum as he watched the winged horses, the Pegasi, approach. He wanted to slap himself, thinking, why did I even come here in the first place? I should have stuck to searching for solo super creatures. Trying to take advantage of others will get me killed, Han Sen sighed. Fortunately, there seemed to be a no-man's land between the pack of wolves and the soaring Pegasi. They didn't come his way, which gave him the opportunity to rest for a brief while. Han Sen did not dare fly in the sky. There'd be no advantage up there, considering that Pegasi were flying creatures. He landed on the grass and took a good look around. There was nothing remarkable about the place, as it was just a grassy field. After Han Sen took a closer look, the grass was shorter than elsewhere. Some of the grass was even yellowish in color. It was very different than the fresh, long, green grass that was in the fields to the left and right of the one he currently stood in. Aside from that, there was nothing special. There wasn't even a lake or pond, just a grassy field. The wolves and horses stared at him but kept their distance. They weren't leaving, so Han Sen decided to stay put while he was safe. He didn't think the wolves or horses could be bothered watching him like that for a long time. But quickly, Han Sen realized something was wrong. The horses and wolves really did stay there, taking turns with others in their own groups to watch Han Sen. Luckily, Han Sen had brought many provisions with him, including nutrient solutions. He could remain in this field for 2 months if need be. But even if he did stay where he was for the next 2 months, what was the point? The wolves and horses did not want to leave. 2 weeks passed and they still remained outside the field watching Han Sen, not allowing him to leave. Silver Fox, you're going to have to do something and help me find a way out of this mess. You're not going to wait until I'm dead before you run off, are you? Han Sen put the Silver Fox in front of his face and said, this is not right. There's not much difference between a fox and a wolf, is there? Can't you go and talk to the Wolf King on my behalf and tell him it was all just a big misunderstanding? Han Sen put him down and the Silver Fox lay on the ground, blinking at Han Sen. Han Sen felt as if he'd be better off talking with a rock, so he circled the entire field multiple times, evaluating what options there were for escape, but did not discover anything viable. If escaping won't work, then so be it. I'll have to fight my way out. I definitely can't leave through the Pegasi side, as their numbers seem greater than that of the wolves. They can fly, too. That'll surely be the more dangerous way. Han Sen then looked at the wolf side. He observed the wind blowing through the grass, which revealed the gray backs of hidden wolves. Heaven knew how many lurked in the tall grass, waiting for Han Sen. Han Sen could only watch their movements, waiting for the right moment to slice his way through the hordes and make a daring escape. After a while, Han Sen saw the horses in a state of mild unrest. In the group of horses, a red pony appeared. They parted and formed a path for it, not daring to touch it. Is that the child of a super creature? Han Sen took a look and was surprised. The red pony did not seem to have been born very long ago. It looked rather curious, and even the sacred blood class Pegasi avoided its approach. If I kidnap the red pony, could I use it to escape the crowd of horses? Han Sen's heart burst this evil thought, wondering if he could put a knife to the red pony's neck and broker a deal with the Horse King. But Han Sen quickly dropped the idea. Creatures were not humans, and if they saw Han Sen threaten the red pony, they'd probably opt to kill Han Sen rather than negotiate. Although the red pony was small, it was a super creature. Han Sen was not entirely sure he could deal with it solo anyway. The red pony seemed curious about everything. It opened its eyes wide and looked at Han Sen and the silver fox with great interest. The red pony tried to enter Han Sen's field on numerous occasions, but each time, the Horse King stopped it and sent it back. Before the red pony was taken away, it looked back and almost seemed upset. That's a shame. If that red pony came here on its own, perhaps I really could kidnap it, Han Sen thought, disappointed. That night, Han Sen lay on the grass observing the night skies. He counted the stars that glistened above. It was quite boring, so he summoned the angel and Princess Yin Yang to talk. As they were talking, they heard noise from the horse crowd. Looking over there, Han Sen saw the red pony sneak his way, with its eyes fixated on him. Han Sen was happy when he saw it, but it caused a commotion in the horse crowd. They neighed repeatedly, as if they were trying to convince the red pony to return to them. But no matter how much noise they made, they did not dare to enter the area like the red pony had. The Horse King was nowhere to be seen, however, and Han Sen did not know why. The red pony ignored its brethren and continued to approach Han Sen. It looked to its left and right up until it was about 20 meters away. Then, it stood where it was and just watched Han Sen and his companions. "Come here, little child. Come here." Han Sen's face was crowned with a strange smile. He reached out both arms to the red pony, as if he was calling for a baby to crawl to him. But the red pony took a few step backs, and its eyes looked alert. It didn't trust Han Sen. Han Sen noticed that his behavior was like any old, creepy uncle that wished to kidnap a child. Quickly, he put away his grinning face and put on his look of innocence as if he were swapping masks. As he did, he thought of how he might be able to attract the red pony towards him. Han Sen threw some jerky on the ground and bid for the pony to eat it, but it was ignored. Do horses only enjoy eating grass? Han Sen's heart felt bad. He looked in his pockets and there was nothing he could use to attract the red pony, so he wasn't sure what to do. But the red pony, after a while longer of looking, seemed to drop some of its apprehension. Slowly, it began to walk closer and closer to Han Sen. The crowd of horses was in a frenzy as countless horses surrounded the area, crying repeatedly. It was like they were pleading for the red pony to return and for Han Sen not to hurt it. Han Sen suddenly thought something had to be wrong. If the wolves and horses were avoiding each other, maybe that was why they did not come any closer. But now that the red pony was inside, why did the other horses not come? The red pony was hesitant to approach at first, but after circling them for some time, it acknowledged there was no danger. After coming to this realization, it was happy to stay in Han Sen's company. Although Han Sen still wanted to kidnap the red pony, he wasn't going to rush things until he was sure it was comfortable. If eyes could kill, Han Sen would have been nothing but bits. But the silver fox looked a little upset. It jumped into Han Sen's lap, gritted its teeth, and growled. The red pony was unnerved by this, which displeased Han Sen. He was afraid that the silver fox would scare off the red pony, so he put it down on the ground. But the red pony was only given a jump scare. After taking a few steps, it looked at the silver fox that continued to growl and stare back at it with hostility. Strangely, it looked happier now. The red pony approached Han Sen and buried its head into Han Sen's chest and rubbed it. This made the silver fox really mad. If Han Sen didn't shut him down now, the red pony would, quite literally, be in for a shock. Han Sen reached out his hand to stroke the mane of the red pony. The pony remained where it was, allowing Han Sen to touch it as much as he wanted. It seemed to enjoy the strokes, but when Han Sen touched it, the Pegasus that continued to watch looked even angrier. The next second, vine-like tentacles pierced through the ground and moved towards Han Sen. The tentacles were extremely fast, but they seemed to mostly go for the red pony. Han Sen reacted and jumped into the sky. The red pony wasn't so lucky. No matter how strong it was, it hadn't been born for a long time and it lacked experience in the world. The vast number of tentacles grabbed it tight. Then, the field of grass split in two, unearthing a giant gully. The tentacles that had writhed around the pony started dragging it towards the pit. The pony began neighing with its lighter, younger tone. Its body shone red just like the ruby light of a police siren. The red light sliced through the vine-like tentacles, which then dropped to the ground spewing green blood. But more and more tentacles appeared, doing their best to choke the pony and drag it towards the hole. Han Sen looked at the pit and could only see red in there. Sharp teeth, lined up like cogwheels, circled its entirety. Han Sen was unable to fathom what manner of wretched creature had been lurking beneath his feet. It's no wonder why neither the wolves nor Pegasus dared approach me, with such a horrible creature lying here. Han Sen saw that the red pony was only moments away from being pulled into the hungry, exposed mouth. He frowned and summoned his flaming Rex spike and began swinging it. The flames burned brightly as the heavy weapon annihilated any tentacle it came into contact with, quickly incinerating them into charcoal. The broken tentacles dropped onto the ground on fire. Soon after, the red pony was free from the monster's grasp. The pony had not yet developed the ability to fly. Since it was still grounded, it looked like it was going to be grabbed again by freshly sprouted tentacles. So Han Sen picked up the red pony and flew off into the sky. The creature that had been lying beneath the ground was so strange. Han Sen was not sure why it seemed to show so much interest in the red pony. Han Sen and the silver fox had barely been given any attention. The subterranean monster seemed to only focus on the pony. Han Sen, with the pony in his arms, began flying away. The unknown monster let out a soul-shriveling roar, which made the ground tremble. Tentacles burst forth from the ground, lifting the entirety of the grass field with it. It was like watching a creature emerge from the most rotten pits of hell. It was a giant worm that looked like a centipede. Only a portion of its body had been revealed, but it was already unimaginably big. Like a train, it was shooting out of a tunnel a few dozen meters into the air. The entirety of its back was hairy and the tentacles had Han Sen and the red pony in their sights. Han Sen let loose the power of his flaming Rex spike and hacked off a grand number of the monster's tentacles with a rage-fueled strike. Flames then shot across the sky. Casting arrow, Han Sen used it to soar through the air and dodge the monster's assault. The Pegasus were also in the sky. They rushed down, all of them neighing in anger. It looked as if they were super keen on protecting their master. Without fear, they rushed down towards the monster that had previously been lurking beneath the earth. The hair on the monster seemed to regenerate. After being shaved, the tentacles started to grow back. Many of the Pegasus that charged into battle found themselves tangled in the brush of tentacles. Many of the winged horses were ripped apart and thrown away, casting blood across the ruined land. The body of the subterranean monster was massive, at least 100 meters long. Its shell was purple and black, and countless little legs wriggled beneath it, each one possessing their own tentacles. A long scream came from afar, signaling the arrival of the Pegasus King. It was cloaked in clouds, evidence of the wrath it brought with it. The Pegasus King's clouds began to spread, falling down on the massive creature below like bombs. They clung to the tentacles, restraining them like glue. Caught within the thick, muculent clouds, the monster could not get its tentacles free. It struggled and thrashed madly, but to no avail. But the monster was too big and its body was extremely strong. After a grand push, it managed to tear the white clouds and continue its pursuit of Han Sen and the red pony. The Pegasus and Pegasus King no longer cared for Han Sen, and they diverted all their attention to the monster. They assaulted its body, tentacles, and legs, biting everything they could with great ferocity. A chilling howl shrieked across the grassy field. At great speed, a gray wolf was dashing towards the scene of the battle. Behind it, the tsunami-like wolf pack followed. The mark on the Wolf King's forehead shone like a beacon once more, which made the other wolves turn blue. Their fur shone with a blue light and their eyes were each like sapphires. It was like a ghostly wolf pack. Han Sen was shocked. He thought the wolf pack had come to attack the Pegasus. But the wolf pack, shrouded in a blue light, leapt into the fray with the monster of the Pegasus' strife and began tearing into its legs. Instead of fighting the Pegasus or causing trouble, they had come to the aid of the Pegasus, helping them in their battle. The Wolf King looked up at the sky and howled again. The blue mark on its forehead was shining brighter than Han Sen had ever seen it. The light veiled many of the Pegasi above and seemed to buff their abilities, too. The Pegasi appeared stronger and faster, and they fought with greater ferocity. The Pegasi king flapped its wings as white air swirled around it. Like arrows, short streams of white wind rained down on the monster, pegging down its tentacles and legs. The wolf pack and Pegasi attacked the monster without fear, which enraged it. It opened its mouth and swallowed a few horses and wolves. But it was no use, as it only resulted in more and more allies taking their places. The monster's body was covered with wolves and Pegasi, which hindered its mobility. With its agility suffering, the bites of its attackers came more frequently. Although most of the wolves and Pegasi were unable to hurt it, beneath the brutal suppression of their subordinates, the Pegasi king and wolf king were now free to enter the fight themselves. Han Sen froze as he looked down from the sky. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a large-scale fight between creatures take place. The fact that two different species were cooperating with each other in such a way was incredible. The fact that the Wolf King's abilities allowed it to buff the Pegasi surprised Han Sen to no end. He thought that the Wolf King was an incredibly special creature. Although the Wolf King's personal power was below average when compared to other adult super creatures, the support skills it had were extremely effective. The wolf pack could not fly, but with the buff, they were able to glide in the air with a power and speed that was almost unrivaled. It was an amazing skill. If I kill the Wolf King, I'll get the Aura Beast soul, won't I? Han Sen wondered. The Pegasi King's power wasn't too far off the Wolf King's, either. Its power was mid-low on a chart of super creature's strength. The white clouds that it fired were like glue, working to restrain the monster. It also dulled the fangs of the monster as if they had been encased in plastic. This was a very special, very unique power. Han Sen could not be sure which element it was associated with, though. The Wolf King's claws now shredded the shell of the monster, which had it shrieking and trembling in pain. The Pegasi King flew down from the sky, hitting the monster's belly. The horn on its head drilled into the monster's hide and left a deep wound. The monster was now incredibly angry, but under the constant assault of wolves and Pegasi, it couldn't do much. It looks like greater numbers always prevail. If they fought alone, none of them would be able to beat the monster. Going up against the wolf pack and crowd of Pegasi, this wretched monster doesn't stand a chance. Han Sen thought as he observed the battle. The Pegasi King is battling the monster. This is the best time for me to escape, with a pony in tow. Being able to escape and do so with a new super pony friend is a rare opportunity, and in many ways, I'll be hitting two birds with one stone. Han Sen got excited at the prospect, so he turned around and prepared to leave. But as he did so, he discovered that not too far behind him, a group of sacred blood class Pegasi had been standing there staring at him the entire time. Han Sen immediately gave up his plan of kidnapping the red pony. The Pegasi horde was far too big for him to compete with. If he really wanted to steal the red pony, it was unlikely he could escape whilst carrying it. It would be inevitable that the king would catch up and swiftly kill him. Han Sen landed a good distance away from the battlefield and put the red pony down. He raised his hands and began to walk away, slowly. The Pegasi immediately swooped down to surround the red pony. Han Sen tried to leave, but there were many more Pegasi blocking his departure. The red pony neighed in Han Sen's direction, which prompted the Pegasi that prevented his departure to move aside and allow him to pass. Han Sen was surprised by this. After today's events, he was well aware that there was far more to a creature's mind than he had previously believed there to be. He understood them a lot more, he felt. He turned around to look at the pony, waved, and then left. The monster was mostly dead by this point. Han Sen was afraid that once the Pegasi King and Wolf King were done, they'd return to finish him off. Therefore, he did not plan on hanging around any more than he had to. The Pegasi crowd was dizzyingly large. There could very well have been 1,000,000 of them. It was no wonder why the monster could only hide underground. The only reason it came out was because of the red pony, which had been left alone. But even that attempt failed, which had the monster swiftly bombarded by the Pegasi and Wolf Horde, leading to a quick death. Han Sen thought Lu Hui's plan to kill the Wolf King was ridiculous. The wolf pack itself was incredibly powerful, but what if the Pegasi Horde had also come to its aid? They'd stand no chance. The Wolf King's buffs were incredibly powerful, strengthening its pack more than anyone could guess. Han Sen did not believe humans could kill the Wolf King for as long as the wolf pack lived. Han Sen heard one final scream erupt from the maw of the wicked subterranean monster, and then silence. After walking for a whole day, Han Sen was finally away from the grassy plainlands. Suddenly, clouds formed in the air around him and a Pegasus flew by, carrying a red pony. The pony's head was lifted high in a look of pride. When Han Sen saw the Pegasi King arrive, the first thing he thought to do was run. He stretched his legs and took off, but it was to no avail. He wasn't half as quick as the Pegasi King, and it caught up in no time at all. It landed in front of him. The red pony leapt off the Pegasi King's back and happily ran up to Han Sen. With its head, it rubbed him as best it could. Then, it spit something out of its mouth onto the ground. Han Sen took a closer look and realized that it was a fist-sized dark purple crystal. The red pony used its head to nudge it closer to Han Sen. Is that for me? Han Sen, looking at the crystal, wasn't quite sure what to believe. He never thought something like this would happen to him in this world. Upon looking at it, Han Sen realized that it was a life geno essence. It was most likely from the subterranean monster that the Pegasi and wolves had just killed. The fact that the red pony had brought it to Han Sen was incredible. Han Sen was feeling as if he had accidentally stumbled across a lottery ticket that paid out $5 million. The red pony did not understand what Han Sen had asked it. When he didn't pick it up, the red pony grabbed it with its mouth and spit it into Han Sen's hand. The red pony rubbed Han Sen's leg until the Pegasi King neighed for it to return. Then it did. The red pony leapt back up onto the Pegasi King's back, looked at Han Sen, and made a noise. It must have meant goodbye. The Pegasi King flapped its glorious wings and shot off into the sky, disappearing in but a few seconds. Good things can just spring upon you. I thought my time out here would have been a waste. I couldn't have been more wrong. What a delightful surprise. Han Sen held the dark purple crystal in his hand. There was nothing special about it, and it most certainly wasn't like the life geno essence of the fire scale T-Rex that burnt so hot that no one could even touch it. I should be able to eat this life geno essence, no problem. Han Sen licked it. It did not melt as it had in the first god's sanctuary. However, the dark purple crystal was like a real crystal. It was hard. That's strange. Why can't I eat it? Is this not a life geno essence? Han Sen licked it a few more times, but nothing happened. No matter which way he considered it, it had to be a life geno essence. It looks like if you want to eat a life geno essence in the second god's sanctuary, you've got to do something special. Han Sen did not dare swallow the crystal whole. Clearly, randomly swallowing a crystal wouldn't be the solution. If neither the Pegasi King nor Wolf King wanted it, there had to be something up with the life geno essence. As such, Han Sen didn't dare eat it just yet, on account of his suspicion. Han Sen already had a few guesses, but he wasn't too sure. He'd have to wait a while longer before proving whether or not his ideas were correct. The toxic dragon drill was clearly not strong enough to suit his needs, so he decided to modify it and bring it up to par with an S-class skill. If he did that, it'd be far more useful in his fights against super creatures. The best way to modify a hyper geno art was through combat, so Han Sen used the scanner to scan the flaming Rex spike. Hui Heifeng had been on a roll lately, and he had just taken first place in the military fellowship tournament. Although it was only for the league that used spears, he was still satisfied with the result. Even if it was just a single award, it wasn't something easily obtainable. After entering the arena, Hui Heifeng was taken aback. The weapon his opponent was using was very strange. It was 2 meter long, giant sharp weapon. It looked like a big folder umbrella. The metal folds looked lethal, and the weapon itself was quite scary. What kind of strange weapon is this? It looks like a greatsword and a medieval lance combined. But it looks so much cooler than they could ever look. How do you even use that thing? As a spear elite, he thought the weapon was a little too big as well. It was definitely not a weapon that could be used effectively as a spear, but neither could it be used as a sword. With its cylindrical body, few skills could be cast efficiently with it. The weapon interested Hui Heifeng greatly. He was looking forward to seeing what skills could be performed with such a weapon. Hui Heifeng, who had come here with empty hands, now summoned a big spear. It was 2 meters long and as thick as an arm. Han Sen noticed his opponent was using a champion spear, and at this, he looked happy. This was because the thrusting skill of his flaming Rex spike was derived from that same weapon. Han Sen was wielding the Rex spike, sprinting towards Sea Wind. The Rex spike in his hand began spinning, the opener for Toxic Dragon Drill. Sea Wind lifted his champion spear, knocking up the incoming, spinning Rex spike. Unfortunately for Han Sen, his move wasn't as effective as he had hoped. Because the Rex spike was just a virtual object that the system had scanned, it lacked the real flame and toughness of the original object. The only characteristics that translated over were its weight and shape. The Rex spike should have been heavier than the champion spear. If this hit made the system determine that Han Sen had to take 2 steps back, it meant that his opponent was stronger than he was. This wasn't a ludicrous thing. If he was an evolver, then Sea Wind had a fitness of around 150. But Han Sen was far past that number. His weapon was heavier than his opponent's, and his power and strength exceeded his opponent's as well. Yet, for some reason, he lost the clash and had to fall back. Dong, another collision of blades, and Han Sen was beaten back by the champion's spear again. The system couldn't be incorrect, and there was now no doubt that his opponent was stronger than he was. Si Wen swung his spear towards Han Sen, aligning his Rex spike horizontally. He blocked the incoming spear. Hui Heifeng was a little disappointed in his opponent. He thought Han Sen's weapon was something special, but now he was only using it like a big mutant spear. Aside from the screw attack he had performed, the rest of his performance was subpar. Although Han Sen was being brutally suppressed, he did not panic. His opponent's spear skills were powerful, but Han Sen's fitness was higher. It'd still be extremely difficult for Si Wen to win. As Han Sen continued to block his attacks, he also analyzed the skills used against him. He wanted to do a deep dive on them all and learn their ins and outs. The powerful spear skills he was witnessing were ideal for a powerful weapon like his own, and if he could learn those skills, perhaps he could modify them to improve Toxic Dragon Drill. He remained like that for a while. Han Sen was eventually able to notice that the reason his opponent's attacks were so strong was because he was using a Hyper Geno art for support. It wasn't purely down to the skills he used. If Han Sen could not watch the flow of his energy, then he'd be unable to learn anything from him. That would be a waste. Hui Heifeng's attacks escalated in their ferocity and strength. He wanted to end the fight out of boredom. The strange weapon Han Sen wielded did not surprise him as he expected it to, so he grew tired of the battle. After fighting for some time, Hui Heifeng's perception began to change. Although Han Sen's fighting skills were ordinary, he had a lot of stamina. Furthermore, his formation was strange and unique. Although Hui Heifeng had an advantage, and was constantly on the offensive, he wasn't any closer to victory than when the fight first began. Interesting. Hui Heifeng raised his lips. A person's strength was not derived solely from their physical attack power, it came from their endurance as well. Under his wild attacks, Han Sen was no longer falling back. Han Sen was blocking to the best of his abilities. Blocking did not cost much, and it was a way to keep the fight going. Hui Heifeng's eyes flickered with a glint of evil as he changed up his moveset. The powerful spear skills from earlier suddenly became soft. The skills were so gentle and elegant. The heavy champion spear suddenly became like a needle in a little girl's hand. Every strike was so small and fast, it was like he was sewing beautiful embroidery on Jiangnan cloth. The toughness and softness had totally changed, without error. He couldn't imagine how a person could use such a big spear with that much grace and finesse. The Rex spike was a blunt heavy weapon, and against those delicate spear skills, he wasn't quite sure what to do. The style was restricting his momentum and the situation had just taken a turn for the worse. Han Sen racked his mind, trying to think of a way he could break the unceasing barrage of attacks, but he couldn't. The spear skills cast against him were too fast for his current lumbering usage of the Rex spike. Further and further, Han Sen was pushed back. He was nearing the wall of the arena, still unable to turn the tides. His health had now dropped below 10 points and he could no longer dodge. For all intents and purposes, the battle was already lost. Hui Heifeng's champion spear then became a blinding flash of light, driven towards Han Sen with a speed that was greater than that of a meteor. Although Hui Heifeng admired Han Sen, if he insisted on sticking to that weapon and not using something else that would draw out his true strength, then Hui Heifeng had no choice but to end things here and now. Han Sen watched the flash of light coming and felt that it was unfair, losing a battle like this. It upset him. But he was here for the Rex spike and for that, he was not willing to throw in the towel, not now, not ever. Han Sen did not want to lose the battle like this. If he had already lost, then it didn't matter. Dropping his defense, he lifted up the Rex spike and swung it towards his opponent's head. Han Sen fueled this strike with all the anger and sadness that had welled up inside him. Even though it was highly likely his opponent would evade it and he'd still end up suffering the final blow. He was going to lose either way, but it was better to go out in a blaze of glory than to wither away. After all, while he was attacking, Han Sen summoned the image of the bone elephant shattering rocks in two. That feeling of being able to break through the opposition with no fear was what Han Sen wanted, most of all. Han Sen, at that moment, wished he was the bone elephant. He wanted to smash Si Wen into pieces and unleash all his anger. At that decisive moment, Han Sen felt his Dongshuan Sutra kick into action. But the energy wasn't flowing along with Han Sen's body, it was adopting a simulation of the bone elephant's energy flow. Oppress. That was the only word that came to mind when Han Sen mustered the strength of the bone elephant he was going to mimic. It felt as if an elephant was indeed running through his body, and he was being given its strength. The power of the elephant coursed through his veins and was injected into the Rex spike. Huey Hefeng noticed as Han Sen suddenly abandoned his strained hope for victory and dropped his guard, putting everything he had into one last strike. He knew that it wouldn't hit him. Attempting an attack with such blunt, heavy weaponry was silly. It would be too slow. His champion spear could pierce Han Sen's heart and knock away that last remaining bit of health before the Rex spike was halfway through its swing. Huey Hefeng was holding his massive champion spear, yet he used it with the delicate precision of a needle. And his opponent's heart was where it was set to poke and weave the bitter tangs of defeat. But just as the tip neared his heart, his face changed. The weapon in Han Sen's hand accelerated. The mighty, heavy weapon split the air, producing a deafening sound as it soared. It made Huey Hefeng feel as if the world was shrinking, as the hideous weapon obscured his vision. In his eyes, its image became bigger and bigger. Huey Hefeng was shocked. He didn't understand how or why his opponent's skills had suddenly become so scary. He clutched the spear with both hands and brought it before the incoming attack. Huey Hefeng was like paper, cruelly smashed in half. 100 HP points were depleted in a single moment, and he was taken out of the arena. Holy sugar, is this guy cheating? How can an evolver possibly possess such power? After Huey Hefeng exited the arena, he was gobsmacked. Han Sen himself was taken aback by the power he had summoned for that attack. He didn't expect to be able to simulate the bone elephant's energy so well, but by doing so, he had been given the power to defeat his opponent in a single, devastating blow. Han Sen was incredibly happy, but all of a sudden, his body felt incredibly weak. The bone elephant's attack was so powerful, it had drained his entire body of its energy. If Han Sen had not learned Jade Sun Force and Long Live, which worked to keep generating more and more, he might have collapsed on the spot. Si Win's spear skills were masterful. If he was able to spar and practice with him a few more times, Han Sen imagined he'd be able to modify Toxic Dragon Drill a great deal. Huey Hefeng accepted Han Sen's friend request. He sent a message, asking what was that skill called. Han Sen contemplated his answer for a minute, and then replied, Elephant Rex Strike. Han Sen wasn't very talented when it came to naming things. For this name, he used the most basic of naming rules. He took one word from each component of the skill, one word from the flaming Rex Spike and one word from the bone elephant, whose power he had simulated. That was a very good Elephant Rex Strike. It really does have the power of an elephant and T-Rex. As Han Sen exited the virtual camp, his communicator rang. It was a strange number that was dialing him, one which made him furrow his eyebrows. It was a communicator given to him by the military. Ordinary people could not call it, so whoever was calling him had to be from the inside. He accepted the call and the image displayed gave Han Sen a shock. It was Lai Zinglun. Why are you looking at me with such surprise? I am a high-level hacker, and breaking your defensive systems is easy-peasy lemon squeezy. Finding your information was effortless, Lai Zinglun said, with a smug expression. Then you should know that these calls are monitored. Yes, Han Sen responded, with a wry smile. If that concerned me, what kind of hacker would I be? Don't worry, no one can see us talking. No one will even know you were on your communicator, Lai Zinglun said, with much confidence. You can look for me in the shelter, so why are you going to such lengths just to talk with me? Han Sen believed that if you kept your nose out of trouble, then no trouble would come to you. Illegal deeds were never wholly invisible, and there was always a trace that could be followed up on. Lai Zinglun had never seen a better hacker. Therefore, he believed himself to be the best. I'm contacting you because it's an emergency. You haven't been in the shelter for the past few days, so this was the only way I was able to get in touch with you, Lai Zinglun explained. I heard you have created a team to hunt down super creatures, and I would like to join. I know where one can be found, Lai Zinglun said. When Han Sen returned to the shelter, he heard about what happened with Lu Huey and the Master in the North's cooperative assault against the Wolf King. It turned out that they failed and incurred great losses in their struggle. Word was, they gained the upper hand at first, and things were going relatively well until the sudden appearance of a legion of Pegasi. They arrived there and aided the wolves. The cooperative human armies were promptly wrecked, which forced them to retreat. At the end of the day, it was a loss. Han Sen sighed, as he had personally witnessed the capabilities of the Wolf King and Pegasi King. The giant frosty bear lived against the ice sea. Along the coast, one particular part of the sea had wholly frozen over, and that was where the giant frosty bear tended to reside. When they arrived at the area they sought, it wasn't long before they found a sacred blood creature. They spotted it from afar, and it was a big white bird that just stood in one place, cleaning its feathers with its tongue. It looked like a red-crowned crane, but all the creatures around avoided it. They knew that the red-crowned crane was not something to be trifled with. There is no point in sharing such a creature, so how about a little wager? Whoever slays the bird first gets to keep the meat, Wang Yuheng suggested. Sure, that's fine by me. Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuheng. Han Sen's little uncle may have had terrible luck, but he enjoyed a good gambit. It was strange, however, for Han Sen had never seen him win. I'm okay with that, too. Lai Xinglun wanted a part of the fun, as well. He had only just recently unlocked his gene lock, so he was keen to flex his newfound muscles. The three of them then stood in a line. After that, Wang Yuheng counted to 3. After the count was up, Wang Yuheng and Lai Xinglun were the only two that started running towards the bird. In Lai Xinglun's eyes, it looked as if the galaxy was spinning. He accelerated at what seemed faster than the speed of light, racing towards the red-crowned crane. Wang Yuheng was no slouch, either. He shouted and a light burst forth from within him. As this happened, his speed increased and he managed to catch up and trail right behind Lai Xinglun. Like two meteors, they both skated across the ice in a great hurry. Han Sen slowly brought out the peacock crossbow that had just recently evolved. From the quiver, he loaded in a raven feather bolt. With a quick look at the crane, he raised his arms and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The black light bolt flashed and traveled 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It shot right past Lai Xinglun and Wang Yuheng and lodged itself in the crane's cranium. Sacred blood creature hunted, snowbird. The beast's soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. The familiar notification tone rang in Han Sen's head. He started laughing as he caught up to Lai Xinglun and Wang Yuheng and told them, "Thank you very much. Holy sugar, you cheated. How can you use such an obscene weapon and think it was fair?" Lai Xinglun and Wang Yuheng said, exactly at the same time. There was no rule forbidding certain weaponry. You said anything goes. Even you two could have used a crossbow, if you wanted to, Han Sen said boisterously as he packed the snowbird's body into his backpack. He'd sort it out when he had a break. I was thinking of using mine, but I didn't think it was strong enough. Where'd you get your crossbow? How can a weapon like that possess such monstrous strength? Wang Yuheng asked, observing Han Sen. When they hunted the fire-scale T-Rex, Wang Yuheng got a glimpse of the peacock crossbow there for the first time. He had always meant to ask more about it. He knew it was a powerful weapon, but he never expected it to be that powerful. To kill a sacred blood creature from 1,000 meters away was a frightening thing. Han Sen then thought to himself, of course it's powerful, a berserk super creature crossbow and super bolt tends to pack a punch. If it couldn't kill a sacred blood creature with a headshot, I'd just use this thing as firewood. Are you sure this is the place? Why have we not yet seen the giant frosty bear? Han Sen and his crew spent half the day searching but did not see nor hear anything that suggested the local presence of a super creature bear. With suspicion, Wang Yuheng had to ask Lai Xinglun about his intel. Just as he was going to speak, there were splashes from beneath the ice. A giant white creature had been swimming, and it was now returning to the surface with a 1-meter-long fish in its mouth. The giant frosty bear was 2 meters away from Wang Yuheng when their eyes met. The man and the bear stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then, Wang Yuheng screamed, turned, and started running away. The giant white bear heaved itself out the water, and with the big fish still in its mouth, gave chase to the running man. It ignored Han Sen and Lai Xinglun completely. That little uncle can really. Lai Xinglun was motionless as he watched the scene. Those words were the only few he could conjure. Han Sen had already summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded it with 7 raven bolts. Without delay, he was hot on the creature's heels. Wang Yuheng continued to scream aloud as he ran, and in the midst of his frightened flight, managed to plead, "What are you guys doing? Help me. If you don't, I'll be the bear's next ice lolly." The 8-meter-tall white bear occasionally jumped as it chased after Wang Yuheng, trying to pounce on him. Whenever it hopped, 1-foot-thick paw-shaped craters were left behind in the ice that separated those on top and the freezing waters below. Shards and chips of ice were cast about 10 meters after each paw returned to the pulverized ice. The chips of ice pelleted Wang Yuheng a few times, which caused him to shiver. His face was drawn of color and a white, frosty webbing formed on his skin. His situation looked dire, and you could see his joints stiffen and slow as he went on. With Wang Yuheng getting dangerously close to being pummeled by the wrathful bear, Han Sen could wait no longer. Although he could not aim at the bear's weak spot, he fired a bolt at it to aid Wang Yuheng. The bolt feather traveled 40 meters and struck the bear's leg. The tip of the bolt managed to get lodged inside, which surprised Han Sen. He had already assumed the pelt and hide of the bear was really thick, and despite firing the bolt to just strike anywhere, the fact that the bolt managed to pierce the creature was a testament to the crossbow's new strength. Its evolution was a worthy investment, and it was most certainly capable of slaying super creatures. The frosty bear roared, scratched off the bolt in its leg, and snapped it. Hansen's heart died a little when he watched the bear do that. It meant that he only had 6 bolts left. The frosty bear forsook its pursuit of Wang Yuhang and turned its attention to Hansen. Its eyes were full of anger, and it desired nothing more than to brutally murder the person who had just dealt it minor harm. Hansen then summoned his flaming Rex Spike. As the bear leapt towards him, he cast his toxic dragon drill. The 2-meter-long sharp weapon spun like a tornado and drilled into the bear's chest. The hide of its front chest was torn open by the ravenous Rex Spike. Although the wound wasn't too deep, blood was drawn by the whirling blade. The flames singed the fur, too, lighting the borders of the wound like a ring of fire. This result made Hansen's heart so happy. He felt confident in pushing even further, driving the weapon in deeper. The frosty bear's paws, however, slapped the flaming Rex Spike. Dong! Hansen felt a great force of strength hit his Rex Spike, which made it tremble. The force built up until Hansen's hands went soft, and the flaming Rex Spike was knocked out his hands and sent flying for a good distance. On its descent, it crashed into the ice and slid into the murky depths of the sea below. Hansen's hand was bleeding, laden with cuts. The brute power of the frosty bear was too much. Lai Zinglan fired a few arrows towards the bear with a bow of his own. Its purpose was suppressive fire, which would allow Hansen to fall back and recover. Hansen summoned the flaming Rex Spike back but decided not to target the bear head-on again, face to face. With his weapon in hand, he focused on dodging the bear's repeated attacks, waiting for the perfect opening. The giant frosty bear was, on average, slower than most super creatures. Still, Hansen had to use everything he had to stay out of the way of the bear's paw strikes. But the situation became grimmer and grimmer as time went on, and he believed himself to have underestimated how powerful super creatures really were. Adult super creatures had a fitness level of around 300 on average. Hansen's fitness level was 170. With all the hyper-geno arts he had learnt, the most power he could muster was equivalent to a fitness level of 200. He was still far weaker than the super creatures he was anxious to hunt, especially in terms of raw power. The frosty bear's power was far stronger than Hansen's, but its lower than average speed was the boon he needed. Its speed provided Hansen the perfect opportunity to fight back. Lai Zinglan opened his gene lock and fired a few more arrows toward the frosty bear. One of the sacred blood arrows he fired hit the bear's ear, which enraged the creature. The bear then changed its target again, opting to pursue Lai Zinglan. Lai Zinglan's movement was quite good. He may have lacked the mobility and precise agility Hansen possessed, but Lai Zinglan's speed was top-notch when going in a relatively straight line. This was what Lai Zinglan now tried to do. Unfortunately, the frosty bear was not entirely outpaced, and it managed to remain quite close in its chase. Wang Yuheng's body was finally starting to get better. He quickly grabbed some ice and threw it at the bear to draw its attention back to himself again. The frosty bear then abandoned its hunt of Lai Zinglan and resumed its pursuit of Wang Yuheng. Hansen's bolt hit the frosty bear's neck, but this time, it did not turn around and switch targets again. It remained fixated on its chase of Wang Yuheng. It kept chasing him, ignoring the others. Oh heavens, I may not survive much longer. Somebody, I beseech your aid to save me from a wretched demise. Wang Yuheng slipped and fell. With only a second to spare, he managed to dodge the bear's next attack. He was in danger, and he could succumb to the creature's next, fatal strike any second now. His body was also accumulating further layers of frost, as his hair and eyebrows appeared to be painted white. Death was not far off for Wang Yuheng. Run to me, Hansen yelled to Wang Yuheng. Hansen was holding the peacock crossbow with his finger on the trigger. Arm raised, he took aim at the bear and remained motionless. Wang Yuheng pulled himself up and ran towards Hansen, screaming for him to fire the bolt. But Hansen did not move an inch as he waited for Wang Yuheng to draw even closer. The bear came after him, unceasing, with its filthy maw wide open. Its tongue was lax out of its mouth, and it occasionally tried to lick up Wang Yuheng. Fortunately, Wang Yuheng was a powerful man. Even when he suffered from the frostbite that he had incurred, he still managed to stumble to where he was told to be and outpace the bear. Lai Zinglan continued to fire arrows from a distance, trying his best to ease the pressure and relieve Wang Yuheng from the pursuit of his would-be killer. His eyes shone like starlight. He possessed a strange power, as each arrow was fired with impeccable aim. They may not have dealt any damage, but he had managed to strike the bear's eyes a few times, to buy Wang Yuheng as much time as he could. Wang Yuheng had finally reached Hansen's position when he ducked and rolled along the ice to dodge one last attack. Hansen was facing the frosty bear that was now only 1 meter away. He pulled the trigger and fired at the beast with a rapid pace. All of the bolts were fired consecutively, each one set on an airborne voyage to intercept the rampaging bear. 6 raven bolts launched consecutively into the frosty bear's face. The beast tried to look away to avoid them piercing any of its eyes, but it was too late. The bear had drawn too near to the launch point of the bolts, and it didn't have sufficient time to react. One of the bolts struck directly underneath the eye, which caused it to bleed. The frosty bear became incredibly angry. It threw itself back on its 2 hind legs and a frigid aura emanated from its body. Its paws came down, trying to strike Hansen. Hansen put the peacock crossbow away and evaded the frosty bear's lethal attack. He then jumped into the air, summoned Flaming Rex Spike, and took aim at his foe's head. Pang! Fire and blood spewed everywhere as Hansen crowned the bear's head with an ugly scorch mark. Damage such as that was not enough to take the creature's life, but it did trigger its rage. Hansen was at the center of its attention now. It quickly lunged forward with its paws in an attempt to grab Hansen. Again, Hansen dodged. He evaded the bear, but it was close. He scratched his arm and noticed the presence of a cut that was bleeding through his armor. Hansen retreated, with Frosty Bear still gunning for him. Luckily, this was Hansen, and he did not fear the fatal, chilly aura of the bear. If the roles were reversed, and Wang Yuheng was on the run, he'd be dead right now. Big dumb bear, over here. Wang Yuheng had already run a great distance away. After his swift recovery, he noticed Hansen was in danger and so he did his best to provoke the bear. This simple touting always worked in the past, and its winning streak did not end this day. Despite the hatred the bear felt for Hansen, it was once again attracted by Wang Yuheng. It was as if Wang Yuheng had murdered its parents or something. Hansen knew that if this were to continue, they'd be unable to win the fight. The Flaming Rex Spike was strong enough to wreck the bear's body, but Hansen wasn't. His fitness was not high enough, which meant he was unable to deal the deadly damage he needed to bring an end to the bear. But Hansen knew what to do. Without saying a word, he rushed after the frosty bear, and at the same time, he cast the Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the energy of the bone elephant. The overwhelming power of a super elephant now buffed Hansen. His body almost imploded under the duress of handling such supreme power, as his muscles and bones struggled to maintain control. Wang Yuheng continued running forward. Lai Xinglan continued firing arrows to aid how he could, but they were useless against the enraged beast. The frosty bear was closing in on Wang Yuheng. Hansen was pushing his potential power to the max, and it was reaching a tipping point. The bones inside him rattled and screamed for reprieve. With the bear still focused on Wang Yuheng, Hansen leapt into the air with both of his hands clutching the Flaming Rex Spike. He swung his weapon and all the terrifying power that accumulated inside him was unleashed. It was as if space-time itself was dealt a blow by the attack, and the air thundered with frightening sound. The Rex Spike, blazing with fire, brought down a hideous, devastating blow against the bear's head. A deep, squelching thud accompanied its landing as the skull of its target sunk somewhat. The flames snapped in a dizzying crowd of embers as the fur of the bear's head turned to soot. After that hit, Hansen immediately summoned his wings to fly up to the sky. Most of his energy had been drained following the strike. If the bear was not killed by that attack and immediately retaliated, Hansen wouldn't have had the energy to dodge the foe. Hansen observed the field of battle from above and noticed the bear had stopped moving. Blood seeped from the wounds of its caved-in skull as its body wobbled. The frosty bear blasted, which shocked Hansen. Then the frosty bear ran off. Hansen's heart was brought much joy. He knew that his elephant Rex strike must have dealt an insane amount of damage to the bear, otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to run off. After it, we cannot lose it, Hansen called out from the air as he took off in airborne pursuit. Hansen's body felt weak, though. He couldn't attack the bear again for a short while. It was lucky that the flying beast's soul did not draw from an individual's strength. If it did, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the fleeing creature. Wang Yuheng and Lai Xinglan obeyed the command and also went after it. They tried to cut off and surround the escaping bear, but their attempts failed. They did not have Super Beast soul weapons, so they could not even deal damage to the bear's pelt. But the frosty bear's brain must have been heavily damaged, as its judgment and movement made little sense. It did not try to jump into the sea for a quicker escape. Instead, it ran off towards the ice field. It still had speed, but its movements were shaky. Strike the wound on its head. Lai Xinglan fired an arrow at the wound created by Hansen's elephant Rex strike. This caused the wound to gush out more blood, and the beast to cry out in pain. Wang Yuheng wanted to rush ahead, but he only had a single ancient sword, and thus could not get close. The frosty bear was managing to pick up its pace, despite the pain it was enduring. The three of them were in tight pursuit, but they eventually lagged behind and felt themselves losing it. Fortunately, the damage dealt to the brain was severe, and it wasn't working well as a result. The bear did not change direction once, maintaining its course the entire time. As a result, the trio didn't lose its tracks. Most people did avoid the bear, but one group didn't. Instead, they ran towards it, wanting a piece of the action. Why do we have to step aside? Whoever kills it, owns it, plain and simple. I don't see your name on the bear, so why can't we kill it, The man leading the group said. Lai Zinglan looked at the people and realized it was Kai Ziyuan's men from the Black God Army. Although they belonged to the goddess shelter, the four armies were individual and Lai Zinglan didn't have the authority to tell them to stand down. After the people rushed towards the bear, others who were nearby noticed the possibility of nabbing an easy kill, too. They also sought to join the fray. The possibility of earning an easy beast's soul was all too enticing. It was too late for Han Sen to stop them, however. He watched many people descend on the bear, to which the creature they were pursuing had a wretched reaction. It summoned its frosty aura and unleashed a hail of ice chips to pelt the fresh attackers, freezing the majority of them. The strongest of those who sought to join in were most likely of a fitness level of about 100. They had not even unlocked their gene locks, and as a result, they had no chance of withstanding such an attack. The bear then pummeled the ground, which led to a cascade of blood. A few people were crushed, and none of their bodies were left complete. Severed limbs were strewn about, and organs were left exposed. One person was crushed into mincemeat. Even though Han Sen wanted to stop it, he didn't have the strength right now. His energy had yet to recover from his first usage of Elephant Rex Strike, so he couldn't use it again just yet. And ordinary strikes were useless against the rampaging behemoth. Han Sen could only hope his energy would recover soon. If he could wallop the bear with one more Elephant Rex Strike, it would surely perish. Oh no, the frosty bear is headed towards one of my night class shelters. Why Zinglan's face changed. He called out to Wang Yuheng, saying, "Little uncle, you have to draw it away." Wang Yuheng, with a depressed look on his face, said, "I assure you, I am trying. But the fiend is no longer right in the head. It won't pay me heed as it once did." Why Zinglan's eyes turned red. He rushed ahead, attempting to evacuate the shelter that the bear was approaching. When the frosty bear saw it, the beast made no delay in targeting it. The people inside would not have enough time to escape. It was a shelter oriented around business, so most of the people inside didn't even know how to fight. If the frosty bear entered, it'd be a massacre. Blood would run up and down the walls as it hacked and hewed the people inside with little to no resistance. Many people inside the shelter had witnessed the bear's previous killing spree out on the tundra. It created mass chaos and panic, as people climbed over each other in a bid to escape with their lives. The halls were clogged with people as they rushed out in disheveled unison. The gates were congested with the maddened people, which made evacuation efforts even slower. Han Sen looked and frowned. Although the shelter belonged to Lai Zinglan, every shelter across the ice field paid taxes, which helped to line Han Sen's pockets with cash. This shelter in particular was amongst the highest paying shelters when it came to taxes. Han Sen didn't want his income reduced, and neither did he want to see people slain. His energy had yet to recover, so he couldn't use Elephant Rex Strike again. The frosty bear drew near the shelter and threw its weight against the wall, as if it were trying to claw its way over. Its front paws created deep scratch marks on the surface of the wall. The people in the shelter, beyond those walls, screamed in fear. The wall was all that separated them from the frosty bear. They could see it, though, all murderous and mad-looking. Everyone watched Han Sen descend from the sky to land, with a giant fire-wreathed weapon in hand. It looked like an 50 drill head that was spinning at max speed. It looked terribly powerful. "Go to hell, bear. Eat my flaming asshole cracker." Han Sen leapt into the air, his war cry emboldening his spirit. The fiery Rex spike was aimed at the butthole of the frosty bear, which was still up against the wall. With a tremendous thrust, Han Sen rammed his weapon up its anus. Fire blazed and blood gushed as the 2-meter-long drill ground inside the bear's posterior. Han Sen's heart was skipping like mad, and his bones groaned under the thundering power he had summoned. Han Sen had once again pushed his strength to the max, and with both hands clutching the weapon, he shoved it as deep as it could go. Half of the spinning Rex spike had been pushed in, streams of blood squirting into the wind like petals on the breeze. Everyone who watched this scene was frozen in place, without motion. The strike they had just witnessed made them extremely happy, though the muscles in their buttocks clenched tighter. Roar! The frosty bear let out a painful cry. It attempted to turn around and grab Han Sen, but Han Sen let go of the flaming Rex spike to dodge, and when he was clear, He kicked the handle of the protruding Rex spike 7 times. Every kick was like a hammer, malleting a peg deeper and deeper into the brown earth. After the 7th kick, Hansen shouted to the sky. He drew what remained of his power to his fists and punched the handle of the Rex spike, the only part that had not been driven inside the bear. After that, the entire flaming Rex spike was inside its body. Blood cascaded from its behind as the bear cried out, but its yelp was cut short as the body slumped down to the ground heavily. It resulted in a quake that vibrated the entire shelter. Super creature hunted, giant frosty bear. The beast's soul has not been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen heard the familiar voice but was disappointed not to receive the beast's soul, despite the incredible difficulty he had in slaying the super creature. But Hansen had to expect it sometime. Still, he did have a high drop rate of beast souls when it came to super creatures. Of course, no one would mind an extra goodie for performing a trying task, and the same applied to Hansen. Therefore, he had been hopeful that he'd be able to procure the Frosty Bear's beast soul. Hansen, Wang Yuheng, and Lai Zinglan sat in a triangular formation in an ice cave. They placed the fist-sized life geno essence in the middle. Wang Yuheng gulped, asking, "Is this really a life geno essence?" Lai Zinglan could not believe what they had accomplished this day, and so he said, "Did we really kill a super creature? Are we the first to ever do so in the second god's sanctuary? Bossman, are you going to sell the life geno essence? According to the contract I signed with you, I should receive a 30% cut of the proceeds. If you want, I'll pay you the additional 70% and purchase it off you entirely," Wang Yuheng asked, looking at Hansen. From the contract that they had signed, it stated that Hansen was to receive 50%, Wang Yuheng was to receive 30%, and Lai Zinglan was to receive 20%. If Hansen decided that he didn't want it, what happened with the life geno essence next fell to Wang Yuheng. "Of course I want it. I want super geno points," Hansen replied succinctly. There was no way he was going to pass up such a treasure. Wang Yuheng coughed and said, "Bossman, from what I have heard, after the Jai family obtained their own life geno essence, no progress was made. They tried everything they could, but they were unable to obtain super geno points. If you return with this in your possession, it will most likely yield the same result. If you want, sell it to me, or foregoing that, provide it to me in the Wang estate. We can investigate its secrets on your behalf and see if we can learn how to obtain super geno points from the life geno essence." The Jai family's life geno essence was never consumed. Hansen was surprised to hear this. He had assumed that Jai King had eaten the life geno essence a long time ago. He did not expect that they were still investigating how to obtain super geno points from the artifact, and couldn't simply eat it straight away. Yes, they have tried a great many different ways of eating it, but they were all to no avail. The life geno essence is like obsidian. It cannot be hewn in two, burnt, or drowned, Wang Yuheng said. Lai Zinglan then chimed in to say, "It is, indeed. I hacked into the Jai family's system and perused their records. They have tried countless different methods, but they were all hopeless. They're at their wits' end, trying to figure out how they might gain super geno points. They even called upon professionals from the Alliance, but that was futile, too. Zero progress has been made. That is most likely why the Alliance has yet to make an announcement about the super creature and super geno points." "Did they try swallowing it?" Hansen asked. "They did. It was useless swallowing it, as well. It came out whole and was not digested in the slightest. This is my first time getting a life geno essence, as well. How about you let me investigate it first? The share you deserve. Do you want it now or next time?" Hansen did not want to give it to the Wang family for research. But, if he really couldn't figure out how to consume the item, then he might have to reconsider. "Save it for next time," Wang Yuheng and Lai Zinglan replied. Simultaneously, they didn't have any particular lack of finance, so they weren't willing to give up their share for money. And so, they decided to save it for next time. Hansen was researching the life geno essence, and the rumor of him potentially slaying a super creature began to spread. After all, there were many witnesses, and there were many factions privy to the knowledge of the existence of super creatures. Jai Yanran then sought to give Hansen a call but found that his line was busy. He was in a call with someone else. Jai Yanran hung up her communicator and did not push further. She knew it was only a matter of time before Hansen would come looking for her. She was sure of it. Hansen left his room to visit Jai Yanran's office. Now that the whole world seemed to know what he had done, he felt she deserved a more thorough explanation. "You really killed a super creature in the second god's sanctuary?" Jai Yanran asked, with her mouth wide open in shock as she looked at Hansen. Even though Han Sen had explained the details of what transpired, she found it difficult to believe. So, she had to ask the question again. I said I killed it, didn't I? That means I killed it. Is it really that difficult for you to believe? Han Sen sat on Jai Yanren's office chair, holding her as she sat on his lap. Will you die if you don't bluff me? Jai Yanren jested, as she looked at Han Sen's boisterous and cocky face. She couldn't help but squeeze his waist in response. What did the family say? Han Sen smiled and asked. My dad told me to ask if you really did kill a super creature. He asked if you received the beast's soul and life geno essence, and whether or not you'd be willing to sell them. Jai Yanren explained to Han Sen, without dilly-dallying. I killed it, yes, but I didn't receive the beast's soul. I did get the life geno essence, however. If you need it, I will give it to you. Han Sen smiled. Han Sen understood Jai Yanren, so that was why he said that. Jai Yanren loved what he had just said, and replied, that was my dad's idea. If you need it, you should keep it for yourself. You earned it. So, don't worry, there is no pressure for you to give it up. And if you do end up selling it, please consider selling it to the Jai family first. After all, I am your girlfriend. Give me some more time to research this stubborn thing first. If I am still unable to consume it, I'll allow my wife to handle it, Han Sen said, smiling. Who is your wife? Jai Yanren rolled her eyes, but she was super pleased on the inside. Han Sen was in a rush, trying to find a way he could consume the life geno essence. If he still couldn't find a way, he wouldn't mind giving one away for the Jai family to research. After all, the Jai family was powerful and far-reaching. There was a high chance they might find the solution, and it'd make Jai Yanren happy. Han Sen knew that Jai Yanren had never complained about his status during their time together, but he knew that she had received a lot of pressure from her family regarding her choice to be with him. The life geno essence could earn Jai Yanren a lot of relief from her family. Of course, giving her the life geno essence was the worst-case scenario. Han Sen wanted to eat it, first and foremost, and if he was able to eat it, he wouldn't have to sell it to the Jai family. Han Sen had a few theories of his own regarding the nature of the life geno essences. He could not, however, prove them. If people could not eat the essence from the first god's sanctuary, that meant the life geno essences were the same between both shelters. For absorption, they'd need a special method. But Han Sen had eaten the life geno essence without trouble in the first god's sanctuary. Now that he thought back to his time there, the first god's sanctuary was different than the second god's sanctuary in a number of ways. The first life geno essence he ate was not obtained through hunting. It was because the golden growler spat the life geno essence to the baby golden growler, and Han Sen had stolen it. Ever since then, Han Sen had been able to absorb super geno points by slaying super creatures. It was only now that Han Sen realized that might have been the reason. Aside from that, Han Sen could not remember any other differences between now and the time he was in the first god's sanctuary. Everything he had in the first god's sanctuary, he had now, but even better. The only difference was his inability to consume the life geno essences. Han Sen could only theorize that the reason he could absorb life geno essences in the first god's sanctuary was the golden growler. But thinking of things this way, Han Sen could only hope that his predictions weren't true. There was no way he'd be able to find another super creature willing to spit out another life geno essence for him. There must be a way to absorb a life geno essence, but whatever it is, I just haven't found it yet, Han Sen thought to himself. Humans were getting better and better in this world. It was only a matter of time before someone else succeeded in the task of killing a super creature, especially in the first god's sanctuary. It was likely more and more would be killed there. Han Sen did not think there was a point in keeping it a secret anymore. But Han Sen knew that killing a super creature in the second god's sanctuary was a deed that no one aside from him would be able to accomplish for a long time to come. The super creatures in the second god's sanctuary were frighteningly powerful. No one could kill a super creature unless it was severely injured beforehand, without first having fully maxed out their super geno points in the first god's sanctuary. If others wanted to kill a super creature in the second god's sanctuary, they would have to wait until someone had maxed out their super geno points in the first god's sanctuary. Since the people in the first god's sanctuary couldn't consume life geno essences, no one would be able to max out their super geno points before coming to the second god's sanctuary. No progress could be made with the current state of things. Right now, Han Sen was the anomaly. He was the only one who could make progress. Only he could hunt super creatures in the second god's sanctuary and exclusively obtain the resources such beasts would provide. Han Sen was a vacant leader, deflecting all tasks and leadership responsibilities onto her, so she was the one who had to attend to every request. In addition to that, she had to take care of the Special Forces business. This left no time to herself. It does not matter if you are the leader of the shelter or just the leader of the Special Forces, you should do something. It was difficult for young Manly to attend and finish all the work she had for the day, but when it was done, she had to pay Han Sen a visit. This was something important to discuss, but when she walked in, she saw Han Sen sitting on a chair, one hand holding a golden gourd and his other hand busy stroking his silver fox. There was a silver-haired lady behind him also. She was busy massaging his shoulders as another blonde-haired lady tended to his feet. She thought it wasn't fair on her, having to work so hard every day while Han Sen reclined in his chair getting waited on, hand and foot. "I am satisfied with the quality of your work," Han Sen said, smiling. Young Manly had been busy doing a lot of stuff at all times. She was practically in charge of the ice field. "You should at least write your own reports." Young Manly could not cope with Han Sen's current attitude. She did not understand why a person who made so much money was so carefree and casual about all things. She also wondered why he let her be in charge of everything, as well. With the position she was in, it wouldn't take much for her to bring down Han Sen's empire if she chose to. Lining her own pockets by skimming the books would have been easy enough, too. But young Manly found that Han Sen didn't care about the business at all. Being a leader of the ice field might have been a great boon of wealth for somebody else, but to a person who had just killed a super creature, the ice field were nothing. "I can help you write the report, but there is a mission you must attend to yourself," young Manly told Han Sen. "What mission would that be?" Han Sen looked at young Manly as he asked. "A young man has just arrived at the second god's sanctuary, born on the ice field. He requests that you protect him," young Manly said. Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "Where will I find the time to do such a thing?" "Let one of the other groups bring him into the fold." "I won't stand for that." Young Manly lifted a smile. "Of course you will. Even if it was the son of God himself, he'd get the same treatment as everyone else," Han Sen proudly proclaimed. "He's not the son of God, but his surname is Qin. So, you go attend to that. I am unable to help you in such a task." Young Manly shrugged. "Qin?" Han Sen looked puzzled and asked, "What is his relation to Captain Qin?" "He is Captain Qin's nephew." Young Manly smiled at Han Sen again. "Ah, I see. Then have him come find me." Han Sen's tone changed at the drop of a hat. "Suzai Okiao." Han Sen looked at the person with surprise, not expecting that he too had become an evolver and arrived at the ice field. "Brother Sen, I have finally found the organization." Suzai Okiao excitedly grabbed Han Sen, looking as if he wanted to cry. Han Sen chatted with Suzai Okiao for a bit, and then asked young Manly to give him a position in the goddess army. After that, he went on to see Qin Wenjiao. He looked barely 20 years old, and he exuded the image of a gentle, young man. He had a soft baby face, one that Han Sen thought women loved. "Greetings, Uncle Sen. I am Qin Wenjiao." The young man was polite in greeting Han Sen. But in Han Sen's heart, he was taken aback, thinking, "Uncle, am I old enough to be considered so? I'm only in my 20s, a few years older than you." It seemed like Qin Wenjiao understood what discomforting thoughts now plagued Han Sen's mind. He said, "My auntie told me to respect you, and since you both are of a similar age, I thought I'd call you uncle. If I didn't call you uncle, my auntie would think I was being disrespectful." "I suppose that is okay," Han Sen responded, caring little for the intricacies of formalities overall. He looked at Qin Wenjiao and asked, "Why do you want me to be your guardian?" Qin Wenjiao replied, "My auntie has always told me that you are a good and powerful man. It is my hope that one day I can become like you. It was fortunate that I was sent to the ice field, so I came here hoping to learn from you. And do not fret, I won't be a burden or cause you unnecessary trouble. I will work and train around your schedule." "Really? Your auntie really said that about me?" Han Sen's heart was happy to hear that, and so he had to ask. "Yes, she talks about you often. She frequently uses you as a role model in our teachings, someone we should strive to be like. The young ones in our family really admire you," Qin Wenjiao said. Can you give me an example of how Qin Xuan usually compliments me?" Han Sen shamelessly asked. Qin Wenjiao was a young man who was polite and knew his place, so Han Sen had no problem with becoming his guardian. What surprised Han Sen the most, though, was how talented Qin Wenjiao looked. Now that super creatures had been found, Han Sen wondered why the Qin family allowed him to become an evolver so soon. He could have waited another few years to see if he could collect super geno points. Along their journey towards the peach forest, they managed to kill a good number of creatures. When they reached the eaves of the peach forest, Han Sen did not dare bring them inside. He took a quick look himself, though, and noticed that all the flowers had wilted. Beneath the green leaves, however, he could spot green fruit that was as small as beans. It seemed it would be a while longer before they were ripe enough for collection and consumption. As they got ready to leave, they heard a monster roar from within the forests. It came from very far away, so the noise was faint. But Han Sen, panning the surroundings with his ears like radar dishes, felt his face drop. The noise sounded like it came from the black bear that he encountered at the giant tree. The roar was a mixture of sadness and anger, and he couldn't imagine what might have spurred its cry. Although Han Sen greatly desired to find out what had happened, he wanted to take Qin Wenjiao and Su Xiaoqiao to the nearest shelter first. When he took them there, he bid that they should wait for him. Then he returned to the forest borders. Standing outside the peach forest, Han Sen could still faintly hear the cries of the black bear. The continued noise eased his worry that the creature might be dead, and taking great care, he stepped into the forest and treaded lightly as he followed the sound of the cries. Because he hadn't brought the silver fox with him, he made sure to take the utmost care along the way. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a pink little snake slithering. Had he never visited this forest before, he would have continued on his way. But the pink snake looked a little inconspicuous. It was only 1 foot long, and it was very thin. With its pink body, it looked practically harmless. It gave the impression that it was the sort of creature you could simply squish underfoot. But Han Sen remembered this snake. This pink little snake was under the giant tree, practicing with all the other creatures. It was a scary snake. Han Sen felt as if something was wrong, so he opened his jean lock and planned to run off. But that was when he noticed a group of snakes surrounding him. There were red, green, black, white, and patterned snakes. They were all around the ground and all along the trees like vines. He couldn't tell how many were there. The king of these creatures is so evil. Han Sen was shocked at what had happened, so he summoned his wings and tried to fly away. But then he saw a snake with wings leap out of the trees. Even the pink little snake had transparent blood wings. It flew above Han Sen and circled there, prohibiting any chance of an airborne escape. Han Sen quickly summoned his flaming Rex Spike, the 2-meter-long weapon. He threw it at a group of snakes, which instantly incinerated them into charcoal. The strike formed a gap in the ring of snakes around him, and he dashed through it. It didn't take Han Sen long to realize that the pink snake was very similar to the Wolf King and Pegasi King. Its powers rested in the abundance of its subordinates and its ability to command them. The snakes established a formation, and although they had trouble in their attempts to harm Han Sen, they forced Han Sen to go deeper into the forest. What does this pink snake want? Han Sen was shocked, but then he noticed that the pink snake might not want to kill him. It just continued to push him deeper and deeper into the peach forests. Who knew what it wanted, but that was what it did. It was almost obvious how much the pink snake wanted to drive him deeper. Han Sen did not want to underestimate the intelligence of these creatures. He wanted to escape, but not a single window of opportunity had become available. The forest was full of snake-like creatures. Sometimes, they flew out from the crowns of peach trees like locusts, a plague everywhere. On and on, they banished Han Sen into the deeper recesses of the peach forest. The snakes were chasing Han Sen towards the black bear. Han Sen had been pushed 100 miles, and the roars of the bear were clearer and more distinct. The cries were louder than he had imagined, and the bear was extremely angry now. Han Sen gritted his teeth, thinking he might as well speed up and fly towards the bear. The crowd of snakes did not attack, but they picked up their pace to follow him. For some reason, they really wanted Han Sen to go there. Perhaps it was because of the snake group, but Han Sen did not see any other creatures. The peach forest seemed to be solely for the countless snakes. Inside the peach forest, Han Sen had no idea how far he had now traveled. All that occupied his vision were snakes and trees. As he went, the roar of the bear came closer and closer. From afar, Han Sen could see that a section of the peach forest was in chaos. Snapped trunks of trees were strewn about, branches littered the ground, and soil had been churned up in a mess. He ascended a hill, and he finally saw the black bear. It was guarding the entrance of a cave, its body stained in blood. It roared to the sky. In front of it was the bone elephant. The bone elephant's trunk and tusks kept bashing the bloodied bear, and it was clear that the bear stood no chance against the enraged elephant. It had many wounds on its body, and blood oozed from its mouth. Still, it continued to guard the cave entrance and keep the elephant from passing. Does a treasure reside within the cave? Are both super creatures fighting for treasure? Han Sen changed his position to get a good look at what was inside the cave. What he saw inside was a smaller black bear, peeping its head out of the cave's entrance. Now Han Sen understood why, despite its inferior strength, the black bear insisted on guarding the cave. It was protecting its child. The bone elephant's body was turning red, while the black bear's body was turning pitch black. They were both strong when it came to vitality, and the scene of them battling, in view of the hill, was a shocking spectacle. Rocks had been broken, trees had been unearthed, wood chips and leaves were mixed into the soil, and the ground trembled when the titans collided. The black bear was huge, and he thought it was scarier than the frosty bear. The frosty bear possessed ice powers, but the black bear had powerful vitality. Even though Han Sen had his flaming Rex spike with him, he doubted it'd be able to penetrate the creature's hide. It was a shame that the bear had to confront a much more powerful enemy like the bone elephant. They were both magnificent super creatures, yet if one was weaker in one particular department, the weakness would be obvious for the other to see and exploit. The big black bear held back a tusk that was being driven towards it. The power was too much, though. The bear was pushed back against the cliffside by the bone elephant, the cliffside developing a crack under the force. The tusk penetrated through the bear's defense and skewered the bear. Blood coated the tusk that now pierced it. Pang! The black bear kicked the bone elephant's neck, which made it fall back a bit. But the bear's attack was, quite obviously, not very effective. If it continued fighting like this, it would only be a matter of time before it died. What if this was a chance for another easy kill? If the black bear could produce babies, perhaps its life geno-essence was the same as the golden growlers. Maybe it could be absorbed by humans. Thinking about this, Han Sen got excited. Maybe this was Lady Luck smiling on him, providing him the opportunity to be the one who cracked the secrets of the life geno-essence. Han Sen then contemplated when might be the right time for him to strike. That was when he suddenly heard some noise come from behind. In fright, he turned around and saw the pink snake writhe around a branch near him. Repeatedly, it stuck its tongue out and hissed. Han Sen froze in place. He had no idea when the snake had drawn so near. He hadn't sensed its approach at all. That should have been impossible against someone like Han Sen, who had superb senses. The pink snake was 2 feet away from Han Sen, and so he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the pink snake would strike if he tried anything. The flaming Rex spike was too big for the snake, too. It was ideal for taking on big super creatures, but for something as small as the snake, Han Sen would need precision. The Rex spike was too cumbersome and large to effectively target the snake. The pink snake, however, did not intend to attack Han Sen. The snake watched Han Sen, and then it squeezed its body and broke the branch it had slithered along. It then writhed itself around the broken branch and used it to write on the ground. Han Sen watched the pink snake with surprise. He had no idea what it wanted, but its intelligence was astounding. Han Sen watched the pink snake hold onto the branch and draw a few simple lines, which eventually formed the shape of an elephant. Han Sen quickly realized it was referring to the bone elephant. But Han Sen did not know why the snake was drawing. As he wondered why, he noticed the pink snake draw an X on top of the image. Seeing that the bone elephant's picture had been crossed, Han Sen then understood that the pink snake wanted Han Sen to kill it. Han Sen was flabbergasted. He thought the pink snake might have wanted to get an easy kill along with him by targeting the black bear. After all, the black bear had already been grievously injured and was severely weaker compared to the bone elephant. It would have been possible to wait until the bear was on the brink of death before waltzing up and killing it in a single strike. But the little pink snake wanted to get rid of the bone elephant instead, and this surprised Han Sen a great deal. Han Sen remembered when he was under the giant peach tree, the pink snake and the black bear were the same. Inside them, there was no energy flowing. It was just a blur. But the bone elephant and the little black bear had a special energy flow inside them. Is there any connection between that and what's going on now? The more Han Sen thought about things, the more shocked he became. If the little pink snake's target were the creatures that had energy inside them, its desire to deal with the bone elephant seemed normal. But now that the big black bear was heavily injured, if the little pink snake got rid of the bone elephant, the cub would have lost its protection. The cub might end up as another target of the pink snake. After all, this forest did seem to be the pink snake's territory. With its army of snakes, the other creatures could be considered outsiders. They didn't have others to help them. These kings are always so menacing. Han Sen shouted in his heart, but hope still resided there. The pink snake forced Han Sen to go near the bone elephant, as it planned for them both to tackle the monster together. The pink snake itself was afraid of the power that the bone elephant possessed, so it sought to use the human called Han Sen for help. Han Sen was interested in both the bone elephant and the cub inside the cave. The 3 life geno-essences he had collected so far were obtained from super creatures that did not leave bodies behind. Han Sen guessed that might have been because they were first-generation super creatures. The bone elephant and the black bear were second-generation super creatures, and if they were anything like the golden growler, their bodies would not disintegrate when they were killed. Instead, they'd leave behind an edible life geno-essence. Han Sen, regardless of the snake's pushing, believed he should take out the bone elephant. Otherwise, if the big bear died, it'd be harder for Han Sen to get the cub, as it would then be in the possession of the bone elephant. The pink snake watched Han Sen still standing there. It opened its mouth and hissed, prompting him to go. Han Sen groaned and then summoned his flaming Rex spike. After that, he approached the bone elephant. The pink snake saw Han Sen rush forward, so it spread its blood wings and flew off like an arrow into the bone elephant's ear. Its aim was fairly clear, in that it wished to cause the elephant harm from inside its body. The bone elephant sensed the pink snake's sly attack, as it wriggled around in the elephant's ear. In response, it used its trunk to grab a hold of it and pull it out. The pink snake writhed and wriggled in the air, dodging the follow-up attack. Han Sen's flaming Rex spike was driven down onto the elephant's body with a fair strike. A metal noise rung out after the hit, however, and only white marks scuffed the red bones. Han Sen's hands were numbed by the strike. He almost couldn't hold the weapon anymore. "It's tough," Han Sen said to himself in surprise. The elephant reacted to the attack with added rage, despite not being injured very much. It attempted to turn around and rush towards Han Sen, but the big bear's paws latched onto the elephant's tusks and prevented it from turning. That was the opportunity the pink snake needed to try to wriggle its way into the elephant's ear again. Han Sen raised the flaming Rex spike again and brought himself closer to the bone elephant's body. The bone elephant's bones were totally red, and there were no apparent weaknesses. So, Han Sen took aim at the thinnest bone he could find and gave it a good wallop. The bone elephant's tusks were still being grabbed by the bear, and it couldn't move. It trumpeted to the sky. With an enormous burst of strength, it picked up the bear as it clung onto the tusks and threw it towards the mountainside. There was a large crashing sound and much of the hill was ruined. The bone elephant then quickly retrieved the snake from its ear with its trunk again. It kicked its thick back legs, one of which had the flaming Rex spike bearing down on it. One foot hit Han Sen and sent him flying away. The bone elephant was so strong, it effortlessly battled 3 opponents and dominated them with ease. Han Sen's body was sent careering through several peach trees before he dropped to the ground. Although he had his golden armor and gargoyle glyph for protection, he still ended up spitting blood. His chest was on fire. Fudge, this bone elephant is so much harder than the frosty giant bear. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and pulled himself back up on 2 feet. The bone elephant trumpeted again and lowered its head, aligning its tusks with the immobile black bear. It took off sprinting towards the bear, looking like a mountain falling from the sky. If the bear was hit, it'd be very dead. The big bear had already been significantly injured, on top of the situation it had just been thrown into. It couldn't get itself free from the rubble, and a finishing strike from the tusks seemed likely. Roar! The cub that was hiding in the cave, seeing its mother about to be killed, let out a young scream. The fur on its body looked obsidian as it emerged from the shadow of the cave. It hopped onto the bone elephant and scratched a few deep marks into its bones. The bone elephant screamed in pain as it used its trunk to remove the cub that was on top of it. This bought the big bear enough time to climb out of the rubble. Seeing the bone elephant about to hit the cub, the big bear grabbed onto the elephant's trunk and fell down on its knees. It roared, pulling down on the trunk as best it could, not allowing the elephant to move it. The bone elephant kept moving its trunk, trying to get rid of the big bear that clung onto it so tightly. The powerful downward force of the bear had its feet digging into the earth, creating 2 large trenches as it pulled as hard as it could. The pink snake used this third opportunity to fire itself into the elephant's ear like a bolt of lightning. It caused pain to the elephant, which had it screaming to the skies. In its sudden madness, it managed to toss the bear and the cub away. Han Sen was behind the bone elephant's back. He performed Toxic Dragon Drill and once again took aim at his foe's backside. He wanted to replicate the results of his battle against the giant frosty bear and break his enemy's butthole. The strong spin dug hard into the elephant's clenched anus, which caused a terrific firework of sparks. But it didn't drill for long, and soon after, it stopped. The bone elephant's body was built from steel, and Han Sen lacked the power to drive it further. The big bear was the tank that absorbed damage. If the bear had not been there to sustain most of the bone elephant's attacks, Han Sen and the cub would have died many times over. Han Sen gave it everything he had, trying to draw its attention while the bone elephant dealt with the big bear. Although the cub was not as strong as the bone elephant or its mother, it had obsidian claws. It was still better than Han Sen's flaming Rex spike. The cub was whacked by the trunk and sent flying. Its little body knocked down a few peach trees. What surprised Han Sen the most about this, however, was the way it leapt right back onto its feet and went running back into battle. Han Sen was in shock as he watched it. The black cub was very young, yet it was already that resilient. When it grew up, it was sure to be as strong as the bone elephant. The mountains shook and the ground was torn asunder. A few scary creatures were battling to the death, and in their midst was Han Sen. He was like a pawn, only doing minor things. He did not dare to use Elephant Rex Strike, no matter how much he wanted to. He was too weak to fight the bone elephant, and he knew he was little more than a distraction in the grander scale of this fight. Han Sen would become weak after a single use of Elephant Rex Strike, so it was not a skill he dared to use on a whim. The power the skill required was massive, and even with Long Live and Jade Sun Force, it'd take an hour for him to regenerate the energy it used. The situation had become complicated. The bone elephant was screaming louder and louder, however. It stomped and rattled the earth with rage, perhaps even panic. If this carries on, the pink snake will be the one to earn the kill. Han Sen was now in a rush. Han Sen and the bear battled for their lives against the rampaging elephant. The pink snake might have been nibbling the interior organs of the elephant by now, and if it killed the elephant, Han Sen's struggle would have been for nothing. But Han Sen had no way to kill it himself. Even if he used Elephant Rex Strike, he had no idea if it'd be effective enough to snap one of the creature's bones. The bone elephant unleashed a horrible power, blasting the big bear away. The elephant shook its head and ran towards the hill while yelping in pain. The cub ran towards the big bear, and they didn't look like they wanted to give it chase. Han Sen looked at them both disapprovingly. Then he gritted his teeth and went after the bone elephant by himself. Although the big bear was heavily injured, it could still fight. Furthermore, there was a cub guarding its side. Han Sen was still at a huge disadvantage, even if the fight was to proceed with 2 versus 1. Han Sen ran across the mountains, following the bone elephant. He wondered what the pink snake might have done inside its body to drive it to such insanity. Han Sen saw that the bone elephant was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was quite frightening, and Han Sen imagined what a terrifying enemy the pink snake would be. If it drilled into his own ear, he couldn't imagine the wretched pain that would follow. Just thinking about it made him shudder in phantom pain, as a chill ran down his spine. Earlier, the pink snake had appeared behind Han Sen out of nowhere. Just thinking about that, Han Sen broke out in a cold sweat. The trail they followed was blocked by a cliffside wall, but the bone elephant did not stop. Boom! The cliffside wall started to collapse as the elephant charged against it ceaselessly. Broken rocks fell atop the elephant, but it did not care. Over and over, it kept bashing the wall with its head. It looked as if it was ready to shatter its brain against the stone. The bone elephant brought up its trunk, and it punched its own head repeatedly. The skull of the elephant almost looked ready to break open. Han Sen was getting goosebumps just watching the scene. He swore he would never again let a snake get close to him, small snakes in particular. For this wretched demise to be dished out to a super creature of such Goliath power was incredible, and Han Sen didn't think his own body would have lasted half as long. The bone elephant continued carving a new valley through the cliffside, and as the lands around shook, the elephant looked almost pitiful. Han Sen kept his distance while he watched the scene unfold. The bone elephant was too strong, and he imagined that the pink snake was still biting a critical organ, fueling its madness further and further. It looked as if its demise was near. It wept bloody tears as the light inside its eyes faded. Its brain had now most likely been ravaged by the pink snake. Blood cascaded from its mouth and ears with little restraint, like a tap. It was sure to die any second now, in the hopeless, twitching mound it had collapsed into. Han Sen's heart then began to beat with speed. The bone elephant had driven its head into the cliffside many times, but its skull didn't shatter after all. This most likely meant that Han Sen could not get an easy kill, but he had to do something. Even if he used Elephant Rex Strike, there was no guarantee he could split the skull in 2. This made the final hit seem pretty much secured by the pink snake. Han Sen cast his senses to scan the bone elephant, its head in particular. His hands gleamed as he gathered frightening strength. The Dongshuan Sutra simulated the bone elephant's flow of energy. His whole body was replicating the bone elephant's persona, thrumming with power like a living scream. His hands were illuminated with a most terrifying power. Han Sen did not summon the flaming Rex Strike, however. It would have been useless for him to try to crack the skull now. He only had one chance, and he had to secure a one-hit kill on the elephant. If the Elephant Rex Strike did not work, there would be no second chance. Han Sen chose to use his hands to cast the Elephant Rex Strike, because he was opting to use his Yin-Yang Blast and drive that power directly into the elephant's brain. He wasn't going to rush this, however. He couldn't afford to screw up his one chance. He needed to watch carefully and unleash his attack in the final second before the creature's death. At the same time, Han Sen sensed the pink snake's location in the elephant's brain. He hoped that this hit could also deal significant damage, or perhaps even death, to the pink snake at the same time. If great damage was dealt, it would at least buy Han Sen some time to escape with the goodies. If he couldn't strike both creatures at the same time, Han Sen was certain the snake would not let him go. Plus, he'd be weak. Suddenly, Han Sen's pupils shrunk. His body burst with power like a raging scream. He struck the bone elephant's head with his fiery palms. Pang! The powerful elephant Rex strike was sent directly into the elephant's brain. It was like a torpedo in the deep sea, detonating the brain from the inside. Super creature hunted, Saint Bone Elephant. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. You may also collect the life geno essence. As the announcement played in Han Sen's head, the pink snake launched out of the dead elephant's ear. It was like a star falling into the forest. It disappeared. Han Sen saw traces of pink blood sprayed across the floor, so it looked like his palm had dealt it some decent damage. He was overjoyed. Because his fitness was not as high as it could be, the elephant Rex strike was only enough to mop up an easy kill. It wasn't strong enough to kill a super creature at full health. But Han Sen had damaged the thin pink snake, which prompted it to fly away. It was fairly obvious that the snake was heavily damaged. Perhaps it had already been injured during the scramble to get into the elephant's brain, or being in there the entire time. Regardless, it seemed to have run off for good. After all, the bone elephant was a second-generation super creature. Even if it did drill inside its body, the pink snake must have exhausted a lot of effort and strength to do so. Han Sen was just glad that the pink snake was spooked. The snake must have had no idea such a strike was coming. Only being able to perform such a strike once, it was fortunate the hit was as effective as it was. Han Sen quickly summoned his angel. He wanted to see if she'd eat the bone elephant, for perhaps this would be what it needed to evolve. Han Sen did not take the retrieval of beast souls as seriously as he used to. Obtaining them was no longer as important to him. His biggest priority lately was figuring out how he could consume the life geno essences. Angel saw the body of the Saint Bone Elephant, and when she saw it, her eyes glowed red. With a ravenous appetite, she leapt onto it. She grabbed its bones and began munching on them with a rabid hunger, the sounds of snapping cartilage ringing through the air. Snap, 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 she broke the bones, sucked on the marrow, and crunched on the tusks like glass. Han Sen was frozen. He thought that the angel's teeth were a bit too hard. Watching her nibble her way through a mound of super creature bones was a little frightening. Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and hit the elephant's skull with it, hoping to crack it open and obtain the life geno essence. That was all he personally needed, nothing else mattered to him. But surprisingly for Han Sen, the bones were not as hard as he expected. It seemed that after the bone elephant's death, the bones softened somewhat. The Rex spike broke the top of the skull open like a pinata, letting out the run of white, creamy brain juice. Han Sen was rather shocked, but at least he understood how the angel was able to eat it so ferociously. After death, the elephant's bones really weren't all that hard. Han Sen was so happy, but during this happiness, he heard a sound from all around him. A sea of snakes were slithering towards him. It looked like the pink snake was not too fond of Han Sen's theft, and it seemed as if it had rallied its brethren to kill him. The pink snake was riding the back of another snake. This mount snake was a large Titan boa. The pink snake was hissing at Han Sen with obvious anger and frustration. Han Sen felt bad, seeing the angel munch upon the bone elephant. It would probably take a long time for her to eat it all. But with Han Sen's current weakness, if the snakes attacked, he'd have no hope of repelling them all. He considered whether or not he should quickly grab the angel and escape, leaving behind the bone elephant's flesh in the process. But suddenly, he heard a bear roar. Looking to the top of the hill, he saw two bears, one big and one small, roaring in his direction. They rushed down the hill towards him, tearing up the legions of snakes in the process. Nothing could withstand their rabid claws. They stopped near the body of the bone elephant. Not entirely sure what was going on, Han Sen thought he should summon his wings and fly away. But the big black bear seemed really human. It nodded to Han Sen. And then the bear turned around and roared at the pink snake. The pink snake hissed in response. They both groaned and made noises to each other, staring one another down. After a while of this, the pink snake gave Han Sen one last jealous look before turning around and leaving alongside the rest of its snakes. The tide of snakes washed away. The big bear then roared to Han Sen. It picked up the cub, put it back on its back, and returned to the woods. Han Sen was shocked, not entirely sure what had just happened. How and why would the two bears come all the way over here just to repel the snakes that had threatened him? Did they think the reason I fought the bone elephant was because I wanted to help them? Was this them returning the favor? Han Sen didn't know for sure, but this was what he hypothesized. But regardless of why it had happened, it was a good thing. He had already decided to fly away with the angel and escape. This unexpected turn of events allowed the angel to munch on the elephant in its entirety. Han Sen sat on the floor and rested, observing the surrounding area. He wasn't simply taking in the view, though. He wanted to make sure the snake was gone for good and didn't plan on backstabbing Han Sen by coming back once the bear had left. But Han Sen was just being paranoid, and the pink snake made no plan to return. The super creatures of the second god's sanctuary are so human, the children especially so. They are appearing more and more intelligent every time I see them. What will things be like when I reach the third god's sanctuary? Han Sen was in deep thought as he tossed the bone elephant's essence in his hand. It was a curious thing, like a fusion of bone and jade. But it was slightly transparent, too. This life Geno essence did not look violent and red, and it was a whole lot more like the peaceful bone elephant he had once witnessed sitting beneath a tree, meditating. It wasn't at all representative of the ordinary bone elephant he was used to seeing. I hope I can eat it this time. If I can't, I'm really out of solutions for how I might collect the super Geno points I need. Han Sen gave the life Geno essence a good lick. The result was disappointing. The life Geno essence did not change. It was still as solid as ever, it did not melt, and it continued to look like bone. Han Sen held onto the bone life Geno essence and then used the Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the bone elephant's flow. That thundering power rumbled across the insides of his body. Suddenly, he felt the life Geno essence in his hands begin to follow the flow of the energy inside him. A rhythmic beat developed, and it followed every note and jump of the energy. This made Han Sen very happy, and he knew he had stumbled onto the correct path. He sped up the elephant's flow of energy, which made the life Geno essence shake even more. Han Sen could feel the bone elephant's life Geno essence provide him with a strange, foreign power. It seemed as if it was going to follow Han Sen's own energy and burst out. Han Sen simulated the bone elephant's energy flow again, but the energy inside the life Geno essence did not burst out. He stuck his tongue out and licked the life Geno essence again, but it did not melt. If I can activate the life Geno essence, why can I not eat it? Han Sen frowned, but Han Sen knew he was on the right path, and progress was being made. Otherwise, why would it have become active the way it did? He simply could not observe it because his simulation of the elephant was not powerful enough. After all, his Dongshuan Sutra had not yet broken the first tier. It could not simulate things one-to-one, and there were a few minor differences from the original creature. It looks like I need to finish up my first tier of the Dongshuan Sutra. If this is the way it has to be, then that means I have to absorb the second or third generation life Geno essences of super creatures. And before I kill them, I must have an understanding of their energy flow. If I don't get a grasp of that, there's no point in killing them. And to kill a first-generation creature, well, that would be even more pointless. Han Sen furrowed his brow. Although the first-generation life Geno essences must possess another method of absorption, Han Sen had already had one breakthrough for the day. For now, he would focus on what he had just figured out before working on the next conundrum. Should I kill the silver fox and eat his flesh? That guy is definitely a second-generation super creature. Han Sen wore an evil smile. But it was just a thought, nothing more. There were many second-generation super creatures out there in the second god's sanctuary, just waiting to be found. It would not be necessary for him to kill the silver fox, and as the fox had been a diligent pet for so long, he'd feel terrible doing that. There was the little black cub, though. But if he wanted to go after that super creature, it'd be 2-on-1. That would be too much for him to handle. Red Pony. Han Sen thought back to the Legion of Pegasi and the wolf pack that aided each other, then quickly dropped that thought as well. 8 small snow turtles. He didn't even need to think about that one. He would be better off taking a suicide pill than going up against a family of super creatures. Han Sen felt chill just thinking about the 9 super creatures there. It looks like I need to get out there and look for more solo second-generation super creatures, Han Sen thought to himself as he stroked his jaw. She's evolving. My super battle pet is born, yay. Fighting super creatures should be much easier from this day onwards. Han Sen was beaming with delight. A few days passed and the angel had already evolved. When it wasn't in battle mode, it didn't look different, it was still the black-haired lowly. But when her battle mode was engaged, she was totally different. She had blonde wavy hair, and she wore armor that looked like jade. Even her wings looked jade. The Adorade looked really holy, and it was difficult to look her in the eye. The strange thing was that the Adorade wielded a transparent greatsword. It was similar to the one that Han Sen first saw her use when they met on the Mystery Island. The only difference was that this looked far stronger. A pet beast's soul can end up looking like this. Han Sen wondered, in awe. This was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Han Sen soon realized, however, that the greatsword was not simple like a gear item. A piece of gear could not be put inside the Sea of Soul, and the greatsword disappeared when the Adorate exited her battle mode. It was not some ordinary gear. Seeing the Adorate in her battle mode, like some glorious Valkyrie, Han Sen was ecstatic. The mere presence of the Adorate was intimidating enough for others. Its strength could not be any less than a super creature's, either, that was for sure. "You are finally here," Han Sen said, with tears in his eyes. He wanted to kiss the Adorate. With the Adorate by his side, he no longer had to fear super creatures. He could enter battle with them, guns a-blazing, without a care in the world. Han Sen was sitting on a hill while he practiced the Dongshuan Sutra. He had practiced half a cycle when his eyebrows jumped up with the sudden sensation of approaching danger. But Han Sen did not panic, so he maintained his practice of the Dongshuan Sutra, even as 12 people encircled him. Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yuling had exerted a lot of effort in the formulation and execution of their plan of assassination. They thought they'd need to commit to a big fight if they were going to surround Han Sen. But they were able to walk right up to him, all while he remained sitting and basking in the red morning light. Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yuling were almost unable to believe how smoothly their operation seemed to be going. They thought an elite like Han Sen would detect them from 100 meters away, and the fact that he did not run away surprised them even more. "Han Sen, we meet at last." With everything going so smoothly, Huang Yunlong was pleased. Han Sen ignored him. He was finishing his big cycle of the Dongshuan Sutra. When it was done, he opened his eyes to see a dozen people surrounding him, one of which was Huang Yunlong. "Who are you?" Han Sen observed everyone and ended up on Huang Yunlong. He asked the question as he stood up. "I am from the Cloud Dragon Shelter in the north. I am Huang Yunlong." Huang Yunlong proudly introduced himself. "What do the northern folks want from me, then?" Han Sen asked calmly. "Oh, nothing big. I am just requesting that I purchase your life Geno Essence," Huang Yunlong said, smiling. "How much are you willing to pay?" Han Sen responded. "How much?" Cheng Yuling almost burst out laughing. He thought Han Sen must have been retarded to ask such a question in the situation he was in. "That much." Cheng Yuling pulled out his wallet and threw a small 10,000 note at Han Sen's face, laughing. He would have liked to throw out an even smaller note, but as wealthy as he was, that was the smallest he had. "No, it's worth more than that," Han Sen calmly replied, with no deviation in his emotion. He was not mad at all. He didn't dare announce he had gotten Super Geno points before, because he knew others would come after him. Now that the cat was out of the bag, it hadn't been long before someone sought to bring him harm, all for retrieving the life Geno Essence he owned. The formation was fairly big. There were a dozen people, each with an imposing, intimidating presence. They weren't ordinary evolvers. If he was able to bring that many strong fighters to battle Han Sen, he had to be a man that possessed a lot of power. The worth of the item is not up to you to decide. If I want to buy it off you, you will have to sell it and accept the price that I propose." Huang Yunlong looked callous. He didn't say much else. He then simply gestured with his hand, signaling for a dozen fighters to unlock their gene locks and run towards Han Sen. Without aid from the big families and prominent alliance organizations, it was difficult to gather a dozen elites with unlocked gene locks. In the past, Han Sen would have believed it difficult to fight these assaulters. After all, he only had 2 fists. Being surrounded by a dozen elites with unlocked gene locks, getting out alive would be difficult. But now things were different. Now, he had his battle Adorade. Super pets had the potential to be as strong as super creatures. No matter how strong these elites were, if they could not kill a super creature, they could not kill an Adorade. Seeing that these cruel people wanted to murder him, Han Sen did not respond any further. All he did was summon his Adorade. Huang Yunlong saw the Adorade and was shocked. They thought Han Sen was only summoning a spirit, as humanoid pets were very rare. They never expected this, but they did not understand why Han Sen was summoning a spirit. If it was a royal spirit, it was nothing to them. Even spirits could not fight that many talented fighters. It wouldn't last a second. If Han Sen was using a spirit to buy himself time to escape, he was too naive. Huang Yunlong had done his best to hide his people's presence, but when they entered Lu Hui's territory, they did not go unnoticed. Lu Hui was intelligent enough to determine what they had come for. It had to be something as valuable as Han Sen's life Geno Essence, for Huang Yunlong to risk everything. Lu Hui knew Han Sen was currently in his territory, but he wasn't in a rush to meet and greet with him. He knew that for people like Han Sen, such gestures meant very little. Actions spoke louder than words. People were at their most appreciative when they were desperate. Lu Hui planned to wait until Han Sen found himself surrounded by Huang Yunlongs, then spring an attack that would save his life. Such a bold action would be far more cherished and appreciated than if he were to simply tip Han Sen off to a coming assassination attempt. Lu Hui and his people lay in wait in a nearby forest. When he saw Huang Yunlong had brought a dozen evolvers with unlocked gene locks to murder Han Sen, he was shocked. He had brought a terrible power, and Lu Hui imagined that Huang Yunlong must have emptied the entire strength of his territory to fell Han Sen. He was so desperate, he was willing to risk everything to obtain the life Geno essence. Lu Hui furrowed his brows and took a look around him, pondering whether or not he had brought enough people. Just as Lu Hui was planning to run to Han Sen's side and defend him, he saw he had summoned an Adderade. When Lei Hengwu laid his eyes upon it, he was taken aback. With much surprise, he said, "No way he will use that spirit to beat them, right?" The next second, the Adderade moved. As the dozen warriors sought to attack, the Adderade flapped her wings and took off into the air. She flew to the man who was nearest and attacked with her transparent greatsword. The man was wielding a great lance, and his body was heating up, emitting a white fog. He was an evolver who could control the element of heat, but the Adderade was too fast, and she frightened him. He held up his lance to block her attack. The Adderade looked cold, like a goddess that was pure and free from even the smallest speck of dust. She brought down her fierce greatsword. The man and the lance were both cut in half by the ferocious greatsword. Blood and organs fell all about, but not a single droplet touched the Adderade. Under the morning light, the Adderade still looked the same. As evil as she appeared and acted, she seemed to be graced with a holy, angelic look, too. In that brief moment, every other evolver was suddenly petrified. Huang Yunlong, Cheng Yulan, Lu Hui, and Lei Hengwu were frozen stiff. No one expected an elite, who had unlocked their gene lock, to be killed in such a grisly fashion. It happened so unexpectedly, it gave them all the heebie-jeebies. A second later, the Adderade flapped her wings again. Her beautiful body soared through the air and teleported before another fighter. She weaved her greatsword up, effortlessly. The fighter was clad in heavy armor, and he bore a great shield. When he saw the Adderade's sword coming for him, he yelled and raised his bulwark to deflect the attack. The thick great shield was hewn in half, and the gentle wind caressed the evolver's head on its ascent and subsequent descent, free from the shoulders it once belonged to. Impossible. Huang Yunlong's eyes opened wide. His face was distorted with horrific surprise, and fear crept into his heart to lay its first tangling, choking roots. The man who used the shield was called Dooku. He had a skill called Platinum Body. When he opened his gene lock, his body would harden like platinum. With sacred blood armor and shield, his defense was unmatched. He was one of the strongest amongst the evolvers, yet he had been beheaded in less than a moment's notice. Even his armor and shield had been reduced to splinters, much to the fright of everyone who witnessed it. Cheng Yuling and the others all knew how powerful Dooku was. After seeing such a person be slain so easily, the fear that was beginning to grip the hearts of everyone accelerated. No one could believe Dooku had been killed in such a fashion, and even Lu Hui and Lei Hengwu were in as much shock and awe as those who now had to face the wrath of the Adderade. Powerful spirits did exist, but rarely did humans get the chance to see them. They had never seen spirits swear vows, either. No one expected Han Sen to be in possession of a spirit as terrifying as that. Retreat, retreat. Huang Yunlong did not wait any longer, as he turned around and sought to flee. The thing that looked like an angel was far stronger than he expected it to be. It was scarier than a super creature, and his chance of killing Han Sen had quickly dropped to zero. Before Huang Yunlong barked his order, however, everyone had already started running. They all wished that they could grow more legs, so they could skitter away with greater ease. They were lucky to be alive, facing such a fearsome creature. Han Sen could use his mind to control the Adderade. She flapped her wings and caught up with Cheng Yuling. His face drained of its color entirely, and he regretted the way he had mocked Han Sen. Cheng Yuling's body burst with power and he tried to evade the Adderade's strike. It was to no avail, however. It was sliced in two. Before his death, all he could do was whimper. There was no death cry or final words. Han Sen had taken away those rights. The Adderade angel did not stop there, however. Under Han Sen's command, she went after Huang Yunlong. Han Sen did not care who he was. He did not care about his family or background. Han Sen wanted to send a message to everyone in the Alliance. He wanted to tell them all that if they messed with him, they would end up dying gruesome deaths. Huang Yunlong was the North's champion and top human evolver. Not even Han Sen could beat him easily. But before the Adderade, his persona had shriveled to that of a fleeing scoundrel. The Adorade caught up with him easily. A few cuts and slices removed his armor. Then, his helmet was removed, which came terrifyingly close to taking his scalp off along with it. Han Sen, I have no grudge with you. If you let me go now, I'll appreciate it. If you don't let me go, my Blood Legion will most likely avenge me. Huang Yunlong, in between his evasions and pleas, screamed and yelped as he tried to escape. Han Sen frowned, as he had heard about the Blood Legion before. When humans first entered their interstellar era, they experienced many unique events and encountered a variety of different species. It provided a great expansion to humanity's understanding of life and their own existence. This also led to the forming of different religions and dogmas. The Blood Legion was one of those religious organizations. Han Sen had heard that the Blood Legion was responsible for one of the Alliance's greatest events. It took lethal force to suppress them, and they were branded a cult. They were supposedly wiped out without a trace. But in the past 100 years, the Blood Legion's popularity had been on the rise once more. A lot of people had been contacted by missionaries of the supposed Blood Legion in a recruitment spree. Their activities had been viewed negatively, and over the past few years of their resurgence, many people had died for their allegiance to the cult. Han Sen did not expect Huang Yunlong to have ties with the Blood Legion, but that did not change anything. No matter who he was, Han Sen had to end him. If he didn't cut the head off this snake, people would assume Han Sen was soft, and others might try their hand at coming after him as well. Han Sen decided to live like a man. Huang Yunlong was responsible for the events of the day. He wanted Huang Yunlong's death to warn others who might one day seek to do the same. Huang Yunlong shouted, but Han Sen did not care. He just coldly watched as the Adorade sliced him, cutting him down bit by bit. Huang Yunlong was quite the elite, and after 30 slashes, he had yet to fall. Even Han Sen was not much stronger than him. But facing the Adorade, Huang Yunlong had no chance. Death would be the only resolution to his encounter with it. His wounds slowed him down, and what happened next was inevitable. His head was lopped off. He didn't even have the time to close his eyes before he was beheaded. His open eyes spoke to the way he felt in the final moments before his death. He was angry, and he did not feel that what was happening to him was fair. Lu Hui and Lei Hengwu were frozen as they watched. The Northern Master, Huang Yunlong, who had reigned the North for 60 years, was cut down just like that. And the dozen evolvers who had opened their gene locks were fought off by an angel-looking creature under the command of Han Sen. Only 6 managed to escape her wrath. Han Sen did not even have to dirty his hands. The angel-looking creature had delivered the frightening results he desired on his behalf. Let's go. Lu Hui commanded his people to leave. He was worried that if they remained there, Han Sen might misunderstand the meaning of their presence. If Han Sen believed they were with Huang Yunlong, they wouldn't end up any better. The angel-looking creature was far too scary. For the people that had run off a great distance, Han Sen did not command the Adorade to follow. He then looked in Lu Hui's direction. After that, he went to scavenge and see what he might find on the ghastly remains of those who had been slain. Nothing. Most of them had a little coin pouch with some money and their cards inside, but that was it. Han Sen had a look at Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yulang's cards. In between them, he saw the symbol of the 9-life cat. Blood Legion. Is there any connection between it and the 9-life cat? Han Sen's facial expression was complicated, unsure whether or not this was just a coincidence. But Han Sen had never heard of the Blood Legion making use of the 9-life cat as some form of symbol. He did remember that the Blood Legion believed in the blood god, however. It was a god that could control the blood power of creatures. Aside from Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yulang, none of the others had the same card. Han Sen then set up a pyre. After burning all the corpses, he left. The battle in which Huang Yunlong had been killed in his attempt to assassinate Han Sen shocked the whole alliance. Because of the life Geno essence, many people had kept their eye on Han Sen. No one had expected Huang Yunlong would have been the first to try to take it. A lot of other factions felt relieved. Many had made plans to do the same as Huang Yunlong did, and they were glad that he had attempted such a thing first. If they went, they'd only have traded places and been the ones who were killed instead. After Han Sen returned, he contacted Jai Yanran. He told her she could be in charge of the Frosty Bear Life Geno Essence. He had been unable to absorb the Life Geno Essence so far, so it was pointless for him to keep it right now. Particularly since all it did was draw the jealousy and ire of others. If Han Sen gave it to the Jai family, people would know that he could not absorb the Life Geno Essence, and it would hopefully prevent them from bothering him. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but assassination attempts were difficult to avoid. In the Alliance, he was not invincible. There was no point in being killed for an item that was worthless to him. Han Sen did want to know if there was any way to absorb the Life Geno Essence, however. With his own knowledge and wealth, his ability to perform tests, and experiments was limited. Therefore, providing it to the Jai family was the best course of action. He thought about selling the first-generation life geno essences he could not absorb to others. Such items would most likely be useless to them as well, but at least he'd earn a lot of cash. Daddy, you sure have a lot of free time recently. I can't help it. My future son-in-law is far too talented. Jai Ruojin looked like he was joking. What has he done now? Jai Yanran blinked to look as if she didn't know, despite the fact Han Sen had already told her. Didn't he tell you? He used a spirit to beat a dozen elites in Huang Yunlong, Jai Ruojin said. I only heard he used a humanoid pet beast soul to kill a bunch of thieves that sought to rob him. Jai Yanran said, smiling. Thieves, huh? Jai Ruojin smiled and asked her, baby daughter, did you ask him what level his beast soul is? Super beast soul. Jai Yanran replied with certainty. So, it is a super beast soul. Jai Ruojin had already guessed that much, but he was still taken aback to hear it confirmed. For Han Sen to have a beast soul like that, he had to have killed at least one other super creature. It was hard not to be surprised by it. The Jai family spent a lot of wealth to fund the killing of just one super creature, and that was in the first god's sanctuary. Oh, and Han Sen said he will provide us with the Frosty Bear's essence. And what are the conditions of such an offering? Jai Ruojin asked. Dad, don't say that. Why would there be any conditions or strings attached? He only said that it was a gift for me and I can do whatever I want with it. Jai Yanran blinked. There really aren't any conditions. Jai Ruojin asked again, with much surprise. There aren't. But because he's been so good to your daughter, you can't allow yourself to be in his debt, Jai Yanran slyly suggested, acting all cute. This Han Sen is a smart guy, I'll give him that. Giving it to you as a gift will undoubtedly benefit him more than if he were to sell it to us. Jai Ruojin smiled and finished by saying, he has very good judgment to think this way. He is not someone who hankers for a little profit every chance he gets. I know, I'm not blind. You didn't think I'd pick a fool, did you? Jai Yanran smiled and proceeded to say, Han Sen told me he'll be staying in the ice field, and that we can come pick up the life geno essence whenever we want. Sure, you tell little Han that the Jai family does not accept charity, and things aren't accepted without something given in return. I'll go back and have a talk with your uncle. We'll give Han Sen a reasonable reward for this gift. Fret not. Jai Ruojin then paused for a bit before asking, oh, and tell little Han that the Jai family is formally requesting the opportunity to cooperate and hunt a super creature together in unison. If he is interested, I'm sure we'll have much to discuss. And in regards to that other life geno essence, Han Sen agreed to sell it to the Qin family. Jai Yanran answered immediately. The Qin family. Jai Ruojin lowered his head to think for a bit, and then continued by saying, not bad. He's got his head screwed on right. He sure knows what he's doing. Jai Yanran did not lie. Han Sen was indeed planning on selling it to the Qin family. After all, he could not absorb the life geno essence of a first-generation super creature, and holding on to it would just make others jealous. He would also maximize the profit he could receive by selling it as early as possible. Han Sen was a part of the Special Security Operation Team, and it looked after his family. Considering his relationship with Qin Xuan, he was almost obligated to sell it to the Qin family. The news of the sale of the two life geno essences, and the fact he was in possession of a super pet, became well-known facts in the alliance. A lot of key officers and faction officials were rocked by the news. A lot of people who knew Han Sen in a closer capacity were asked about him. Did he have more life geno essences? Would he be willing to cooperate, maybe even help hunt a super creature? Han Sen's answer, of course, was no. He rejected all requests and remained in the shelter, refusing to go anywhere. All he did was practice his Dongxuan Sutra while waiting for the peaches to ripen. Even though he was in the goddess shelter, Han Sen still felt the itch of numerous eyes watching him wherever he went. He supposed that was the price of being famous, but overall, Han Sen cared little. A month later, the season for the peaches to ripen had fast approached. Han Sen summoned Beetle Knight to camouflage himself while he was in the shelter, so he could sneak out unseen. The whole world was paying heed to Han Sen's every movement. To get the mystic fruit from the giant peach tree in the peach forest, Han Sen brought the silver fox and the little angel. He wanted to grab a peach to see if he could unlock the first tier of the Dongxuan Sutra. Entering the peach forest once more, Han Sen had far more courage. Even if the pink snake brought an army with him, he was confident he could slay them all, with the silver fox and little angel by his side. But nothing of the sort happened. The silver fox's presence shooed off any creatures along the way, which disappointed Han Sen. He was looking forward to the possibility of slaying a host of sacred blood snakes, so he could gobble them up and get closer to maxing out his sacred Geno points. But for some reason, the pink snake and its legion of slithering serpents did not appear until he had arrived at the giant tree. The legion of snakes had gathered all around the mystic peach tree. Han Sen also saw the black bear and its cub there. A blue beast and a crane of sorts were there as well. Every creature he had encountered at the tree the last time, minus the bone elephant, were here at the tree once again. Han Sen's arrival was not without trouble, however. His coming led to unrest with the pink snake and its legion. And indeed, the legion of snakes did not disperse with the silver fox's coming. As Han Sen arrived, all of the snakes lifted their heads, as if to warn Han Sen not to tread any closer. The pink snake was sat upon the Titan boa as it once did. It stared at Han Sen with cold, poisonous eyes. It was evident it had not forgotten who he was. But for some reason, the pink snake avoided Han Sen and did not attack. This behavior surprised him. The black cub, on the other hand, looked delighted to see Han Sen. In surprise, it ran out to Han Sen's feet, ignoring the legion of snakes. With a little observation, Han Sen noticed that the cub had grown in size since the last time it met. It had grown up fast. When the cub reached Han Sen, it ran in circles and sniffed around him. Then, it signaled for Han Sen to sit next to the big bear. Han Sen, taking a look at the peach tree, noticed that there weren't any peaches on it yet. He watched it for a while, but then, after some time, noticed two peaches manifest between the green leaves. They were about the size of ostrich eggs. The peaches were red on the bottom and pale on the top. They looked as if they were moments away from ripening. Such a giant tree only produced two peaches. Han Sen looked to his left and right. And indeed, the mystic peach tree had only produced two peaches. One was hanging at the tip of the twig and the other was a little further up. The super creatures that had gathered there all looked up at the peaches. The little angel and the silver fox were almost as powerful as the two bears in comparison. Han Sen alone could almost equate to the power of the silver fox, and he wagered he could beat at least two super creatures to the punch of nabbing the peaches. Han Sen then took a look at his competition: pink snake, blue beast, crane, little bear, and big bear. There were 5 super creatures, and against the legion of snakes there, it'd be difficult to take the peaches. Han Sen went near the big bear, which sat away from the peach tree. Strangely enough, none of the super creatures sought to go close to the tree. They circled it, almost as if there was a radius they had to be outside of. This confused Han Sen, seeing 2 peaches on the tree, with one at the end of the twig and the other a little above. They both shone like a fruit from heaven's very own orchard. They emitted a pleasant smell, a smell even nicer than the smell of the peach flowers. But despite the tantalizing prospect of the peaches being right there for the taking, no creature dared make a move. It was like they weren't in a rush to take them. Han Sen stared at the mystic peach tree and began to feel as if something was wrong. He used Jade Skin to unlock his gene lock and heighten his senses. Although he did not have the 8th sense yet, his senses and perceptions still exceeded that of the super creatures. Han Sen used his new sensory functions to inspect the peach tree, and his face looked horrified. Through the use of his heightened senses, he noticed there was something wrong with the mystic peach tree. On the tree there was something really small, but it was something alive that moved around. In fact, there were many of them, and they were moving all over. When observing the twig that held the peaches, Han Sen could see them crawling around like ants. Just seeing it made his head itch. Bugs? Why are there so many strange bugs on the tree? Han Sen was shocked. The bugs were so small, yet the tree was huge. They dug underneath the bark of the tree, and with average eyesight, you could not tell they were there through simple observation. If it wasn't for Han Sen's sense, he wouldn't have noticed their presence even if he went to stand directly in front of the tree. What are those bugs? Even the super creatures are avoiding them. They don't even dare to go close. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was positive the last time he was here at the tree there were no bugs. Otherwise, he'd have known about them coming here. He was practicing Dongshuan Sutra for a long time beneath the boughs of that great tree, so there was no way he had managed to avoid sensing them during that time. Strange. Where did all these bugs come from? There is no way they can be super creatures, can they? But why are the super creatures scared of them? And why do they avoid going near the tree? Han Sen mulled the peculiar situation. Han Sen then remembered the time he got Princess Yin Yang. She informed Han Sen about the nature of the sacred blood class silver beetle mother. Perhaps the bugs weren't all too different to the silver beetle. She explained that the smaller silver beetles were little more than weapons, created by the mother. They weren't actual living creatures. If these bugs were able to make the super creatures that scared, the mother of the bugs may have been a super creature as well. If this is true, that's bad news. They were inside the bark, eating it. Although they did not eat much, it was still a shocker to see. The mystic peach tree was something sacred. It was something that even the super creatures greatly admired. It was a surprise to see these bugs eat and desecrate it like so. Hansen, being unable to figure out what the bugs were, was just like the bears now. He remained motionless, staring at the tree, not daring to get close. They just waited until it was ripe. A few days later, the peach on the upper reaches of the twig had already turned jade. Strangely, it emitted a red mist. A holy presence emerged from the peach like jade as well. The scent was carried by the wind, coating the next few hundred miles with its pleasing fragrance. The legion of snakes was getting anxious and annoyed. In their impatience, they started to approach the peach tree ever so slowly. The pink snake was riding the head of a titan boa, which flew in circles of further impatience. It looked as if it wanted to launch itself onto the upper peach, which looked as if it was almost ripe. But it didn't yet. It showed restraint due on account of its fear. The blue beast, resting on the branch of a tree, jumped down. It walked forward and stared at the upper regions of the tree where the peach hung. Its eyes shone a blue color, but again, even this creature did not dare to approach the tree fully. Hansen watched how all the creatures grew more and more impatient. They greatly desired the peach, but they were conflicted with a fear that prohibited them from going forward. Hansen was surprised by the scene, and it made him even more puzzled over the nature of the bugs. Where did they come from to possess such power that they frightened the super creatures? After a while, the wonder of the fruit's delightful scent reached its zenith, and the red mist that the peach emitted cloaked the entire fruit and began to resemble a holy light. The peach had become transparent, and Hansen could see how juicy it was on the inside. The temptation to sink his teeth into it, regardless of the prospect of subsequent death, was real. At that moment, the bugs went crazy and washed up the tree like the tide of the sea. Like a shadow, they ascended all the way to the peach. They were like a murky liquid cloud. If he looked closer, he could see the vast swarms of bugs that pushed and squeezed together in a bustle to reach the peach. Despite watching the peach fall into the hands of the bugs, the super creatures still hesitated. Hansen gritted his teeth, summoned his wings and Rex Spike, and took off towards the peach. Hansen's movement was like the tipping of the first domino. The pink snake screamed and leapt towards the peach, alongside its legion of other snakes. The blue beast roared, moved its four limbs, and raced up towards the peach. The crane was like an arrow, descending from the sky, aimed at the peach. The black bear and its cub roared to the sky and jumped towards the tree. Their fear of the bugs was still apparent, but they weren't willing to let the peach go that easily. The bugs were aware of Hansen and the super creatures coming towards them, so they rustled their little wings and took off like black smoke. Hansen swung his flaming Rex Spike, and fire incinerated swarms of the wretched bugs, which rained down to the ground like a hail of fire. They weren't killed, but they could no longer fly. There were far more bugs beyond the ones that were hit, however, and many more weaved their way around Hansen's Rex Spike. The bugs were too small, and a weapon like the Rex Spike could not easily block them. Suddenly, the silver fox screeched as it lay on Hansen's shoulder. A bolt of silver lightning incinerated the bugs that were coming for its master. Hansen was thankful for the silver fox. Again, he swung his Rex Spike to break the mist of bugs and went forward to grab the peach. Other creatures did the same. Although the number of bugs was incomprehensible, none had managed to damage any of the super creatures. But even though Hansen was the one who went first, the crane was still faster. The crane had managed to fly directly in front of the peach, and it used its beak to try to peck it from the twig it clung to. Pang! The black bugs gathered up together like a big black hand and slapped the intruding crane, which knocked it away a dozen meters. It took a moment to regather its composure and balance in the air. The bugs in front of Hansen were like that as well. They swarmed together to resemble a black beast and attempted to strike him. Hansen and the silver fox then cooperated to take down the black beast, brought to life through the unison of black bugs. The black bugs gathered together to become a flying animal or beast that could soar the skies, and their numbers grew and grew, buzzing everywhere, attacking every creature pining for the peach. The black bugs formed a big hand next, which gripped the tree. It clawed its way up, heading towards the peaches. The crane wasn't very happy after it got slapped. It cawed with rage and flapped its wings frantically to birth a frightening tornado. The creepy shapes of animals formed by the bugs and the black hand that sought to steal the peaches were sucked into it. The black bugs were flushed into the tornado and carried far away. The tornado was discolored, and it looked black. The number of bugs present in there was sickening to imagine. The crane then saw its opportunity to grab the peach, so it picked up speed and flew back. But before the crane could peck the peach free for itself, the sound of shattering wood rang out. A black hole formed in the side of the tree, and a fist-sized black bug exited from within. It looked like a 7-spotted ladybug, but its head was far bigger and it was entirely black. Its wings glittered translucent gold. The bug came out from the hole and flapped its golden wings, generating a bright light. Then it buzzed directly in front of the crane, striking one of its wings. The super creature's tough hide and feathers were torn into by the ravenous bug. The bug latched onto the crane's wing and it drove its teeth deep into the wing with a wide open mouth. A chunk of the crane's wing was ripped off, exposing its bones beneath the fresh gush of blood. The crane let out an upset cry, and it flapped its wings the best it could to kick up a sharp blade like wind. Hansen's head felt numb watching this, but he knew it was the chance he needed to grab the holy peach, and that was where he went. The gold-winged bug had been drawn to the sky by the crane, and this was Hansen's best chance to grab the peach. But something was faster than Hansen. The pink snake was using its legion of snakes for cover, and he didn't know when it had managed to get so close. The small snake was thin like a chopstick, yet when it opened its mouth, it was wide enough to swallow the entire peach. Seeing the peach about to be swallowed by the pink snake, another gold shadow emerged from the hole in the tree. In one smack, the pink snake was sent flying. It was another gold-winged ladybug. It grabbed a hold of the pink snake and bared its teeth, ready to sink them right into the slithering fiend. But the pink snake's body released some red mist like the peach. The bug let go and staggered away, looking dizzy. At that moment, Hansen noticed another 2 gold-winged ladybugs emerge from the hole inside the tree. This gave him quite the shock. There were more than 2 gold-winged ladybugs now, bugs that were almost as strong as the super creatures. 4 had exited the hole, and heaven knew how many more might still reside within. Of the 2 additional gold-winged ladybugs, one targeted the blue beast, whereas the other targeted Hansen. Hansen gritted his teeth, flapped his wings, and fell back a bit. He wasn't sure whether or not there were any more inside the hole, so he didn't dare attack. If he did, he might miss his chance at getting the peach. The gold-winged ladybug was coming towards Hansen, and in response, Hansen swung his Rex spike at the gold shadow. But the bug was too nimble, and it evaded the attack with ease. It continued onwards at full speed. The silver fox looked angry in response, as all the hair on its body stood up. Lightning cracked and sparkled across his coat of fur, which emitted a bolt of lightning that jumped towards the oncoming foe. The gold-winged ladybug flapped its wings to evade the silver fox's attack and continued its buzzing pursuit of Hansen. It was too late to lift the Rex spike again, and his heart quickly jumped. The peacock crossbow appeared in his hand, and with it, he smacked the bug that was coming to devour him. The peacock crossbow and the gold-winged ladybug collided. A terrible force was transferred to Hansen's hand, however, and he was sent spiraling. He was knocked a few dozen meters away but managed to keep his balance. His hand was bleeding, and it felt numb. That is some scary power. That little creepy crawly isn't any weaker than the average super creature. Hansen was shocked, but he quickly took notice of the gold-winged ladybug resuming its pursuit of him. Hansen and the silver fox fought the ladybug together, but still, they were at a disadvantage. Hansen had to use his really good senses, powered by the Dongshuan Sutra, but even with the silver fox's help, he was barely able to maintain his competition with it. The big and small bear used this opportunity to break the black bug's barrier. They ascended the peach tree as best they could, and with their thick fur and hide, had no fear of the bugs biting them. When they arrived near the peach, their bodies were black, covered in the nibbling insects. But this time, the big bear had a plan. It stared at the hole in the tree while allowing the little bear to gather the peach. There was more movement from inside, and indeed, something else was ready to emerge. But this time, it was not a gold-winged ladybug. It was a ladybug that was plated entirely in gold. Its head was twice the size of the other gold-winged ladybugs. It flapped its gold wings and shot out of the hole towards the bear cub like a gold shadow. The black bear roared and used its claws to try to grab the golden ladybug. But it was too fast, and with its rapid wings, it evaded the bear's paws and continued on to the cub. The big bear roared as if it was alerting the cub. But the cub, almost having reached the peach, didn't want to give up. It extended its paws and tried to grab it. The golden ladybug hit the cub, and it fell off the tree. It created a big hole in the ground when it landed. From below, the cub cried out in pain. The big bear no longer cared about the peach, and so it jumped down from the tree, roaring with anger as it chased after the golden ladybug. It was going to save the cub from danger. The cub was peppered with wounds from the insect assaulter, but fortunately, none were deadly. The black bear's claws smacked the golden ladybug's shell with a mighty slap, but nothing broke. Furthermore, it appeared entirely unfazed. The two bears were being ravaged as they did battle with the golden ladybug. And throughout this entire time, none had the free space or time to grab the peach. Now unopposed, the smaller black bugs resumed their shape as a hand and tried to grab the peach again. Excitement glistened in Hansen's eyes. He clenched his jaws and summoned the Adorade. A holy body cracked the air and perched itself atop the tree. It swung its transparent greatsword and severed the hand that had been formed by the black bugs. As she did this, she used her other hand to grab the peach. But when the Adiraid tried to pull it, she could not get the peach free. Her eyes turned cold, and she swung her greatsword to detach the peach from the twig it stubbornly clung to. When she did this, the peach finally came free in her hand. Han-sen was happy seeing this. There were no other bugs coming out of the hole in the tree, so it looked like 5 was all of them. And now, the holy peach was in the Adiraid's hand. Han-sen's hand jumped, and he ordered the Adiraid to leave the area. Otherwise, if she was noticed to be holding the peach, she'd become enemy number 1 for every super creature in the forests. The Adiraid flapped its wings and shot off into the sky. Then the 5 ladybugs and the super creatures did indeed turn their attention to the Adiraid. They all roared, screamed, and screeched with a desire to tear the Adiraid apart. They went after her. Han-sen saw this, so he gritted his teeth and pulled out his Rex spike. He traveled to the other peach, the one that hadn't fully ripened yet. He had never expected there to be 5 super creature ladybugs guarding the fruit. He was fortunate that the Adiraid had managed to pluck the peach when it did. If he came back for this one when it was ripe, however, he was unsure whether or not he'd be able to get it. If they were aware the Adiraid belonged to Han-sen, and he was the one who had obtained it, the other creatures would be especially wary of him. The 5 golden ladybugs were too powerful for him to fight, and he didn't want to risk his life any further. If he wasn't going to risk his life again, he thought he might as well grab the other peach while he was there. Even though it wasn't entirely ripe just yet, it had to be useful somehow. Perhaps it would be less efficient, but it was better than nothing. Han-sen rushed to the top of the tree, raised his Rex spike, and tried to cut down the lower holy peach that had not yet fully ripened. But suddenly, he was alerted by something, and a cold chill ran down his spine. Han-sen pulled back quickly and saw a red flash pass by his head. It was the pink snake, back for vengeance. Han-sen's body was drenched in a sudden cold sweat. The pink snake did not chase after the Adiraid and had instead stayed behind to get Han-sen. Fortunately, he had a strong sense, strong enough to dodge the sudden sneak attack. If he hadn't evaded it, the pink snake would undoubtedly be squirming its way inside his ear by now. Thinking about what happened to the bone elephant, Han-sen couldn't help but feel his head itch. The pink snake missed its attack and rebounded off a tree branch, leaping towards Han-sen once more. Han-sen and the silver fox now dealt with the pink snake together, but it robbed them of the opportunity to grab the holy peach. The silver fox was too young. If it had grown up a little more, it might have been able to deal with the pink snake by itself. Han-sen would have been able to grab the peach while the snake was kept busy. Right now, they both were struggling to keep up with the pink snake. The heavy weapon, the Rex spike, was too slow against it and was ineffective to wield. Han-sen wanted to summon the Adiraid back, but she was holding the peach. If she was resummoned back through the Sea of Soul, the peach could not come with her. The legion of snakes now attacked from all directions, and with the black bugs in tow, the place was in chaos. Han-sen tried to shake off the pink snake a few times but couldn't. In fact, he almost inhaled the red mist that the snake emitted. Not long after, he heard the buzzing of flying insects arrive. The few ladybugs that went after the Adiraid were now returning, having given up their pursuit. The blue beast and the 2 bears also returned. Aside from the crane, they had all come back. Han-sen, acknowledging how frantic the situation had become, could only retreat. The 5 ladybugs hadn't just come back to the area. However, they had come back to go after Han-sen alone. Without thinking, Han-sen chose to run. If he couldn't deal with 1, there was no chance he could take on 5. The 5 ladybugs came towards him, clearly aware that Han-sen was the Adiraid's master. To get the peach, they now thought it best to slay the master who was in control of it. Han-sen wished he could grow more legs. He ran as fast as he could, but the ladybugs behind him were flying faster. They were quickly gaining on him. The silver fox squealed, and it brewed a charge of silver lightning. The lightning looked like a spider web as it fired towards the 5 ladybugs. The 4 gold-winged ladybugs came into contact with the electric net. They convulsed and became numb with the charge, which caused their pursuit to slow down. But the big golden ladybug was not affected by the discharge, and it flew just as fast as ever. Han-sen's heart almost leapt out of his chest. He knew the strength of the golden ladybug after watching the 2 bears' inability to deal with it, and their subsequent multitude of wounds. There was no way Han-sen and the silver fox could ever dream of repelling it. Seeing the golden ladybug giving close pursuit, Han-sen cast a skill that would enable him to dodge it. He hoped that the movement would sustain his life a little bit longer. The golden ladybug was too fast, however, and the gold shadow flashed to tear Han-sen's shoulder open with a deep cut. It was so deep that the shoulder bone was exposed, and it was bleeding badly. Han-sen was still conflicted on whether or not he should summon the Adorade back. If he didn't, he wondered if it was only a matter of time before he and the silver fox were killed. But suddenly, the golden ladybug turned its attention away from them and flew away. Han-sen was surprised, but he understood why it had left them be. He looked back towards the mystic tree and saw the pink snake open its maw wide, preparing to bite the not yet ripe peach. Observing the carnage and the return of the golden ladybug to the tree, the two bears ran away in fear. Seeing the two bears bail, Han-sen understood there was no hope in remaining. He turned around and headed in the direction the Adorade had gone. Without the two bears there, only the pink snake and blue beast remained. Even with Han-sen and the silver fox, there was no way they could fight off the 5 ladybugs. With the hate and contempt they harbored for Han-sen in particular, he was aware that any return to the area would quickly result in death. It would be suicide. He wanted to quickly retrieve the peach from the Adorade. With only the crane chasing her, he was sure he'd be able to get the peach from her. As expected, before Han-sen reached the Adorade, it could see the crane in hot pursuit. It screeched, gliding on the air, summoning strong winds. Then, it went up above the clouds. It left little blood droplets, suggesting it had been injured. Han-sen saw the shadow of the Adorade in the distance, which now turned towards Han-sen. It looked as if she was chasing the injured crane. But the crane was one with the wind, and now, it was long gone. Even the Adorade could not catch up with it. Han-sen took the juicy peach from the Adorade's hand and was filled with sublime happiness. He carefully placed it in a bag he had prepared for it and quickly left the forest. With the 5 ladybugs guarding the peaches, Han-sen was lucky to get one. He knew this, and he knew it was best for him not to return and risk the greed of trying to nab the second. Han-sen thought the lower peach was guaranteed to be secured by the 5 ladybugs. He did not think that the pink snake and the blue beast stood a chance against them. One thing Han-sen did not understand, however, was the relationship between the golden ladybug and the smaller, gold-winged ladybugs. They were actual super creatures, not some black bugs that had been created as a form of weapon. If the golden ladybug gave birth to the 4 gold-winged ladybugs, then the second generation would be stronger than the mother. But this was not so, because the golden ladybug was evidently stronger than the other 4. But no matter what their relationship was or what it suggested, Han-sen couldn't care less right now. All he wanted to do was return to the Crystal Palace where it was safe. There, he could safely dine on the Holy Peach and practice his Dongshuan Sutra. Perhaps he could finish his first tier now, which was his ultimate goal. Fortunately, his return trip was uneventful, and he reached the Crystal Palace safe and sound. He pulled out the peach from his pockets, and the whole Crystal Palace suddenly smelled of a wonderful, fruity scent. A holy light caressed the peach, and its transparent skin was a thin membrane separating the outside world and the divine carnival of juices within. The pleasant scent could not be held back by the skin. The silver fox opened its jaw and leapt to the peach, attempting to swallow it whole. But Han-sen was well prepared for this, and so he commanded the Adorade to hold on to the silver fox. No matter how much it struggled, and struggle it did, it would not be getting a lick of this peach. I'm sorry, silver fox, but this peach is mine. Why don't you go eat some candy or something? Han-sen brought out a Geno Creation pill to feed the silver fox. The silver fox loved eating a Geno Creation pill each and every day, but now, it did not even look at it. All the silver fox wanted was that glorious peach. Han-sen carried the peach to a private room inside the Crystal Palace to avoid any disturbances that might arise during his practice. Although he felt sorry for denying the silver fox the peach, he only had one of them. He had no choice but to keep it for himself. If he did still have some peach left after his breakthrough, however, he'd give the leftovers to the silver fox. Looking at the peach in his hand, Han-sen brought out a medical syringe. He planned to extract some of the juice to try it out first. Although merely smelling the peach flowers had aided him in the improvement of the Dongshuan Sutra, flowers were flowers and fruit was fruit. They were different. Just because the flowers were good for him, it didn't mean the fruit would be good for him, too. What was important, though, was to take good things in moderation. Not wanting to send this peach off for research, either, he chose to test it on himself. But when Han-sen pressed the needle against the peach, there was resistance. Pushing harder, the needle snapped and the skin remained unbroken. Han-sen froze. Then, he pulled out a raven bolt. He tried using the feather to cut the piece, but that was to no avail as well. The peach couldn't be cut. Driven to desperation, Han-sen also tried smacking the peach with his flaming Rex spike. But no matter what he tried, the peach would not break. Han-sen was very sweaty after his exercise in trying to open the peach. He was disappointed, also. What the hell is this? Is this peach just not meant to be eaten by humans? But for something this strong, I'm not so sure super creatures could eat and digest it, either. Han-sen picked up the peach and tried to bite it with his mouth. But when he bit it, the sweet juices of the peach erupted all over his mouth like the opening of a floodgate. It was strange that no matter what he tried, nothing could break it. Only with the purpose of eating it could it be pierced. The peach juice was like a cascade of honey running into his mouth. The whole peach was so soft and succulent. Han-sen now fully understood what it meant for food to melt inside your mouth. Han-sen only wanted a little bit, but after taking that one bite, the entire peach began melting in his mouth. The sweet juice flowed into his belly, and even the peach skin seemed to evaporate. In no time at all, only the core remained in Han-sen's hand. The core was clean, and it shone like dazzling jewelry. This is indeed a magical sort of peach. I can't destroy it with weaponry, but I can eat it with ease. That is very unique. Han-sen then sighed. But before Han-sen could finish sighing, a pleasant fragrance permeated the atmosphere of the room. It drifted through his nostrils and coated his insides. His limbs were warmed, and his blood almost felt livelier in its delivery to and from his heart. More and more of the pleasant scent was being refined inside him. The refreshing smell that came from Han-sen's body was growing stronger and stronger. Even the sealed-up room could not trap the wonder of that pleasant scent, and it now covered the entirety of the Crystal Palace. The silver fox tried to be greedy and absorb most of the smell, which made his fur shine like a coat of pure silver. The gourd also absorbed the smell in its own way. Zero really enjoyed the scent as well. When she sniffed it, she smiled. The little angel, Princess Yin-yang, the mermaid princess, and the snow charmer each loved the smell as well, and they basked in the mist of pleasure fondly. The refreshing, pleasant smell inside him had totally evaporated. But Han-sen felt his own life force reaching max capacity. It felt like he was going to overload and have the life force burst out from his cells. Every hit was like a wave, which made his entire body vibrate with moans and groans. Every finger, every hair, and even every cell felt like it was going to explode. Han-sen could no longer remember how many pulsations he had felt. But suddenly, he felt as if his body had broken a chain that previously bound him. His entire body felt light and liberated, like a feather with the freedom and comfort to dance its way across the world. The life energy was bursting out, which made others want to get close to him. It was different than the Jadeskin Gene Lock. Although the body and its senses were increased, the Dongshuan Sutra was better than Jadeskin. Han-sen was only sitting in his room, yet he could watch the silver fox's energy flow from 100 meters away. With that transparent force spreading, Han-sen could feel every element of the life that populated the Crystal Palace. It was like the force had become a part of Han-sen's body, like it was an organ, except it could not be seen. This is amazing. Han-sen was very happy. In the future, when he fought with a super creature or human, all he would have to do was unlock this gene lock to easily learn his opponent's flow of energy. He could totally learn their flow during a fight. He did not have to wait for his opponent to absorb his pleasant smell. Han-sen tried simulating the Saint Bone Elephant's flow. Suddenly, he felt his pulse consist of 100 elephant cries. An infinite cosmos of power brewed inside his body, filling his entirety like a mad flood. It was much stronger than before, when the gene lock hadn't been broken. Han-sen picked up the bone elephant's essence. Under the strong energy flow of the bone elephant, the life geno essence vibrated in his hand. It suddenly flew out of his grasp and assimilated with his body. Essence absorbed, Saint Bone Elephant. You have gained 1 super geno point. Essence absorbed, Saint Bone Elephant. You have gained 1 super geno point. The familiar voice rang in his head. Han-sen almost released tears of joy. After all his hard work, he had finally discovered how to absorb a life geno essence. His heart jumped, and the Dongshuan Sutra's energy began to change. It was following along with the gourd's energy flow. Suddenly, a peculiar power began to blossom inside him. Han-sen's body became magnetic. Everything inside the room was magnetized to Han-sen, and everything flew in his direction. He was unexpectedly battered. They were like homing missiles, and he had no chance of dodging the now dangerous furniture. Left and right he weaved, but to no avail. Everything in the room was now being glued to his person. The crystal chair, the lampstand, and even table was a threat, and they all piled against Han-sen. There was even a crystal bed, which was now looming over him, ready to fall on top of him. At the ghastly sight, Han-sen was utterly shocked. In haste, he ended the simulation of the gourd's energy flow. When Han-sen cut the energy flow, everything that was sticking to his body crashed down to the floor. It was like he had switched on some magnetism mode inside him. He was quite confused. What the heck is this energy flow? Did I just turn into a magnet that can pull everything towards me? What possible purpose could something like that serve? Han Sen did not understand and was not quite sure what to think. But that was fine. Han Sen did not need this energy flow. Right now, he had finished his first tier of the Dongxuan Sutra, and now he could use it to secretly learn the energy flows of second-generation super creatures. Each Kaigong was like a different key, where different keys could unlock different chests, and each chest contained a different treasure. If I cannot absorb the life geno essence of a first-generation super creature, maybe it's best that I sell it to a big faction and earn some dosh. Han Sen then took to wondering how and where he might sell them for the most money. But he then suddenly heard a voice coming from someplace within the Crystal Palace. Announcement: the second God Sanctuary's battle arena has opened. Join the battlegrounds, for the holy battles begin in 33 days. The voice of a cold woman echoed throughout the Crystal Palace, which spooked Han Sen. Hearing what she had to say, however, put a strange look on his face. The holy battles in the second God's Sanctuary were different than the holy battles in the first God's Sanctuary because, aside from humans, spirits could also take part in the combat. It wasn't purely human versus human. But what was more, this wasn't an annual event like it was in the first God's Sanctuary. The holy battles only took place every 10 years in the second God's Sanctuary. In the past, no human had been able to win and achieve the title Son of God. The previous 9 Son of God titles were all won by spirits. They never failed once. No human knew what the reward for being the 10th Son of God was. To sign up for the holy battles, only royal-class shelters could host an arena. The Crystal Palace, while relatively small, was a royal-class shelter. It had a small battle arena, but it was no larger than an average room. After signing up, you also had to match up and duel another person who had signed up in the same shelter. Whichever combatant emerged victorious at a shelter, beating the rest, would then go against winners of other shelters. Only Han Sen resided at the Crystal Palace, so by default, he was the winner. As such, he did not have to battle with any others to qualify. He merely had to wait for the real, juicy Son of God battles to begin. I wonder what rewards I would get if I was to win my final fight, the Divinity's Bout. Not even the most elite evolvers, who had unlocked their gene locks, could even dream of earning their place amongst the 10 prior Son of Gods. The spirits that compete there must be on the same level as super creatures, for sure. The rewards for being victorious in the Divinity's Bout and reaching the top 10 should be very good. Might it be a random super beast soul? Or perhaps even a spirit that is above the royal class? Han Sen, merely contemplating the prospects, began getting quite excited. After much consideration, Han Sen decided to adopt his old persona dollar for Divinity's Bout. After Han Sen left his room, the silver fox looked at Han Sen angrily. Then, it quickly spun around and ignored him. It looked like it was still in a bad mood because Han Sen kept the entire peach for himself. Good boy. I ate the peach, yes, but I still have the core. See if you can eat it. Han Sen placed the jewel-like core of the peach behind the silver fox. The silver fox then turned around and bit the peach core without hesitation. Han Sen heard it break and the jewel-like peach core was crushed. Strangely, from out of the core came another core. This one was white. The silver fox then spit the crushed remains of the first layer of the core out of its mouth and quickly swallowed the white nut. You can actually eat the thing, Han Sen said, with wide open eyes. All he was doing was trying to comfort the silver fox. He never expected there to be anything edible inside the core, and that it could eat. The silver fox ate the peach nut and then yawned. It leapt onto Han Sen's shoulder and looked as if it was going to sleep. That's it. You eat my peach core and then go to sleep. Give me a reaction or something. Han Sen looked depressed. The silver fox ate so many good, valuable things each and every day. Yet despite that, it continued to grow so slowly. If the silver fox could grow up quicker, he'd have 2 super creature class powers to fight by his side. Fighting second-generation super creatures would be even easier if that were so. The Jai family provided Han Sen with a few separate choices, each of which pleased him. He decided to accept 5% of shares in Sky Technology. 5% might sound small, but Sky Technology was in the top 20 corporations of the Alliance. Most of the Jai family didn't have a single share in it, as most of the important family members could only have a max share percentage of 1 or 2%. As such, 5 was a very good number. A few core members of the Jai family might have had above 10% of the shares, but for an outsider of the family to receive such shares was tremendous. It was also the first time such a thing had ever occurred. Han Sen was given many different options of gifts to consider off the Kin family. Eventually, he settled on Z-Steel raw stones. The Z-Steel ore always had a lot of contaminants inside it. 1,000 grams of Z-Steel ore could be refined to provide only 5 grams of pure Z-Steel metal. The Z-Steel that was refined was really hard, but very brittle. Its fragility and stern rigidity rendered it almost unusable as a weapon or electrical component. Refined Z steel was more akin to delicate porcelain than metal. It had to be combined with other metals to provide a decent weapon of fair toughness and hardness. But inside the Z steel ore, there was a high concentration of rough Z steel. It was unknown how these Z steel raw stones were created, but they were a little bigger than a man's thumb. Inside them was 50% Z steel. Some were even higher, though, and could reach 90%. The Z steel raw stones were not only really hard, but also really flexible. They were suitable for weaponry that way. The moment Han Sen saw the Z steel raw stones, his mind turned to his peacock crossbow. When Han Sen chose the Z steel raw stones, the Qin family also promised they would aid him in the creation of bolts, for grinding Z steel raw stone was very complicated work. It would take a long time for the process to be completed, and as a result, it would be a while before Han Sen received the bolts. The Qin family estimated in about half a month they would have finished work on 2 bolts. So, the Qin family would give him 2 bolts every month. Han Sen understood that, since the Z steel raw stone was so hard, it was non-reactive to heat, so it could not be melted down. It could only be ground down, slowly, over much time. Brother, did you sign up for Divinity's bout? No, it would be a waste of time. Han Sen smiled. Why not? You should give it a go. You have a kick-ass pet, after all. There's a chance you'll reach a rank in the 10 Son of Gods and make humanity proud. My pet is strong, that much is true. But if I face an opponent stronger than I'll be killed. I'll be dead. Why should I bother? Han Sen shrugged. I suppose you are correct. But if you don't go compete in Divinity's bout, it is practically guaranteed that humanity once again will fail, and not stand a chance of securing a single position. It has been a century, and across that entire time, the top 10 Son of Gods have been spirits. It's humiliating. That's just how it has to be. Unless we are able to somehow max out our super Geno points, we will continue to be unable to compete with them, Han Sen said with a smile. After the call with Tang Zhenliu, many others contacted him, wondering if he was going to participate in Divinity's bout. It looked as if many people wanted to see him compete there. A lot of people sincerely wanted Han Sen to become a son of God to make humanity proud and have their race proudly displayed on the tablet. But Han Sen told them he wouldn't take part in Divinity's bout. Many eyes watched Han Sen, though, and he couldn't even though he wanted to. Many people didn't believe Han Sen was willing to skip the affair, though. Han Sen left the Silver Fox by the Beetle Knight so his doppelganger would appear more authentic. Han Sen was planning on traveling to Devil's Mountain alone. With the angel by his side, however, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to use this opportunity to slay sacred blood creatures and max out his sacred Geno points. He hunted many sacred blood creatures in the sea, but because of their large size, eating a lot of them was a slow process. Devil's Mountain was home to many different creatures. Not long after he began ascending the mountain, he caught sight of big gorillas, with a few mutants among them. But someone was already battling with the group of gorillas, which surprised him. He never expected he'd find someone else so bold as to hunt creatures on Devil's Mountain. Han Sen took a closer look and noticed it was Philip. He had a girl nearby him as he fought. The black gorillas were unable to compete with Philip, as he quickly laid waste to each and every one of them. Even the mutant class variants could not withstand many attacks from him, and he looked to be a fiercely powerful warrior. Philip, you are so good. You are so strong and so handsome. The woman had her hands pressed against her chest as she praised Philip. The pupils of her eyes were almost shaped like hearts in adoration. The woman was rather pretty. She had big boobies, long legs, and looked quite young. Her words of encouragement were soft but high-pitched, and they worked like fuel on Philip, stoking the fire of his yearning to do combat. Philip, you are so good. But these creatures are not your level. Let's find some sacred blood creatures for you to go against. Philip, look, someone is there. Han Sen was still observing the view of the canyon before him when he heard the familiar voice ring out. Han Sen turned around and saw Philip and his big-boobed lady friend approaching. He promptly frowned. Philip was one of the leaders of the ice fields, in charge of the Philip shelter. He wasn't a dumb, foolhardy man, and Han Sen was surprised at his willingness to bring a lady up Devil's Mountain. Philip did not see him as Han Sen, due to Han Sen being clad in golden armor. What is your name, my friend? Philip asked, while looking him over. The golden armor was not exclusive to Dollar, as many people possessed it in the second god's sanctuary. It was because of this that Philip wasn't quick to assume Han Sen was anyone particularly special, least of all Dollar. What is it? Han Sen did not answer Philip's question. He merely replied with another. If you want to traverse this perilous mountain, perhaps we should team up. We can watch each other's backs, Philip said. Sorry, but I prefer traveling alone. Han Sen coldly responded. When the lady heard him say this, she didn't look as happy as she once did. She blurted out, "You are so ungrateful. Philip is a cornerstone of the Union here. He is owner of one of the goddess shelter's armies. He is Philip, as in the Philip army. He wanted to help you. Thank you, but no thank you. I have a personal obligation to fulfill. Perhaps our paths will cross again soon." Han Sen wasn't interested in accompanying Philip in the presence of his girl. This man does not know his place. Ignore him. Let's go. The woman, who was clutching Philip's arm, tugged strongly. Then they both departed for the valley. "Friend, our encounter here is fate. Why can we not go together?" After that, Philip lowered his voice even further, to a point where even Han Sen almost had trouble hearing, and said, "Friend, do me a favor here. I'll give you 2 mutant beast souls." "What favor?" Han Sen inquired. "Pretend you and I argue, then we feign a fight. Throw the fight and then pretend to be terrified, running away as I chase you from behind. That's all you need to do. 1 mutant beast soul now and another you can come claim at the Philip shelter. You must have heard of the name Philip before, yes? Then you know a man of such reputation would not fail to fulfill their debt." Philip was again speaking in a quiet voice. "Give me 2 sacred blood beast souls and I'll think about it." Han Sen understood what Philip truly wanted. As much as he would have liked to impress his girl, he couldn't avoid venturing any further into Devil's Mountain without offending her. "Friend, that is daylight robbery. I only asked you to put on a show. 2 mutant beast souls is a generous offer for such a deed," Philip said, with a furrowed brow. "Ordinarily, yes, it isn't too bad an offer, but I have something quite important to do today. Time is precious for me right now, so the price is 2 sacred blood beast souls," Han Sen responded. "Brother, 2 sacred blood beast souls is too much." Philip continued to frown. "That's okay. I have an alternate way for you to get what you need, a method that requires no effort on your behalf." Han Sen smiled. "What method would that be?" Philip gave Han Sen a confused look. "It's simple." When Han Sen spoke, he moved. A gold shadow flashed in front of the lady. The woman was suddenly shocked, and she looked ready to scream. But before she could, Han Sen slapped the back of her neck and she fainted. "There you go. See? That'll cost you nothing. Now you can go pretend that you saved her." Han Sen handed Philip the unconscious woman and then left him, venturing onto the canyon. "Friend, you can't leave. You are in trouble." When Philip picked up the unconscious woman, his face changed. "Friend, I was trying to help you." Han Sen smiled at Philip. But Philip looked troubled and said, "I wanted to take her away from Devil's Mountain. I wasn't interested in this woman at all. But after what you have done, if you do not stay, I will be in trouble when she wakes up. You want to hand me over to her?" Han Sen looked at Philip. "Of course not. You were just helping me, after all." Philip ground his teeth and continued to say, "You should just go. Don't mention our encounter to anyone else and do your best to stay out of this woman's sight in the future." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and resumed his journey towards the canyon. Han Sen helped Philip, due to him being a partner of the goddess shelter. He never expected this to happen. He was trying to do good, despite the negative result. Philip held the woman in his arms and walked away with the intent of leaving the mountain. But after a few steps, he stopped. He turned to look at Han Sen, who was on his way into the canyon, and suddenly became very curious. Anyone who was willing to enter this place alone had to be quite powerful, and this intrigue led him to want to know exactly how powerful this person he met was. When Han Sen entered the canyon, numerous butterflies madly fluttered their way towards him from every direction. Philip knew these butterflies and knew that some of them were mutant class. The man in golden armor did not hesitate, however. He continued walking, paying no heed to the butterflies that now clung to his body. Strangely, he just allowed them to be on him. It was like the butterflies were playing around him, and it made for quite a lovely picture. Philip was shocked at what he was seeing, and his jaw dropped. It remained open for quite some time. The butterflies were poisonous, besides the fact that they were mutant class. If you were bitten by them or dusted with the poisonous powder the wings carried, you'd fall incredibly ill. Even Philip would not dare venture into the canyon with those butterflies about. But there the man went, not caring about the toxic butterflies all around him. He allowed them to hang on him or fly around. But the butterflies didn't bite through his armor, nor did they poison him. It was shocking. Suddenly, from out of a light that encompassed a particular bush, a white butterfly appeared. It approached the gold shadow, which shocked Philip and caused him to say aloud, "Careful, my friend. That is a sacred blood class ghost butterfly. If you get poisoned, your body will rot until there is nothing left but fizzled bones." The man seemed to hear what he said, as he turned around and nodded back in Philip's direction. The sacred blood ghost butterfly was already floating around Han Sen, however. It was indeed like a ghost. The white ghost butterfly's body was strange, and it was how it received its namesake. Even elites who could attack with blistering speed had trouble striking this white ghost. The white ghost was going to land on the golden man, but he then quickly raised his right hand and trapped the white ghost butterfly between his fingers. The butterfly fluttered its wings repeatedly, attempting to escape his fingers. The fingers were like prison bars, and despite its desperate struggle for escape, it could not free itself. Tang, the man clenched his hand into a fist and the scary white butterfly was crushed inside, its blood seeping from his palm. A scary white ghost butterfly was crushed in an instant and he was not poisoned at all. With no delay, he continued his descent through the canyon. His body was still a post for numerous butterflies, however, and he continued to allow them to just land on him. Beneath the morning light, between the vetiver, the butterflies trailed the gold shadow on its travel. Philip was frozen whilst watching all this. This man cannot be Dollar, can he? The gold shadow disappeared out of sight, which prompted Philip to snap out of his daze and react. When this thought entered his head, he couldn't help but speak it out. But the man was already long gone, and it was too late for Philip to ask. He spoke to himself again, saying, "Drat, I should have asked him his name again. Perhaps he really is Dollar." The reason Philip did not ask for his name again was to protect the man. If Zuyuan asked about him when she awoke, he wouldn't be able to tell her anything about him, and that would be the truth. He didn't even see the person's face, so he had very little to go on. It would have been better that way, so that was why he did not ask again. But now Philip regretted his decision. He liked watching Dollar fight a lot, and he always dreamed of meeting him. He very well could have been Dollar, and if he had let the opportunity of meeting him pass him by, he'd be depressed. Although he wanted to go deeper into the canyon and ask the person whether or not he was Dollar, seeing Zuyuan unconscious in his arms, he gave up the idea. He couldn't venture in there while carrying a passed-out woman. Han Sen was very happy right now. He had managed to squeeze the white ghost to death in his hand and heard the charming, oh so familiar voice call out to him. Sacred blood creature hunted, white ghost butterfly. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Although he did not receive its beast soul, Han Sen was still quite happy. The butterfly was so small, he could gobble it down in 1 or 2 bites. Eating a raw butterfly like this, however, would not have sat well in his tummy. So, he found a nice little alcove in the canyon to rest in. He started a fire and began cooking the butterfly with oil. He added some spices, and the end result smelled pretty good. It was like a dish from another planet, which he called fried silkworm. This is very nutritious. Han Sen had lived here for a very long time and no longer felt disgusted eating such things. He munched on the white butterfly with glee. It tasted pretty good, particularly after the voice that told him of his increase in sacred geno points. The gross feeling of dining on a bug quickly evaporated. After eating the butterfly, his sacred geno points number raised by 6. This meant his total of sacred geno points had reached 72, and it wasn't far from maxing out. Han Sen packed his stuff and continued to travel. Then, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from beyond a canyon wall. It sounded as if something was digging through the rock. Han Sen was alerted by the sound of digging and quickly looked at the canyon wall. The wall was dark green and looked to be really hard. But in the corner of the wall, something had opened a crack. Inside the crack, Han Sen could see the shuffling of a white claw, and the crack began to grow in size. Han Sen did not know what was behind it, especially here in Devil's Mountain. Is that a pangolin? Han Sen watched the dark green creature from behind the rock and thought it looked like a pangolin. But if it was able to dig the dark green cliffside, it was far stronger than the average pangolin. When the dark green pangolin exited the tunnel it had dug, it ran off. Then, he noticed a purple ant, about the size of a fist, come trailing after it. There were a number of these ants and their bodies looked like jade. There were about 20 of them, and they seemed to be giving chase to the pangolin. No way. If I recall, pangolins are practically anteaters. Why in the world is this thing getting chased by ants? Han Sen was puzzled by the scene. The purple ants did not chase the pangolin far, for it seemed as if they weren't very fond of sunlight. When they reached the edge of the shadows, they quit their pursuit and ran back to the hole they had emerged from. Han Sen pulled out his peacock crossbow that was loaded with a raven feather, took aim, and fired at one of the purple ants. The bolt instantly pierced through its body. After all, it was a berserk super crossbow. With a super bolt, few creatures could ever hope to withstand its power. Sacred blood creature hunted, subterranean devil ant. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. What? This is a sacred blood creature. Han Sen almost jumped up. There were at least 20 ants that had emerged from the newly formed tunnel, yet he couldn't believe what he was hearing. After one of the devil ants was killed, the rest of them started going crazy, skittering around in search of the foe that had slain one of them. Because Hansen was quite far away from them, they did not become aware of his presence there. Going unnoticed was a rare opportunity, so he wasn't willing to let this chance pass him by. He brought up the peacock crossbow once more and fired repeatedly. Each bolt found a target, numbering another 5 kills. The sacred blood announcements continued to ring inside his head, one after another. It almost made Hansen squeal with excitement. It was true that by eating the same sacred blood creature multiple times, the amount of sacred geno points he'd get would decrease after each subsequent ant. That didn't really matter, though, due to the fact he only needed another 30 geno points. The raven bolts had all been used up, just in time for Hansen to be spotted by the ants. Frantically, they skittered in his direction. Seeing more than a dozen sacred blood ants rush towards him in such a manner was a frightening sight. The ants were indeed fast, but for a man like Hansen, they were nothing. He summoned his battle mode Little Angel. The Little Angel's hand swung her greatsword and diced an ant like a stroke of lightning. 14 foes to counter, but before the angel, they were nothing. It only took her a second to slay them all. I'm a handsome man and I collect ants. I hold a big bag and I got the biggest ants. Hansen began singing a favorite song of his as he picked up the ants and stuffed them into a bag he had brought with him. The canyon wall near the small tunnel erupted into a thick dusty plume that spat out a number of rocks like meteors. A dog-sized, dark purple ant emerged, screaming with a shrill voice at Hansen. Then, like a shadow, it sprinted towards Hansen at a blisteringly fast pace. Hansen was shocked. He brought out his flaming Rex spike to block the incoming attack, but the little angel dashed in front of him to clash with the giant purple ant on his behalf, greatsword raised. Dong! The transparent greatsword struck the dark purple ant's head. The shell did not crack, but the blow let out an amazingly strong force. The little angel's body was knocked backwards into Hansen and they were both sent flying 8 meters backwards into the cliffside wall behind them. Hansen spit some blood out. Although the hit was not life-threatening, it made his chest burn something frightful. The little angel moved, preparing to strike the dark purple ant again. But this time, the little angel did not strike from the front. She whizzed by the ant from a multitude of directions. Her greatsword was poised to strike, and every dash and direction she went, she hit the ant. The giant ant had formidable control of its claws, however, and it managed to block every attack. This devil ant king is too powerful. It's far stronger than the little angel. Even her greatsword can't pierce its shell. It cannot be a berserk super creature. Could it? Hansen was shocked, seeing what he was. But then again, ants were strange creatures. While the little angel fought with the devil ant king, Hansen quickly unlocked his Dongshuan Sutra's gene lock. The life aura was activated, and through it, Hansen was able to observe the energy flow of the devil ant king. This guy is a second-generation super creature. This brought a modicum of joy to Hansen as he tried to learn its energy flow. Although his purpose coming here was not to kill the subterranean devil ant king, that was fine. He wouldn't pass by an opportunity such as this. The subterranean devil ant king's life energy flow was complicated. Hansen could not remember it so soon, so all he could do for the time being was observe for some time and watch the fight unfold. The little angel was using her flying abilities, and although she seemed capable of keeping up with it, killing the beast outright was a different matter altogether. Her angel greatsword could not sever its limbs or crack its shell, and without being able to do that, killing it would prove to be of great difficulty. After Hansen remembered its energy flow, he summoned his flaming Rex spike and mustered the energy of the elephant Rex strike. He waited for the right moment to deliver the Ant King one massive hit. Even if the strike didn't kill it, it might provide an opening for the little angel to finish it off. Hansen watched for a while, and when the chance arose, the trumpeting of elephants fueled a power inside his body. The power surged into the flaming Rex spike, which swung down onto the Ant King. The Devil Ant King knew Hansen was attacking, but it was unable to dodge. It was not because it was not fast enough, it was because it was recovering from blocking another attack that was delivered by the little angel. During its recovery, it didn't have the energy to deflect Hansen's hit. Hansen's power was far inferior to the Devil Ant King's. Normally, he wouldn't dare something like this, but he excelled in the realm of tactics, deduction, and prediction, particularly. He had foreseen how the Ant King would react, so he committed to this deadly strike the exact moment he knew the Ant King would not be able to dodge, block, or even retaliate. The flaming Rex spike brutally struck the Ant King's waist. Hansen thought this must have been its weak point, but all that sounded from the strike was the call of beaten metal, and that was exactly what it felt like when he hit the ant. The flaming Rex spike left his hand and spun through the air about 10 meters away. It hit the cliffside. With such force, Han Sen's hands were left numb and his arms almost felt as if they were going to break. The little angel, however, used this opportunity to make a move of her own. She used her greatsword, battering the point Han Sen had dented. On the fourth slash, the shell cracked a few inches, enough to expose the ant's white flesh. The Ant King panicked and quickly returned to the tunnel it had emerged from, suffering brutally. Han Sen was very weak right now, though. He felt as if he could barely stand, let alone chase after it. Under Han Sen's command, the little angel chased the Ant King down into the pit it had come from. But he also ordered her to return if the Ant King still proved to be too formidable. He didn't want her taking any unnecessary risks, and he wanted her to prioritize her own safety above all else. The Ant King had only been dealt a small amount of damage, and it still contained most of its power. It was still stronger than the little angel, without question. This was the great boon of being an ant. Few could fight one, even if they were on par with it. In the tiny cave she chased it down, she would have limited room to dodge. If it came down to a fight of strength versus strength, odds were far in favor of the ant winning. Han Sen summoned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He brought them out so they could collect the devil ant's corpses, while he dragged his own tired body down after the Ant King. He still did not feel safe, and he worried that the little angel would fight the Ant King until she died. Han Sen, while he was down there, was busy inspecting this cavern he had discovered, deep beneath the earth. With great observation, he surmised that the entirety of the mountain above had been hollowed out by the ants. It was like a massive subterranean kingdom for the ants. But what Han Sen did not understand was that, inside this ant nest, aside from this king and the 20 sacred blood ants he had laid waste to earlier, there weren't any other ants. That was strange. For a nest this big, there should have been many more ants in there. The fact that there was only one ant king was strange, as well. Did that pangolin eat all the other ants? The pangolin's life force was a little bit stronger than a sacred blood creature, but not as strong as a super creature. The little angel was still battling the Ant King, but the Ant King had retreated into a little cave. Its shell was hard enough as it was, and with its power it made it incredibly hard for the little angel to deal it damage. But now, the wound around its waist had already healed. It looked like new, as if it hadn't been dealt a single hit. This Ant King is sick. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to kill it. Han Sen was getting a little depressed, but just as he thought of giving up, something else lurked in the dark. The pangolin had returned, and it peeped at the battlers from a tunnel like a little thief. The pangolin watched how the little angel and Ant King fought as it shimmied along the walls of the cavern. Its scales were colored exactly like the rock, in a dark green color. Unless he paid close attention, he'd have had a difficult time spotting it, creeping its way up. Quickly, the pangolin entered a cave near the Ant King and then drilled out another cave beside it. After that, it disappeared. Han Sen watched what it was doing with curiosity, and then decided to follow it into the tunnel it had just created. He crawled along the tunnel, and scrambled over the dusty rocks without hesitation. When Han Sen saw what was inside the cave, his jaw dropped and his face froze. The giant cave was like a warehouse, stocked with white eggs that looked like ping-pong balls. Quite clearly, the eggs belonged to the devil ant. The pangolin-like creature looked joyful as it began munching on the eggs. Han Sen climbed out of the tunnel that had been dug out by the pangolin, spooking it. It turned around to look at Han Sen with alarm, but it did not attack. Han Sen took aim at the pangolin with the peacock crossbow as a precaution but felt conflicted. The pangolin was very strange. He did not know anything about it, and his own body was so weak that he didn't want to start a fight he might not be able to finish. They both froze, eyes locked. Neither of them knew what to think of the other. The pangolin rolled its beady eyes and then stood up on two legs like a human. Its claws pointed towards the entrance. Han Sen understood what it meant. The pangolin was pointing towards the Ant King's location, and it did not want Han Sen to alert it to their presence. This guy's intelligence is no less than the Fox King I encountered in the first shelter. Han Sen gave the pangolin a puzzled look. The pangolin then pointed to the eggs on the floor. It pointed to Han Sen and then pointed to itself. It was a funny little creature, but again, Han Sen understood what it was suggesting. It was telling Han Sen that there were many eggs for the both of them, and that they were free to eat as many as they desired, as long as they didn't disturb each other. Han Sen looked at the pangolin, then he released his draw of the peacock crossbow. The pangolin went down on the ground again and resumed its feast. Han Sen did not feel comfortable in the presence of the pangolin. He made sure to watch it, in between his observations of the cave and the eggs that populated it. Traditionally, ant eggs were laid by ant queens, not ant kings. There had to be something quite different about these eggs. If they were the ant king's eggs, then they would all be super creatures. But there had to be at least 100,000 in the cave. If they were all super creatures, the devil ant would reign over the second god's sanctuary unopposed. If they were created by the Ant King, they couldn't be super creatures. They had to be something else. Han-sen stepped on one of the eggs. Mutant creature hunted, subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. So these aren't super creatures. Han-sen then stepped on a few more to check. He managed to squish a few more mutant variants, as well as ordinary variants. He could not find any sacred blood types. However, the pangolin must have been confused about this as well. Sometimes it stopped eating, as if to taste test the quality of what it was consuming. The way it rummaged through the eggs suggested it was looking for super creature ones, too. Han-sen bent over and picked up an egg, observing it the best he could. There were so many ant eggs there that if he ate them willy-nilly like the pangolin was, he would never find what he was looking for. Han-sen checked out a few more and noticed they were mostly identical, and their class could not be concerned by the naked eye. The ants were smart. By heaping so many similar eggs together, no one was able to tell where the most precious ones were hidden. But for Han-sen, things were different. Their appearances were all the same, yes, and the difference of their contents was something not even the pangolin could discern. Han-sen had his Dongxuan Sutra, with its first gene lock unlocked. He used it, and his Dongxu aura spread. The life force of the eggs were easily detectable to Han-sen. Although they were only eggs, their life forces weren't all that different than they would be after hatching. Super creatures were super creatures, too, so if they were out there somewhere amongst all the other eggs, their life forces were sure to shine like a beacon. Han-sen scanned all the ant eggs and soon found an egg with a life force that was stronger than the others. Han-sen went there and crushed the egg, which instantly played a notification he was eager to hear. Sacred blood creature hunted, subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. As expected, this is a sacred blood class egg. Han-sen put the crushed egg in his mouth and it tasted very fresh, like shrimp. It had the bonus of not stinking like seafood, too. Han-sen kept using his ability to sense the life forces of the eggs and continued prowling around the cave in search of more. It wasn't long before he found 3 more sacred blood eggs. Suddenly, a particular life force stood out to him. It was one that looked like a brazier, a light in the dark. The life force was far stronger than that of any sacred blood egg. I have found it. With exuberant joy, Han-sen immediately went to pick it up. Han-sen picked it up and started playing with it. When he looked at it from the outside, he noticed no difference. It looked as plain as all the other eggs, lacking any indication that it was special. He squeezed it with his hand, but it was like a solid ball of rubber. With its elasticity, it resumed its initial shape after being pushed or squashed. Han-sen could not break it. This really is something special. Han-sen was delighted, so he quickly pocketed the egg and returned to searching the cave with his aura. By the time he was done, Han-sen managed to find 6 more sacred blood class eggs and only that one super egg. He was satisfied with this result. Han-sen took another look at the pangolin, which was still eating, and gave up on the idea of killing it. The pangolin was a strange creature, and Han-sen didn't think he could one-hit kill it anyway. And if there was a struggle, the Ant King was sure to become aware of their presence and pay them a visit. With Han-sen still weak and drained of energy, he figured he wouldn't be able to escape. Han-sen summoned Snow Charmer. They each held a sack, and they filled them up with as many eggs as they could. Once they were done, they exited the area via the tunnel the pangolin had dug. After exiting the tunnel, Han-sen saw that the little angel was still locked in combat with the Ant King. Han-sen returned the way he came, but took notice of the little angel's situation. She and the Ant King were locked in a stalemate, where one could not hurt the other despite how much they tried. It didn't seem likely either would win anytime soon, so Han-sen eventually called on her to return and give up on fighting it. The Ant King was a powerful fiend, and it had the toughest shell. With its ability to recover being so quick, there was no point exerting any more effort or time on the faint hope of killing it. Besides, he had already received one of the Ant King's super eggs. Therefore, there was no point in hanging around trying to kill the fully grown creature. After he exited the cave from the tunnel, Han-sen summoned his wings as quickly as he could. With his bounty of Iki treasure in hand, he left the area. If the Ant King found out about its missing eggs, heaven knew what it would do. It might even turn into a berserk super creature, and that would be horrid. Han-sen had already flown a few miles when he heard a few high-pitched, sonic screams. His eardrums felt as if they had been jabbed by needles. It seems as if the Ant King has discovered its egg is missing. Han-sen did not linger or cruise the skies, so he flew even faster to get away from the mountain. Han-sen had been well rewarded. In the event accidents were to occur, he wanted to return home immediately. He wasn't in a rush to find a super creature right now, either. He had managed to collect 23 devil ants and 7 sacred blood devil ants. He had thought he might be able to collect more, but perhaps the pangolin was lucky enough to swallow a few. He had 2 bags that were a mixed assortment of ordinary eggs and mutant eggs. There was a total of 900 spread across both those sacks. Back in the Crystal Palace, Han Sen quickly placed the Ant King's egg on the crystal table. He summoned his flaming Rex Spike and cast Toxic Dragon Drill directly upon it. The Ant King's egg was tough, but it was still just an egg. It wasn't half as strong as the Ant King's shell, so the egg was quickly splattered by the whirling drill of the Rex Spike. Super creature hunted, subterranean devil Ant King baby. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen was very surprised, hearing no mention of the life geno essence. The egg was very small, though, and he supposed it was quite fair to that there was no room for a life geno essence to have grown inside it yet. It looks like eggs aren't able to produce life geno essences. Does that mean I can eat its flesh? Han Sen picked up the shattered egg shell and scooped up the battered remains of what was once an ant. He sunk his teeth into the sticky, gloopy contents and was surprised to find it softer than he expected. The meat was rather tender, and he wondered if this was similar to what had happened with the bone elephant's body. After it died, it wasn't as tough as it was when it was alive. Han Sen was overjoyed, and he didn't bother cooking it. He just put it in his mouth and ate it straight. Subterranean Devil Ant King baby consumed. You have received 1 super geno point. A strange energy seemed to whirl inside his belly. His body felt numb as it started to vibrate, and his cells felt alive with a unique thrust of energy. He felt refreshed. Han Sen ate the eggshell and received an additional 7 super geno points. His skin became extraordinarily smooth, like he had smeared heaps of collagen onto his face. He looked younger, his face rejuvenated. He didn't know when the eggs might hatch, so he let his companions dine on them. But he would be the one to eat the 7 sacred blood eggs, of course. The rest were reserved for a barbecue. Han Sen brought Zero, the little angel, Snow Charmer, Princess Yin Yang, and the silver fox around for barbecue fiesta. Han Sen skewered a number of eggs on a prong and placed them above an open fire. There were 6 sacred blood class eggs on the skewer. Oil sizzled on the fire, and a pleasant fragrance wafted from the eggs. Subterranean devil ant baby consumed. You have received 1 sacred geno point. The notifications and slight upward ticks of his sacred geno amount increased, and then Han Sen squinted. Maxed out sacred geno points, here I come, Han Sen said, as he continued to munch on the cooked eggs. After he ate all 6, he still needed 8 more points to max out the number. But that was fine, as Han Sen brought out a few sacred geno ants to Deshell and cook. After Han Sen ate his 4th cooked ant, he heard the final announcement ring. Finally, I have maxed out my sacred geno points. Han Sen gave a long sigh, feeling super happy. Han Sen, Super Body, King Spirit. Status, Evolver. Lifespan, 300. Body Evolution Requirement, 100 geno points. Own Genes, Basic geno points, 100. Ordinary geno points, 100. Mutant geno points, 100. Sacred geno points, 100. Super geno points, 17. Han Sen punched the testing machine. The meter showed 217.6587, which meant Han Sen's fitness was over 200. He was in his purest form, too. The strongest known human in the second God's Sanctuary was sitting at around 150. There was a frightening gap between Han Sen and that person. Although this was just a simple test he had conducted, he was still supremely satisfied. If he had calculated things correctly, when he maxed out his super geno points, he'd be at a fitness level of 300. He would become a celestial being and be able to challenge super creatures solo without a problem. Although he could not effectively face them as he was right now, he had what it took to fight back. He wasn't like other people, who would quickly find themselves crushed by such intimidating foes. He exited the testing lobby at around lunchtime, and he was planning to have lunch with Yanran. Unfortunately for him, she was busy with work and had to leave the base. That led to Han Sen going for lunch by himself. Han Sen had ordered his lunch and sat down when he saw Annie approaching, with a dish of her own in hand. She sat directly in front of him. You really don't want to take part in Divinity's bout? Annie asked Han Sen. No, I don't want to, Han Sen replied as he shook his head. Why? Annie asked, frowning. In her eyes, Han Sen had a super pet that could even the odds and cement a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods, bringing some much-needed glory to humanity. The pet's power is only that of a pet. Do not overestimate it, Han Sen told her coldly. But even so, you still have a chance, Annie pleaded. Han Sen smiled and said, that is a genuine battleground. It's not a game, I won't respawn. I won't put my life on the line for some title. Annie just took a long, icy stare at Han Sen before grabbing her dish and walking away. Han Sen was aware that many people were hoping for him to join, but he really couldn't take part. If he exposed the fact that he had absorbed the life Geno essence, the alliance would require an answer. In such circumstances, the Jai or Qin family would be unable to protect him. This was a matter concerning the human race. He would be pressured by people on every side. That was why Han Sen was going to use Dollar as his identity when he joined. Even if people were able to tell that the elusive Dollar had absorbed life Geno essences, no one knew who he was. Nothing could be done about it. Super Devil Ant King, Armored Beast Soul. The defense of a super armored beast soul was unfathomably high, and that was the key he'd have to exploit when going up against a super spirit. Plus, Han Sen could simulate the Devil Ant King's energy flow. That energy flow, when combined with the Ant King armor, increased his defense by an incredible amount. In addition, it also improved his recovery speed and his strength. It was a powerful energy flow, and using it in tandem with the Ant King armor would make him as tough as a cockroach that stubbornly refused to die. Han Sen ran the Devil Ant's energy flow and the Devil Ant King's armor looked even darker. From bright purple, it became a deep, dark shade of purple. Han Sen had a look at himself and was satisfied with his appearance. He thought this super armor would enable him to battle the super spirits with relative confidence. After that, Han Sen no longer went to hunt. He used the remainder of his time to learn stronger melee skills. He couldn't use the Flaming Rex Spike or Peacock Crossbow anymore. The dual sword skill was quite powerful, but he wouldn't stand a chance if he used the Berserk Sacred Blood swords. The dual sword skill itself was no weaker than the little angel's talons, but the swords were. He tested out his swords on her, and when she struck Han Sen's Silver Snake and Ancient Mascot swords, she left deep gashes on them both. Logging into the Saint Hall at the military, Han Sen started searching for a fist skill he deemed suitable. He looked for quite some time, but to no avail. None enticed him. The Hyper Geno arts here in the Saint Hall tend to focus on S-rank skills for ordinary folk. The S-rank skills were not weak, but Han Sen had far exceeded their benefits. He wanted something like Heavenly Go or 7 Twist, something legendary. He wouldn't waste time on other skills anymore. Han Sen went to the Saint Hall's ordinary section but had even less hope going there. If he couldn't find one in the military section, there'd be even less chance here. Han Sen took a look, and to his surprise, managed to find a melee skill that attracted him. It was a Hyper Geno art called Sonic Thunder Punch. The description stated that after mastery of the skill had been achieved, it was possible to deal sonic damage. But such a level required a very high fitness. Although it was an evolver's skill, the practitioner had to be near the rank of a celestial being to learn it effectively. Otherwise, he would need a really good thunder element body build. After giving it a good look, Han Sen grew fond of the concept of Sonic Thunder Punch. Although he didn't have a thunder build, he could easily simulate the Silver Fox's energy flow to possess the element of thunder. If he did that, Sonic Thunder Punch would come easy to him. Han Sen thought this skill could really work, but he didn't dare buy it there in the Saint Hall. If he ended up using it in Divinity's bout, it'd be easy for someone to look up the records of who bought it in recent times. Usually, purchase logs were kept secret in the central computers, in accordance with the laws of the Alliance. But just to be safe, Han Sen went to ask Lai Zinglun. He had hacked the military's virtual Skynet, so it was only natural to assume he could provide some advice on how to proceed. Han Sen wasn't going to mention the specific skill he wished to purchase, just ask how he might go about buying something from the black market anonymously. Lai Zinglun was well versed in such topics and shady deeds, so he was able to explain a few simple and effective methods Han Sen could use for what he wished to do. Han Sen checked out a few of the places that Lai Zinglun mentioned, and they were indeed black market trading grounds. Buying stuff there, however, was a risky ordeal. Trades there were not protected, and there were no guarantees, warranties, or records of such purchases. There was also the possibility he wouldn't even receive the stuff he ordered. As a result, Han Sen gave up on his idea of purchasing something from the black market. He would instead visit the free trade sections and see if he could buy Sonic Thunder Punch there. It was not uncommon for people to sell second-hand goods there, including Hyper Geno Art and Geno Solution. Han Sen searched for Sonic Thunder Punch there, but he was out of luck. Not a single person was selling it second-hand. He searched through the S-Class Hyper Geno Arts as well and received quite a few hits. Many people were selling second-hand Hyper Geno Arts and Geno Solution, just not the skill he had come for. When it came to buying second-hand Hyper-Geno arts, however, there were a few clauses would-be buyers had to be aware of. There was no way of knowing whether or not Hyper-Geno art copies were complete, and there was no way of knowing whether or not the accompanying Geno solution matched. Scams and misleading transactions were common there due to the lack of official support. The Hyper-Geno art that enticed him was called Elephant Disc Punch. Han Sen had heard about this skill before, as it was a legendary skill hailing from ancient times. The scrolls said that back then, people thought that the world was built on a disc that rested on the back of an elephant. The elephant was everything, whereas the disc was time and space. Although it was little more than a myth, the skill that had been written down on the scroll was extremely difficult. It had many illegible portions and missing text, so it was quite incomplete. Someone had researched the leftover portions of the scroll, and said that some manner of elephant blood was necessary to finish learning the skill. Han Sen was feeling hopeful and rather excited. He thought to himself, the elephant disc punch is so in-depth. If I simulate the bone elephant's energy flow, I wonder if I'll be able to cast the true strength of elephant disc punch. If I can cast its true power, I doubt anyone would be able to tell it was from a little-known class skill. Han Sen used the Geno solution and got to work on practicing elephant disc punch. He tried to combine it with the bone elephant's flow. By doing this, Han Sen discovered something amazing. Whenever he used the bone elephant's energy, he could not control his power and instead had to blast it all out at once. But the more he continued to use the bone elephant's energy to practice elephant disc punch, the more he could control its energy. Han Sen was pleased. If he could more effectively control the energy and power of the bone elephant, then he wouldn't be entirely drained of energy after a single punch. By being able to control the strength of the punch, he wouldn't be wasting his power. All he would have to do was cast what he needed. The more Han Sen practiced, the better he got. A single punch packed enough strength to sunder a mountain, or so it felt. Regardless, the power was massive. The elephant disc punch was incredibly in-depth, and it wasn't any worse than his dual sword skill. In some ways, it was even better. That month flew by, and all the shelters had now named their top combatants. It was time for Divinity's bout to begin. Fang Mingwen entered the battle arena from the shelter and found his seat. He looked to the center of the arena, waiting for Divinity's bout to begin. Although Fang Mingwen was in a royal shelter that had 500,000 people in it, the arena itself could seat very few. The humans in the second god's sanctuary were not very enthusiastic about Divinity's bout. The primary focus of humans when it came to Divinity's bout was on the holy battles that took place between humans in their own shelters, so that they could see who was the best. But when it came to the actual Divinity's bout, interest quickly waned. A lot of humans would choose to concede following their qualification, as the battles to come were of life and death. Fang Mingwen was watching Divinity's bout in the hope that Dollar would be there. Dollar was in the second god's sanctuary, and it was likely an accomplished fighter such as he would be willing to participate. That being said, he didn't have much hope. Dollar had only been in the second god's sanctuary for a short period of time. No matter his strength, the spirits were likely to dwarf any hopeful competitor. Fang Mingwen, waiting for the match to begin, heard his name called out from behind. He turned his head to the sight of someone he knew. Mr. Hua. Fang Mingwen quickly walked over and shook his hand. Mr. Hua's full name was Hua Ping. He had been in the second god's sanctuary for 100 years. He was one of the earliest evolvers. He now worked in the media as well and was a supervisor to Fang Mingwen. You are interested in Divinity's bout. Hua Ping looked on Fang Mingwen with modest surprise. I am interested, yes. That is why I have come to watch. Old Hua, have you come here to report on Divinity's bout as well? Once every 10 years, I do it. This is the 13th article I will have done in regards to Divinity's bout. Few people read them, so it is not likely many would know of this work. If it's that bad, why do you still insist on doing it? Fang Mingwen asked, with visible confusion. Doing a show that no one paid heed to tended to go against the principles of someone in the media. For an old supervisor to insist on doing a show every 10th year on Divinity's bout was quite surprising. Viewership figures are important, I must confess. But as a man of the media, I believe in reporting things that are meaningful for the progression of the human race. Humans don't do well in Divinity's bout, that is true, but there are glimmers of inspiration and ought to be found. Talented people come here every 10th year in the hopes of securing honor and glory for humanity. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they are selfless heroes. Old Hua sighed and then continued to say, but now, I fear glory has taken a grander prominence in the hearts of men. Only victory and success define a person's worth these days. Humans who fail are disdained, and that is something no person can bear. I make records of these battles so future competitors of Divinity's bout can learn something. Fang Mingquan perused the list of participants intently in the hopes of finding Dollar there. Hua Ping, who was beside him, used a pen to record something. His face was very serious. He really is here, Fang Mingquan blurted out when he found Dollar's name on the list of battlers. Hua Ping looked confused. He turned his head to look at Fang Mingquan and asked, "You have a friend who has joined Divinity's bout?" Yes, Fang Mingquan responded with great enthusiasm. Although he had never met Dollar, or even exchanged words with him, he cherished him as a good friend in his heart. He considered him his best friend, as a matter of fact. "What is the number of your friend's battleground? Let me see if he's going up against a spirit," Hua Ping said. Fang Mingquan quickly gave him the number. Hua Ping was an expert, so he'd be able to tell him quickly what Dollar was about to go up against. "Dollar and Black Gold, your friend is unlucky, it would seem. He has encountered a spirit in his very first match. Black Gold is a very powerful royal spirit. He has armor that is nigh impenetrable. Even sacred blood class weapons have great difficulty dealing damage to it," Hua Ping said as he looked. As they spoke, the two combatants entered their battleground. One combatant was 3 meters tall and clad in black armor. He looked terrifying. His movements were almost like a mechanical robot, built from steel. The other fighter looked fairly strong compared to what might be expected of a human. However, he was clad in a purple armor that looked relatively thin next to his opponent's. The Black Gold spirit shouted and raised the hammer he wielded, which was bigger than a small car. He smashed the ground in front of Han Sen with a force that probably could have toppled a small mountain. Fang Mingquan watched Dollar with great trepidation. Although Dollar was wearing purple armor, he could tell it was Dollar from the way the man held himself. As he observed Dollar facing off with Black Gold, it frightened him. Fang Mingquan was an evolver himself, so he could clearly sense the threatening power that resided within the hammer Black Gold wielded. "Your friend seems a little slow. His abilities are strength-focused. If that is true, he won't fare too well against a foe such as Black Gold. His enemy's power is infinite, so unless he is one of the strongest humans in history." Hua Ping trailed off, but such a sentence had only one conclusion. Fang Mingquan didn't see Dollar dodge, and neither did Dollar draw a weapon. He watched nervously, as Dollar had only been in the shelter for a couple of years and his power had most likely not peaked yet. Going up against such a frightening foe was wildly dangerous. As Black Gold's hammer swung again, poised to land on Dollar's head, he brought out his right fist and punched the hammer. When Hua Ping witnessed this move, he shook his head and said, "Your friend is a reckless one. Black Gold's power is..." Before Hua Ping could finish his sentence, Dollar's fist collided with the hammer. Boom! The hit was deafening, and the fist shattered the hammer into pieces. Hua Ping and Fang Mingquan were motionless. They couldn't even fathom the strength that resided in that fist, for it to break a giant metal hammer such as that. Hua Ping was shocked the most. He had witnessed many divinities bouts over the years and was knowledgeable about many of the fighters there. That included Black Gold, the spirit. He was a remarkable warrior. He may not have been the strongest, but he possessed a lot of strength nonetheless. Against his unbreakable armor and intimidatingly large hammer, many evolvers had died, or at the very least, been grievously injured in battle with him. On the battleground, after Han Sen wrecked the hammer, a flood of power boiled inside his body once more. Seeing Black Gold himself aghast at what had just happened, Han Sen stepped forward with atmosphere-cracking strength, directly before the spirit's face. His flesh was like that of a tiger, and his fist buzzed loudly as it flashed towards Black Gold's face. Black Gold shouted and crossed his arms in an attempt to block the incoming attack. Boom! His armor, arms, and skull were crushed under the weight of Han Sen's elephant disc punch. Blood soaked the arena, and the disfigured and dismembered body of Black Gold was launched out of the battleground. The bloody mess crash landed 15 meters away. How is that possible? Hua Ping was on his feet, his book and pens fallen to the floor. As he looked upon Dollar, his eyes widened until it looked like they were going to fall out. It was a one-punch victory. "Mingquan, is this man human?" Hua Ping asked after Dollar left the arena, excitedly grabbing Fang Mingquan's hand. "Yes, he is. Dollar is pretty popular in the Alliance," Fang Mingquan quickly told him in his own excitement. "If he is really human. Wait, let me see." Hua Ping was no longer coherent in his dialogue, as he ran his hands up and down his body in search of his book. Realizing it was on the floor, he raced to pick it up. He began flipping through the pages, scanning the battle lists, and frantically drawing with his pen. Fang Mingquan wasn't sure what he was doing. He drew with a manic speed. Every time he wrote down a name and drew a line, his face perked with further excitement. Fang Mingquan looked at what Hua Ping was doing and noticed it was a calculation of the battle list. It seemed as if Hua Ping was trying to determine who Dollar would face off against next. 10 matches. He won't go up against anyone stronger than Black Gold for another 10 matches. This is a chance. Hua Ping's face had gone red as a beetroot, and he beamed with delight in his mad drawings. The excitement in his face was getting deeper and deeper, but after a while, his face froze. His excitement drained away, and he sat down in evident disappointment. His eyes looked empty as he mumbled, "It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Old Hua, what doesn't work?" Fang Mingqun quickly asked, eager to understand what was going on. "Your friend is pretty lucky. If he continues fighting, he shouldn't encounter any more opponents who are that powerful. If he is lucky enough, he can reach the top 10. But Hua Ping gave a long, drawn-out sigh. Then, he continued by saying, in his final fight, the one before he can be crowned Son of God, he must face off against an opponent no human can possibly defeat. What manner of opponent do you speak of? Fang Mingqun asked. In the 5th Divinities bout, there was a light element Son of God. Although this Son of God had only joined once, he was extremely powerful. His power now is something few humans might ever fathom. No human can beat him. Even evolvers with unlocked gene locks don't stand a chance. Before the light Son of God, they would be crushed like bugs. Hua Ping bore a wry smile as he explained the predicament. You know the Alliance created a forfeit guide for the second God's Sanctuary's Divinities bout. Yes, I know. It contains a record of all the most powerful spirits that have participated in Divinities bout. If they encounter a spirit on that list, they are advised to immediately forfeit to avoid being killed, Fang Mingqun said. Light Son of God is one of those. I have been too presumptuous. No human is powerful enough to become a Son of God. You need more than luck on your side to do that. I advise that you inform your friend of this wretched development. Tell him he can continue fighting for now, but he must pull out before the final battle. If he doesn't, the light Son of God won't even allow him the opportunity to concede. Fang Mingqun was getting an idea of how bad things might get, but he had no way of contacting the elusive Dollar. Fang Mingqun thought his best bet for informing Dollar would be posting a news article about it. If he did that, there was at least a chance Dollar might see it. Dollar is here, and he's taking part in Divinity's bout. Dollar only became an evolver a few years ago. He's taking part in Divinity's bout already. Holy crap. Black Gold's hammer was smashed into smithereens by Dollar's fist, and he then proceeded to kill the spirit with a single punch. Are you yanking our chain? I remember the previous Divinity's bout, in which my friend went up against Black Gold. He had unlocked his gene lock, and yet despite that, he was immediately struck by the hammer 3 times and was at the precipice of death before he could be dragged out and forfeit. Dollar rocks. I'm going to go watch Dollar battle. Let's all go support Dollar tomorrow. If Dollar is there, I'll be there. If the analysis is true, though, poor Dollar, he'll be stopped in his tracks one step away from the top. Why do you guys assume he can keep on winning? His previous record was only landing as the 10th Son of God in the first God's Sanctuary, and he only competed there once. Yeah, Dollar is a scrub out here in the second God's Sanctuary. The light of God will crush him with his finger. What is the point of fighting if it's all down to luck? If he didn't face off against the light Son of God and become one of the top 10, he'd still be killed by the other Son of Gods. He is sidewalk litter against them, trash kicked to the side on the pavement. With the luck you guys are talking about, I could be a Son of God. I could join and be lucky enough not to face off against any strong foe, and then pow, I'll be a Son of God. Dollar's participation in Divinity's bout was the catalyst for a great schism in the Alliance. A great debate had begun, and many people rooted for Dollar. They wanted him to become the first human Son of God in history. But there were many people who did not believe Dollar could make it and beat the light Son of God in the process. People with sense were more likely to advise Dollar to give up the fight, lest he be killed. There were some really crude and offensive professionals, however. Many of them firmly believed Han Sen would stumble and fall long before he reached the light Son of God. And of course, there were some who believed Fang Mingqun was making stuff up or at least exaggerating the truth in a bid to increase viewership. They did not believe Dollar could break Black Gold's hammer with a single hit. After much research and analysis, they theoretically proved Dollar lacked sufficient power to do such a thing. Regardless, the whole alliance was talking about the event, and everyone seemed to have a theory of their own. And on the second day of Divinity's bout, the stadium was packed to the gills with attending spectators. Humanity's interest in the second God's Sanctuary's Divinity's bout had suddenly been reinvigorated. Here he is. A man clad in purple armor stepped onto the battlegrounds, and when he arrived, the crowd went wild with screams. Why is he wearing purple? Dollar is usually dressed in gold. Is this some sort of knockoff? It looks like him, yet it doesn't at the same time. Han Sen emerged onto the battleground not having researched his opponents nor read the forfeit guide. He only had to detect an opponent's life force to determine how powerful they truly were. Even if he couldn't tell, the Devil Ant King armor would keep him safe. Han Sen's opponent now entered the field. It was a pretty boy spirit dressed in silver armor. In his hand, he held a silver sword. He had bunny-like ears and there was an eye in his forehead. Aside from that, he could have passed for a regular human. People had already looked at Han Sen's list of battlers, so they knew what to expect from his first opponent. The enemy was called Silver Eye Prince. He was a royal spirit with a really quick moveset. In the analysis provided by professionals, he was one of the strongest foes Dollar would have to overcome if he hoped to fight against the Light Son of God. The Silver Eye Prince checked out his opponent without saying a word. Then, he drew his sword. Like a sudden flash of silver light, he dashed towards Han Sen. At the same time, he unleashed a barrage of sword thrusts towards Han Sen. There were too many to count. They came down on Han Sen like silver rain. A lot of people stood up, wanting to get a better look at how Dollar sought to best this silver rain sword. But Han Sen did not move an inch. He stood and watched the silver rain fall without blinking. The silver sword rain that came down was little more than an image. Han Sen had many talents, and before he became famous, he had already encountered this move. The audience watched the silver shadows pierce through Han Sen. Their hearts pounded, and many women held their mouths to prevent screaming. But despite what they saw, nothing happened. Han Sen still stood where he was, unmoved. He just peacefully watched the Silver Eye Prince prance about with his sword. Suddenly, Han Sen raised his hand and used 2 fingers to catch a single silver shadow. And then, all the rain disappeared. Han Sen was left where he was, holding one silver sword between his fingers, 3 inches away from his throat. But the 3 inches might as well have been 1,000 miles. Despite being held by 2 fingers, the Silver Eye Prince could not budge his sword. It was stuck. Han Sen's fingers moved, snapping the sword. Then, he followed up with a palm strike into the Silver Eye Prince's chest. All the audience heard was the sound of shattered glass. The Silver Eye Prince's silver armor was smashed into little more than glitter, as its pale colors surrendered to the wash of blood. The spirit's blood soaked the battleground, but he was dead before he hit the ground. Right before he crashed onto the floor, he disintegrated. He had returned to his spirit stone. Everyone who watched the fight had been petrified, as if they had been turned to stone. The supremely powerful Silver Eye Prince did not stand a chance against the might of Dollar. The spirit didn't even have the opportunity to fight back. Dollar, it really is Dollar. Dollar has returned. That is way too powerful. That's frightening. Cool. What nonsense were those professionals spewing? Didn't they say Dollar could not break Black Gold's hammer? They also said Dollar could not defeat the Silver Eye Prince. Well, take a look at that result. What are they to say now? Dollar, our Lord and Savior, is always with us. Kill, 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 keep going Dollar. Show them spirits what's up and become a son of God. Holy crap. Dollar really is still Dollar. Invincible as ever, even here in the second God's sanctuary. Allow me to kneel before you and kiss your hand. A lot of Dollar's fans were driven into a frenzy by the excitement of his most recent, sensational win. Han Sen exited the arena to wait for his next fight. Not long after, it was time for him to return. He didn't look at the list, assuming such a thing would be trivial and pointless. As such, he didn't know who he was to face off against next. The person who arrived on stage surprised Han Sen. He never expected his next opponent was to be a human, and more surprisingly, someone he personally knew. Queen is going up against Dollar. A lot of elite evolvers who saw the person standing in front of Han Sen were shocked. No one expected Dollar would be going up against Queen this day. Time was short, and they had only briefly been given the opportunity to analyze the list. And in regards to who his second opponent might be, there were far too many possible matches. And there was also the variable of not knowing whether Queen would win her previous match. The list Hua Ping had formulated only accounted for spirits, and he cared little for the analysis of which humans might face each other. No one knew Huan Fujing was Queen's real name. This is interesting. Queen is Dollar's opponent. I'm not quite sure who will be stronger. It's a shame Lin Feng is still on his mission and was unable to join Divinity's bout. His participation would make things even more interesting. Teng Zhenlu was shocked, seeing Queen square off against the enigmatic Dollar, but he still felt as if it was a shame. Teng Zhenlu was hoping Lin Feng would be the one to go against Han Sen. Although he knew Queen was powerful, Teng Zhenlu had to admit he did not know much about her. Queen versus Dollar will be an interesting fight, that is for sure. The murder Dollar legend is Dollar himself, and he knows Heavenly Go, too. I don't know if it's Heavenly Go or not. This is rather interesting. We'll have a metric to determine how powerful Dollar truly is. Who is Dollar, anyway? In the ice fields, in the royal class goddess shelter, the Beetle Knight continued to take on the shape of Han Sen like a doppelganger. It brought the little angel to observe the fight, and the people who had guessed Dollar was secretly Han Sen were quickly disappointed. Queen looked at Han Sen, then kicked towards him with her long legs like the throw of an axe. Queen did not care who her opponent was, she had no idea she was up against Dollar. But Han Sen waved his fist, and after doing so, Queen's face changed. Her legs cancelled their attack and pulled to the side in evasion. When she neared Han Sen, she raised her fist and attempted to punch him. Han Sen raised his elbow and pushed away Queen's incoming fist, as his left hand swung towards her waist. They both engaged in very close quarter combat. Their attacks, deflections, dodges, and parries came thick and fast, and the eyes of the audience could barely follow the speed at which they fought. By the time they could admire one move, another 10 had been performed. The crowd became cross-eyed, and it was like they were witnessing the fight of two rabid monsters. Who is this woman? She is so cool, she can actually go toe-to-toe with Dollar. I did not expect to ever see a woman evolver be so powerful. This woman is amazing. Her body and general appearance are divine, and her strength is incredible. She is like a goddess. This Huangfu Jing. She cannot be from the Ares Martial Hall. Many evolvers did not know who Queen was, but witnessing this fight, they quickly started to admire her. And for the people who knew Queen, they were more surprised that Dollar was able to fight her. Queen was a master of close quarter combat. She was regarded as nearly invincible by her peers, in part due to her knowledge of Heavenly Go. The combination of Heavenly Go and superb close quarter combat abilities made most fights a breeze for her. Therefore, people were surprised Dollar was able to fight Queen. The punching skills Han Sen used surprised people even more, however. Can Elephant Disc Punch beat Heavenly Go? Many people had recognized Han Sen's skill, Elephant Disc Punch. After all, it was a fairly common Hyper-Geno art. Of course, they never expected the skill could stand up to Heavenly Go. Before this day, if someone had been told Elephant Disc Punch could compete with Heavenly Go, they'd have been laughed out of the room. But there he was. Han Sen was using Elephant Disc Punch to repel Queen's Heavenly Go with no sign of being at a disadvantage. And now, people began to think Heavenly Go wasn't as effective as they had previously been led to believe. Holy crap, Dollar is using Elephant Disc Punch. I know this skill myself. Why can't I use it as good as him? Yeah, if he can use that skill to this level of effectiveness, he might as well be a god. It didn't take long for people to recognize the skill Han Sen used was Elephant Disc Punch. After all, it was very common and many people had learnt it due to the affordability of a class Hyper-Geno arts. It was frequently considered a must-have skill, but it shocked them to see Dollar cast the very same skill with such a terrifying amount of power. Dollar is Dollar. The word freaking awesome is what we can use, Tang Zhenlu said in praise. Queen was shocked just as much. She knew exactly what kind of skill Elephant Disc Punch was, despite not having learnt it herself. She was shocked to see her opponent using such a regular skill and still keeping up with her. But Queen was Queen, and she didn't let the surprise put her at a disadvantage. She didn't care about which skill he used against her. All she wanted to do was win. This fight was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. This is good. So, after all this time, humanity hasn't been resting on its laurels. The younger generation has followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, taking the abilities of their forefathers forward with greater strength. Fan Minquin was excited to see this as well. He didn't know such a powerful female existed, and that she could do so well in combat against Dollar. His fists were like an elephant and hers were like a battle axe. Han Sen knew he could not beat her if he maintained this status quo. The best he could hope for right now was Queen exhausting all her energy. If he fought for his life, Han Sen might win. But he didn't want to kill her, nor did he want to spend too much energy. So, Han Sen suddenly stopped. He let Queen's battle axe leg, which was currently being driven at his head, carry on its approach and did not dodge. Everyone was shocked. They had no idea why Dollar just stopped fighting all of a sudden. They believed, if he accepted the strike that was coming his way, he'd end up half dead. Everyone thought Dollar might have had a trump card up his sleeve, but he didn't. Queen's leg struck Han Sen's head without resistance. But what happened next dropped every jaw in the vicinity. Although Queen's strike hit Dollar's head with startling velocity and pitch-perfect aim, he didn't move. Dollar did not move a single inch. It was like Queen had whacked a statue, not a human body. But with Queen's power, even if Dollar was a statue, he'd be nothing but rubble right now. And still, Han Sen stood upright as if Queen had not even touched him. Impossible. Tang Zhenlu stood up, and with wide eyes, peered at Dollar who had just stood there in acceptance of the kick. It was not just Tang Zhenliu bearing such a reaction. Everyone who knew even the slightest thing about Queen and her power could not believe what had just happened. Queen's power was above all other evolvers, it was commonly believed. It was hard to imagine how tough a person would have to be to withstand one of her strikes and not even budge. And Queen herself was just as shocked. But still, she did not let that be cause for refrain. Her pair of beautiful legs went back to kicking Han Sen like two fierce dragons, and again, she was unopposed. She hit Han Sen heavily, over and over. Queen kept on kicking, striking, and hitting. Her leg skills left no room for retaliation. Had Dollar sought to pull a stunt, the legs just came at him in a ceaseless barrage from every angle. The crowd was frozen at the sight, at how none of Queen's attacks made Han Sen move a single inch. The entire shelter was quiet. Even the other human fighters who had joined Divinity's bout were in awe. The raging sound of the kicks echoed far and wide across the battlegrounds, but Dollar's strong purple body continued to stand still, as if Queen's hurricane of attacks was nothing more than a stiff breeze. Queen, who always did what she wanted and achieved the results she desired, suddenly started to look a little panicky. Dong! Queen kicked towards Han Sen's face, but then stopped right before it landed. Everyone looked at the two. Dollar did not move. All he did was raise his right hand slowly. He grabbed Queen's lower leg, and she was unable to move it anymore. "Have you kicked me enough yet? Can we end this now?" Han Sen asked gently as he held onto Queen's calf. Everyone who heard this was struck with a strange feeling, and the atmosphere changed. It no longer looked like a fight on a battleground. Queen now looked like a little girl who had been throwing a tantrum to her father. Dollar was the father who allowed her to let it all out before taking her home. Although it was inappropriate, that was how people viewed the scene after hearing Dollar speak. The cold and powerful Queen was little more than a sulking little girl now. Queen took notice of this strange atmosphere as well. She gritted her teeth and lifted her other leg. She twirled in the air and kicked Han Sen. Han Sen did not care for the other kicking leg, and he allowed it to strike his neck. He stepped forward, reached out his hands, and grabbed a hold of Queen's waist as she was in the air. Then, he lifted her up on his side like a little girl and walked to the edge of the battleground. No matter how many times Queen kicked, Han Sen did not care. He just continued his walk to the side of the battleground. Everyone thought their eyes were playing tricks. No one could have expected a person as calm and composed as Queen to take part in such a juvenile scene. The father and daughter feelings only continued to grow. Queen was the tantrum-throwing girl while Dollar was the understanding father. He did not argue with the little girl. He only allowed her to release the anger she had pent up inside her. Somehow, a phrase popped into many people's heads, a father's love. Everyone looked puzzled, the people from the Ares Martial Hall, in particular. Their mouths continued to remain open, not seeming likely to close anytime soon. Queen's heart was stricken with anger and embarrassment. She never thought she would be treated like this, and she would have preferred to be killed. But at the same time, Queen was shocked. She was aware of the extent of her own power, and she knew there were only two possible explanations for Han Sen's ability to withstand her attacks. Firstly, his armor must have been incredibly hard to survive her barrage of kicks. She struggled to imagine what sort of armor he possessed, if it was indeed that tough. It was either that, or he was just much stronger than her. The strength of his armor would not matter too much if their powers had been on a similar level. A lot of the educated spectators could see this, and it made them even more surprised than the evolvers. Queen had already maxed out her sacred Geno points. She also had the best Hyper Geno arts. Her power was way above the limits of most normal evolvers, and yet she could not do anything. Those watching could not believe or even fathom how powerful Dollar might have been. Super Geno points. He must have absorbed Super Geno points. Otherwise, he could not be that powerful. These thoughts ran through the minds of many people. The first God's Sanctuary and second God's Sanctuary had people who had killed super creatures and obtained their life Geno essences. But up until now, a method of absorbing the essences and gaining super Geno points had yet to be discovered. The only explanation for Dollar's performance was that he had managed to do what others thought impossible. In the silence that now enveloped the arena, Han Sen had reached the edge of the battleground. He threw her off the stage. "Go home and stop wasting your time. I am not here to fight humans," Han Sen coldly told her. As he said this, it was like everyone stopped breathing. "I am not here to fight humans." It was an average sentence, but still, it made people unable to breathe. The blood of the audience began to boil in excitement. In addition to his supreme fitness level, Han Sen wore Berserk super armor. He also simulated the Cub's energy flow to make his body not far off the strength of obsidian. That was how he managed to shrug off Queen's attacks. If he had not simulated that energy, the armor itself would not have been enough. After all, Queen knew how to make use of yin force, and no armor could withstand all that power. It looks like my absorption of life geno essences is going to be exposed. Han Sen had known exposure would be inevitable when he went up against the final spirit. But he hadn't counted on meeting Queen and having it revealed so early. But Han Sen was prepared for the world to know, anyway. He was playing the role of the enigmatic dollar, and no one would be able to find him once the matches were over. In the next 2 fights, he met humans again. When his would-be opponents walked on stage, however, they did not fight him. "Dollar, I am a fan of yours. Can I have your signature?" A 2-meter-tall big man stood in front of Han Sen looking shy, and handed over a pen and paper. Han Sen froze for a second, expecting another match. He didn't expect someone who had come so far to give up the fight and instead ask for a signature. He took the pen and paper and scribbled his name down. He was not worried about someone recognizing his handwriting. He could control his body well enough to mask his handwriting, so he used a style no one would be able to trace back to him. Thank you. The big man greatly appreciated his autograph and then quickly exited the stage. The second human opponent was not as fanatical as the other man, fortunately. He did tell Han Sen something, though. He said, "Good luck, Dollar. You have our support. Go and become a son of God." Then, he also gave up the fight and exited the stage. The last opponent of the day was a royal spirit. Han Sen killed it with a single blow, which made humanity super happy. Han Sen did not stay for long afterwards. He quickly made his leave and returned to the privacy of the Crystal Palace. Dollar's words lingered on the minds of many, but they particularly stood out to Fang Mingquan. "I am not here to fight humans." Returning to the office, Fang Mingquan wrote an article called, "I am not here to fight humans, the King's Declaration," and posted it. It described Dollar's fights over the previous 2 days. He made sure to highlight Dollar's most profound line. In the end, Fang Mingquan wrote, "The king has returned, his sword directed to the position of becoming a son of God. Will Dollar become humanity's first son of God?" The day held unparalleled fervor and excitement. They were hopeful for Dollar's performance in the future, hoping he would stand as a representation for humanity's position amongst the Son of Gods. But the real shock came from the Alliance's office. Normal people only understood he was strong. They didn't quite grasp the full extent of his strength like others might have. The high-class officers of the Alliance were aware Dollar must have absorbed life geno essences. They also knew he was wearing a Super Beast soul armor. If he wasn't, they knew he couldn't possibly have possessed such insane defense. Even Queen could do nothing before him, and as a result, they were certain this was so. A lot of people were excited and curious about this development. They were almost salivating at the prospect of Dollar proving that humans could indeed absorb life geno essences. Their inquisitiveness of how he had done so was difficult to temper. A lot of people wanted to find out, but they did not know how to get in contact with the elusive Dollar. Many people analyzed the information they had on Dollar in an attempt to predict who Dollar might be. They composed a list of suspects, one which contained the name Han Sen. But Han Sen and Dollar had appeared in the same area many times, as well as at different locations at the same time. This led to his name being crossed from the list. Not many people owned a doppelganger beast soul. People only knew Han Sen and Ning Yu had one, so no one considered this possibility. Ning Yu was there watching Divinity's bout as well. This made him think of something. Not being wholly certain, he didn't let people know what he was thinking of just yet. The Aqua Reaper lived inside him, and his thoughts and life were in Han Sen's hands. If he did something to displease Han Sen, he'd be a dead man. Over 80% of human evolvers were focused on Divinity's bout for the first time. The media began reporting as much as they could on the event. Most reports were about Dollar, his past, present, and possible future legacies. Overnight, Dollar became a legendary figure to the entire Alliance. His name was on the tip of everyone's tongue. The fame he received was different than what he received in the past. This time, Dollar was shouldering the glory of all humanity. Made-up stories said he could walk around the day he was born. He could fight when he was merely 1 year old and admire women with big boobies by the time he was 3. Others were firm in the belief that Dollar had volunteered for some super geno engineering. They believed the genes of his composition had been modified, enabling the supreme power he wielded. Everyone had their own story, and all manner of false rumors and tall tales had begun to spread. Many articles and books had been released, some unabashedly false, such as The Secrets Between Me and Dollar or Trapped in an Elevator with Dollar. Such stories became quite popular. The officers and factions of the Alliance worked tirelessly to figure out who Dollar was, but still, they could not find out. People like Hua Ping had painstakingly analyzed the potential outcome of the next fight, with the data collected from Light Son of Gods and Han Sen's previous fights. He had come to the conclusion that Han Sen had only a 20% chance of winning. Hua Ping and his people had been predicting this outcome for a while now, even before Dollar's popularity exploded. They hoped to find a way Dollar might manage to beat his ultimate enemy. But in each one of Light Son of God's battles, he killed everything that came close. No one had managed to last longer than a second after a bout started with him, and standing before him seemed to be a guaranteed death. His movement speed was far too quick even to see. The reason Hua Ping believed Han Sen still had a 20% chance of winning was attributed to his armor. With good fortune, such sturdy armor might be what was needed to survive one of Light Son of God's killing strikes. While blocking his attack did not guarantee a win, it still provided an opening. It was a slim chance, but it was a chance nonetheless. All the big factions of the Alliance conducted their own analyses, but each one's result was considerably worse than Hua Ping's prediction. They saw Han Sen having less than 10% chance of achieving victory. Compared to these high-class sorts, however, the general populace was overall more hopeful and optimistic. It was almost expected that Dollar would become a son of God, and they spent little time dwelling on the alternative outcomes for his final fight. Han Sen himself tried not to pay much attention, but it was a popular topic that was making headlines everywhere he looked. He read a few articles out of curiosity, which revealed to him who he would be fighting. Han Sen read one of Fang Mingquan's articles. It was a report that quoted Hua Ping's prediction of success and the reasons why, which gave Han Sen some sort of idea of what he should expect. A speedy spirit. That could be difficult. Han Sen frowned. He was afraid of encountering speedy spirits, particularly those who would also be stronger than him. It was the worst of both worlds, and wielding such power with that terrifying speed really would make Han Sen an easy kill. Han Sen's thoughts aligned with Hua Ping's. He had to hope his armor was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks of Light Son of God. That would be his window. I have Berserk super armor. Even if he is a super spirit, I should be able to block it, right? Han Sen was deep in thought, and he continued, if he is fast, then that means he will be weaker physically. Heavy punches always hit harder than fast ones. If you had brought your pet to fight alongside you, all this glory might have been yours. Annie approached Han Sen, supper in hand. She sat in front of him as he read the news while he ate. Han Sen smiled and said, I would have liked to, but I don't have super armor. I don't have defense like him. And I don't even have the ability to absorb life geno essences like this guy. Either. My fitness would be too low. In such a small arena, a super spirit could gleefully ignore my pet and come for me right away. There'd be no room for me to maneuver and exclusively sick my pet on my opponent. You are right, but that Dollar's fitness is still lower than the super spirits. Even with super armor, he is still useless. He will not be able to hit Light Son of God, and so he will still lose. Annie took a breath and then continued to say, if your pet is with him, it might give him the edge he needs to become one of the 10 Son of Gods. Even if I wanted to lend the pet to Dollar, where could I find him? All of the factions are looking for him like mad, right now. Han Sen shrugged. Annie nodded and said, we have run many tests on the life geno essences. We have no idea how to absorb them, yet Dollar has somehow managed to. I would like to know how, too, Han Sen said, as he continued to eat. The next day, the human shelter's battleground was packed to the gills with spectators once more. The audience was rabid, eager to watch Dollar fight the Light Son of God. If Dollar won, he would become a son of God himself. It would be the ultimate glory and one of the highest achievements of humanity. A lot of old evolvers also entered the battle arena earlier than most. Quietly, they waited for the matches to start. Their hearts were nervous, and no one wanted Dollar to win more than they did. From 20-year-old people to 200-year-old people, this fight was a cultural phenomenon. It attracted people of all ages, from all walks of life. It was unknown how many billions of human evolvers now turned their attention to this fight. Even those who said Dollar had no chance of winning still prayed he might be able to summon a miracle. This was nothing personal. Although Han Sen personally felt that it was, he was representing the entire human race. Until Han Sen, no human had ever come this far. He was a genuine pioneer for humankind, and he shouldered the expectations of countless people. This was his glory. He's here. A strong purple body stepped forward to enter the arena. The anxiety that tempered the mood of the crowd was suddenly loosed into a blazing flare of excitement. A lot of people had read the analyses of Light Son of God. He was a terribly strong foe for anyone to encounter. As such, they were slightly worried Dollar would have been a no-show. He had long white hair to skirt his cold, handsome face. He wore a white robe hemmed with gold, and he approached like the son of God he was. The whole world seemed humbled by his mere presence. Everyone watched the light son of God come on stage, and they all froze with bated breath. His oppressive presence made it difficult for the audience to look at him straight. To look at him felt like blasphemy. So handsome, a woman could not help but blurt out. He looked so holy, even a woman from a different race couldn't help but find him attractive. Compared to humanity, the light son of God was like a perfect being. He stood casually, yet he emitted a holy aura that belittled everyone else who looked at him. The light son of God was of a similar height to Han Sen, but from the way he stood, he looked taller. It was as if he was looking down on Dollar. His eyes were full of disdain, as if Han Sen's worth was less than that of an ant. The evolvers who watched felt suffocated. It was like a mound of rocks was slowly being built upon their chests, and they wanted to heave blood out of their mouths. God said, "Let there be light." These words exited light son of God's mouth. His white eyes shone, as if to embody the God he spoke about. He said these words before every single fight. It wasn't anything personal uttered towards Han Sen, because he looked at everyone the same way. He considered everyone he opposed as nothing. With his angelic voice, light son of God raised his index finger. It was thin, long, and perfectly chiseled. It pointed towards Han Sen. A white beam suddenly formed in the air and pinged off Han Sen's forehead. Before he had the chance to react, Han Sen looked as if he had been sniped with a perfect headshot. His body leaned backwards after the shot, and he crumbled like a castle to the ground, the momentum catching up and sliding him a good distance back. The humans who watched the fight fell silent and suddenly felt terrible. Dollar could not even withstand a ranged attack that came from Light Son of God's finger. The people who had researched Light Son of God bore wry smiles as they shook their heads. They knew this was going to happen, but still, they couldn't help but feel bad. The Light Son of God's attacks were too fast, and humans had no chance of dodging the white beams emitted from his fingers. Suddenly, Dollar's collapsed body moved. He pulled himself back to his feet and touched his head. His dark purple helmet had a circular indentation in it. It was almost like a bullet hole, but it didn't pierce all the way through. People yelled with reinvigorated joy. They couldn't put into words their sudden relief, and all they could do was chant his name in unison. Han Sen's forehead lit up with pain. He had already cast the Ant King's energy flow to boost his defense inside his Berserk Ant King armor, and still, Light Son of God's attack had almost pierced right through. His foe was stronger than he had imagined, and he most certainly believed he was a super spirit. He was most likely stronger than a super creature. Light Son of God's power was indeed at the level of a super creature, but his wisdom far exceeded theirs. When Light Son of God lifted his finger earlier, Han Sen could not even see the beam's trail. Without seeing it coming, he could not react to it. Before he noticed it was firing at his forehead, it was too late. Light Son of God saw Han Sen survive his beam attack, and was surprised that Han Sen's head was not blown off. He raised his lips and mockingly said, "Not bad. To not be killed by my beam, your life must have many accomplishments. If I can kill you, that'll just be another one to the tally." Han Sen shook his head. The beam was incredibly powerful. Although his helmet blocked it, his head still suffered a concussion. His neck was in pain as well, most likely suffering whiplash from the sudden impact. Light Son of God had a disdainful smile and he said, "Ignorant human, that first hit was only a drop from the well of my power. Do you really think you have what it takes to compete against me? Yes, for if that was any indication, you must have a pretty small well." After that, Han Sen ran towards Light Son of God with his fist raised. But after Han Sen's first step, Light Son of God pointed his finger at him again. The white beam managed to strike Han Sen's head once more. Blood dripped from beneath his helmet. Everyone was shocked, the blood telling them that things weren't going too well. Too strong. This is not something mere evolvers can go up against. With such speed and power, there is no way he can win. A lot of people had similar thoughts as the audience's faces went pale. Although the Light Son of God was not going after them, they still felt hopeless after watching his dominating power. The dark purple body stood up once more. The helmet had another bullet hole in it, and this time it had pierced all the way through, causing blood to leak from the hit. It was a terrifying sight. "Is that all you got?" Han Sen stared at the Light Son of God as the blood in his body pumped faster to the accompaniment of his heart. Han Sen felt no fear, only excitement. He saw the glimmer of hope, the one that would guide him to defeat the Light Son of God. The Light Son of God's attacks did not heavily damage him. Even though the beam pierced through his armor, the power was not enough to damage his gargoyle glyph body. He had cast the bear cub's energy flow to strengthen his body even more. Han Sen's greatest disadvantage right now was the fact he was using Dongshuan Sutra to cast a number of different energy flows at once. He couldn't fight much longer, so he had to find a way to end the battle soon. He could not risk collapsing from exhaustion. He stepped forward with another look of certainty. He raised his fist again with the intent of hitting the Light Son of God. The Light Son of God's face looked ugly, almost as if he was mad. 5 fingers now pointed at Han Sen, and another 5 beams of light pierced through Han Sen's body. A few sensitive female spectators held their mouths as tears fell from their eyes. With more blood seeping through his wounds and the tears of his armor, Han Sen managed to stand up once again. He didn't say anything this time, he just tried to punch Light Son of God again. Light Son of God's eyes went cold as he fired another 5 beams of light. Han Sen tried to evade them, but the beams really were too quick. He could not dodge them, and again 5 more bloody holes appeared in his armor. But this time, Han Sen did not fall. His legs carved 2 deep marks into the hard floor of the arena. Han Sen used his hands to maintain his grip and not fall over. Although things looked dire, he didn't fall. Blood continued to drip. Seeing Han Sen still managing to stand up, the chests of many people felt heavy with sunken emotions. When the Light Son of God looked at Han Sen again, there was no longer disdain in his expression. Instead, he looked at Han Sen with respect. He considered the dollar he was up against to be a genuine opponent. Now, I will treat you like a real foe. You can quit now if you'd like. If you choose not to, understand I will not allow you to live, the Light Son of God offered, continuing to look at Han Sen. Han Sen did not answer. He just raised his fist to try to punch him again. The Light Son of God's body finally moved. His entire body became light, and he teleported in front of Han Sen. Several beams of light were cast, which stitched together to strike Han Sen. Han Sen's body was smacked into the air as more and more blood began to pour from inside the dark purple armor like a red peony. Pang! Han Sen's body crashed down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Not a single sound came from the audience that looked on, as the Light Son of God's power shocked them all. But in their hearts the faint flame of hope was yet to be fully extinguished. Stand up! People chanted this line in their hearts but did not dare shout it out loud. They felt their hopes were pitiable, and nothing more than false hopes. They thought it was like trying to light a match in a typhoon. They hoped the match could continue to burn, but they feared if they said something, its fire would go out. Even though they did not speak, however, they still understood its futility. The wind itself was what would extinguish a match that was lit inside a typhoon. But Han Sen was not a little flame. He stood up. A few cracks delicately traced and adorned his armor, blood seeping through them. Despite his wounds, he stood up straight in defiance. He waved his fist towards the Light Son of God again. The Light Son of God snorted and moved. The beams of light were cast again and they all struck Han Sen's body, which summoned even more spilt blood. Han Sen did try to dodge it, but again, his foe was too fast. He could not see the attacks, and as a result, could not evade. He was repeatedly knocked down, but he never stayed there. Every time he was knocked down, he got up again. His armor was coated with a vast number of marks. His dark purple armor was now dyed red in his blood. Stop fighting, give up. A woman cried out with a soft voice. She tried to hold it in, but no longer could. With a voice that was as soft as a prayer, she pleaded. She did not want to see Dollar suffer a slow, brutal death. Han Sen could not hear her voice, and even if he had, he would not care. He looked far worse than he actually felt. If it was ordinary armor he was using, he would have been killed far sooner. Under the constant attacks, the armor would have broken a long time ago. The Devil Ant King armor had very strong recovery abilities, however. Han Sen simulated the Ant King's energy flow, which allowed it to absorb the damage that was being dealt and not wholly break. The damage he had taken earlier was healed before he suffered the latest hit. This was what allowed Han Sen to pick himself up again and again. Without the protection of the Ant King armor, he would have been shredded into nothing but bits. Han Sen, who had been beaten down again, stood up once more. He raised his fist but could never get close enough to the Light Son of God to even touch the cloth of his garment. Han Sen wasn't being reckless, but the Light Son of God was too fast and he simply could not follow. If he hadn't been able to sustain the attacks, then his inability to defeat the spirit would have been assured. Han Sen needed to get a grip on the Light Son of God's attack pattern. If he could just touch him, he might have what it took to beat him. Heavenly Go's formation allowed for the prediction of an enemy's attack pattern. He could react before they started attacking, and this even allowed him to dodge bullets. When the opponent started firing, it would be too late, of course. You would have to dodge just as the gun was raised. Dongshuan Sutra could do this too, but perhaps even more effectively. The energy moved before the body did, and the energy inside the Light Son of God could not lie. Han Sen had to better learn his energy flow so he could predict the spirit's movements and evade before he unleashed an attack. I'm almost there, I just need a little more time. Now, the light son of God's energy flow was starting to appear more clearly to Han Sen. Soon, he would be able to predict his every movement. But the humans who were watching could only see him getting beaten down repeatedly, with seemingly no advancement. People felt their hearts slowly break as they watched the blood paint his armor. Han Sen was hit by the white beams once more. He crashed onto the ground headfirst, his helmet carving into the arena floor as he slid another few meters. His head had formed a trench in the ground, which shocked the people watching. This hit to Han Sen was the same as before. It wasn't deadly, but his neck was already injured and he struggled to stand up immediately. He rolled his neck a few times first to ease the pain. But this movement, to the people who were watching, strained their suspended hopes. All they could see was Han Sen being beaten down another time, now unable to lift himself up. They thought his neck had been broken, despite his urge to continue the fight. They thought he was dying. It was as if it was only his will that kept him coming back for more. Even those who did not like Dollar were tense. Dollar, stand up. No one knew who started it, but every human present began chanting those words. It did not matter whether it was in pity, or whether or not Dollar could even hear it, but they wanted to shout this out in his honor. They didn't want to believe he was dead, they wanted to see him stand up. And for as long as he stood up, they knew there was a chance of victory. Han Sen could not hear what they were saying, and he only bent his neck to make himself feel a bit better. But after that, he chose to stand up. Of course, the others thought they had given him the encouragement needed to defy a looming death and get back into the fray. With grand excitement, they now started to feel emotional. The bodies of a few vibrated in the release of tension. Even Queen, who hated Dollar to her core, now felt enthusiastic. She clenched her fists and although she did not say it out with the rest, chanted in her heart and hoped for a happy ending. Fang Mingquan was watching the match as well. Usually, he could talk a lot when commentating a fight, but he could not do that on this day. All he could think to say right now was to call Dollar's name. The light son of God was powerful like an ancient deity, but his eyes suddenly revealed a glint of panic. He noticed Han Sen's body was recovering once more. Even scarier was the fact that he couldn't strike the same wound twice. Han Sen had now read the light son of God's energy flow. Whenever his foe drew upon energy, Han Sen could calculate the exact time he'd make his next move. Dongshuan Sutra was now beginning to prove its worth. Han Sen wanted to dodge the light son of God's attacks before they were even executed, and later lead him into the exact position he wanted him to be. By doing this, he had greatly improved prediction and formation. From the beginning up until now, that was what Han Sen had sought to achieve. But the light son of God was too fast, and Han Sen's attempts were lacking as a result. The crowd couldn't see any of this, but Han Sen was doing something. Subtly, he was preventing the light son of God from hitting him in the same place twice. Now that Han Sen was familiar with the light son of God's energy flow, his abilities of prediction and formation were getting better and better. The light son of God's body was like lightning, and he repeatedly slashed with his lethal white beams. Not one hit Han Sen, but still, each evasion was only accomplished by a scant few millimeters. The light son of God was flabbergasted, unable to believe Han Sen had managed to dodge his attacks repeatedly. He dodged it. Hua Ping's eyes brightened. This was the first time he had seen Han Sen dodge the light son of God's attacks. Tang Zhenliu and the rest saw him dodge the attack, too, and were all shocked. Dollar had taken a lot of damage, and if anything, should have been in worse shape now than earlier. But now, after all the damage he had sustained, he had managed to evade an attack from the light son of God. Coincidence? Everyone asked themselves. The light son of God was unable to believe what had happened, so he started to move again and used the beam to attack Han Sen once more. Everyone who saw his next attack were unable to tell if Dollar could dodge it again. He dodged it again. Dollar dodged the light son of God's attack. Fang Mingquan was overwhelmed with excitement and leapt off his stool. Those who had been disappointed in how the fight had been going up until now suddenly felt the reignition of a warming fire. They were feeling hope once more. With wide open eyes, they paid extra attention to the arena. As for the girls who shed tears earlier, their salty streams ceased. Drying their eyes, they perked up and refocused their attention. Impossible. The light son of God's face suddenly looked dour. His body glowed with a holy light, which slowly consumed his entire body. He raised all 10 fingers and pointed them at Han Sen. He hastily unleashed 10 beams as he did so. Han Sen started moving his body like a street-crawling drunkard. He looked so very unstable, but within those strange movements, Han Sen managed to dodge every single beam, and during Han Sen's wobbling, he inched his way closer and closer to the light son of God. This infuriated Han Sen's nemesis, as he and his holy-looking body kept casting beam after beam, trying to kill him. The crowd's eyes opened wider and wider, watching the stage. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The light son of God, who had previously looked indestructible and flawless in his composure, was now unable to deal damage to Dollar. Although there were still some beams that grazed Dollar, such hits were nothing grievous enough to slow his advancement, and nowhere critical on his body was dealt damage. The beams didn't pierce his body like they did earlier, either. The chance of the light son of God hitting Han Sen became increasingly lower. The holy-looking light son of God, who could not previously lose, started to tremble. His face hungered for feral violence. His calm composure from earlier had now evaporated, and his boisterous look was nowhere to be found. Heavenly Go. Is this Heavenly Go? Kill Dollar really was Dollar himself. Heavenly Go can really be used against Light Son of God. Someone recognized the skill Han Sen was using, or so they thought. After taking a closer look, they noticed how it seemed to resemble Heavenly Go, but different in some way. It looked even better than Queen's Heavenly Go. No wonder Queen didn't stand a chance against Dollar. Dollar is good at Heavenly Go, too. He might even be better at it than Queen. I thought only Queen knew Heavenly Go. How does Dollar know it as well? And how is his version even better? Dollar's Heavenly Go does seem strange, and it is indeed different than the real one. Everyone was talking about it, and even Queen looked at the scene weirdly. Although it did look similar, she knew he wasn't using the genuine Heavenly Go, and the difference between the two was something only she could tell with absolute certainty. Even if it wasn't Heavenly Go, what Queen saw was a skill that was better than her own signature move. Queen didn't want to believe this, but from what her own two eyes were telling her, she had to. If Queen was in Han Sen's shoes right now, and used Heavenly Go, she wouldn't have been able to dodge the Light Son of God's attacks. What Dollar was doing was unequivocally better. People were perplexed, having seen the tables flip like they had. Dollar was getting ravaged earlier, but now, the Light Son of God was unable to do a thing. Although Dollar could only dodge for the time being, at least he wasn't being injured. If he could keep this up, he might have a clear chance of winning. The Light Son of God suddenly regretted torturing him in the beginning, and how he didn't simply blow the human away right when the battle began. No longer caring for Divinity's bout, all he wanted to do right now was kill the human that threatened him. But he couldn't. Hua Ping was full of both excitement and worry. He had watched many Second God Sanctuary Divinities bouts over the years, and Dollar was the only evolver to come this far. He really hoped Dollar could win, and thus claim the Light Son of God's position. But there was still a gulf of power separating the two. Even though Dollar could utilize his magic dodging moves to avoid the Light Son of God's attacks, the speed of Dollar's enemy kept them distanced from each other. He would most likely not be able to touch the Light Son of God, and that was enough for the spirit to maintain his throne. Everyone knew Dollar had opened his gene lock to fight, which meant his time was limited. Ordinary evolvers, in a fight this long, would already have exhausted their strength and had their gene lock shut down. Dollar was abnormal, it would seem. His fitness was much higher than the average evolver, and it seemed as if he could last far longer with an active gene lock. But it was not infinite, and no one knew exactly when it might fail. Han Sen's eyes were so calm, and his body was so composed. Slowly, bit by bit, he was threading the subtle movements to lead the Light Son of God into exactly the right position. The Light Son of God, by this point, was madly attacking Han Sen like a rabid laser dog. He hadn't noticed up until now that he had been driven to the edge of the arena. The moment the Light Son of God backed into a corner, Han Sen made his move. He simulated the Light Son of God's own energy flow. His fitness prohibited him from being as powerful as the Light Son of God himself, but it was still effective. Han Sen's fitness was 217. The fitness of a super creature was around 300. The difference between them was 30%, so there was no chance the spirit could utterly, completely dominate Han Sen. How can he be that fast? Many people stood up in reaction to Han Sen's sudden, blazingly quick attack. With a speed like that, maybe he can. Fang Mingquan's excitement was through the roof. Hua Ping clenched his fist and stared at Han Sen's next move with unblinking eyes. If this speed did not allow Han Sen to close the gap and touch the Light Son of God, there wouldn't be another chance. A lot of people held their hands, in the hope that Han Sen could now hit his fearsome foe. The Light Son of God was already on the corner of the battleground, and he had been spooked by Han Sen's sudden change of pace. When he realized what was going on, he quickly dodged Han Sen's attack and went right past him. He managed to slip away from the corner. The audience could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for Dollar because, after all that, the Light Son of God had still managed to dodge the attack that had so much build-up. His enemy was still too fast. If you want to compete with my speed, you have a long way to go, the Light Son of God said with a mocking smile and disdainful look as he passed Han Sen by. I do. Han Sen stood where he was and coldly looked at the Light Son of God who had gone right past him. He opened his hands and tried to grab the Light Son of God. It is useless to compete with my speed. Nothing in the second God's sanctuary rivals me. You pitiful humans will never be able to achieve the same. The Light Son of God sped up again and created a gap between him and Han Sen once more. Han Sen's hand had not been able to even touch his clothes. Seeing Han Sen's hands trying to grab him, the Light Son of God simply pulled away even further. The people who were watching were starting to once again feel weak and without hope. But then suddenly, the Light Son of God, who was quite far from Han Sen, had his whole body sucked towards Han Sen like a magnet. He was thrown through the air towards his human nemesis upside down. When the gap closed, Han Sen grabbed his head. Let's try that again. Han Sen raised his fist and brought a punch down directly on the Light Son of God's suddenly distraught face. Pang! The Light Son of God's head suffered a terrible strike, which sent it backward. A large red mark painted the center of his pretty face, and his nose had been bent out of shape as it now oozed blood. Without hesitation, Han Sen struck again, his fist unleashing the elephant disc punch upon his foe's face multiple times. Punch after punch it raged, the skull of his enemy clanging like metal. Every punch was strong, and even the bones inside rattled and collided against themselves. The Light Son of God was in total shock. He tried to squirm his way free, to resist and fall back, but he couldn't. Some strange force drew his body towards Han Sen, one he couldn't escape. His speed had slowed down, and in this frenetic panic Han Sen had managed to catch up. Pang! Pang! The infernal fists crashed down on the Light Son of God's face like a landslide. The sound of each punch was an audible pleasure. The boisterous Light Son of God was like anybody else now, with a bruised face and bleeding nose. The Light Son of God wanted to block the hits that kept pummeling him, but the force continuously sapped him of his speed. His moves were still being predicted, and Han Sen reacted accordingly every time. Han Sen punched him every time he made half a move. Being unable to dodge, all he could do was flail his hopeless hands. The spectators all froze in their seats. Left punch, right punch, elbow strike, knee strike, the Light Son of God was like a punching bag, getting attacked without reprieve. His face was a sordid, disfigured mess. The sound of beaten flesh and rattled bones was almost sinister, and hearing it shocked all those who watched and listened. People couldn't believe the Light Son of God could ever be treated so poorly and have such a wretched day. But amongst all these hits, there was one thing Han Sen could not do. He could not break the Light Son of God's bones. The bodies of super spirits were too strong, and even the Light Son of God, who had no prioritization of vitality, had unbreakable bones. You can't kill me, you pitiable human. You can't kill a son of God. Once your energy has depleted, I am going to make you suffer my wrath and end you. The Light Son of God was seething with rage, and he gritted his teeth to spitefully curse his opponent aloud. He had been drawn to Han Sen by a strange force. Despite all he tried, he could not break away and create distance between himself and Han Sen. All he could do was suffer the repeated blows. The punches he had received were innumerable, and his pretty face was now a maimed wreck. His heart only wanted one thing right then, and that was to kill Han Sen. The Light Son of God screamed in a frenzy. He wished he could tear Han Sen apart, as his face had devolved into a hideous hodgepodge of bruises and blood. I'm not sure you'll get the chance to, Han Sen replied, coldly. Han Sen pushed the energy in his right arm to the max, and elephants trumpeted and stampeded all about his body. A primitive, beastly power now energized his fist. It was like God himself was going to smite his enemy with all his might. Boom! That horrible fist rocketed into the Light Son of God's face, shattering his skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere while the rotten, headless corpse was still propped up by Han Sen's other hand. When Han Sen first began punching the Light Son of God's head, he used Yin Force and Elephant Disc Punch. To finish his foe off, he used Elephant Rex Strike. It detonated the Yin Force that had built up inside his enemy's head, causing it to explode from the inside. Outside the battlefield was all quiet. It was like the audience had turned to stone upon seeing the headless corpse in front of Han Sen. They could not believe Han Sen had overcome the odds and beaten the Light Son of God. The body of the Light Son of God began to disintegrate into sparkles as he was returned to his spirit stone. Han Sen exited the divinity's bout battleground and returned to the Crystal Palace. Han Sen collapsed and hit the floor. He had exhausted far too much power over the course of that fight. Jade Sun Force and Long Life could sustain him for a long time, but when he drew too much power at once, it took a long while for to recover. He didn't only use Elephant Rex Strike this time. He simulated the energy flows of multiple creatures. With such a large energy output, in addition to the damage he had already sustained, it was a miracle that he lasted as long as he did. If it wasn't for the reward of becoming one of the 10 Son of Gods, Han Sen would not have held on as long as he did. Fortunately, even though the Light Son of God's speed was frightening, his body was not as tough as a super creature's. This was what allowed Han Sen to finish him off in the way he did. But beating the Light Son of God was largely because of his usage of the Gurd's energy flow. He initially thought the energy flow was useless, but the opposite turned out to be true. He never expected the suction of the Gurd's energy could draw the Light Son of God towards him. Although it didn't totally restrain his body, it lowered the Light Son of God's speed enough for Han Sen to keep up. If it wasn't for this, Han Sen would most likely not have been able to defeat him. I don't ever want to struggle through a fight like that again. Han Sen continued to lie on the floor as his entire body rocked with pain. He couldn't even muster the strength to move his fingers. Zero approached, holding the silver fox in her arms. Zero tried to heal the wounds he had sustained, while the silver fox used its tongue to lick the greater traumas he had incurred. Quietly, Han Sen recovered. The Alliance, on the other hand, was busy. Dollar had just beaten the Light Son of God and earned a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods. This made him the first human Son of God in recorded history. For humanity to be able to achieve something as big as this, it was no small topic. People were going crazy. All the news organizations reported Dollar's victory over the Light Son of God, and his earning a position as a Son of God. Each and every one gushed praise over his heroism. The night after, Dollar's name became synonymous with the word hero. The fight between Dollar and the Light Son of God was on the tip of everyone's tongue. Han Sen's doppelganger remained in the goddess shelter while he rested and recovered in the Crystal Palace, waiting for Divinity's bout to end. He decided to never join another Divinity's bout. With his current level of power, fighting super spirits was still a difficult and dangerous affair. Beating the Light Son of God was solely because of his usage of the Gurd's energy flow, and if he had not done that, he could never have managed to beat him. If he had gone up against a super spirit that focused on vitality instead, he would never have managed to break through its defense. The first 10 rewards were randomized. He didn't need to fight and achieve a higher place for the chance of earning an even better reward. Gunning for first place would be impossible, as things were right now anyway. Dollar was a household name and super famous across the entire Alliance now. Although the fights could not be recorded, someone animated a recreation of the battle. It was only 3 minutes long, but it became the most watched video for a whole week. A lot of people were inspired by the battle to create video games of it, too. Dollar did not show up for the final few fights, which established the Son of God rankings. People expected as much, so they weren't too disappointed. After all, everyone had seen how injured he was following his previous fight. In such a state, he couldn't continue fighting and had already achieved 10th place. That was enough for him. History seemed to repeat itself. Back in the first God's Sanctuary, Dollar had managed to beat down his final enemy and reach 10th place in the Son of God rankings. He didn't continue after that and was happy to sit where he was. But compared to the first God's Sanctuary, this 10th place earning was far harder fought and worthy of far greater praise and recognition, and rightfully so. Han Sen continued to rest in the Crystal Palace, and as a result, missed out on the enthusiasm everyone shared for Dollar. He could see the rest of the Son of God rankings from the Crystal Palace, and the other 9 were all spirits, as expected. Han Sen waited until Divinity's bout ended, so he could collect his reward. He could claim it from the Crystal Palace's arena, so he didn't have to worry about others seeing this. You have obtained title of 10th Son of God. Your randomized reward is opening. Han Sen placed his hand on the tablet, which caused it to shine. A lot of different images spun around in front of him. There were beasts, animals, handsome men, and pretty girls. Han Sen started to get excited. Amongst the images, Han Sen also caught sight of many different spirits. He could not guess what level they were, however. Not long after, the tablet stopped spinning. It stopped on the image of a beast. Han Sen was a little disappointed at first, as he was hoping to receive a super spirit. He wasn't sure when he'd achieve the power needed to earn a super spirit for himself. After all, fighting an entire shelter's worth of foes was different than going one-on-one and toe-to-toe with a soul super spirit. Such shelters were also bound to include a number of super creatures as well. You have obtained a super beast soul, devil unicorn. The voice made Han Sen feel happy again. Although he did not receive a super spirit, receiving a super beast soul wasn't too bad. A pitch-black beast suddenly appeared in front of him, and it resembled a unicorn, minus its grace. It turned into a black light and entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Super Beast Soul, Devil Unicorn. Possession Beast Soul. A possession beast soul could directly increase the power of a human or another beast soul. Han Sen wondered what this beast soul might be able to possess. Han Sen summoned the devil unicorn and watched a black smoke rush inside his body. It was a beast soul that could possess a human body. When the beast soul entered Han Sen's body, his body began to produce a dark smoke that resembled a black flame. Han Sen looked like a devil that had just walked out from the pits of hell. Han Sen clenched his fists but noticed that his power and speed had not increased. It made him curious what benefit the black smoke was providing. He found a rock and punched it. The rock broke, but he did not feel as if the black smoke helped. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, the silver fox suddenly unleashed a silver lightning bolt at his master to shock him. But strangely, the lightning did not touch Han Sen. It evaporated as soon as it came into contact with the black smoke, dissipating some of the smoke as it disappeared. Soon after, the black smoke that had disappeared returned. It seemed like the powerful lightning bolt could not deal lasting damage. Han Sen was overjoyed with this, and he thought to himself, the devil unicorn can actually block and absorb elemental power. In other words, it's an elemental shield. But elemental only, it most likely cannot absorb physical damage. Although it could only block elemental damage, it was enough to delight Han Sen. After all, he had what it took to dodge physical attacks. If he met an elemental super creature like the blue seahorse that could spew blue flames, he could rely on this super beast soul to see him through. I wonder what the damage threshold of the black smoke is. If it's powerful enough, then maybe I can indeed go up against the blue seahorse. Han Sen called out to the silver fox, telling him to unleash as much lightning as he could. He wanted to stress test the limits of his elemental defense. Han Sen was overjoyed with the results, and he was pleasantly surprised by the black smoke's sturdy defense properties. The silver fox's strongest attacks could not penetrate his shield anymore. If there was one issue, however, the speed of recovery. When the silver fox unleashed lightning, it would evaporate some of the black smoke. If it attacked repeatedly, the black smoke would be used up at a quicker rate than it could regenerate. This opened up a hole in his defense. Han Sen guessed that the black smoke could block an adult super creature's elemental attack, but only about 2 or 3 times at the most. After that, it would take a while for his defense to return. If it was an AoE attack, and the attack was not focused on him entirely, the black smoke would manage to hold on for longer. Its regeneration would most likely be able to catch back up, too. This is some pretty good stuff. Han Sen quietly snuck back into the goddess shelter and put away his beetle knight. Han Sen thought to himself, now, where can I find and slay a second-generation super creature so that I can fill up my super geno points? Becoming a surpasser meant he'd become a champion, and he'd have little reason to worry about the events of the Alliance. Aside from celestial beings, it'd be impossible for him to be threatened as well. Because of this, Han Sen wanted to become a surpasser as soon as he could. He needed to be stronger so he could not only protect himself, but his family also. Han Sen was wondering whether or not he should resume his super creature hunt on Devil's Mountain. But while he was in thought, young Manly approached to tell him that someone wanted to see him. Didn't I tell you I don't want to see anyone these days? Han Sen frowned. I wasn't sure if Captain Qin counted as anyone. Therefore, I have come to double check with you, young Manly said, looking at Han Sen. Qin Xuan is here. What are you waiting for? Send her in. Han Sen was happy to hear of her arrival. There are others accompanying her, however, and they are not from our special squad. I am afraid you will have to meet with them as well, young Manly explained. Who are they? When Han Sen saw young Manly's face, he knew they must be important figures. I don't know who they are, but Captain Qin treats them with much respect and politeness. There is also a young man amongst them, who acts as if he has a crush on the aforementioned captain, young Manly said with a smile. Han Sen went to the meeting room post-haste and saw Qin Xuan engaged in conversation with a few others. Han Sen, allow me to introduce you. This is Angel Jin's director, Mr. Zhao. Qin Xuan saw Han Sen approach and immediately introduced those in her company. When Han Sen heard her mention Angel Jin, he quickly understood why the people with her had such proud looks. The Alliance had 2 organizations that excelled in the field of gene research. One was Donglin and the other was the Zhao family, called Angel Jin. Han Sen had heard a lot about the Zhao family's pride, as a lot of their family members were councilmen. The Zhao family's influence was so great, they had even been known to affect the entire swing of presidential elections. This alone was an example of how powerful and influential their family was considered. As a result, they had every right to be cocky. Zhao Heng was one of the directors and played a pivotal role in the family. The young man amongst the people that had come to visit was called Zhao Heiyang. He was the chairman of Angel Jin and grandson of the organization's leader. Manly, come and pour tea for the Zhao director and Mr. Zhao. Han Sen believed the reason they had come to see him was because of his little angel. If that was the case, however, he wasn't sure why they had brought Qin Xuan with them. Of course, their association was not a strange one. The Zhao family had ties to a great number of different factions and organizations. You are Han Sen of the Zhai family, yes? Zhao Heng asked, as he looked at Han Sen. It was like an elderly asking any young person a question. I am Han Sen answered. Zhao Heng had believed him to be a true member of the Zhai family, and he wasn't sure what to say in response. Not long ago, I had a chat with Zhai Ruozhen. The topic of you came up, and from what I hear, you are quite nice, Zhao Heng said. Thank you for the compliment. Han Sen frowned, unsure what this old man was looking to sell. Although Zhai Ruozhen was younger than Zhao Heng, he had already achieved more than the old man had, and he was on the verge of becoming president. Zhao Heng was only one of the dozen directors of his family. The way he spoke would suggest he was superior to Zhai Ruozhen himself. His voice oozed arrogance. Qin Xuan noticed Han Sen's apparent displeasure at the company he had suddenly received, and quickly sought to remedy the situation. She said, the reason they have come here today is to request that you hunt a super creature on their behalf, or at least, it is a beast that looks like a super creature. But before Qin Xuan could continue speaking, Zhao Heiyang took over and said, you don't have to come, you can just sell us your super pet. There will be no difference. When Han Sen heard this, he did not look mad. He just thought it was strange that a person like Zhao Heiyang could have survived this long in this world. Sorry, I'm not selling my super pet. And I've been quite busy recently, so my schedule is full up for the foreseeable future. Han Sen never considered helping others hunt super creatures, particularly people like the Zhao family. Young man, please consider our request. Zhao Heng blurted out at the sight of Zhao Heiyang, who looked ready to blow his lid after the sudden rejection. Han Sen wanted to say something dismissive again, but Qin Xuan suddenly coughed and said, Director Zhao, please have a drink of tea. Han Sen, there is a classified document from the squad you should have a look at. I brought it over for you. Han Sen, in the exclusive company of Qin Xuan, exited the room and moved to his office. Team Qin, what's going on? Has the squad ordered me to help them? Qin Xuan had a wry smile, but she shook her head and said, no. If this was a matter concerning the squad, things would be simpler. After Qin Xuan explained, Han Sen understood. The Zhao family had many seats in the council, and Zhai Ruozhen's election was running so smoothly because of the backing of the Zhao family. No wonder that Zhao Heng randomly mentioned Zhai Ruozhen. That's why, Han Sen coldly laughed, and then continued to say, I don't believe the Zhao family will stop supporting Zhai Ruozhen due to my rejection. That Zhao Heng and Zhao Heiyang are only bluffing with their projection of power. The Zhao family's support for Zhai Ruozhen provides them with benefits, too. You're right that they won't so simply give up supporting him. Qin Xuan had a brief pause, but then continued by saying, but think about it, if you reject Zhao Heng, and the Zhao family complains to Zhai Ruozhen, is that something you can accept? Han Sen owned 5% of shares in Sky Technology. If something went bad during the election, and Zhai Ruozhen was not made president, the stocks were sure to plummet. If Zhai Ruozhen really was to become Han Sen's father-in-law, it seemed he would have no choice but to agree. You can still talk about the terms and conditions with the Zhao family. It's either talking about them with that lot or with Zhai Ruozhen. Who would you rather have such a talk with? Qin Xuan smiled. Well, if things are like that, I'll go and help them, Han Sen said, with an evil smile. In an ancient forest resided a gentle spring and basin. It did not flow with water, nay, it flowed with blood. A creature guarded this spring, and had done so since it was born. The Zhao family believed this beast to be a super creature. They had done battle with it many times, and on each occasion, their forces were dealt grievous harm and forced to retreat. Fortunately for those that fought it, the super creature never left the spring it guarded. It never gave chase, and this allowed the Zhao family to continue provoking the beast and attempting the same fight many times. Han Sen and Zhao Heng hammered a deal out, and then Han Sen followed him out to the spring. Qin Xuan accompanied them, too. This pleased Han Sen because he had no fondness for the Zhao family, and he feared he'd die of boredom without someone he was fond of talking to being present on the journey. On the way, any creatures that sought to bar or prohibit their passage were dealt with by members of the Zhao family. The 8 Zhao family members wanted to impress Qin Xuan and Han Sen, as they had each unlocked a gene lock. Zhao Heiyang was quite powerful, and he was more than keen to flex his muscles. There was one thing that interested Han Sen a lot, and that was the fact that the Zhao family members' fitness levels were higher than those of most people who had unlocked their gene lock. While they were taking a break, Qin Xuan quietly told Han Sen that the Zhao family had a geno-optimization solution, and that the family members were provided with a special training regime since they were born. With a controlled diet, their genes would actually improve. This was why the Zhao family had greater strength than those who were at a similar level. And that was also one of the many reasons they were pompous braggarts. Qin Xuan, try this. It is a nutrient fluid from angel gene, and it is good for your body. These things cannot be bought at the markets, you know. Zhao Heiyang approached the two and handed over a pen-sized bottle to Qin Xuan. Inside, a transparent purple concoction swirled. Thanks, but I have my own. Qin Xuan did not accept the fluid from his hand, and a hurt look crossed his face. Han Sen was laughing on the inside. The Zhao family members really seemed to think themselves as gods, as if they could do whatever they pleased. The special squad had an important rule, however. Unless the situation was dire and the absolute need arose, squad members were not allowed to accept items from others. This also applied to the people on their team. You drew from your own supply strictly, to avoid problems arising further down the line. Qin Xuan's rejection of the fluid was normal protocol, and even Han Sen would not even think to offer her an item. He was positive Zhao Heiyang knew about this rule, but, perhaps unexpectedly, he sought to bend the rules and offer her the gift regardless. Han Sen listened in on them for a bit, and he felt sorry for her. Zhao Heiyang was so self-obsessed that he could only talk about himself and about the power his family possessed. All Qin Xuan did was smile and nod, without making a single vocal contribution. It wasn't long before Han Sen got tired of listening to the inane blabber and decided to sit next to a tree away from the others. There, he rested his eyes for a bit. He also sent a message to Princess Yin Yang, who was far away right then. On a mountain, a good distance from them, Princess Yin Yang was leading another party. Zero and the Silver Fox were trailing directly behind her, with Wang Yuhang at the back. He appeared to be sulking. Hey, Princess, might I ask where we are headed? Wang Yuhang asked miserably. Just follow in silence. Princess Yin Yang sternly responded, giving Wang Yuhang a peeved look. The entire time the party had been traveling, Wang Yuhang had done nothing but complain. He had previously tried to ask Zero, but he felt as if his presence before her was invisible. She didn't respond or even look at him, as if he was nothing but an annoyance. Only Princess Yin Yang would occasionally tell him something, but nothing she said was particularly explanatory or revealing. Princess Yin Yang ignored Wang Yuhang and continued walking. Han Sen's intent for bringing Wang Yuhang and the rest was by no means good. The Zhao family had pretty much forced Han Sen into fighting a super creature, and he was not going to bow to their desires quite so simply. The Zhao family would never expect Wang Yuhang and the rest of Han Sen's team to be following them. Near an ancient tree, a river ran by that was blood red. It was like the gentle gush of a freshly opened wound. Follow this stream of blood and ascend. In about 20 miles, we will see the blood spring and its creature, Zhao Heiyang reminded them. The Zhao family were arrogant, yes, but they weren't dumb. They were borrowing Han Sen's strength to finally slay this super creature of theirs, once and for all. If they couldn't capitalize on his presence amongst them this time, they weren't sure they'd get another chance. According to our deal, you will need to cooperate with us for the length of the fight. And also, you must provide us with the final hit, Zhao Heng told Han Sen. Okay, whatever you say. Han Sen nodded. Han Sen did not say much and simply summoned his Adorade. Zhao Heng and the rest looked at the Adorade with genuine admiration. There was also a glint of envy towards Han Sen. It confused them why a person such as he had been fortunate enough to find a dying super creature he could easily finish off, and then be rewarded with such a pet. Han Sen commanded the Adorade to attack the super creature, while he also sent a message to Princess Yin Yang. The Zhao family spread out and encompassed the area, but little else. Clearly, they were waiting for the Adorade to beat the super creature into a near-death state, so they could swoop in and claim an easy kill. These assholes, Han Sen swore in his heart. He looked at the super creature, then opened his gene lock and scanned its life force. The super creature's energy was all clouded. He could tell that it was a strong creature, but still, the cloudiness indicated it was a first-generation super creature, and therefore nothing he was particularly interested in going up against. Although the Adorade might have been a little stronger than the super creature, the power gap wasn't enough for it to dominate. The super creature was of similar strength to the Adorade, and like the Adorade, it didn't excel in any particular department. That also meant it wasn't weak in any other department either, so it was a well-balanced monster. The Adorade went ahead to slash the monster. Even though no particularly deep wounds were wrought, the attacks were enough to surprise and impress Zhao Heng. In the past, they had tried to lay siege on the monster themselves, but every attempt was a failure, and they could never seem to deal any damage to the beast. Now here they were, watching a pet go up against a super creature, dealing lasting wounds with a greatsword. The sight led Zhao Heng and the rest of the Zhao family members present to view the adorade with great admiration. But Han Sen's vision was drawn to the blood spring. Instead, the super creature they were fighting was quite strange. He was sure that the super creature was intelligent enough to know it was fighting a losing battle, and that it should be running away rather than staying to fight. But the super creature was determined to remain, and nothing could compel it to flee. There was something strange about this place, and the blood spring in particular. Han Sen used Dongshuan aura to take a look at the blood spring, and he was surprised to see that it abounded with energy. What was coming out was no ordinary spring water, that was for sure. The center of the spring contained life, even. As he watched the crack in the rock, Han Sen suddenly felt the presence of an extremely strong life force. The power he sensed suddenly sent him into a cold sweat. Damn it, inside that crack, a scary creature resides. Han Sen continued to look at the crack on the craggy hill, and suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. Like the peering of an evil eye, a malevolent gaze had fixated on him. It made his heart race with uncertain panic. Quickly, he deactivated his Dongshuan aura and averted his eyes away from the spring. The creature inside the crack can find my Dongshuan aura. It can even find out where I am through it. Whatever is in there is something ancient, and something evil. The Zhao family have no idea what they are doing, coming here to disturb this place. For all I know, they are openly seeking suicide. Han Sen did not even see what the creature may have been, yet it terrified him even so. And the creature, whatever it may have been, did little else other than look back at him. Whatever the case may be, there was a super creature inside the source of the spring that was more powerful than anything he had ever encountered before. Han Sen was considering whether or not he should grab his little angel and depart. They wouldn't receive any benefits from slaying this super creature, and all the while, he feared the unknown malice was continuing to peep on him. But if Han Sen returned now and didn't finish the job, it would be a waste of time. Han Sen gave another look in the direction of the crack, then turned his head back to watch the super creature engaged with the little angel, then gave up his idea of fleeing. The creature inside the crack did not seem as if it wanted to leave its current abode, and after Han Sen gave it some more thought, he came to the conclusion that he didn't have to escape just yet. If something were to happen, he could escape more quickly than anyone from the Zhao family anyway. So, if the creature was hungry, Zhao Heng and his people would be the first to fill up its tummy. Therefore, there was no need for Han Sen to rush and escape just yet. No matter what happens, stay behind me. Do not run off. Han Sen approached Qin Xuan and spoke to her in a lowered voice. Why? What is it? Qin Xuan looked at Han Sen with sudden surprise. The creature was already being suppressed by Han Sen's pet, so it was weird for him to suddenly say something like this to her. I feel as if something is amiss. Whatever it is, it disturbs me. It's an instinct, and my instincts are rarely incorrect. Whatever happens, do not leave my side. Stay near me. If something does indeed go wrong, we have to escape first, Han Sen told her. Okay. Qin Xuan looked around and did not notice the presence of anything out of the ordinary, but still, she agreed. The little angel's greatsword continued carving marks into the super creature. Despite blood now having dyed its entire coat, it refused to escape the area. It roared to the sky and adamantly remained to fight with the little angel. Zhao Heng, with great excitement, said, Han Sen, tell your pet to put more effort in. Make her deal heavier damage to the super creature and prevent it from escaping if it chooses to. Director Zhao, this is a super creature. This isn't a scuffle between a cat and a dog, Han Sen replied coldly. Zhao Heng didn't say anything in return, acknowledging that this wasn't really something that could be rushed. Unfortunately, the super creature continued to not show signs of wanting to escape. Zhao Heng then commanded his people, who were still surrounding their foe, to move a little closer. If it did want to escape, they could do their part in prohibiting its flight. But the super creature was almost behaving stupidly in its stubbornness to remain. Its inability to fight back against the little angel was plain to see. Yet it continued to do what it could as the gashes and wounds mounted and caused it tremendous pain. It was bleeding heavily now, and its attacks slowed. Death would greet it soon. The little angel was like something holy. It flapped its wings, flew behind the super creature, and slashed the greatly injured neck of the super creature. The deep cleft had now been made in its neck, and the spine looked as if it was ready to snap. More and more blood seeped to the surface and bled to the ground. Han Sen, do not forget your promise. Command your pet to return and we will finish it off, Zhao Heng shouted to Han Sen, as he commanded his people to draw even closer. My job is done here, yes. You can finish it off. Han Sen did not say anything in complaint and simply returned his little angel. He could feel the creature inside the spring begin to move, and a scary aura seep through with the water. The hill now looked frightening, and he suspected the dark menace within was about to escape its subterranean home. The super creature had not yet died, and even if it was killed by the little angel, Han Sen was not willing to walk up and claim the rewards. All he wanted to do was run away as far as he could and end all involvement with these events in this place. The 8 Zhao family members now ran close to the fallen beast and attempted to kill the super creature. They used all the different weapons they had at their disposal, striking the exposed wounds of the dying creature. But then a sudden scream sounded. The dying creature stood up again and leapt onto a man of the Zhao family. It tore the man's head off with its teeth, and its claws tore the rest into shreds. Zhao Heng shouted and used his lance to thrust at the most grievous of the wounds, on the back of the super creature's neck. The creature roared in pain and fell back down to the ground. The rest of the family ran up again and tried to strike the beast simultaneously. Although someone had died, they did not want the little angel to help out anymore, as they were afraid the little angel would finish it off with ease. Although the super creature was on the precipice of death, it had managed to lash out enough to deal damage to numerous members of the Zhao family. But now, the damage it had incurred was too great, and it would soon fall for the last time. Out of the 8 family members, 3 had been killed. The rest had incurred at least one trauma or injury, but the thought of felling a super creature rallied their courage to continue their fight. "Let me kill it." Zhao Heiyang peered at the monster that could hardly stand and spoke aloud with great excitement. It pounced on another family member and took off running into the forests. Earlier, the super creature, despite being at an obvious disadvantage, did not run. Now, it was dying and could barely stand. Where had the vigor come from? Go, chase it. Do not allow it to escape. Zhao Heng reacted first, immediately commanding the others to take off after it. But suddenly, they heard the sound of rock breaking. This was a surprise to all of them. They turned around to take a look, and the little hill that was the source of the blood spring exploded outwards. The spring was no longer a crack in the earth, as a giant red centipede writhed out amidst a cloud of dust and spewed rubble. A dark red body that was thicker than the carriage of a train loomed out. A single segment of the centipede was 20 meters long, and its legs wriggled ceaselessly, carrying it towards the fighters. A second later, 2 of the remaining Zhao family were spiked to death under the centipede's wretched legs. The rest of them were almost frightened to death, and their thought of pursuing the escaped super creature quickly evaporated. Running away themselves, they shouted, "Han Sen, use your pet to restrain it." "Are you kidding me? You want me to send my pet to its demise against a monster such as that?" Han Sen called back, as he and Qin Xuan had already turned to leave. "Han Sen, do not forget the deal we made," Zhao Heiyang reminded him. "Our deal consisted of me helping you slay the other super creature. I have done my part. This wasn't a part of it, so it is no concern of mine." Han Sen was far ahead of the others, yelling back as he ran alongside Qin Xuan. Zhao Heiyang was furious. The blood centipede was a Goliath, and it terrified them all. This was surely a foe no human could hope to compete with. A second later, the creature's mandibles grabbed another Zhao family member and sloppily devoured him. There were only 3 people of the Zhao family left now, but the blood centipede did not continue to pursue them. Instead, it took off in the direction the other super creature had gone. When Han Sen saw it, his heart jumped. The super creature had been attracted away by Wang Yuheng, but now the blood centipede had, as well. Things were taking a turn for the worse. How can Wang Yuheng be so unlucky? There is always some misfortune waiting to befall him. Han Sen was planning to go after Wang Yuheng, but then stopped and went towards the blood spring instead. "What are you doing?" Qin Xuan asked, from behind. "I'm just going to take a look. You get away first," Han Sen said, as he ran back. When Zhao Heng saw Han Sen run back, he was amazed, but they didn't dare follow. They watched Han Sen run back all the way to the blood spring, unable to comprehend what his intention might have been. But to them, right then, they thought it better if Han Sen were to get himself killed. The Zhao family had sacrificed many people this day, all to no avail. The creature they sought to kill had gotten away, and all they had incurred were great losses as a result. Han Sen did not care what the Zhao family thought of him. He reached the broken rocks of the spring and jumped beyond. Earlier, when he turned on the Dongxuan Sutra, he had detected the presence of a life force inside it. He already knew there was something in there. And now, while the blood centipede was away, he thought it would be okay to take a proper look at whatever lay inside. Beyond the broken stones was a tunnel that led into a cave. Inside the cave rested a blood-red egg. It was like a football, but it was completely red. The strong life force Han Sen had detected came from the egg. Han Sen was overjoyed at the discovery. He had eaten the Devil Ant King egg not too long ago, so he knew that this had to be some good stuff, too. There was no life Geno essence inside, and it could be eaten to immediately receive Super Geno points. Its consumption was a much easier process than absorbing a life Geno essence. Hansen had not expected the centipede to create an egg, but regardless, he leapt over and quickly pocketed it, before turning around to exit. Hansen was still wondering how he might hope to save Wang Yuhang when suddenly, he heard a sharp, monstrous, shrieking sound emitted from the forest. In the distance, he noticed many of the ancient forest trees getting toppled in a wave that moved towards Hansen, and he figured that the blood centipede had sensed its baby being stolen. Hansen did not linger, and quickly ran in the direction Zhao Hang had been running. He was much faster than Zhao Heiyang, and quickly managed to catch up with him. Zhao Heiyang looked back with surprise. Hansen was directly behind him, but behind him, the giant centipede also came. The giant, slithering body was uprooting trees and spoiling the earth as it rampaged towards them. It was like a crazed dragon. "What have you done? Why did you bring it back this way?" Zhao Heng inquired, in evident anger. "Me? Oh, I didn't do anything," Hansen said, as he continued running forward and leaving them behind. Zhao Heng cursed Hansen, praying the worst death would strike him and strike him soon. Hansen had attracted the monster their way, but he was now leaving them behind like bait. They wished they could kill Hansen. Hansen was far ahead of them now, due to his speed. The blood centipede, however, looked likely to catch up with the Zhao family members. Hansen caught up with Qin Xuan, who was still firmly ahead, leading the escape. When he turned to look back, he noticed another person of the Zhao family had fallen victim to the vile creature that chased them. "Let's go." Hansen grabbed onto Qin Xuan's waist, summoned his wings, and flew to the sky. But then he heard the blood centipede roar. It was 100 meters long when looking down, and Hensaw watched it spread transparent blood wings. It took off into the skies towards them. Bollocks, Hansen thought he could fly away with relative ease. He didn't expect the monstrous foe to possess wings of its own, and it flew with such great haste. It was much faster than the Berserk sacred wings. "You run that way." Hansen gritted his teeth and returned to the tangled forest floor. He put Qin Xuan down and ran in another direction, attempting to draw the centipede away. Hansen successfully drew away the flying centipede, and it went back to chasing him through the forest. Many trees were toppled in its rampage, and many of the forest's other creatures were promptly evicted. Those that could fly soared away in fright, whereas others fled as quickly as they could on foot. Every other creature in the forest seemed terrified of the centipede. Hansen opened his gene lock and used Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the light Son of God's energy flow. It increased his speed by a good deal, but even then, it wasn't enough to gain a good lead on the foe that pursued him. All he could focus on doing was running as fast as he could and not slacking into the hungry mandibles that were chasing him. This monster was incredibly powerful, and it was something the Adderade would surely struggle to beat. The Adderade wasn't weak, but the size between the two was not comparable. The blood centipede had a unique power that made it far stronger than the Adderade, too. Hansen thought about throwing the centipede's egg away, but he didn't want to. Hansen tried to let the little angel draw the attention of the centipede, but it was as if it had locked onto Hansen, without a care for anything else. The little angel swung her greatsword at the centipede many times, but the creature had countless wriggling legs that blocked each attempted attack. She couldn't get a hit in. Hansen kept running until there were no more trees to evade. After leaving the canopy of the forest behind, he found himself before the slopes of a grand mountain range. He had no idea where he had come to. Hansen had no other choice but to run headlong up the mountain. He circled one of the mountains and tried his hand at fighting the centipede for a bit. Hansen felt strange. When he was in the ancient forest, he had seen many creatures fleeing for their lives. But these mountains were barren, and not a single creature was around. After running the length of 2 mountains, he hadn't managed to see a single other creature. It was a dull, lifeless region composed of gray crags. Few plants grew there also. Hansen did not have the time to stop, poke about and ponder the area he had stumbled into, however. With his gene lock running, he was on a timer. He had been running for half a day, and he was already starting to feel exhausted. His body was in agony, and he feared if he kept going, his body might end up permanently damaged. But still, he couldn't afford to stop, and turning off the gene lock would remove his ability to simulate the light Son of God's energy flow. This would result in his speed decreasing, and the chance of him not being able to outrun the centipede's crazed pursuit. Hansen gritted his teeth and took the centipede egg from his pocket, planning to throw it at the centipede so he could escape the area with life. He turned around to take a look and noticed that the blood centipede was no longer directly behind him. In fact, the centipede was down near the foothills, merely crying out to Han Sen. It didn't come after him, as if it were afraid of something. Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. He looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. While the craggy mountains appeared nearly identical during his run, he had drawn close to a mountain that was different than the others. The mountains around the one he was on were gray and rocky, but the one he was on now was blue. The rocks there appeared to be metallic. He wasn't sure what made this mountain so unique, but the scary centipede only roared and did not come up. Despite its desire for Han Sen's blood, all it did was twirl and writhe around, breaking the rocks that peppered the foothills. Its power did not matter in the shadow of the blue mountain. It appeared. Han Sen acknowledged something was wrong, and so he quickly cast Dongshuan Aura. Still, he did not notice the presence of anything strange around. There did not seem to be any life on this mountain. Han Sen felt relieved, for he was at least out of danger for the time being. But he couldn't relax, for the radius of his Dongshuan Aura was limited and it did not reveal all that may have been there. Han Sen then raised his head to look up the mountain. The mountain was massive, and its head rested above the clouds. He could not see what secrets its peak might have hidden. And as for the rest of the mountain, it was as barren as ever. It was entirely blue, and only metallic rocks resided there for decoration. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. What is that blood centipede afraid of? Even with its baby having been nicked, it doesn't dare set foot up here. Something has to be amiss with this place. Han Sen looked up the mountain and could not see anything through the mist that cloaked the top. Although Han Sen was curious about what may have been up there, he had respect for the proverb that concerned itself with feline mammals and the consequences of their curiosity. Therefore, he resolved to walk around to the other side of the mountain and descend that way, in an attempt to escape the centipede. The red centipede still did not dare ascend the blue mountain, and it only stared at Han Sen. But wherever he went, the monster carefully followed him. Han Sen gritted his teeth again and placed the centipede egg between the rocks of the blue mountain. Then, he went in another direction. He hoped the centipede would remain, showing concern for the egg more than the person who had stolen it. But things did not turn out the way he expected. When the centipede saw its egg, it only enraged the centipede further. It still wouldn't ascend the blue mountain, and instead, it wriggled with greater ferocity as it traced Han Sen. Its exclamations were even louder as well, and the pitch of the echo was heightened as its wretched voice carried across the mountain range. The sound of rocks breaking continued under the jittery legs of the centipede as it traced the egg thief. Big marks and clefts were left in each ravaged rock. This guy really wants me dead. Han Sen's heart sank. He imagined the best he could do right now was use his little angel to take the egg and lead the monster away. But just as Han Sen was willing to do this, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell toll from atop the mountain. Dong, the sound of an ancient bell rung from high above, echoing across the expansive mountains. It caused the energy inside Han Sen to turn into chaos, and he quickly ran Dongshuan Sutra to quell his disturbed flow. Dong. When the bell rang again, a weird power caused the energy inside him to coil and swirl in turmoil once more. Han Sen gritted his teeth and continued casting Dongshuan Sutra to soothe the restless energy and fight back against the mysterious tone of the bell. The bell's sound was quite beautiful. It possessed a certain power that cast what seemed like a sonic wave, dispelling the mist and clouds that obscured the peak of the mountain. Like a curtain being pulled, the entirety of the blue mountain was then revealed. Han Sen looked at the blue mountain's peak and tried to see what was there. He was eager to learn where exactly the bell had tolled from. Han Sen's pupils shrunk. He saw a mysterious, blue shelter residing atop the peak. Its presence there was like a castle perched in the heavens. The blue shelter looked rugged, though. Many parts of the building had fallen and crumbled. Even the gate of the front wall had fallen, succumbing to mounds of dust. The place looked as if it had been abandoned a long time ago. Shelter. How can there be a shelter out here? I wonder, is it a human or spirit shelter? Han Sen observed the distant shelter as best he could, but did not see too much. Although it seemed to have decayed over time's relentless march, it still looked solid, perhaps even operable. It looks like the shelter isn't home to any humans or creatures. If it is, why would it be in the state it currently is? But then again, why would the blood centipede be so afraid of it? While Han Sen pondered the stockpile of questions that now occurred to him, he saw the blood centipede start moving again. After the broken shelter had revealed itself, the blood centipede possessed what seemed like a renewed courage, and it rapidly climbed the mountain after Han Sen. Han Sen froze, and when he thawed soon after, he quickly took off running up the mountain. The monster had most likely believed the shelter was whole, which held off its initial advance. But now that it knew the shelter was an abandoned ruin, it ascended the mountain without fear. Han Sen had no other choice but to ascend. He hastened his brisk steps to ramble and climb his way up to the shelter. It was a decayed structure, and it didn't look like anyone lived up there, but if there was still a teleporter inside, and it was still in working condition, he could escape by returning to the Alliance. Han Sen ran inside the shelter and strode across the thick dust that had gathered so deeply that it felt like snow. The blood centipede followed Han Sen to the front of the shelter. It hesitated before the entrance for a moment, but still decided to follow him inside. The blue metal shelter had many toppled buildings, and many structures only had 1 or 2 disheveled walls remaining. Some had been cut in half or even had their roofs shaved off. Han Sen's run kept him weaving left and right between the remains of old buildings and constructs to avoid the centipede's pursuit. He summoned the little angel and gave her the egg, bidding that she fly away from him to the other side of the shelter. The blood centipede shrieked at Han Sen, but turned around and gave pursuit to the little angel now instead. Han Sen had finally achieved a moment's reprieve. He moved around the decayed shelter in search of a teleporter that may have fared better than the rest of the area. He had searched through a number of ruined buildings and was still in awe of the devastation. The entire area was a mess, as shrapnel and bits of twisted metal lay strewn about every corner. But thus far, unfortunately, he was unable to find a teleporter that was in good shape. In his search, he stumbled into a plaza which contained a half-toppled bell tower in its center. The bell was composed of blue copper, and it exuded an aura of mystique. Strange carvings were etched into the metal of its composition, with many of the drawn shapes resembling bugs. Han Sen saw this blue bell and wondered, if this place had indeed been abandoned, why had 6 bells rung out earlier? Han Sen looked around, observing the thick dust that coated each crevice of the lost shelter. He didn't see any footprints or marks that suggested occupation. Even the blue bell was covered in dust and ash. He believed it must have been years since a person last touched the bell. The tolling bell could not have been this one. Han Sen flapped his wings and flew onto the bell tower to take a closer look. Han Sen was then hit with a sudden surprise. There was a body inside the bell tower that looked like a human in rugged clothes. Through decay over time, the body was little more than a dust-covered skeleton. Han Sen summoned a lance to poke the clothing that once dressed the deceased. With little effort, the clothes and bones fell apart into ash. Was this a human shelter that got attacked by some fearsome creature? Han Sen came down from the bell tower and treaded the shelter with a little more care this time. Han Sen summoned his super armor in case something unfortunate was about to happen. Since there weren't any other humans around, no one would see or recognize him. The fallen metal buildings were everywhere, and he couldn't find a single building that had been left untouched. Most of the houses did not contain teleporters, and the ones Han Sen found were broken and had ceased to function. Han Sen later discovered many other skeletal remains that were similar to the first one. For some reason, all it took was a little touch for the remains to crumble and wholly collapse. Han Sen had searched through half the shelter so far and had yet to find a single working teleporter. The little angel was on the other side, keeping the blood centipede busy. He didn't fancy venturing that way. Strange. Aside from the blue copper bell, there aren't any other bell towers here. There aren't any other bells at all. What tolling bells did I hear? Han Sen thought, puzzled. While Han Sen was deep in thought, he heard the mystery bells ring once more like thunder. The shock was so strong, he almost collapsed. Han Sen quickly ran his Dongshuan Sutra to quell the energy inside him. He raised his head and saw the bell in the bell tower was ringing, all by itself. Not even a stiff wind brushed it, yet it tolled. Why is this happening to me? Why does the bell ring itself? Han Sen tried his best to calm the energy inside him as he stared at the bell. The little angel and the blood centipede stopped fighting, as if they were both affected by the bell as well. Dong! The blue bell rang again, at an even scarier tone than before. It was loud, like an explosion detonating right on Han Sen's eardrum. The tolling of the bell, when he had been further down the mountain, was not as strong as what he was hearing now, because he was so close to it. Every ring was like a thunderbolt that convulsed his body and caused him to spit blood from his mouth. Dong! 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 The blue bell continued to ring, and Han Sen continued to writhe, oozing blood from his mouth. He used the Dongshuan Sutra the best he could to fight back the damage caused by the loud tolling of the bell. Although the Dongshuan Sutra was powerful, it didn't provide enough relief to fight back the noise. The energy inside Han Sen went insane, and the chaos inside highlighted every vein that coursed through his body. A green vein, in particular, began to expand in his body, looking ready to rupture. Some of his smaller veins were broken already, which dyed his skin red. It was a frightening sight to witness. The blood centipede was not doing any better. In its agony, it twisted and wriggled around on the ground, toppling many buildings. Its madness only generated more noise. The blue bell seemed to deal damage to any creature that heard it. The more energy a creature had, the more damage it suffered. The little angel, however, was not affected. Her body's energy exuded a holy presence, and because of her purity, the bell could not deal damage to her. But the little angel still had to fight back the noise, and so couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Han Sen's mind flashed back to the berserk devil unicorn that had finished evolving. He summoned it before he considered whether or not it would even work. The black smoke whirled around Han Sen like a black hole. The sonic pulse pounded the black smoke, which caused a bit of it to evaporate. Its disappearance revealed Han Sen slightly, consumed by the protective smoke. But when the noise halted for a moment, the black smoke fully rejuvenated. It was like a shield, protecting Han Sen. Through the black smoke's protection, Han Sen didn't feel as affected by the tolling of the bell. Now, his Dongshuan Sutra was able to fight it. The discord of his energy began to simmer and settle down as the veins relaxed and returned to their ordinary size and shape beneath his skin. That's some good stuff. Han Sen was overjoyed. He then thought to himself, if the devil unicorn can block elemental attacks, does that mean the bell's noise is a special sort of element itself? After 9 times, the bell stopped. There was no more noise, but that only led Han Sen to discover something even more frightening. The blue bell was alive. It started flying, and looking set to crush Han Sen, it suddenly went right for him without cause. Inside the blue bell was a blue metal chain, and at the bottom of the chain was a cone-shaped, blue metal ringer. The ringer was the reason the bell had rung. Luckily, Han Sen's energy was no longer messed up and he could focus. Quickly, he jumped and rolled away, evading the blue bell that tried to land on top of him. Fortunately, the bell was not as quick as he feared it might be, which allowed Han Sen to dodge the attack. The blue bell missed Han Sen, but it didn't try again. It immediately stopped going after Han Sen and went after the blood centipede instead. The bell spun around and around like a saucer as it went. When it arrived, the bell that was only as tall as a human morphed its shape. As it hovered above the writhing centipede, it expanded until it was large enough to consume the entire creature. Seeing this gave Han Sen the heebie-jeebies. Boom! The blue bell landed atop the twisting centipede, and then Han Sen heard noises come from within. He heard the centipede trying to fight its way out of the bell's entrapment. The noise that emanated from the bell was not unlike the ringing he had heard earlier. Every tone was a shock, and Han Sen had only his devil unicorn to repel it. Of course, it wasn't half as effective as the noises from earlier, as it wasn't a proper tolling. These noises were created by the panicked centipede, and as such, the devil unicorn could block each pulse. The blood centipede continued fighting on the inside for half an hour, until its noise gradually weakened. After another half an hour passed, there was no more movement to be heard at all. Han Sen then finally saw the blue bell move again. It spun around in the air again before shrinking down to its initial size. When it was about as tall as a human again, it went for the little angel. From its time beneath the bell, the blood centipede had now become nothing but bones. It looked as if it had been dead for a good many years, just like the bones Han Sen had seen earlier. But the little angel wasn't threatened. She dodged the incoming bell with ease and then smacked it heavily with her greatsword. A deep cleft was left in the bell's side, which made the object squirm backwards and unleash more of its horrible tolling sounds. The little angel's energy was messed up as a result, and she had to cast her energy flow skill to ease it. She could not dodge the bell's attack due to this, and all she saw was the bell spinning towards her. The little angel hastened her cast and was able to quell her inner turmoil, and evade the bell's strike with just enough time. Still, by exerting so much effort, her energy had become even more messed up. Han Sen then decided to summon the little angel back to the Sea of Soul, which made the bell lose its target. But after the little angel disappeared, it did not turn its attention to Han Sen as it had previously. It merely flew back to the bell tower and reattached itself. What is that thing? Is that a super creature? Han Sen was flabbergasted. Aside from that, he couldn't think of what else it could have been. Han Sen had never heard of a super creature using bell noises to kill people before. Han Sen looked at the bell once more and then walked near the corpse of the blood centipede. When Han Sen touched it with a bit of strength, it crumbled into dust. This blood centipede's essence has been drained by the bell. Han Sen was surprised. Clearly, the monster bell used the tolling sound to screw with the energy flows of its potential victims. When people or creatures were in pain and struggling with the confusion of their energy going haywire, the bell would fly out to cover them. That was what had happened to the blood centipede. Such a terrifyingly powerful foe was completely drained of its essence in less than an hour. Han Sen now knew the bell was a frightening thing. But fortunately, it was slow. And if you could repel the noise, then you didn't have to be too afraid of the fiend. The blue bell only attacked Han Sen once, and after he dodged it, it didn't attempt to get him again. It had some intelligence, that much was certain. It most likely realized Han Sen was too agile for it, and there was no use going after him. What a strange super creature. I wonder what manner of beast soul I would receive if I killed it. Han Sen gave the blue bell another look, the grimace of greed creeping upon his face. But killing the bell wouldn't be easy. Merely attacking it would generate the sound that disturbed energy flows. Hurting the monster meant hurting yourself. There would have to be another solution for killing it. It was a shame the little angel was not a spirit. If she was a spirit, she could use the devil unicorn beast soul herself. With the protection of the devil unicorn, her energy would not be disrupted and she could fight the bell with all her power. But she wasn't a spirit, she was a pet. She was unable to use any beast souls. As a result, Han Sen continued to observe the bell for a good long while, but he could not come up with a better solution. He summoned his little angel again and got her to attack the blue bell once more. Dong! The little angel struck the bell with all her might, and it rang with its wretched toll. The strike did leave a decent mark on the bell, however, and it became enraged in response. It flew madly towards the little angel, attempting to swallow her. Han Sen immediately returned his little angel. Having lost its attacker, the bell returned to the tower and reattached itself. This could work. Han Sen was delightfully surprised. He resummoned his little angel and had her attack the bell once again. He cheesed it this way many times. The bell was covered in clefts and deep cuts before long. When the bell lost all patience with its phantom attacker, it started to toll itself. Dong, dong, dong. The horrible bell noise racketed across the shelter and beyond. Han Sen put the little angel back in the Sea of Soul and used the devil unicorn to shield himself from the noise's effect. After a while, the bell stopped ringing. Then, Han Sen got back to it. He summoned his little angel and bid for her to attack the bell once again. After she attacked, the blue bell took off in flight. This time, it was going away from the shelter as if it wanted to escape. Han Sen didn't want this, so he commanded the little angel to chase after it. Dong! Another ringing sound erupted, and the little angel froze in the air. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to summon her back in time. It seems like it is still able to toll, even during its flight. The sound is definitely weaker than when it was stationary. However, Han Sen waited until the bell stopped ringing before resuming the chase. Across the mountains, the sound of a malfunctioning bell echoed far and wide. No creature dared to come near the airborne fighters. Han Sen trailed behind it and used his Dongshuan aura to scan the bell. Han Sen could not sense a life force on the blue bell at all times. He could only sense it when the bell started ringing. Han Sen, as he observed the energy flow, thought it was quite strange. Han Sen and the little angel chased it 1,000 miles. There were countless marks scraped across the entire body of the bell, and they had lost count of how many times they had struck it. Eventually, however, victory was achieved when the bell was hewn in half. It no longer rang after its final hit, and it crash-landed in relative silence. Super creature hunted, Death Knell. The beast's soul has been acquired. Its flesh cannot be consumed, but you may collect the life Geno essence and obtain a random numeric amount of super Geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. The announcement chimed in Han Sen's head, which brought him great joy. But when he looked at the remains of the death knell that had been sliced in half, it didn't disappear. It remained where it had fallen. Can this guy be considered a second-generation super creature or third-generation super creature? Don't tell me a bell can produce babies. That would be hilarious. Han Sen continued to observe it, pondering whether or not it could produce offspring. But he didn't concern himself with the question for too long before seeking to retrieve the life Geno essence instead. The bell did not have any flesh. Aside from its outer shape, there was only the metal chain and pendant inside. Han Sen looked at the pendant and summoned the little angel. He asked her to strike the pendant, which cracked open to release its blue life Geno essence. I am going to be rich. A centipede egg and a life Geno essence. And the strange death knell's beast soul on top of all that. I have earned a lot today. Han Sen was more than pleased. He took another look at the shattered pieces of the slain bell, which lay scattered about. He brought out a bag and collected all the broken bits, crushing some of the bigger parts to fit them all in. Then he summoned his golden roar and placed the bag on it. With his rewards in hand, he turned to ride away. Han Sen put away the life Geno essence and let the little angel crack the blood centipede's egg open for him. The little angel sliced the egg, and that chimed the announcement. Super creature hunted, 1,000-blade blood dragon baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super Geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen quickly lifted the egg that had been cracked open and consumed the yolk that was inside. The juice tasted like coconut, and it was quite nice. It surprised him, as it didn't taste like any creature. 1,000-blade blood dragon baby consumed. You have received 1 super Geno point. This notification played a few times, and a huge smile burst on Han Sen's face. Try as he might, he could not stop grinning. A warmth swirled around inside his body and blended with his blood. The blood cells seemed to quickly morph, and they felt different from before. When all was said and done, the 1000-blade blood dragon baby had given Han Sen 7 Super Geno points, which brought his total Super Geno tally up to 24. His fitness felt an immediate increase. After consuming the 1000-blade blood dragon baby, Han Sen spent some time researching the energy flow of the blue bell. If he could simulate its energy flow, he could absorb its life Geno essence. Han Sen used Dongshuan Sutra to simulate Death Knell's energy flow, and felt his entire body vibrate. He heard the sound of a bell ring, and his body throbbed to its chime. Han Sen flicked his arm, which generated a noise not unlike the death knell. The bell sounds no longer affected Han Sen, but they made the golden roarer by his side shake. This is interesting. If I use this skill and people hit me, it should issue the same results as the death knell did. The sound generated should screw with an attacker's energy flow. Although I cannot simulate it to its original power, it might still come in handy. But this bell noise affects everyone and everything. It can even hurt my friends. I need to be careful when and where I use it, lest I commit friendly fire. Han Sen was quite interested in Death Knell's energy flow. He tried it out for a while before trying to refine the bell's life Geno essence. As Han Sen began to refine the blue metal life Geno essence, the cells in his body started to become lively. Although the life Geno essence was named after death, its effects were to provide rebirth and a strengthening of one's genes and very life. When the refinement process was complete, Han Sen's absorbance of the Death Knell life Geno essence provided him 8 Super Geno points. This brought his total Super Geno tally up to 32. These are some good rewards I have received. If this continues, it won't be long before I max out my Super Geno points. But Han Sen had to ask himself a serious question. Was he strong enough to visit his mother's shelter? With his own power and the aid of the Silver Fox and Little Angel, few creatures could threaten him. As such, he could consider going to visit her. Han Sen. As Han Sen walked past the human shelter, someone called his name. Han Sen heard the voice and noticed it sounded familiar. He could not, however, recall to whom it belonged. He turned around and saw a big man running towards him, which surprised him. Brother Fist, Han Sen shouted when his eyes recognized the face. He was one of the leaders of the Steel Armor Shelter's army. Although he never spent much time with Han Sen, they had a friendly relationship and had cooperated on various occasions. Brother Fist was a friend of Fang Jinki, and Fang Jinki was one of Fang Zuxi's elder brothers, who had grown up with Han Sen. Brother Fist was also a good friend of Tang Zhenliu. That was why they respected each other, despite not having done much together. Brother Fist, I know you love me, but I am a raging heterosexual, and this is getting a little awkward. Han Sen slipped out of his grasp. Han Sen was quite tall himself, but Brother Fist was even taller, standing about 2 meters tall. You feel awkward. I don't. Brother Fist patted Han Sen's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. I do love you. I love you so much. Seeing you here brings tears of joy to my eyes. So why don't you come help me and Fang take a spirit shelter? Fang Jinki is here, Han Sen asked, with a tone of surprise. Me and him are stuck at the hip. We are like 2 peas in a pod. I can't believe we both arrived here in this dump. Upon our arrival at the second god's sanctuary, there are no resources here, and neither are there many elites. I still need to collect a whole trove of sacred Geno points, so we're making plans to take down a royal shelter to make our lives easier going forward. There is a small number of elites nearby, and we figured we would have need of their help. But here you come, passing me by. It's a stroke of good fortune. Brother Fist tugged at Han Sen's arms as he kept walking and explaining how things had been. The area was a little better than the ice field had been when Han Sen first arrived there. Still, there hadn't been much change since. Brother Fist and Fang Jinki were not living here happily as a result. Han Sen followed Brother Fist to a night-class shelter. Fang Jinki was there, and when he saw Han Sen, he had a similar reaction to Brother Fist and said, Han Sen, what brings you here? Oh, what a wonderful opportunity. We are off to try to take down a royal shelter, so you should join us. Han Sen smiled and agreed. He'd be able to obtain a new royal spirit, and at the same time help old friends. He didn't see a reason why he should refuse their polite request. It had been a long time since Han Sen last collected a spirit, and he hoped it would be another beautiful lady spirit. She'd fit in nicely in the ranks of his goddess army. Today, the Thunder Shelter and the Devil God Shelter's people are coming. When they arrive, we can discuss any new proceedings with them, Fang Jinki said, with much excitement as well. Clearly, they had no idea Han Sen owned a super pet and had achieved what he thought to be common knowledge. They just believed Han Sen was any old, ordinary elite. Han Sen did not spoil their perception, and simply allowed them to arrange everything. He only had to help them and get the royal spirit when the time came. With his power, there was no possibility of him failing. But when Fang Jinky and Brother Fist brought Han Sen over to discuss matters with the others, there were disagreements. Brother Fist and Fang Jinky knew Han Sen was an elite, so they wanted him to receive a higher share. The people from the Thunder Shelter and Devil's God Shelter, however, did not agree. They insisted Han Sen was just another component of the team, and he shouldn't receive preferential treatment when it came to the distribution of loot. Qian Zhong, how can you say that? We are cooperating to take down the shelter together. We have plenty of time to discuss this, Brother Fist said, frowning. Qian Zhong, from the Thunder Shelter, replied, if we are cooperating, then we should use the contract we have already signed and settled on. For you to go out in search of someone else is a concern of yours, where the rewards come directly out of your own shares. You cannot burden us with someone whose aid we have not asked for. Why should we give him anything? With our manpower like this, taking down the royal shelter will cost us much. Han Sen is a fierce and strong elite. He can secure our victory. Our sacrifices will be considerably lessened by his presence, I assure you, Brother Fist explained. Han Sen wasn't really interested in this talk of a cut. All he wanted was a new spirit, and he'd have long been gone had the possibility of earning one not been a prospect. Extra money made no difference to him, so earning a cut didn't really entice him. Oh, come on. Who do you think this guy is, Coin? If he's that good, then why bother coming to look for us? Go and take down the shelter all by yourselves. They can do that, can't they, Liu? Qian Zhong then dragged the Devil God Shelter's leader, Liu Tai, into the argument. Liu Tai said, Qian is correct. After everything was supposedly prepared, you are the one who has brought an extra person into this. Our shares have been settled. Therefore, there is no need for us to make a change that would accommodate him. Qian Zhong and Liu Tai were not budging on their stance, and Brother Fist and Fang Jinky could not take back their proposal. Brother Fang and Brother Fist, can you guard the shelter? Han Sen asked them, seeing that their argument had now come to a standstill. Brother Fist wasn't sure what Han Sen meant, but right now, he couldn't allow anyone to believe he was weak. In fact, Brother Fist and Fang Jinky were the strongest evolvers in the region. The Thunder Shelter and the Devil God Shelter combined would not have the strength to take them on. They wanted more resources, which was why they wanted to take on the royal shelter. Fine, there is no need to cooperate. We will indeed tackle it ourselves, Han Sen said. When Han Sen said that, everyone just looked at him without saying a word. Brother Fist looked ready to say something, and he moved his lips to do so, but no words were vocally drawn. He thought Han Sen had suggested something ludicrous and quite frankly, impossible. Fang, this is possible, yes. Brother Fist did not have much of a background, and he hadn't heard the recent tales of Han Sen's accomplishments. Fang Jinky smiled and said, if Han Sen says okay, then everything will be okay. This guy is awesome. He can even slay super creatures. Fang Jinky had recently spent much time in his shelter, preparing for the attack. He hadn't heard about Han Sen owning a super pet, but he had heard of his initial slaying of one super creature. He just wasn't entirely sure if the story was true. Holy crap, you really killed a super creature. Hearing Han Sen say that, Brother Fist still struggled to believe him. Han Sen had arrived at the second god's sanctuary much later than Brother Fist did, and he lacked the confidence to slay even a sacred blood creature. Therefore, it was quite difficult to believe Han Sen already had what it took to take down a super creature. Why did you not say something about this earlier? If I knew you were this strong, I wouldn't even have had to talk to them. You could solo a royal shelter easily. I'm afraid this will be difficult. That's okay, me and Fang have a few people, and we can all accompany you. We are taking this royal shelter no matter what. It will be difficult not to incur any losses, but even if Qian Zhong and Liu Tai show up to take advantage, we can guard the place without error, Brother Fist said. No, I meant it is difficult to go now. If I go now, I won't be back in time for my lunch, Han Sen said. You don't need lunch. If we're taking a royal shelter, what use would it be to come back here? I will roast meat and heat up wine for you right then and there. My Fist family makes the best grilled meat, I'll have you know. All right then, let's go, Han Sen said. Are Fist and Fang Jinky crazy? They are actually going to try to conquer the shelter with just their own people. Qian Zhong and Liu Tai, after hearing word of their endeavor, were shocked. Upon leaving, they merely thought Brother Fist would renegotiate with Han Sen and have him take a step back. They never expected them to follow through with what they had said, and actually go there with only their own men. Qian Zhong and Liu Tai quickly rallied their troops and went out near the shelter to watch how things fared for them. If they had the opportunity, they'd waylay and try to mooch off their efforts. If Brother Fist and his people were injured during their fights, but were overall nearing success, they imagined they could swoop in and claim the entire shelter for themselves. When they arrived, they saw Brother Fist atop his mount, racing towards the shelter. They were fast approaching the gate. Brother Fist did not falter or slow, and simply followed Han Sen's lead into battle. They were attempting to siege the shelter directly by attacking the main gate. What are they thinking? Do they honestly believe they can take on a shelter like this? Liu Tai frowned. Taking on a shelter from the front would consume far too much power, he thought. Many creatures poured out of the shelter to greet their would-be conquerors. There were wolves, bears, a variety of 10-meter-tall beasts, and a 50-meter-long snake. There were even birds, taking off into the skies so they could assail them from above. Han Sen was riding his golden growler, leading the siege. The spirit shelter was rather powerful, but it was still weaker than Princess Yin Yang's shelter. A green-winged bird soared through the skies like a green cloud that blotted out the sun. Its presence darkened the region as it descended. Han Sen did not blink, and merely waited for it to complete its descent. When it did, he summoned his flaming Rex spike and swung it upwards. In one hit, the monster was cut in half. Blood and feathers danced in the air like rain. Sacred blood creature hunted, green cloud eagle. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Brother Fist and the rest, who witnessed this scene, were shocked but happy. They called aloud with grand excitement. Qian Zhong and Liu Tai were taken aback after seeing this. To see a giant sacred blood bird creature killed in one hit like that was a frightening thing. A 10-meter-tall beast roared. On his approach towards it, Han Sen leapt off of Golden Growler's back and brought his flaming Rex spike down on the creature's head. The weapon went clean through, splitting the monster in two, each split side of the beast falling a separate way as a heap of guts dropped directly down to the ground. When Han Sen landed, the Golden Growler was by his side. Immediately, he leapt onto his mount and continued the siege. He was an unstoppable force. A 50-meter-long snake now guarded their approach. Han Sen thrust into it with his Rex spike and threw it into the sky. While it was still airborne, Han Sen sliced and diced it into a rain of snake bits, which fell down to the ground with thudding noises. Countless wolves and bears were killed without reprieve, their charred remains illuminating the battlefield. The guy was a killing machine, and within seconds, he was right before the entrance of the shelter. The entire army did not slow down for a second, and immediately hacked their way inside. Who is this man? Qian Zhong and Liu Tai had questions coming out the rear. Brother Fist and Fang Jinky, on the other hand, were surprised. They knew Han Sen was strong, but not that strong. Under the pressure of his wretched, flaming weapon, not a single creature was given the opportunity to fight back. There, they saw a figure wearing steel armor. This person was 4 meters tall, and he wielded a great axe that was larger than a door. He was like a metal robot, standing vigil in protection of the spirit hall at its entrance. He was the spirit of this shelter. Han Sen dismounted Golden Growler as the Rex spike in his hand began to spin. It spun faster and faster as Han Sen approached the spirit, until the flames became a controlled tornado affixed to his weapon. The spirit roared and he brought his great axe down towards Han Sen with both hands. The flaming Rex spike clobbered the great axe, shattering the blade in the process. The flaming Rex spike did not stop there, though. It pierced through the armor of the spirit and drilled directly into his chest. Han Sen kept going, pushing the spirit into the spirit hall. Boom. The spirit was nailed to the statue, deader than dead could be. Han Sen did not even look at the spirit, and just casually climbed the disintegrating body that had been pinned to the statue. Using it for better grip, the spirit's body provided the elevation needed for Han Sen to effortlessly grab the spirit stone embedded in the statue's forehead. I, Steel Prince, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. The steel giant responded via the spirit stone and pledged his allegiance to Han Sen. He took off his steel helmet to reveal the face of a rugged man with long locks of black hair. Han Sen put the spirit stone against his forehead, and in the bright light, the spirit stone combined with the entity of the Steel Prince. Then, he went into Han Sen's Sea of Soul. Han Sen's audience had their mouths agape. From the beginning, when they assaulted the gate, until now, effortlessly reaching the spirit hall and its master to finalize the conquest, it all happened in less than an hour. It was pulled off without a hitch, at a blisteringly fast pace. The people who followed Brother Fist and Fang Jinky looked upon Han Sen with great shock and were nearly traumatized by the repeated surprises Han Sen had been delivering. The only ones in greater shock were Qian Zhong and his people. Get a fire going, it is time we feast. The royal shelter is ours. Brother Fist brought out the wine he had stashed on his beast mount. He raised it up and took a hearty swig. As the people warmed up, following their heart-stopping surprises, they began cheering in overwhelming joy. A lot of people had readied themselves to lose not only the lives of their friends, but their own lives as well. No one expected they would pull through without a single fatality, let alone a single scratch. Qian Jiang and Liu Tai watched the remainder of the creatures flee the shelter, in deep regret of their earlier decision. They did not expect Brother Fist to have found someone so strong, who could practically solo the entire conquest of a royal shelter. In deep regret, they wished they had accepted the new terms. If they had, they'd be inside reveling in the victory alongside them. But it was now too late for them to say anything, and they knew Brother Fist would not share the royal shelter with them. Brother Fist and Fang Jinky insisted on providing Han Sen a share of the shelter's future income. After a contract was signed, the terms were for them to pay out a lump sum at the end of each year. Han Sen remained at the shelter for one night, but rejected Brother Fist and Fang Jinky's request that he stay for longer. Upon leaving, he returned to the goddess shelter. Aside from Prince Steel, Han Sen had also managed to obtain the giant snake's beast soul. It was a sacred blood-class metal-boned snake beast soul that took on the shape of a spear. It was a decent weapon. Of course, Han Sen had no use for sacred blood beast souls anymore, and so he decided on selling it or at least trading it sometime down the line, if an alluring proposition or item caught his interest. Han Sen rode his golden growler across the ice field. In his hands, a blue metal bell rested. This was the Death Knell's beast soul, and it was a pet beast soul. When Han Sen held it in his hand, it looked like a toy bell. Seeing it there now, no one would ever comprehend what it must have been like to witness such a thing killing the blood centipede in the manner that it did. When Han Sen first got this pet, he wondered how he would feed it. He didn't think it could consume meat. After conquering the shelter, Han Sen tried to drip the blood of sacred blood creatures onto the bell. The result seemed a success, as the blood was absorbed by the bell, which soon after started to glow. That was when Han Sen realized the bell drank blood. But it didn't drink any old blood. It only seemed to react to blood from sacred blood creatures. Similar to the little angel, it was a picky eater. Han Sen wondered if, like with the little angel, sacred blood would not be enough to compel its evolution. He thought it would most likely require super creature blood to evolve into a battle mode pet. If this guy evolves into battle mode, could it be as scary as the original Death Knell? Han Sen's heart was hopeful at the thought. For Han Sen, felling super creatures was no longer an impossible feat. Therefore, attempting to evolve the Death Knell through the method he theorized wouldn't be an all too difficult task. On his return to the ice field, Han Sen ran into Wang Yuheng. Or rather, Wang Yuheng caught sight of Han Sen and then ran up to him. "Bossman, might you kindly sell me the life Geno essence?" Wang Yuheng asked, with a look of hope. The monster that guarded the blood spring was slain by Princess Yin Yang after Wang Yuheng drew it away. No body was left behind, only a life Geno essence. Sure, you still haven't cashed in your 30% from before, and after the latest hunt, you are owed an additional 20%. It's yours if you can cough up the other 50% of what it costs. But you must also keep the item a secret. You cannot tell anyone that you practically stole it from the Zhao family. If they were to learn we stole their super creature, I can't imagine they'd do anything kind to us, Han Sen said. I understand. I will tell the tale that this life Geno essence belonged to a creature we both found and fought together. I will tell this to my family as well. Aside from you and I, nobody else can possibly know, Wang Yuheng said, with a voice coated in excitement. Han Sen rolled his eyes. Zero was present, and she was most certainly aware of which creature had dropped the life Geno essence. He seemed to have forgotten about her existence. But regardless, Han Sen believed he wouldn't admit the truth to anyone. His own hide would be on the line if he did, not to mention his possession of a life Geno essence taken from the Zhao family would hurt his own family, if the truth were ever revealed. That was not to suggest Han Sen was afraid of the Zhao family. Han Sen looked for Huang Fu Ping King for assistance and brought a map of the second god's sanctuary with him. The shelter was enormous, and even with the powers of the Ares Martial Hall, it was difficult to compose such a map. There were a few 100,000 miles of uncharted regions, as well. Many known places were marked as danger zones, and lengthy journeys were only made longer due to the detours travelers had to make to avoid such treacherous places. These alternate routes often tripled the length of a journey, but unfortunately, there were many places that could not be avoided at all. The Ares Martial Hall paid hefty prices of blood for the cartography of such areas. The closest danger zone to the ice field, where no one was advised to visit, was called the Black Desert. This place was unavoidable, and it had earned an association with certain death. Inside the Angel Gene Corporation office, a man sat behind a desk. His face was gloomy. Zhao Heng and Zhao Heiyang were standing in the room, silent. With heads lowered, they could not dare look at the man before them. The man behind the desk looked to be in his 40s. He was fairly unremarkable in appearance, but his body exuded an aura of terrible power. Every faint movement he made was intimidating. Even though Zhao Heng was of the same generation, with his grandson at his side, he almost didn't dare steal the air to breathe in that room. He was the chairman of Angel Gene, Zhao Seventh. It was a very old-fashioned name, derived from being the seventh child of the family. The 6 brothers that came before Zhao Seventh were given much better names, but each of the 6 prior babies died during childbirth, and only Zhao Seventh had managed to survive. Back in that time, people were still superstitious, and the parents allowed a psychic to predict the life Zhao Seventh would lead. The prediction, however, stated Zhao Seventh would not survive the first 7 days of his life. These 7 days did not begin immediately following his own birth, but 7 days after his last brother died. Zhao Seventh would die 7 days from that day. The psychic foretold that the bad string of luck, which made the Zhao family's babies die, would end following the death of Zhao Seventh. If the mother was to make any more babies, they would live. 7 days after the 6th brother died, Zhao Seventh almost did die. Not wanting him to die, his mother did everything she could to protect him. She clutched Zhao Seventh in her arms and did not let go. A mother, who had 6 dead children, would not just sit idly by and watch her 7th baby die. On that day, his mother guarded him without rest. And something did indeed happen. The house collapsed, with the mother and son both inside. During the rescue operation, the mother was found crushed to death beneath the rubble. Zhao Seventh, however, was safe in the bosom of his mother's protection. She had died, but he had lived. He was fine, save for his mother's blood that soaked him. Upon his rescue, the baby was still licking his fingers and smiling jovially. And just like that, Zhao Seventh outlived his 7th day. Through his efforts, Angel Gene was built from the ground up, earning great renown for the Zhao family. It originally operated out of a small research facility, but it had since grown to become the Goliath entity it was on this day. Brother Seventh, I'm sorry, I messed it up. Zhao Heng was old, but in front of Zhao Seventh, he looked like a small, regretful child. His head was lowered and still, he did not dare look at the man. Everyone in the Zhao family was afraid of Zhao Seventh. They each spoke of how tough his life had been, and it was true. To develop Angel Gene into what it was, he had tread atop many corpses. Failure is nothing. It is mankind's habit to fail, and ill results are no stranger to any person. But those who do not recognize the mistakes that have led to their failure deserve a harsh response. Zhao Seventh looked at Zhao Heng coldly and continued, so tell me, what led to your failure? Zhao Heng, stuttering and tripping over his words, responded, I am sorry, but it was misfortune that led to our failure this time. We did not expect the Hill of the Spring to contain such a foul creature. And the boy, Han Sen, was not willing to use his super pet to stay the advance of the super creature. He also led it our way, and it was that action that led to the significant losses we incurred. Zhao Heiyang had not said a single word yet, but he chipped in to help Zhao Heng by saying, Han Sen tricked us. If he hadn't drawn the creature our way, we wouldn't have. Zhao Seventh looked at him coldly, and Zhao Heiyang swallowed the words he had yet to speak. It is my fault. Zhao Seventh looked at both of them when he said this. Calmly, he continued, it was my mistake for allowing you to tackle the foe without appropriate preparation. Leave now, but give Zhao Lion a shout. I need him. Zhao Heng and Zhao Heiyang breathed heavy sighs of relief. They left Zhao Seventh's office as if they had just dodged a death sentence. Not long after, a tall, middle-aged man knocked on the door of the office. He then entered. It was difficult for people to believe such a big and broad man, with a tanned face, had the name Zhao Lion. The name did not match the person, not by a long shot. Does the chairman have any requests? Zhao Lion politely asked. How are the Angel Gene fluid tests coming along? Zhao Seventh said, with a relaxed demeanor. Families always had at least one talented individual, and Zhao Lion was one of the younger family members he had taken a great liking to. Zhao Seventh gave him a lot of important tasks. We're still in the first stage of testing. Our results have highlighted the presence of a variety of issues and problems. Time is all they request, however. They'll get it fixed in due time, Zhao Lion answered. How many first-stage test vials were formulated? Zhao Seventh asked. There were 23 of them, Zhao Lion said. Give them to Zhao Long and his men, and have them kill Han Sen at his shelter. I don't care what it takes, Zhao Seventh coldly ordered. But the Angel Gene fluid is not yet stable. It has destructive results in the human body. If Zhao Long and his people use it, even if they succeed long enough to accomplish their task, They may not live very long afterwards. Zhao Lion sought to speak more, but what was cut off? The Zhao family has fed and cared for them, all for this day, Zhao 7 said coldly. He continued by saying, "It's time we attempt the 4th stage test. Observe Zhao Long and his people after they use the fluid. The data you will collect is imperative for the future success of the Angel Gene fluid." Yes, Zhao Lion did not say anything further. He took his leave and went directly to the 19th sub-basement laboratory. According to the Ares Marshall Hall's predictions, should nothing too awry present itself, it would take Han Sen a month to cross the Black Desert. If troubles did arise, no one knew whether or not he would emerge from that place ever again. Fu Pinking advised Han Sen not to go, saying that his mother was in a big human shelter, and that there was no danger there. Even if Han Sen wanted to give her something, he could have sent it via delivery. He didn't have to go in person. But Han Sen knew that what he wanted to give his mother was not something he could easily trade. That was why he wanted to go there and visit her himself. "Don't worry, I have a super pet. I will be fine." Han Sen smiled at Fu Pinking while talking with her on the communicator. Fu Pinking merely sighed in response and said, "Do not underestimate that place. Our people have only traveled there once." A team comprised of 100 people were sent in, yet only 2 made it out half alive. Those who made it out weren't even sure how they did so. Their account detailed an encounter with a black dragon in the Black Desert. But another monster swallowed the black dragon up, and it looked like a phoenix. They spoke of mountains that moved, pits in the sands that consumed creatures, and worse. That place is far too dangerous for anyone to venture alone. How can dragons and phoenix exist in this world? This is not mythology, they are merely creatures. These beasts you speak of are most likely super creatures, at worst. And it's not like I haven't killed a super creature before. Han Sen smiled again. "I know my attempts at swaying your resolve to go there are futile, but still, I would like you to think about it and perhaps reconsider," Fu Pinking said. "Senior, when I make it to the other side, await my report. I'll make sure to contact you and let you know of my success in making it through." Again, Han Sen smiled. "Okay, if you're that determined, how about you transport some beast souls on my behalf?" Fu Pinking asked, with a wry smile. After his preparations were complete, Han Sen brought along the silver fox and left the goddess shelter. He traveled in the direction of the Devil's Mountain, and once over, he planned to veer away and head towards the Black Desert. But after arriving at the trail leading up and over the Devil's Mountain, he frowned. Immediately, he did not feel safe. "I have walked this trail many times, there shouldn't be a threat. And I'm not Wang Yuheng, so I can't be unlucky enough to have misfortune befall me." Despite Han Sen thinking this, he opened up his Dongshuan Sutra to scan the surrounding environment for life forces. He wanted to see if there were any powerful creatures in the vicinity. In the next second, Han Sen's face changed. He sensed the presence of many powerful creatures all about. He could sense the force of these creatures, but he could not tell what they were. Still, just sensing such life forces was enough to make Han Sen almost panic. The energies he sensed were greater than sacred blood creatures, but not quite in the realm of super creatures. Han Sen was more than surprised, because he had never sensed something like this before. Each of the energy life forces were different, but when he looked deeper, the forces seemed comparable to his own strength. The fitness of whatever awaited him had to be at least 200. But this was a strange number. Sacred blood creatures don't reach such levels, and super creatures were never so low. Even the silver fox had a stronger energy reading. There were more than 20 of these life forces as well. Things were taking a strange turn. Shura. How is this possible? Han Sen saw that each person had a horn protruding from their head, the sign of a male Shura. But Shura were unable to exist in this place, as they could not use beast souls. But as clear as day, Han Sen could see them clad in beast soul armor, wielding beast soul weaponry. What is this? What's going on? Why are there Shura here in the shelter? Did the Shura figure out how to survive here in this world? Han Sen was shocked. If what he was seeing was true, then humanity was assuredly doomed. Quickly, however, Han Sen realized something was wrong. Although they had horns similar to the Shura, their colors were off. The horns of a Shura could be black, white, gold, and purple. There were no red horns, which was what he was seeing now. One of the blood-horned Shuras let loose an arrow from a beast soul bow. The arrow flew directly towards Han Sen with frightening power. It cracked the air in two and approached him quickly. Dong! The Adorate appeared in front of Han Sen and broke the beast's soul arrow. But this did not appease or make Han Sen any happier. If anything, it made him look glummer than ever. The power of the arrow was almost as strong as what Han Sen himself could achieve. "Who are you people?" Han Sen called out, eager to know whether or not they were Shura. "We are the ones who have come to kill you," the man who fired an arrow coldly responded. He gestured with his hand, and he and his 22 blood-horn compatriots charged towards Han Sen. On the other side of the peak, Zhao Lion was holding up a pair of binoculars. He was watching every little move with keen interest, and he recorded the results. First stage, Angel Gene Fluid versus a Super Pet. Let's see what happens. Zhao Lion looked excited, and he was eager to find out what was going to happen. But Zhao Lion knew that these evolvers, despite having a fitness level of over 100 and having consumed the Angel Gene Fluid, would still not have what it took to take down a super creature. Their primary target was Han Sen, after all. But no matter how strong the super pet was, there was only one of it. They would not be able to protect Han Sen when he was surrounded. It is a shame, though. It is a shame that I must sacrifice Zhao Long and all his people on the account of cutting down that Han Sen. We should have loosed these warriors against a super creature. Zhao Lion felt sorry because the beast's soul would disappear into the empty upon Han Sen's death, and Zhao Long would not be able to test his mettle against the super pet. The people who had consumed the Angel Gene Fluid were dead men walking, too. They could serve no purpose in the future. Dong. The Adiraid swung her sword as Zhao Long and his people approached with firm haste. In a formation, they looked set to deal with the attack. The Adiraid was a really powerful, oppressive force, but killing them in a short amount of time would be difficult. 8 of the people with blood horns surrounded Han Sen. The Adiraid spread its wings and flew past the blood-horned Shura. She swung her greatsword and sliced the arm and shoulder of one. The blood-horned Shura that was dealt the blow, however, acted as if it did not even feel pain. Without a care for the bleeding puncture, it swung its beast soul sword towards the Adiraid's neck. Other blood-horned Shura approached the Adiraid as this went on, in an attempt to surround her. She swung her greatsword again and decapitated the Shura she had already injured, before dashing away to avoid the attacks of the rest. The blood-horned Shura did not seem to fear death, and this made it increasingly difficult for the Adiraid to finish the fight quickly. The first stage Angel Gene Fluid is clearly not as effective as we would have hoped. Plainly, they cannot compete with super creatures just yet. Their effectiveness against an evolver with an open gene lock would be much higher, Zhao Lion thought to himself, as he recorded the combat data he was obtaining from observing the blood-horned Shura. Although he could not use machinery to more accurately log the battle and performance of the combatants, he had sharp eyes, and his records would more than suffice. But non-evolvers are unable to cope with the mutation of their genes. If they could, the Angel Gene Fluid would have been enough to allow humans to slay super creatures in the first god's sanctuary. It's a shame, really. Zhao Lion then turned his gaze to Han Sen, and continued to think, perhaps they may not be able to kill a super creature, but killing a human should be no problem for them. Even if he is a top evolver, with powerful beast souls and a high fitness level, there is no way he stands a chance against them. While Zhao Lion was deep in thought, Han Sen summoned a crossbow that resembled a peacock. He withdrew a bolt from his quiver and loaded it. He wants to use a crossbow to kill the Shura. He is naive. With their speed, I doubt he'd be able to hit any of them, even if he had a Berserk Sacred Blood crossbow with Berserk Sacred Blood bolts. Zhao Lion raised his lips, confident in the blood-horned Shura. He had been in charge of the research program of the Angel Gene Fluid and was well aware of the terrifying power the subjects wielded upon consumption of the substance. Even elites with an open gene lock, upon facing one of these test lab Shura, didn't stand a chance. The only advantage such evolvers had were the skills of their open gene lock. But in every other facet, they would be inferior. The 8 Shura surrounding Han Sen began to swing their weapons toward him with bloodlust. Their power and speed made for a frightening combination. Eager to see what would happen next, Zhao Lion began to get excited. Experimentation and improvements to the Angel Gene Fluid were still ongoing. It would only be deemed complete when they could remove its negative side effects, and humans could freely consume it. Once it was complete, the Zhao family believed it would usher in a new era for humanity. Despite the scary Shura surrounding him, Han Sen raised the crossbow, which emitted a number of black flashes. The bolts pierced through each of the Shura's heads, one by one like the tumbling of a circle of dominoes. 8 of them were killed in no time at all. They all crumpled to the ground, none of them managing to get within 2 meters of the person they had sought to kill. How is that possible? No way. Zhao Lion's eyes were wide open in disbelief, having great difficulty comprehending what he had just seen. He did not understand how the blood-horned Shura could have been so easily killed by a crossbow like that. The super pet itself seemed to have a harder time killing its foes. Han Sen is stronger than the super pet. That's impossible. That crossbow must be a super beast soul. It's the only explanation. Damn it. How can Han Sen own something like that? How many super creatures has he truly killed? Zhao Lion quickly realized his mission today had failed. For as long as Han Sen wielded that crossbow, He knew the Shura would pose no threat to him. Han Sen observed the dead bodies that lay strewn about and frowned. The bodies of the blood-horned Shura, after being killed by the Adiraid, began to rot quickly. Even the horns on their heads decomposed, as their mangled bodies reduced to thick, bloody mush on the ground. It was a grotesque sight. What are these things? Han Sen frowned. Clearly, they weren't creatures, but neither were they humans, and if they were indeed Shura, as he initially suspected, there was something different about them. Han Sen's thoughts turned to Zero, but she was vastly different than these monsters, as well. Regardless of whether Zero was in human or Shura mode, she did not have a disfigured body akin to the creatures he had just fought. Her body cleanly represented either a human shape or a Shura shape. These things cannot be a natural creation of this world. Humans must have constructed these beings. Whoever created these and set them loose upon me obviously wants to see me dead. But who would do such a thing? Han Sen frowned again. Angel Jean seemed like the most likely candidate. Han Sen did not continue. Instead, he returned to the nearest shelter and teleported back to the Alliance. If his opponent was willing to do this to him, he was afraid of what they might do to his family. No one would dare come after him in the Alliance, especially now that he was counted as one of the Jai family. So, the first thing he did when he returned to the Alliance was try to contact his mother. He wanted to tell her not to spend much time in the shelter and remain in the Alliance for as long as she could. Or at least, wait until he arrived there to protect her. But when Han Sen called his mother, he received no answer. This made Han Sen's heart jump with worry. Han Sen called King Xuan and asked her to send a few members of the special squad over to protect his mother and escort her out of the shelter, if they could. The Blue Crystal Shelter was near the Bukta Mountains, and Luo Sulan was out on a hunt under the protection of Wu Qinggang. Although she already had a lot of Geno points, her combat skills and prowess were still somewhat lacking. Mrs. Han, it would be best if you came with us. A leader of sorts stepped forward to speak, and as he finished his line, delivered a half-smile. Who are you people, and why should I follow you? Luo Sulan asked, frightened at their sudden approach. Do not worry, we do not plan on bringing you harm. We are here to bring you reunification with your son, the middle-aged man said. What happened to little Sin? Luo Sulan quickly asked. You will know once you come with us, the man said, with a frosted tone. I'm not going with you, Luo Sulan said, as she nibbled her lips. Why do you even bother talking to her? Just capture her already, another man coldly interjected. Okay, then, the other man then gestured with his hand, and the rest approached her. They knew all about Luo Sulan. She was a housewife who killed a few ordinary creatures to survive. She has been taken care of through the kindness of others, unable to fight for herself. They had already separated her from the assigned protector of the special squad, which meant capturing her would be an easy task to accomplish. You guys have parents. How do you think they would feel if they knew you were out here, attempting to kidnap a lone woman? Luo Sulan sighed as she spoke. Shut up. If you refuse to come with us peacefully, take one last look at that silky smooth skin of yours, before we cut it up and drag you away with us, Zhang Fang coldly told her. Just when Zhang Fang's hand was about to touch Luo Sulan, she raised her silky smooth hand and casually waved it in front of Zhang Fang's neck. Flop, he was only 2 feet away, and Zhang Fang's head was removed from his neck as if it were severed by an invisible knife. Have any of you ever felt hopeless? Luo Sulan's face was like ice. She did not look scared or afraid at all. She looked devoid of emotion, cold. Just cold. Their hearts shivered as chills ran down their spines. Blood spread all about like flowers. She quickly moved around, and with each directional turn, red syrup followed. Devil, you are the devil. Du Rajai was petrified with fear. All the elites around him, including Zhang Feng, and 2 with open gene locks, they most likely had the power to slay or capture a super creature. If they didn't possess such power, it would have been impossible for them to shake out 3 sacred blood creatures to attack and draw away Wu Qinggang. But the elites were now mercilessly slain by a woman that only had to walk 10 quick steps to sever each elite's head from their neck. Yet with the claret blood that sprayed and flowed, not a single droplet stained the woman's clothing. Luo Sulan still looked as elegant and as gentle as ever. The woman stood in front of Du Rajai, who no longer thought she was a pretty woman. She was now the devil. Don't kill me. I still have my parents, and I have a wife and kids. Du Rajai slobbered his plea for mercy after dropping down to his knees. The devil doesn't believe in tears. Luo Sulan gave Du Rajai one last, cold look. She swung her hand, and another head rose to the sky with an airborne wake of blood. The Blue Crystal team found Luo Sulan out near the mountains and quickly brought her back to the shelter. Wu Qinggang killed 1 sacred blood creature and managed to chase away the other 2 before returning himself. The Blue Crystal team believed things were not as simple as they might have initially seemed, as those sacred blood creatures should not have appeared where they were in the first place. But aside from their intrusion, nothing else happened. Luo Sulan was safe. Although it was strange, Luo Sulan's safety was all that mattered. After she returned to the shelter, she teleported to the Alliance. Near the base of the mountains, the ground seemed disrupted. The soil seemed fresh, as if something had been recently buried. "Mom, are you okay?" King Xuan had told Han Sen what had occurred at the shelter, and he found it strange as well. "I'm fine. What could have possibly happened to me?" Luo Sulan asked. "Mom, I may have offended someone in the shelter. They have tried to come at me already, but they were unsuccessful." "Little Sen, who did you offend? Will something happen?" Luo Sulan worriedly asked. "Don't worry, I can handle all this. Your son is strong now." Han Sen smiled as he spoke. "It's my fault for being unable to protect you." Luo Sulan spoke with a tone of sadness. "Mom, it was difficult enough for you to raise me. Now, I should be the one protecting you," Han Sen quickly told her. "Little Sen, do you still have your great-grandfather's relic?" Luo Sulan asked him, seemingly randomly. "Of course I do. Do not worry for that, Mom. I always carry this pendant," Han Sen said. "All right, then." A look of relief then washed over Luo Sulan. After hanging up the communicator, Luo Sulan's expression was complicated. She thought to herself, after all these years spent working so hard, can we still not escape this loop? After Han Sen confirmed his mother's safety, he decided to resume his journey to the Blue Crystal Shelter. Han Sen was riding Golden Growler through the Black Desert, and because of the region's vast size and barren wastes, he looked lonely and small in its midst. "I wish I did not have to eat or drink. At least I would feel better in this damn place if I did not have to." Han Sen had been on his traversal of the Black Desert for 6 days before realizing he was lost. A massive black sandstorm had kicked up 2 days prior, which was quite threatening. It did not harm Han Sen, but in his escape, he ended up losing all sense of direction. The silver fox didn't look comfortable under the sunlight. It still remained perched on Han Sen's shoulder, but it used its own tail as a shield or fluffy parasol to block the sunlight. It also yawned a lot. A shelter. Han Sen saw a really large building in the middle of the black sands he traversed, which made him open his eyes wide. Even if it wasn't a human shelter, and as long as it wasn't a super shelter, he could venture inside and obtain a new spirit. If he did that, he could teleport back to the Alliance and have a hot shower. He could rest, restock, and prepare himself once more. Han Sen hurried his golden growler, wanting to approach the place faster. He keenly observed the shelter as he drew closer and closer. It was fairly small, so he became certain that it wasn't a super shelter. But when he got closer, Han Sen began to feel a little disturbed. The shelter looked a little disheveled and rugged. It didn't look to be in total ruin, but it most certainly looked like an ancient city that had been abandoned a long time ago. This cannot be an abandoned shelter. Oh, please, God, let the teleporter still be functional, Han Sen prayed in his heart. As he got closer to the Yellowstone city, things were not as bad as they initially seemed. It was indeed a human shelter, and before the front gate, he noticed a giant parasol had been placed. Under the parasol was a sunbathing bench with a person lying on it. There was a beautiful woman lying there. She had nice long legs with short black hair. Her butt was firm and round like a peach, whose limelight was only stolen by her large boobies. Her waist was slim but solid, and you could espy a little muscle there. In the middle of this boring black desert, Han Sen's eyes almost fell out at how amazing this sight was. How could Han Sen see it so clearly? Because the short-haired lady was naked, sunbathing on the bench in a relaxed posture. Are my eyes playing tricks? Am I suffering a hallucination? Having been in the Black Desert too long, maybe it really is a mirage. Han Sen rubbed his eyes hard, wanting to confirm what he was seeing was actually true. The Yellowstone city was still there. The parasol and the sunbathing bench were still there, as was the beautiful lady. But Han Sen still did not believe it to be true. He put the golden growler back in the Sea of Soul and sped up his approach to the Yellowstone city. He ran there as fast as his legs could carry him. As Han Sen got closer and closer, the image of the place he had discovered became clearer and clearer. It really did seem like a real place that existed. No way. Is this for real? There is no way I'm this lucky. It doesn't make sense to have a pretty, naked woman sunbathing here in the desert. This must be a hallucination. It must be. Han Sen was now in front of the short-haired lady. He reached his hand out to grab the woman's bubble butt to confirm the validity of his vision, and was surprised to feel that her skin was smooth and bouncy to the touch. He could even feel the sunscreen that had been rubbed in. Maybe I was wrong. This does seem real. Han Sen thought it felt really good, so he squeezed her butt some more. A second later, however, the short-haired lady woke up. She turned her head in a sleepy fashion and said, "Little orange, don't do that. I'm trying to sunbathe here." When her eyesight came into focus and she saw Han Sen with a hand still firmly clasped on her buttock, she completely froze. They both locked gazes with each other for a few seconds before the woman snapped, which led to a scream echoing across the black desert. Her beautiful legs were like two lashing dragons, attempting to capture Han Sen like a pair of scissors. They looked ready to cut him down right then and there. Han Sen kept evading her capture and tried to plead with the woman, saying, "Lady, I have been wandering the black desert by myself for far too long. I thought I had encountered a mirage. I was only concerned with checking whether or not my eyes were playing tricks on me." Although he wasn't telling her the whole truth, he was never going to admit how he actually enjoyed playing with her butt. "I'm going to kill you." The woman did not care for his words and continued trying to attack Han Sen. "If you want to kill me, can you at least put on some clothes first?" Han Sen kept stepping backwards, talking to her. Things had gone a little haywire, and viewing her flailing naked body was getting a little awkward. The woman froze and screamed once more. The next second, the woman summoned armor to clothe her body. She gritted her teeth and resumed her attempts to attack Han Sen. "Lady, you must believe me. I am a soldier with ethics." Han Sen thought he had heard these words spoken somewhere before, and so he used them. The woman continued as if she were both deaf and mad, and her attempts to attack Han Sen did not slow down. "Lady, if you keep doing this, I will have to be rude. You won't be able to blame me for what happens next. It is daytime, and you are without clothes in public. Sunbathing or not, I am not the only person who would stop to admire you," Han Sen said. "Screw your public. Aside from you, what other perverts might be hiding around here, huh?" The lady spoke, amidst her frantic attempts to attack Han Sen. Han Sen just now noticed there was no one else in the city. Aside from the short-haired lady, the local vicinity was entirely dead. Even after using Dongshuan aura, he could not detect the presence of any other life forces in the area. "There's only you here in this city?" Han Sen asked the woman while dodging and blocking her attacks. The lady no longer answered him, and continued trying to attack Han Sen. Han Sen's principles were simple. If he was able to explain a predicament first, he would. If he couldn't, fight first and talk later. Han Sen then used one hand to grab the lady's leg and the other hand to grab her fist. Then he pulled and flipped her onto the ground. The lady used her other hand to try to fight back against Han Sen. He grabbed the fist and pulled her arm behind her back. Then, he pulled out the platinum chain on his waist and tied her legs and arms together. After that, he picked her up in one arm. "Asshole, let me go." The woman was very stubborn and was not keen to give up. She now tried to use her teeth to bite Han Sen, but from the way she was being held, she could not reach him despite her best attempts. "When you calm down, I'll let you go." Han Sen continued to hold the lady who had been tied up. He picked up one of her beverages and started to drink it. Cool. Han Sen drank 3 of her beverages and belched loudly. "You are an asshole, obscene and cheap. Don't touch my beverages." The lady became even angrier as she watched Han Sen consume her drinks. Han Sen ignored her and carried her into the city. The city was desolate. The ruined remnants of old stone houses were all that was there. Dust and sand had caked much of the ruins, and it looked like no one had lived there for many years. There was no trace of occupation to be found. Han Sen proceeded towards the plaza. A small shelter like this did not contain teleporters in ordinary rooms, only public ones in either the plaza or spirit hall. But when Han Sen saw the teleporter, he was disappointed. The teleporter appeared to be damaged and inoperable. Han Sen walked deeper and deeper into the city, but found little more than lines of ruined houses, sand, and dust. The houses were only 2 stories tall, but there was a spirit hall. The spirit hall stood out amongst the rest, at 4 stories tall. "Don't go in. Leave this place." "Why?" Han Sen noticed she finally appeared to be willing to talk, so he lowered his head to ask her. "You can't go in there because you can't." "Stop. Don't go in. There is a scary spirit in there," the short-haired lady quickly shouted. Han Sen lifted his lips and told her, "But it's such a small shelter. This is a noble shelter at the most, so what manner of scary spirit can possibly reside here? Besides, if there is one, how have you managed to teleport in and out of this place? There really is a spirit in there, and I have never left this place," the short-haired woman stressed. "Don't tell me those beverages came with you on a journey here." Han Sen was not buying her story. When the short-haired lady heard that, she thought about Han Sen not only squeezing her butt, but also drinking the beverages she had held onto for so long. And the fact he drank 3 all at once. Angrily, she said, "Yes, that is right, you big horny asshole. Give me back my beverages." Han Sen still did not believe her. Still carrying the woman, he approached the door and pushed it open. Han Sen had already used his Dongshuan aura to take a peek inside, but couldn't detect anything. Therefore, he believed she was lying. Don't go. There really is a scary spirit in there, and you'll regret stepping inside. Let me go and die inside there all alone. Don't drag me down to hell with you. The moment Han Sen stepped into the spirit hall, his heart jumped. A scary force approached him like a black shadow or a toxic snake. Dong! Han Sen held his flaming Rex spike horizontally and blocked the shadow-like snake. He saw what appeared to be an arm-thick, black chain wrap itself around his Rex spike. On the other side of the black chain, a person appeared to be holding it, clad in broken armor. He was impaled on a black pillar, and the chain he wielded led through his body and into the stone behind him. The man looked pretty but cold, and he had long, narrow eyes. He had 2 fox ears in his long black hair. He coldly looked at Han Sen as his long fingers clasped the other end of the chain. The man yanked the chain, and a powerful force tugged Han Sen towards him. Han Sen was shocked, but he let go of the flaming Rex spike that had become entangled with the chain. Han Sen summoned his Snow Lady Beast soul and combined with it, returning the Rex spike as he did so. The man lashed his black chain, which had split into 1,000 smaller snakes that sought to latch onto Han Sen. If he didn't do something, he'd be covered in a legion of the slithering fiends. Oh no, I'm dead. Did you just want someone to die alongside you, so you didn't have to die alone? I have never had a boyfriend, and I have never had sex. I don't want to die yet. The short-haired lady was still under Han Sen's arm, and seeing the black chains, she almost started to cry. But then Han Sen moved his body. With the lady in hand, he managed to weave and evade every single chain lash. The attacker looked spooked, and so he lashed his chain again. The black chain that he wielded looked alive, and it turned into a toxic snake that tried to snap and bite Han Sen. Han Sen ran between the chains, and no matter how frightening the weapon was, it could not touch him. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The short-haired lady felt like a passenger in a car driving at top speed along a cliffside. Any second, the car might tip and send her plummeting to the distant ground below. The short-haired lady's eyes were starting to water. Han Sen had the skills to dodge the attacks. However, if the short-haired lady had been left to her own devices, she'd have been snatched up by the chain in an instant. But still, being held by Han Sen and having her life put entirely within his hands was more terrifying than anything else imaginable. Han Sen's face was starting to look gloomy, though, and he was already pushing his Dongshuan Sutra to the max. All he could do was continue to dodge the man's chain, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't find a window of opportunity sufficient for him to make an exit. This is a super spirit, that's for sure. But why has it been locked up in here like this? Han Sen pondered the peculiarity of Spirit's situation as he observed the hall in between his evasions of the attacks. There was no statue in the hall, just one black pillar. There were 2 black chains that were each as thick as an arm. They were wielded by the spirit, yes, but they were attached to the pillar through exposed wounds in the man's chest. The man had less than 1 meter leniency in movement, and the chain he used was one of the 2 that bound him to the pillar. Han Sen used Dongshuan aura but was unable to observe the man's energy. Han Sen tried escaping 6 times, but his withdrawal was prohibited each time by the chain. But still, the chain had yet to hit him, and Han Sen's continued evasion was fueled by his simulation of Light Son of God's energy flow through Dongshuan Sutra. After an hour of this, Han Sen finally managed to exit the hall. The spirit's full power was undoubtedly restricted by its binding. Why is that spirit chained up here? There is no statue or spirit stone here. It's pretty strange to say the least. Because he had no spirit stone, Han Sen had no particular interest in killing the spirit. Killing him did not provide Han Sen any benefit, and instead, it might only aid his attacker. If the spirit died, it would simply respawn at its own spirit stone, and it would not be trapped like it was now. You damn pervert, let me go. The short-haired lady, whose face was painted with dried-up tear marks, felt her waist begin to hurt. Sorry, I forgot all about you. The short-haired lady tried to stand up, but her waist was very sore. Her whole body was feeling numb, too. She stood up halfway, but then stumbled and fell back into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen helped her stand up straight, smiled, and said, "Lady, I know I am handsome, but please slow down. There is no need to literally throw yourself into my arms. I am not willing to date just anyone. It is important that we get to know each other first. You go to hell." The lady pushed Han Sen away and sat down on a stone stair, feeling somewhat crippled. She then began rubbing her sore waist. Han Sen wanted to flirt with the lady for a bit longer and perhaps come to learn of what might have happened here. But suddenly, he felt a scary presence dawn someplace outside the city walls. It was moving quickly. Han Sen seemed glum and looked out towards the city gate. He asked the short-haired woman, "Lady, aside from this spirit, do any other horrible creatures reside in the area?" The short-haired lady did not answer. Han Sen heard loud footsteps, however, and then he saw a creature that looked like a cat. It looked like a cat, but it was as large as an elephant. It had orange fur and was stomping towards them. Han Sen frowned. With the life force he could sense, he acknowledged it as a super creature. Little Orange, good timing. This big pervert has been trying to bully me, so get over here and kick his ass. The short-haired lady saw the super creature and suddenly looked overjoyed. She leapt onto the back of the cat and stroked its head. With a paw, it pointed towards Han Sen. The creature used its big round eyes to look at Han Sen, and then let out a fearsome cry. Meow. Watching an extra-large orange furball approach with haste, the silver fox that was still perched on Han Sen's shoulder moved before its master could. The silver fox's hair all stood up, and a charge of silver light began to form across its pelt. With a fierce discharge, a silver thunderbolt struck the super creature that the short-haired lady referred to as Little Orange. The shrill shriek of the cat and the sharp scream of pain from the lady that mounted it sounded at the same time. Although Little Orange was much larger than the silver fox, they were both juvenile super creatures. The cat looked like it had been born before the silver fox, but somehow it seemed to be in alliance with the short-haired lady. The short-haired lady was frozen while watching her cat get bullied. She was quite surprised earlier when Han Sen managed to escape from the spirit hall without suffering harm. But now she was even more surprised that the little pervert silver fox pet could challenge her own. And the way it attacked was more of a fun-making tease than anything. Birds of a feather flocked together. The short-haired lady shouted aloud, despite the fear that started to encroach upon her mind. When Zhu Yume became an evolver and entered the second god's sanctuary, she never expected she would be sent to a dump like this. Not a single human populated the region, and when she first came here, she witnessed a creature battling a spirit. That was how she made it out of the spirit hall upon her arrival, and that was how she also became stranded, here in no man's land. Zhu Yume was fortunate enough to meet Little Orange in the shelter. It did not treat her like an enemy, and it was really nice to her. The reason Zhu Yume had managed to survive here was all down to Little Orange, as a matter of fact, who frequently went out to collect loot for her. The flesh of the creatures it brought her was of the sacred blood variety, which surprised Zhu Yume a lot. After being together for a long time, the bond between Zhu Yume and Little Orange had become a strong one. They hunted together often, and she was able to witness how easily Little Orange slew such creatures. But this powerful Little Orange of hers was now getting bullied under an oppressive little fox, and she was starting to grow a touch worried over its well-being. Zhu Yume turned to look at Han Sen with her concerned expression, but she was surprised to see him already walking closer. He wore a smile, and a horny glint twinkled in his eye as he returned her a gaze. "What do you want? I'm warning you, I am a powerful evolver. Keep your hands to yourself and do not attempt anything stupid." Zhu Yume asserted a battle position as she gave Han Sen her warning. Her proclamations of strength were untrue, however, and the feigned tone of power she tried to force did not work. She lacked the intimidation she desired. After all, she had been easily restrained by Han Sen earlier, and now her greatest pillar of support, her pet Little Orange, was getting played with by the man's pet silver fox. "Let me ask you a few questions first. If your answers satiate my curiosity, I will forget that orange furball ever tried to attack me. Otherwise," before Han Sen finished his sentence, he laughed twice with a menacing tone. "Otherwise what?" Zhu Yume's heart was struck with a chill after seeing Han Sen laugh. "Since there are only the two of us here, whatever transpires between us can only be kept like so. If I am in a good mood, I will you and then kill you. If I am in a bad mood, I will kill you and if my mood is ambivalent, then I'll just kill you while Han Sen bluffed. When Zhu Yume heard him speak those words, her skin flared with goosebumps. She forced herself to present a cute smile and with a voice of pleading, she begged, "Oh, big brother, there is no need for you to do something like that. We are both humans, aren't we? And in this grand second god's sanctuary, we were fortunate to cross paths. Our encounter has to be one of fate. We should help each other, not antagonize each other. What is your name?" Han Sen gave Zhu Yume a deep stare as he asked. "My name is Zhu Yume. I hail from a poor family of minor prominence. I worked my hardest to become an evolver, and I cannot believe I ended up here in this place. Not a single other person exists here, and it seems like I cannot leave. I almost died here. Meeting you was a stroke of luck, indeed." Zhu Yume looked very pitiable right now. Put away the acting talent. You are very young and powerful to have joined the second god's sanctuary. You must have maxed out your sacred geno points to become an evolver. And you are saying you hail from a poor family. Han Sen spoke with disdain. Zhu Yume presented an awkward smile and said, well, I'm alright. I'm poorer than most rich people, but I suppose I'm a little wealthier than most poor people. Just be honest with me. Do you think I won't hesitate to strip you naked and throw you into the spirit hall? Han Sen gave her a grim face as he told her this. Okay, brother, I will tell you everything you wish to know. Zhu Yume was spooked by Han Sen once again. Han Sen was then quickly educated on who she was and the relationship she shared with Little Orange. Zhu Yume was quite something, and she was a councilman's child. Although there were many children in the Zhu family, not all possessed power. But being an evolver with maxed out sacred geno points at such a young age suggested she was quite powerful amongst the members of her family. Han Sen then learned all about Zhu Yume and Little Orange's bond, which wasn't all too different from his with the Silver Fox. Such a thing was very rare, as creatures didn't often come to acknowledge humans as potential masters. Han Sen lay down on Zhu Yume's bench. He drank another one of her beverages, and at the same time, asked her questions that piqued his widespread curiosity. Zhu Yume's heart began to bleed when she witnessed Han Sen resume drinking her beverages. She had been saving them for half a year, but she had to concede and allow it and answer every question Han Sen posed. One can after another, Han Sen drank. He had been traversing the desert for quite some time, and he had grown tired of the repetitive taste of nutrient solutions. Having long fancied the taste of something else, he couldn't quite help himself from taking her drinks. He had drunk so much that her coveted trove of drinks had now been depleted, and only one remained. When his devilish hands reached out to grab it, Zhu Yume reached a breaking point. She could no longer restrain herself, and so she lunged out to grab the can. She quickly opened it and gulped it down in one large swig. After she was done, it was as if it had instilled her with a renewed confidence. She chucked the can away, looked at Han Sen, and told him, do whatever you want to me, I would rather die with dignity. Han Sen took off the sunglasses he was wearing, which also belonged to Zhu Yume, and looked at her face, which spoke of a willingness to accept death. Then he said, your dignity is equivalent to the worth of a soda can. Zhu Yume's face went all red. She had been stuck in this place for the longest time, and the drink and snacks she had kept were a suspension and fortification of her hope. Now, that had been ruined by Han Sen, she took a few steps backward and asked, what are you doing? What, must I report my comings and goings to you or something? Han Sen smiled at Zhu Yume. No, you aren't. What? Zhu Yume's tongue tangled itself, tripping her words. She looked happy. If you really want to die, I can aid you in accomplishing this desire, Han Sen said. No, you commit to your own deeds. I can take care of that myself. Zhu Yume was starting to talk nonsense. Han Sen ignored her, for she was just a young woman. He only wanted to tease her, not outright bully her. Pervert, horny bastard, asshole, animal, obscene, cheap. Watching Han Sen enter the city and end up a good distance away from her, Zhu Yume spoke as many profanities about him as she could. Zhu Yume was a little depressed. The shelter was far too small, and if she had to remain here with the horny bad guy, problems were bound to occur at some point. I'm so young and sexy. I have a great figure. There is no way that bad guy will refrain from touching me. Should I escape into the desert now? But then again, I have no idea where I am or where I might go. And there are so many creatures out there, it'd be dangerous. If I don't escape, the holy temple of my body will be desecrated by that bad guy. Zhu Yume struggled with the decision. The Silver Fox eventually got tired of running around, and it ended up taking a rest on the city's gate. Little Orange had grown tired too, and despite its meowing, it didn't bother jumping up. Whether it was too tired or simply understood its inability to ever catch the Silver Fox, she didn't know. The pet is just like the master. All it does is infuriate others. They are both just as bad as each other, Zhu Yume thought to herself as she peered at the Silver Fox that was resting above the gate. She was mad. She didn't want to provoke it, however, as she had seen and felt firsthand how powerful the Silver Fox was. And so, she still contemplated whether or not she should escape. It was almost sunset by now, and she couldn't come to a decision. If Han Sen was an ugly bastard, Zhu Yume would have already run off a long time ago. But the guy was fairly handsome and quite clean. He didn't look all too scary or villainous, and that was the reason she refrained from running away the moment he left her. Strange, what is he doing in the city anyway? Why has he been in there for so long? The time she had spent contemplating her decision of whether or not to stay had made her oblivious to Han Sen's disappearance up until now as well. But now she started to worry for him. He had been gone for an entire afternoon, after all. Hey, are you in there? Zhu Yume called out from the outside. What is he doing in there? Zhu Yume bit her lip and tiptoed into the city. She sleuthed around carefully in search of him, so she could maybe catch a look at what he had gotten up to during his absence. But after walking around for some time, she couldn't find him. That's strange. Where did he go? Has he left this place? Zhu Yume mumbled these words beneath her breath, which made her feel a little strange. As she was doing this, it was too late for her to notice. She tripped over something and ended up on the ground. Ouch! Zhu Yume cried out in pain. When she raised her head, she noticed Han Sen standing right in front of her. In one hand, he held a cake. In the other, a freshly brewed beverage. She also noticed he had changed his clothes, and his hair was damp. His body exuded a pleasant body wash fragrance. He had been in the shower. Where did you get all that from? Zhu Yume asked, with eyes opened wide. I bought it, of course. How else would I get it? Han Sen gave her a look as if he was witnessing the feverish question of a mad woman. No, that's not what I meant. Where did you buy all this from? Zhu Yume quickly asked. I bought it from a vending machine. Where else could I buy them? Han Sen returned a question. Zhu Yume believed she was going insane. Without a care for how powerful he was, she grabbed Han Sen's arm and asked, you can leave this place. Well, duh. How else could I have bought such stuff? Han Sen smiled. How did you get out? Isn't there a spirit guarding the teleporter? Zhu Yume asked with giddy excitement. I just walked. Big brother, if I offended you earlier, in any capacity, it was because of how young and reckless I was back then. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Zhu Yume held on to the urge to try to strangle Han Sen. She hovered around him in a cute pose, smiling fondly towards him as she spoke. Okay, I forgive you. Han Sen nodded. Brilliant. Then come on, let's go. I'll pay you back once we're free from this place. When should we head out? Zhu Yume had been driven slightly mad, after being here all alone for so long. I told you I forgave you, didn't I? I didn't say I'd take you out of this place, Han Sen calmly told her. Phew, what do you want? Zhu Yume almost fainted in anger, and her finger trembled as she pointed it at Han Sen. Nothing. I just don't want to commit to the effort of getting you out of here, Han Sen told her, drinking his beverage. Zhu Yume was fuming mad, but she knew there was nothing she could do. She couldn't beg, fight, or do anything for him. Suddenly, Zhu Yume's eyes drifted to the snacks Han Sen had brought with him. She suddenly grabbed the bag and ran. While she ran off, she said, you drank all my beverages, this is payment for that. Zhu Yume quickly jumped on top of Little Orange and presented Han Sen with an ugly face. She pulled the drinks and snacks out of the rucksack and shouted to Han Sen, since you aren't going to make an effort to bring me away from this place, I'm going to eat all the snacks envisioning they are you. Zhu Yume imagined the snacks were Han Sen, and so she ripped, tore, and bit into them to release her anger. It had been a long time since she last ate and drank like that. Once her belly had been stuffed and she couldn't eat anymore, she went to sleep atop Little Orange. Saving people was a good thing, but it was more often than not a troublesome task. If he brought Zhu Yume out with him now, the Zhu family would most likely be made aware of the connection he had with her. If he didn't bring Zhu Yume, perhaps the Zhu family would hate him for it. If Han Sen tried escorting her away, and something was to happen to her while she was in his hands, the Zhu family would be out for his blood, too. Perhaps the Zhu family would be understanding, but with what he had recently been embroiled in, he wanted to be more careful. When Zhu Yume next woke up, she noticed Han Sen and the silver fox were gone. She thought Han Sen had returned to the Alliance for a while and would come back shortly, but after he had disappeared for a whole day, she began to get worried. Han Sen had previously asked her what points of interest there were in the area, and she had informed him of a black mountain that wasn't too far off. That mountain was inhabited by a strange twin-tail purple scorpion. It was a creature that even Little Orange was afraid of, and was most likely a fearsome super creature. When Han Sen heard of a lonely super creature out there, he had shown a feverish desire to slay it. If it was a second-generation super creature, that would have been the icing on the cake he very much desired. According to the directions Zhu Yume gave him, Han Sen had to walk 100 miles to just about see the mountain in the distance. Han Sen rode his golden growler towards the mountain, and with the silver fox by his side, all the other creatures that inhabited the area hid. He managed to detect the life force he had been searching for and hurried his golden growler up the slopes. Eventually, he laid eyes on the twin-tail purple scorpion, which he found wandering the foothills of the mountain. It was fervently digging into the sand. There were many black rocks in the hole it dug, and it was a trying task for it to remove them. The twin-tail purple scorpion was 1 meter deep, but Han Sen could not guess what it may have been searching for. Han Sen wanted to observe the twin-tail scorpion's strange behavior for a little while longer, so he did not summon his little angel to immediately attack the fiend. For a better view, he climbed atop a 10-meter-tall boulder, and then resumed watching the scorpion digging up the rocks. He had become quite keen. While watching, he opened his gene lock with the Dongshuan Sutra to observe its energy flow, and assert whether or not it was a second-generation super creature as he had hoped it to be. Han Sen was disappointed, however. The energy inside the scorpion was all blurred, and he could not watch the energy flow properly, which meant it was only a first-generation super creature. Since it was only a first-generation super creature, all he could hope for by defeating it was a beast soul. The life geno essences weren't useful to him, and only fronted a monetary value. Han Sen didn't want to sell too many life geno essences, either, as they tended to make others jealous. The entire alliance was currently focusing on him like starved beggars admiring a spit roast. Is this guy a little too thirsty? Maybe. Perhaps it's trying to get some water. Han Sen said this in half-jest, because he knew that super creatures did not need to eat or drink to survive. Only certain special super creatures or pregnant super creatures would occasionally eat. It kept on digging until it vanished from sight, and all Han Sen could see was the remaining presence of a hole. Han Sen summoned his wings and flew up high to get an aerial view of the hole. Upon inspection, he noted that the hole was a dozen meters deep and it eventually opened up into a cave or cavern of sorts. There has to be something special down there. Han Sen was surprised, and so he summoned his super armor and ventured inside with his silver fox in hand. Once he had dropped down into the cave, he noticed the presence of an opening in one of the walls. He ventured closer to have a look, and what he saw surprised him. There was a further cavern inside, one that was massive. He couldn't even begin to predict how large it was. The twin-tailed scorpion was inside, snapping the bamboo-like plants. The shoots were hollow inside, but many of them contained big white bugs, not too dissimilar to silkworms. They were only about 10 centimeters long, but they looked juicy and fat. The scorpion ate the white bugs and bamboo together, which produced an echoing munching sound. If the scorpion is eating, that most likely means it is pregnant. Han Sen reviewed the situation and asked himself a number of questions. The bamboo and the white bugs in the cave were eaten in droves by the hungry scorpion. Eventually, it looked to be full and wanted to leave, and so it started to return in Han Sen's direction. Han Sen quickly made his exit and evaded the scorpion's sight. It wasn't long before the scorpion itself re-emerged, and when it did, it went up the mountain. Han Sen did not give the scorpion chase. If it really was pregnant, he knew it'd be a waste to kill it now. He much preferred the idea of waiting until it had given birth before slaying it and the baby. But Han Sen still had a strong interest in the bamboo he had observed down below and the white bugs they seemed to contain. He waited until the scorpion was long gone and then, with a command for the silver fox to stand guard, ventured back inside. He didn't want to risk having the scorpion return and corner him. There were many bamboo-looking plants in the cavern, and they were about 30 centimeters in diameter. Many of them had already been snapped in two by the scorpion following its visit, so there was a lot strewn across the ground. Han Sen picked up a broken shoot of bamboo and tried to crush it in his hands but could not. He had to amp up his strength and exhaust all the power he could to eventually do so. That's some tough bamboo. Han Sen threw the bamboo on the floor and then summoned his peacock crossbow. He loaded it with a Z-steel bolt and fired it at one of the bugs that was trying to crawl its way into one of the broken bamboo ends. The Z-steel bolt pierced through the white bug's body, which made it squeal and release a white fog. It's a mutant creature, but how can a mutant creature release frosty air? This is strange. I thought only super creatures could wield elemental attacks. Han Sen was curious, and so he summoned his flaming Rex spike to kill more of the silkworms on the ground. Over and over, the announcement continued to pop. When the dark silkworms were killed, they each let out a frosty air. The creatures were weak and unable to fight, so Han Sen was able to hack them up casually and without worry. Mutant creature hunted, dark silkworm. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. After Han Sen hunted 30 silkworms, he finally heard the announcement that indicated ownership of a dark silkworm. Mutant dark silkworm, one-time use hidden weapon. Han Sen summoned the mutant dark silkworm, which sprouted a big, white, and fat bug on the palm of Han Sen's hand. It was rather heavy. He looked at it for a while, unsure of what it did. After some thought, he threw it at the cavern wall. Pang! The fat bug hit the wall and exploded. It unleashed a heavy, white mist. The fog's radius was about a meter, and the stone wall it had been thrown upon was caked in a layer of ice. This is interesting. Han Sen was rather shocked while looking at it. It was just a mutant-class beast soul, yet it could unleash a certain frosty power. This was not normal at all. I wonder if there are any sacred blood class dark silkworms here. After killing 100 more of the wriggly silkworms, he managed to obtain another 2 mutant beast souls. But still, no sacred blood types. Never mind. Let me pack up the ones I've already killed and vacate the area. After Hansen picked up all the silkworms he had killed, Hansen suddenly heard a noise come from deeper within the bamboo forest. It seemed that something was emerging from further within. Hansen scanned the bamboo forest with alertness, as if he had activated God mode. With his senses, he was able to determine that something was traveling towards him at a rapid pace. It was currently 3 miles away, but that distance was sure to close fast. Is it a sacred blood dark silkworm? The thought of this made Hansen quite happy. As time ticked by, the unseen menace closed the gap between them. When it emerged, Hansen was finally able to see that it was an extra-large grub. Its body glistened like ice. A frost aura encompassed it, and it left a trail of ice in its wake. He took aim at the bamboo forest, and when it was close enough, he'd pull the trigger and swiftly end its life. It had now come within 1,000 meters of Hansen. He refocused his peacock crossbow, but then heard more noises from the bamboo forest. It now seemed like an entire choir of creatures were frantically racing through the forest. At this, Hansen's face changed. Now, he was seeing a large number of icy silkworms emerge from somewhere in the bamboo woods. From his quick, initial tally, he managed to count 100 of them. Impossible. How can there be so many berserk sacred blood creatures in one spot? If there were that many berserk sacred blood creatures, then there had to be thousands of ordinary sacred blood silkworms someplace in the area as well. Instead of guessing, Hansen wanted to kill one and find out the truth. A hard light string moved and the Z-steel bolt took flight. It was like a beam of light, traveling 500 meters in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the ice silkworm's body and pinned it to the ground. Hansen was delightfully surprised, thinking the silkworms were easier to kill than he initially imagined they would be. Mutant creature hunted, dark silkworm. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen suddenly froze with his jaw agape. He was like that for quite a bit. This isn't right. That can't be right. How can that be a mutant silkworm? How can a mutant-class creature possess such a high life force? Hansen couldn't believe the fat ice silkworm was the same creature as the dark silkworms from earlier. But the announcement in his head could not be incorrect. Seeing more and more silkworms approach, Hansen ran ahead to kill them all. They were mutant-class dark silkworms, same as the ones he had killed inside and outside the bamboo shoots earlier. Hansen was perplexed, and not yet able to think of a reason why their bodies would be so vastly different. The life force in their bodies was far stronger. How can the silkworms inside the bamboo breathe ice, too? Even sacred blood creatures can't do something like that. There must be an external force affecting these little icy blobs, one that I have not yet been made aware of. Whatever it is, it's imbuing them with frightening strength. Hansen killed the 100 big silkworms that approached and managed to obtain one additional beast soul. Hansen quickly summoned it to take a look. Its definition was the same, but its physical appearance was different. The head was bigger and the body was practically ice. Hansen threw it at a wall like before to check it out. It was much more powerful than the others, and the icy fog it unleashed had a radius of 3 meters. The frosty air itself was far more powerful, too. If they are both mutant dark silkworms, why is there such a clear difference between the two? If I killed baby ones earlier, and mature ones just now, it shouldn't affect the beast soul I just received. Beast souls do not factor in the age of a creature. This mystery is getting deeper. I wonder what is the cause for this curious anomaly. Silkworms have great genes, but it is a large race and they cannot all be mutant class, surely. There have to be ordinary ones out there, too. The fact that all these are mutant class dark silkworms is nigh unbelievable. Hansen pondered the matter a little more, but then decided to hail for the silver fox to come down and join him. With the silver fox, he traveled deeper into the bamboo forest. In fear of the silver fox, all the silkworms went into hiding. If they couldn't escape, they'd hide in their bamboo shoots and shiver, which even made the stalks themselves quiver, producing noise like the rustle of leaves in the wind. The subterranean bamboo forest was enormous, but it had no stone pillar or significant stalagmites to support it. Supporting this humongous cavern was the bamboo itself, as the countless bamboo shoots rose from the ground and supported the ceiling. Hansen had traveled 30 miles through this subterranean kingdom, but he had yet to see an end. It looked mostly the same. As well, the only difference he noticed was in the temperature. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature seemed to tick. The thickets of black bamboo all around him grew denser, and after another 50 miles, the bamboo stalks were as thick as the trunks of trees. Frost covered the ground and the temperature had dropped to what would be an insufferable level for most people. Han Sen proceeded, unfazed and unchilled, and it wasn't long before he ventured into a wholly ice-veiled area. The bamboo there was thicker than ever, and it would take 3 grown men, with their arms outstretched, to circle just one shoot. If there are dark silkworms in here, I wonder how big they are. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to investigate but could not see through the black bamboo to tell whether or not there were silkworms inside. Deeper in this wondrous bamboo forest, however, Han Sen managed to detect one particular life force. Despite possessing jade skin, this frosty area, and the icy life force that swirled around it had Han Sen shivering with the cold. The energy he had followed was strange, indeed. As he drew closer to the sparse meadow, Han Sen's eyes remained fixed upon it in deep observation and contemplation. It was thickly iced, and in the center was a chilly, but not totally frozen, lake. In the lake, a plant that looked like a narcissus rested. The flowers were white. Han Sen had seen his fair share of strange flora before, and although the narcissus was strange to see there, it didn't stand out or even unnerve him. If there was a super creature guarding the narcissus, Han Sen would be glad. But that wasn't so, as he couldn't espy the presence of any super creatures around the lake. What Han Sen did see, however, was a man sitting beside the still waters. He stared at the narcissus without moving, and this surprised Han Sen. Han Sen could tell that he was a human due to his attire. He was wearing a human battlesuit. Creatures and spirits wouldn't wear what this man was currently geared in. Why are there other people here? Han Sen used Dongshuan aura to observe the fellow, and the results surprised him. He had quite the life force, one that was far from weak. This place having an actual living person surprised Han Sen, as he believed himself to be the first person to ever set foot here. After all, the only entrance he knew of was the one that the twin-tail scorpion had made. But it wasn't as if he had reached the end of this place, and perhaps further ahead was another more accessible entrance. "Friend, what is your name?" Han Sen carefully walked across the ice and tried greeting the man. Provided there was no conflict of interest, Han Sen was not willing to make another enemy. After all, meeting others of the same kind in a place such as the Black Desert was a delightful thing, and even a simple correspondence or dialogue with someone of your own kind was nice enough. Han Sen continued talking as he approached the man. Still, there was no response. He didn't turn around or give any reaction. All he did was continue gazing at the narcissus in the lake. Han Sen continued his approach, despite the lack of engagement from the other person. When he saw him more clearly, Han Sen was shocked. It wasn't a living man. The man's clothing was fine, but the body inside had been frozen solid. It was like an ice statue. The fact that only his flesh had been frozen was strange, indeed. His clothing didn't even have a speck of frost upon them. Also, he did not understand why the life force inside him seemed to swirl and suggest that he was a living person. Han Sen's face quickly became grim. The man before him wore a battlesuit, but its model was something that hailed from the previous century. It seemed to be a relic from over 100 years ago. How can this man be frozen here? Is he dead or alive? Han Sen's heart had been given a shock, and as he inspected the person, he noticed something in his pocket. Judging from its shape, it appeared to be a notebook or wallet. Han Sen came a little closer and attempted to take it out of the pocket, as he was direly interested in a clue that would tell him who this person was. Suddenly, Han Sen's heart leapt inside his chest, and the silver fox on his shoulder stood up in alarm. Its hair was all standing up, and it made grunts of caution towards the water of the lake. Han Sen retreated without falter and stared at the frosty lake. The water in the lake suddenly arose into 1,000 airborne threads, with Han Sen as the target. Han Sen attempted to evade them, but the crystal threads were faster than Han Sen was. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and swung it towards the crystal threads that came towards him. Pang! The flaming Rex spike smacked against the threads like burning charcoal tossed into water. Many of the icy threads evaporated into steam, but there were too many, and they came from every direction. They quickly wrapped around Han Sen and became entangled like a spider web. Han Sen felt as if a frosty air was beginning to invade his body. It wasn't long before the threads had wrapped him up completely, encasing him in a cocoon of sorts. His hands were tied up and he could no longer lash out with the flaming Rex spike. The silver fox wasn't doing very well, either. He kept blasting the threads with his silver lightning as much as he could. It did nothing to end their unceasing advance. Boom! A black smoke burst from Han Sen's body like fire. It instantly incinerated the icy threads that had trapped him. The flaming Rex spike in his hand was swung madly towards the remainder, burning more threads into steamy bygones. "Silver fox, this way!" Han Sen shouted at the silver fox, and it quickly returned to his shoulders. Without delay, Han Sen got back to swinging his Rex spike with ferocity at the icy threads. He ran in front of the frozen man and quickly grabbed something out of his pocket. He turned, knocked out more of the threads, and hastily retreated in the direction of the bamboo forests. The threads still coursed after Han Sen, and regardless of how many he destroyed, more and more were generated by the icy lake. They were endless. The blazing fire of the flaming Rex spike was the perfect countermeasure to obliterating those he could strike down. Unfortunately, the devil unicorn beast's soul was able to withstand the threads he could not react to in time. Han Sen pondered what he had just encountered, as he had no idea what the living ice threads were. Han Sen looked out towards the lake for a while, but nothing seemed disturbed. Then, he lowered his head to take a look at what he was clutching in his hands. Han Sen had taken a wallet out of the man's pockets, and it had many cards inside. They looked very old, too. They were much bigger than modern cards and thicker. They weren't as light as the current cards were, where 100 of them could be folded together and still be really thin. There were 30 of the cards, and their thickness and number filled up the entire wallet. It looks like that man really was over 100 years old. It's possible that he spawned in a shelter somewhere in the Black Desert, stumbled into this place as I have, and fell prey to the icy threads. Han Sen observed the cards and contemplated the identity and possible story of the frozen man he had found. They were old cards, and aside from some cards that belonged to a few interstellar banking firms, Han Sen had no idea what the majority of them were for. Suddenly, Han Sen's pupils went smaller. He found a card which bore a familiar symbol, 9 Life Cat. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting to see this symbol here. That meant this man who had died near the lake may have been a member of their organization. It looks like that organization has been around for a long time. Does it really have a connection with Blood Legion? Han Sen continued to examine the rest of the cards. Then, Han Sen's eyes stretched wide. Within the cards was a working license, and on the front was something he saw clearly. Secret Service, Team Number 7. Investigator, Kim Huasian. This working license was the exact same as a relic Han Sen once received after someone died. The only difference being the name. Kim Huasian. Could he be from the Kim family? Han Sen remembered Kim Xuan once told him she had an elder who worked in the Secret Service's 7th team. Han Sen gave a strange look to the man who was sitting near the lake. If he was a member of the Qin family, what may have led him to die all the way out here? Wait a minute, is he really dead? He still has a powerful life force swirling inside him. It's not something you can fake, so is he really dead? Han Sen looked hopeful while staring at the man. Han Sen wanted to know what might have happened to the 7th team. If that man really was an elder of the Qin family, and he was still alive, Han Sen was keen to finally learn the truth. Han Sen emerged from the bamboo forest again, and he was greeted with the sudden reappearance of the icy threads. But to Han Sen, who owned 3 super creatures, they could do little to stop him. Han Sen annihilated the threads and arrived at the shore of the lake without trouble. As he went to pick up the man, he suddenly heard the sound of an explosion from the waters of the lake. Amidst the soaking turmoil and tossed water, a jellyfish-like creature arose from the waters. Under its control, the water of the lake threaded once more and viciously went after Han Sen. Han Sen was infuriated, so he raised the Rex spike to bring it down on the tentacle. But before he could strike, another tentacle grabbed a hold of his arm. The silver fox was spitting its bolts of lightning in a raging fury, doing its best to break the grip of the tentacles. But soon after, it too was grabbed. Another tentacle wrapped it up and began dragging it towards the water with its master. The silver fox's body unleashed as much silver lightning as it could. But still, it wasn't enough to break the hold the tentacle had on it. Little Angel. Han Sen, unable to fight back, summoned his Adorade. The little angel appeared from the sky, swooped down, and with her greatsword, sliced the tentacles that had grabbed a hold of the duo. The jellyfish creature thrashed around in pain, letting out a shrill shriek amidst the chaos. Little Angel, great work. Go and kill that asshole. Han Sen was extremely happy, and gleefully issued the little angel the order. Then, he swung his Rex spike towards the icy threads that had amassed and were coming towards him like a tidal wave. The little angel's cold face was like that of a goddess. Her blonde, flowing hair danced around as her body broke the air with her attacks. The greatsword slashed countless icy threads, as if she was tearing the seas asunder to get at the jellyfish-like creature. The little angel's greatsword delivered a great cut to the blobby jellyfish. But in the next second, the wound it suffered was immediately healed. The tentacles reached out towards the little angel, but she swung her greatsword and cut them down before they could get too close. Han Sen was relieved after seeing this, but it didn't last. The tentacles regenerated into their prior shape in less than a second. The jellyfish was most certainly a super creature, for it could regenerate at an incredibly fast pace. The little angel's greatsword sliced and diced countless encroaching tentacles and delivered a number of 1-meter deep wounds to the primary host, but seemed to be to no avail. Within seconds, all the damage dealt would be nullified through the rapid regeneration and recovery of the jellyfish. Han Sen looked at the flaming Rex spike in his hand and acknowledged that the fire element was what was needed to bring down the jellyfish. But the little angel was just a pet and aside from pet armor, could not make use of ordinary beast souls. Therefore, he was unable to give her his Rex spike. Han Sen continued slashing the icy threads that wove across the battlefield, all the while observing the jellyfish. He was looking for a window of opportunity in which he could safely deliver an attack of his own. With good fortune, the flaming Rex spike's fiery elements would be enough to kill it. The jellyfish was enraged, however, and it did not seem afraid of getting injured. Even when the tentacles were cut or a number of abrasions and lesions had been delivered to its body, it did not slow down in its attack of the little angel. Han Sen frowned. The little angel had slashed everywhere on the jellyfish by now, and they had not yet discovered a weakness. Nothing seemed to halt the recovery of its wounds. Does it really not have any weaknesses? If that is true, then it might very well be invincible. Han Sen frowned. He had previously thought something like this was impossible, but here it was, happening right before his eyes. It was at this time that the eyes of the little angel flashed. She rose up into the air, holding the greatsword with both hands, and delivered a flurry of strikes onto the jellyfish with ferocity. Under the fierce barrage of attacks the Adorate unleashed, the jellyfish's body was torn apart. After being cut in half, it dropped into the waters it had previously emerged from. "Little angel, nice work," Han Sen shouted, with a voice brimming with excitement. But right after he said this, the jellyfish that had been cut in half reconnected and regenerated its lost tissue. It re-emerged from the water and grabbed a hold of the little angel with its tentacles. Han Sen froze in surprise and said to himself, "Holy smokes, this guy really is invincible. How is it still not dead yet?" The little angel's attacks were powerful, but they were seemingly useless against the jellyfish. Han Sen went back to trying to observe the jellyfish and discover whether or not it had a weakness. While Han Sen was having trouble, his attention was brought back to the narcissus that decorated the disturbed waters of the lake. His heart was shaken. Amidst all this fighting, the flowers had not been affected one bit. Not a single petal had been damaged or fallen. Strange, the lake isn't all that big, so how has it not been affected amidst the absolute chaos that has transpired here? Han Sen thought to himself as he checked the narcissus out. Han Sen observed it for a while and noticed that the jellyfish was in fact protecting the narcissus. When the tentacles were cut down, they did not immediately fall into the water. When one was cut, icy threads arose from the water to carry it gently under. The jellyfish was preventing any sliced tentacles from falling on top of the flowers. Something is not right. Actually, I do not think it is the jellyfish controlling the threads. Rather, it is the narcissus themselves controlling the threads. Han Sen had made a startling discovery. Is this narcissus like the blood wasp lotus? Maybe there are super creatures inside the narcissus, and the jellyfish is just a proxy. The more Han Sen guessed, the more convinced he was of this. Han Sen wanted to approach the ice lake and test out his theory. If things simply continued the way they were, he did not believe they could kill the jellyfish. The flaming Rex spike became a raging tornado of flame as he raced towards the flowers. The little angel struck at the same time. Her supreme greatsword tore the jellyfish in half once again, preventing it from protecting the narcissus. The narcissus that had been quiet and still the entire time suddenly turned to face Han Sen. Like a volcanic eruption, the icy threads arose en masse from the water, quickly rushing over to cover Han Sen's entire body. In a moment, the threads formed together to create an iceberg inside of which Han Sen was trapped. "Get out of my way," Han Sen roared as a black smoke erupted from his body. Inside his body a bell pulsed, which made the icy threads begin to shiver and shake. The flaming Rex spike drilled onwards, forming an exit from the ice. The twirling weapon now commanded wind and fire, and the narcissus was in its sight. The flaming Rex spike roughly drilled into the narcissus and drilled deep. The flowers let out strange screams of their own as they suffered the wrath of the raging weapon. The petals abandoned their flowery ship as the roots of the plants were evicted and incinerated, which led to the release of a white fog all at the same time. Han Sen, who had a high frost resistance due to jade skin, felt as if he had fallen into an icy bath when touching the fog. The ice lake quickly froze over and provided an additional layer of frost to the areas surrounding it. From the perforated flower, a small body fell out. It was a beautiful woman whose body was naked. She had stunning butterfly wings attached to her back. She had long white hair and pupils that reflected the ice she governed. Snowflakes adorned her body, but the woman was tiny, no larger than the palm of a hand. She was like a fairy of myth. Han Sen did not hear an announcement, and when he looked at the fairy, he knew exactly what had happened. Without hesitation, Han Sen smacked the fairy's head with his flaming Rex spike. The palm-sized body looked as if it was going to be smashed into bits and pieces by the Rex spike. But the fairy lifted up a small fist and knocked the Rex spike away. A frosty air swiftly rose and doused the fire the flaming Rex spike commanded and froze the weapon completely. Han Sen clutched his injured hand and looked quite shocked. He thought to himself, so, this is the true body of the super creature that was birthed by this plant. Seeing the pretty yet scary fairy rise up and approach him with snowflakes around her, Han Sen summoned his peacock crossbow and fired 3 bolts. The fairy fluttered its wings like a butterfly and delicately danced away in evasion of the bolts. Then, she resumed her course and continued approaching Han Sen. Dong! The little angel rushed forward to slash the fairy, but the fairy managed to block the angel's attack with her fists, which was what produced the noise. Having her strike blocked rattled the little angel and made her fall back in a bit of a daze, but that wasn't to suggest the fairy was totally unfazed. The shock of the attack also shook the little fairy, too. The fairy had to fly in 3 circles before it could get its balance back. The fairy flew to engage the little angel and quickly circled her. Her fists generated a flurry of ice shards against the angel's greatsword as they fought. Han Sen retreated to a corner, as his power and speed were far inferior to an adult super creature's. He had no hope of joining in their fight. Now that it was no longer fighting, the silver fox quickly approached the lake. It searched for the flower that Han Sen had destroyed and noticed it was in the water. It picked it up and began eating it. Silver fox, if you retrieve good loot, how about sharing? Han Sen pleaded as he ran over to his pet. The silver fox noticed its master approaching and scoffed the flower down even faster. When Han Sen arrived, the leaves and roots were all gone. There was nothing left. You selfish bastard! Han Sen angrily shouted. The silver fox returned to acting all cute and looked up at Han Sen. It jumped onto Han Sen's shoulder and no longer moved. Watching the little angel fight the fairy, without anything he could do himself, he thought now was the time to do something with the frozen man who was sitting next to the lake. He ran towards him to see if he could move him out into the bamboo forest for now. In case the little angel was unable to defeat the little fairy, at least they could escape and bring the frozen man with them. When he approached the man, Han Sen was suddenly surprised. He appeared to be thawing. Is it because the Narcissus was destroyed? Han Sen wondered as he dragged the man into the bamboo forest. The ice on the man was thawing quickly. By the time Han Sen dragged him into the bamboo forest, the ice on his body was all gone. Will he survive such a simple defrosting process? Han Sen frowned. Humans required special equipment to aid their thawing after being frozen. Because of this, Han Sen doubted he would survive. Han Sen observed the man. He watched his life force grow stronger and muscles become firmer. Perhaps he was going to live, after all. Han Sen looked at the man nervously, not fully understanding how he had managed to defrost so quickly. The man's eyes were still closed, but that was when Han Sen finally began to see movement underneath his eyelids. Nervously, he looked at the man. If he really was Qin Huasian, and if he woke up, the mystery would finally be explained. Then, suddenly, the man opened his eyes. The black eyes looked empty, but they were wide open. He was staring upwards. Are you awake? Can you hear me? Han Sen was not sure what to say, so he crouched near the man and asked these questions to see if he was fully conscious. The man moved his eyes slowly until his vision ended up on Han Sen. The moment he saw Han Sen, the man's face looked full of fright and shock. He grabbed Han Sen's arm and used all his strength in a struggle to say, "Be wary of Han, Jin, Jai." After the man spoke those few words, blood came out of his mouth and his body began to twitch and convulse. His eyes turned white. Hey, is there something wrong? Han Sen quickly held the man and put a recovery potion to his lips. But it didn't work, due to the constant spitting and oozing of blood. While the man twitched, he continued holding Han Sen's arms tight. His white eyeballs continued to stare at Han Sen, and it was as if he still wanted to say something. With a mouth full of blood, all he could do was gurgle on the claret, and not speak an audible word. The man used the last of his power in a struggle with his hand, and pointed at his pocket. Before he made another move, he straightened himself out and coughed blood, splattering Han Sen. Then he stopped moving, his eyes still open and looking at Han Sen. Han Sen's face looked ghastly, and the life force of the man before him had all depleted. He was dead. But what the man said confused Han Sen greatly. Be wary of Han Jingjai. Why should I be wary of Han Jingjai? Did he say that to me specifically, or were those words meant for someone else? Maybe he thought I was someone else. Han Sen's heart was confused. Han Sen then reminded himself of the man's suggestion to look in his pockets, and so he rummaged through them in the hopes of finding another lead. The man's battlesuit had been crafted with a special material. Unless it was purposefully destroyed, it would resist deterioration and remain in perfect condition. Han Sen's hand found something inside the pocket, and from the touch, it felt like thin leather. It was soft and delicate, and he couldn't quite tell what animal's hide it might have come from. Han Sen pulled it out to reveal a 2-square-foot parchment of leather. Words had been written upon the page, and it looked as if they had been inked in blood. On the left side of the parchment was a symbol of the 9-life cat. On the right side of the leather, there were 2 words written in a larger font like a title. It said, Blood Pulse, the Blood Pulse of the Blood Legion. Han Sen was surprised. Blood Pulse was a tenet of the Blood Legion. Blood Pulse contained records of the Blood Legion's doctrine and some of the mythology that composed their organization. It was only in the future that the Blood Legion became recognized as a cult, and the texts of Blood Pulse were forbidden from sale. Most of the cultists only knew certain snippets of the text, as few had seen the complete work. Han Sen was disappointed. Blood Pulse was merely a religious document pertaining to a faith he had no interest in abiding by. Therefore, this leathery document was useless to him. Han Sen still failed to understand why the man's dying act was to point at his pocket. However, is he just a fanatic cultist? Han Sen guessed as he looked over the Blood Pulse. But when he looked a bit closer, he was surprised. It wasn't merely a religious text he was holding. It was a Kai Gong. He could only view a part of it, but with his knowledge, he was able to tell it was a very mysterious Kai Gong. It was almost up to par with his jade skin. Taking a closer look, Han Sen noticed how the parchment simply explained how one might learn it. He folded it up carefully and then put it away. This was not the time to read, after all. He gave the man another search but was unable to find anything else of interest. The little angel was still fighting the fairy, and it was difficult to guess who the victor might be. Han Sen thought, when the next opportunity arose, he could tell King Xuan about his experience with the man, and let the family determine whether or not he really was an elder of theirs, and also see if he truly was Qin Huaizhen. After burying the fellow, Han Sen turned his attention to the battle that was still ongoing. Han Sen brought up his peacock crossbow and fired 2 bolts at the fairy. It was pointless for him to try, however, as she dodged them both with her wicked speed. But Han Sen then noticed that despite her speed and strength, she could only deal ice damage and ice damage alone. She wasn't really dealing any damage to the little angel as a result. Han Sen saw that the peacock crossbow was not working, so he summoned his flaming Rex Spike. Han Sen's eyes observed the fairy's movements, activating his Dongshuan Sutra to analyze the energy flow inside her. She had a really clear energy flow, which wasn't blurry in the least. She had to be a 2nd-generation super creature. Han Sen's interest in the foe catapulted to a far greater level, and he wanted to kill her right away to obtain the life geno essence she possessed. But his interest did hit a certain snag. He thought the fairy was quite cute and pretty, and she most certainly looked like something no one else would be willing to kill. The little angel didn't have the mind of a human, and so she just kept on swinging her greatsword fiercely in a bid to cut the fairy down. Han Sen then took to memorizing her energy flow and learning her every move. After trying it out, his energy became like ice. It was a pure ice power. After another while of watching, the window of opportunity he had been searching for arose. The moment the fairy was smacked by the little angel's greatsword, Han Sen had his flaming Rex Spike on a collision course with her as well. The elephant's trumpeting sounded within, as the Rex Spike now hosted a boundless power. The fairy's small body was knocked away like a little ball, but she did not catch on fire. This was because of her icy powers, which managed to withstand the flames carried by the Rex Spike. The fairy was furious at Han Sen and soared over to him with rapid wing flaps. Han Sen turned around to run as he had just used Elephant Rex Strike. Now that his body was drained of energy, he couldn't fight back. But knowing that move didn't kill the fairy, he quickly became aware that no matter what he tried, he'd be unable to defeat her. The little angel cut off the fairy's advance and Han Sen, with the silver fox, ran off through the bamboo forests. He was now well aware that there was no point in remaining where he was. He wanted to leave, recover, and later come back to try to fight her again. Fortunately, the little angel had come between them, which prohibited the fairy from following Han Sen. All the fairy could see was the aggravator fleeing into the bamboo forest and completely disappearing. But she wasn't keen to give up just yet. The fairy evaded the little angel's next couple of attacks, flew around her, and went to follow. Han Sen did not stop running, wanting to get outside as fast as he could. He rushed through the subterranean forest to where he had first descended, and as he neared the exit, he caught sight of the twin-tail scorpion munching on bamboo, and the silkworms within. Why am I so unlucky this time? Han Sen's heart sank. Despite the fact that the fairy continued to chase him, Han Sen still decided to push on and make his escape. After all, the twin-tail scorpion was only a first-generation super creature, as opposed to the second-generation one that lusted for his blood. Han Sen wanted to escape the underground labyrinth, first and foremost. Despite being drained of energy, he still had to keep his gene lock open to enable his flight. He just hoped the twin-tail scorpion would not be made aware of his presence. But Lady Luck did not smile on Han Sen, for the scorpion noticed him. With its gnashing pincers, it did not wait a single moment before racing towards him. Han Sen gritted his teeth as his heart kicked into overdrive. The power in his arms was focused. He leapt into the air like a sparrow in the breeze, and spun around doing loops to dodge the scorpion's tail sting and pincer snap combo. After launching right over the scorpion's head and successfully evading his foe's attack, Han Sen remained airborne in his flight towards the exit. As he flew, he returned and redeployed the little angel, hoping that the scorpion would turn its attention to her and engage her for a while. The scorpion, however, let out a wheezy shriek and turned around to continue its pursuit of Han Sen. The wag of its legs and pincers were incredibly fast, and it skittered so quickly it might as well have sprouted wings. The fairy had caught up now as well, and it didn't even blink at the scorpion. All she did was fly past it, wholly fixated on Han Sen. Today is not a good day. How can I be this unlucky? The scorpion was still on him, though, and it managed to sting his buttocks more than a few times with its tail. Luckily, he was still clad in his berserk super armor, and this provided the protection he very much needed. Although the tail's stinger managed to pierce through the plate, the subsequent damage was significantly reduced, and the literal pain in his ass just made him shout. Zhu Yume had waited 2 whole days for Han Sen's return, but he had yet to show up. She was as mad as she was sad at his absence. Asshole, horny bastard, scumbag. I can't believe he just left me hanging like that. I curse him to be eaten by creatures. Zhu Yume's spirits had rarely dipped so low, and so she just lay slouched on the bench outside the shelter's gates. Being alone for over a year had taken its toll on Zhu Yume, and her brief interaction with Han Sen made her realize how afraid of being alone she now was. Meeting him was an extremely rare stroke of luck, and although she wasn't particularly fond of his character, his presence still enthused her. At least she did not have to remain under the desert's baking sun alone. Even arguing with the bad guy was better than being alone, bored to death. What was worse was the fact he had just left without saying a single word. Her eyes were now swelling red at the thought of no goodbye. As Zhu Yume cursed him to high heaven, she suddenly saw the man running towards her with extreme speed. It made her overjoyed, and she immediately stood up and shouted to Han Sen, "Mr. Asshole, I thought you were gone for good. What brought you back?" Han Sen removed his armor and approached Zhu Yume like the wind. He didn't say anything to her, he just grabbed her by the waist and carried her inside the city. "You sick pervert, let me go." Zhu Yume was a little embarrassed and tried to shout as she struggled. "Take a look at what is following me. Do you really want me to leave you as their lunchtime snack?" Han Sen casually told her as he continued to run forward. Zhu Yume then took a proper look, and she saw the twin-tailed scorpion that ravenously followed. She also saw the little angel further behind, but not the fairy. The fairy was too small for her to see from that distance. But Zhu Yume quickly understood what was happening, and her face changed as swiftly as one could turn a page. She said, "Big brother, run faster." The scorpion waved its tail as it approached, trying to sting them, and Zhu Yume's heart leapt at the creature's every attempted strike. With each dodge, a gasp and a tear or two would follow. Han Sen didn't have the time to respond, and simply rushed into the shelter. He turned around to take a look and noticed that only the scorpion had followed them inside the city. The fairy seemed wary of something and stopped pursuing them near the gate. She flapped her wings in the air but did not go inside. This turn of events made Han Sen happy. If he only had to deal with the scorpion, he could manage, and he would no longer be forced to run for his life. Han Sen ran towards the plaza and simply waited for his little angel to deal with the scorpion. Meow. Little Orange saw Zhu Yume getting chased by the scorpion, and it growled angrily in response. With rage, it rushed towards the creature to engage. "Little Orange," Zhu Yume worriedly called out. Although Little Orange had jumped onto the scorpion, the foul creature lived up to its namesake and spread its tail in two. With both ends, it stabbed Little Orange, making the cat cry out in pain. "Please save him. Little Orange cannot fight the scorpion. He used to run off whenever we saw it in the past." Zhu Yume was dribbling tears as she pleaded for Han Sen's aid. Han Sen did not make a move, but the silver fox acted on his behalf and spat out a bolt of silver lightning to nastily strike the scorpion's head. The scorpion was shaken by the lightning, and Little Orange managed to free itself. But then, Little Orange sunk its teeth into one of the scorpion's tails and made a hissing sound. As it writhed in pain, The twin-tail scorpion raised its other tail and took aim at Little Orange's head. When the little angel finally arrived, she swung her greatsword down on the scorpion's head under Han Sen's command. The shell of its head cracked open as green fluid squirted out of the crushed carapace. It wagged both of its tails, attempting to shake off Little Orange and the silver fox that clung onto it with their teeth. But it was to no avail, as their teeth had been driven deep and they had a firm grip. In one final attack, the little angel clutched the greatsword's hilt with both hands and drove it down right through the head of the scorpion, pinning it to the ground. The scorpion, as it slowly slipped into the embrace of death, waved its tails quicker than ever and managed to shake Little Orange and the silver fox off. With a few final twitches, it gave up the ghost. Super creature hunted, twin-tailed purple scorpion. The beast's soul has not been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.